Chapter 1. The City of Incubation, the Instance. An egg is broken from within to reveal life, broken from without. It becomes sustenance Hemingway. Outside the window, several cherry blossom trees stand, offering a visual delight to the patients. Summer happens to be the prime season for cherry blossom viewing, yet the sight often grows monotonous. Yan Huang pressed one hand against the window, his smooth head slightly lowered, revealing a hint of a smile. Beep, beep, beep. The fluctuations of the ECG monitor were, for once, reassuringly normal, yet this still did not grant him the liberty to rise and gaze outside. For he was a patient in the advanced stages of brain cancer, a man on the brink of death, merely 26 years of age. Having just ascended to the coveted position of a top salesman, he had not yet savored life before being struck with such a dire diagnosis. He did not wish to die. If there existed a means to survive, it must surely lie within that hidden realm of the world, one yet to surface. Yan Huang opened his phone, perusing the collection of missing person reports he had gathered over the past month. A beggar, who had resided beneath the Jiangdu Bridge for a decade, reappeared 6 months after his disappearance, revealing himself to be the lost son of a billionaire. Conglomerate chairman, ready to claim his inheritance and rise to prominence. A mysterious ritual where every year, a 130-year-old elder from Wanhua village goes missing, only to return rejuvenated. 10 years younger scientists deem this phenomenon miraculous. A great artist of the 21st century vanished, and 7 days later, a distorted painting appeared in his home. A collector offered $1 billion for it, only to discover that the pigments were crafted from the artist's own flesh and blood. Within a month, over 400 individuals had vanished. They either emerged as winners of life upon their return or met untimely ends. Once or twice could be deemed coincidence, but over 400 times? Yan Huang had been fixated on these occurrences for quite some time. Perhaps he had indeed lost his sanity. Yet he could only believe. This world must harbor undisclosed elements capable of fulfilling every desire. He yearned to survive. He refused to succumb to a pitiful demise. He was determined to endure. Yan Huang clenched his fists. Suddenly, a melodious, youthful voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you, being brimming with desire, have been chosen by the instance. As long as you can become a player, navigate the instances, and accumulate points, you shall have all that you seek: wealth, beauty, and even enigmatic powers beyond common comprehension. Pray tell, what is your desire? It had arrived. Indeed, a glint of brilliance flickered in Yan Huang's eyes, and without hesitation, he declared, I wish to live. Then do you consent to enter the instance and become a player? Fear or madness shall never sever your bond with the instance. Only death can grant you true liberation. Yan Huang curled his lips into a smile. His life had already begun its countdown. If he could survive, even if it meant enduring a lifetime of fear and madness, so be it. I consent. The contract is established, determining player aptitude. Player Yan Huang, consistent in word and deed, of noble character. Congratulations on awakening the talent. Deceiver. Talent confirmed, assessing player attributes. Player, Deceiver Yan Huang talent. Your actions and words are in perfect harmony, embodying a noble character that inspires unwavering trust in all. You never utter falsehoods, rather, you are the very essence of truth. When you employ your talent, every aspect, encompassing trust and distrust, transforms into a probabilistic calculation. Hidden information 1. For any foundational event, your statements will undergo evaluation, granting the other party a 50% chance of trust. A successful evaluation alters the perceptions and rules of the affected individual, while failure renders it ineffective. Hidden information 2. In the case of an absolute event, if your words lead to a mutually exclusive state, either A or B, the perceptions and rules of the affected individual will be altered, regardless of the success of the evaluation, yielding informational feedback. Strength, 0.5 normal adults, 1. Agility, 0.5 normal adults, 1. Intelligence, 1.7 normal adults, 1. Evaluation, your attributes are exceedingly rare. Hasten to enter the game and meet your fate. Extracting newbie dungeon. Congratulations on drawing the newbie dungeon single player, dungeon F rank, dungeon, Hatching City. Hatching City description. This is the birthplace of a century's worth of geniuses, a coveted realm for countless souls. Both its inhabitants and those who have once traversed this town emerge as exceptional talents, the elite of society, endowed with the most exquisite intellects and unparalleled gifts. Those who depart from here achieve global renown. Now, as an archaeologist, you are fortunate to receive a warm invitation from Hatching Town to explore and showcase their culture. Newbie protection reminder. In the splendid Hatching Town, once night falls, it succumbs to an enigmatic silence. Dear player, if you wish to survive, do not slumber too deeply, nor venture close to the darkness. Dungeon completion deadline: 3 days. Friendly reminder. Your dungeon experience is now live-streamed. You can access real-time data through your mind. The system will assess your dungeon's difficulty and various metrics, promoting your live stream to other players. Should you encounter obstacles, fulfilling viewer requests for rewards may also serve as a viable path to survival. Now the game begins. Suddenly, Yan Huang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Rubbing his head, he was astonished to find his hair had returned. He sensed the motion of a vehicle beneath him and turned in surprise to the side. The car window was enveloped in dark tint, obscuring the outside world, leaving him bewildered about his surroundings and the route taken. The dark film allowed him to discern his reflection. His hair was thick and silky, falling gracefully over his forehead. He wore a pair of sleek black-framed glasses, and his familiar, handsome visage retained its signature smile that would endear him to anyone who beheld it. Such refinement was reminiscent of his appearance before his diagnosis, a long-lost memory. Was he truly in a vehicle? It seemed he could observe the live broadcast. A fleeting thought traversed his mind. The online viewer count stood at 1. Was there a comment in the live stream? Passerby, a newcomer from the Hatching City? This panel, the haha. Passerby, A shared your live stream. Passerby B has entered your live stream. Passerby B. This is truly the most pathetic panel I've ever seen. Even a child would fare better. Is doomed to fail, without a doubt. Passerby A. Hatching City is undoubtedly the most challenging novice dungeon to this day. No one has achieved an he ending. I wonder how this newcomer will meet their demise. Passerby B. How else could they perish? It's either hatching or being killed. It's rather dull, never mind. They'll pity them and send a token of appreciation before I leave. Passerby B has rewarded you with a few points. Passerby A has rewarded you with a few points. The viewer count dropped to 0. Yan Huang was left in silence. Is my panel truly that dismal? It doesn't seem so bad, does it? Yet what do they mean by hatching? At that moment, without a sound, a face suddenly emerged within Yan Huang's line of sight, its hollow gaze devoid of emotion, the expression as stiff as a wooden carving, forcing out an odd smile. Teacher Yan, we have arrived at Hatching Town. You may disembark now. Authors note this is my initial attempt at writing, and I humbly seek your understanding. Please feel free to point out any details that may need correction. A word of caution for readers. 1. All players in the dungeon possess certain limitations and backlash regarding their talents, intended for balance. 2. There are no CPs, and teammates will gradually be introduced. There are 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet, and I am merely a storyteller. I cannot satisfy everyone, and I sincerely apologize. However, I aspire to produce works that I find fulfilling. Chapter 2. Hatching City, a Town of Hope. After disembarking with his briefcase, the vehicle behind him sped away. Before him stood a massive wooden sign bearing the grand inscription Hatching Town, with a tagline below, a town where hope is realized. Beneath the sign, 3 individuals smiled warmly at Yan Huang. Their smiles were generous and inviting, suggesting a familial bond. The middle-aged man wore a brown plaid shirt, his slightly protruding abdomen lending him a kindly, affable demeanor, likely the family patriarch. His wife was a striking woman with thick braided hair cascading over her shoulders. Yet, the most eye-catching was the youth standing between them. The boy appeared to be around 15, sporting thick glasses and possessing a certain charm. His school uniform was immaculate, but he perpetually lowered his head, his expression notably blank, exuding an aura of both ordinariness and peculiar restraint. The father extended his hand towards Yan Huang. Hello, Teacher Yan. We are responsible for your accommodations at the Hatching Inn. You may call me Old Xie. Yan Huang shook his hand. Immediately, Mother Xie praised. Teacher Yan, you truly are a remarkable person. My son, Fu Mu, has read many of your articles and aspires to be an exceptional individual like you. Come, Fu Mu, greet Teacher Yan. However, Fu Mu merely bowed his head further, whether due to shyness or something else, remaining silent. Yan Huang thought it was time for him to alleviate the awkwardness. However, he inadvertently caught sight of Xie's mother, who still wore a smiling face while fiercely twisting Xie Fengmu's waist. Her veins bulged on the back of her hand as she gripped him with considerable force. Although Xie Fengmu gritted his teeth and remained silent, the slight contortion of his facial muscles betrayed his pain and fear. "Fengmu, what's the matter? Say hello to Teacher Yan." Finally, Xie Fengmu lifted his head, his muscles taut, and managed to force out a not-so-pleasant smile. "Hello, Teacher Yan." It was evident that this was not a voluntary gesture. Xie's mother furrowed her brow, but still attempted to appear friendly. "Look at this child, so shy." "Teacher Yan, please don't mind him." Yan Huang replied with a smile, "Of course, I don't mind." The family's interaction was indeed quite affectionate. "Well then, it's getting late, and Teacher Yan has had a long journey. It's best for us to return to the hotel soon. Let's go, Teacher Yan." Yan Huang followed along. The atmosphere in Hatching Town was rather unique along the way. He observed a group of well-groomed young men and women engaging with one another, all exhibiting remarkable grace and beauty. Various individuals along the roadside showcased an array of skills. Everywhere, there were boards displaying questions that delve into profound topics, and he even spotted several children under 10 intently playing Go in a quiet corner. They were indeed an exceptional group of children. The title of Land of Geniuses was truly well-deserved. Halfway through their journey, Yan Huang noticed a massive pit containing a stone that occupied nearly 2/3 of it, rendering any standing person outside the pit remarkably diminutive. As they passed, Xie Fengmu's expression darkened noticeably. Xie's father and mother sincerely bowed towards it, seemingly in prayer. Yan Huang, intrigued, inquired, "Is this a meteorite?" Xie's father shook his head and explained, No, Teacher Yan, this is not a meteorite. Meteorites come from the heavens. This is a stone that grows from the earth." "Grows from the earth?" Yan Huang squinted his eyes. Xie's father continued, "What you may not know is that this is the stone of genius. Thanks to this stone of genius, many prodigies have emerged from our Hatching Town. Ever since its appearance, the children in our town have become remarkably easy to manage. If you have the time, you might consider paying your respects, hoping that it blesses your future child to become extraordinary. Is that so?" Yan Huang scrutinized the stone once more. It appeared dull and mundane if one were to insist on identifying its distinction from an ordinary stone. It was simply larger and excessively smooth. "That's quite impressive." At this point, Yan Huang's livestream had attracted a few viewers, though interaction was minimal, fluctuating between 1 to 2 individuals. There were no gifts or significant engagement. Upon finally reaching the hotel, they arrived at a 2-story wooden house, which was modestly impressive. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, save for a bulletin board plastered with numerous missing person notices. Xie's father sighed and remarked, "Our town is wonderful in every aspect, yet outsiders often get lost and wander about, disappearing without a trace. Their families worry, and the town tries to assist by posting missing person notices, though sadly, no one has been found for a long time. Thus, Teacher Yan, you must obediently comply and refrain from wandering about, lest you become lost and unable to return." Yan Huang gazed at the missing person notices, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Of course, I am fully aware of my purpose in being here and will not roam indiscriminately." The missing individuals were all outsiders. He found it hard to believe. "Mr. Xie continued to smile with an innocent charm. "With your assurance, I can rest easy. It is getting late. Let me escort you to your room." "Very well," Yan Huang acquiesced. "Not on the 2nd floor. Here we are. This is your room. Meals will be served punctually at noon and 6 in the evening. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. We will do our utmost to assist. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I wish you a pleasant stay, Teacher Yan." Upon being shown to his room, Mr. Xie bid farewell and departed. Just as Yan Huang stepped inside, he heard a creaking sound behind him. Upon inspection, he discovered a single eye peering through the crack of the door opposite his. The gaze was enigmatic. Yan Huang smiled naturally. "Hello?" In the next moment, the door was slammed shut with a resounding bang. "How unfriendly," Yan Huang remarked. Within the closed room, an unsettling squeaking noise ensued, akin to fingernails scraping across damp wood, sending shivers down his spine. The intolerable cacophony continued unabated. Yan Huang, undeterred, entered his own room. The accommodation was relatively tidy. A bed, desk, chairs, and a private bathroom constituted the basic amenities. Bored and restless, Yan Huang settled into a chair to pass the time. It was then that he noticed peculiar shallow marks on the wooden table, irregular, yet somewhat systematic. An idea sparked in his mind. He retrieved a pencil from his briefcase and swiftly traced over the faint impressions. Once completed, the marks became even more pronounced under the light streaming through the window, revealing their secrets. This quaint town harbors a bizarre ritual. Do not wander freely at night, for you may become nourishment for the hatchlings. Nourishment for the hatchlings? Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering glass echoed from below, interrupting Yan Huang's contemplation. Chapter 3. The Capital of Incubation. Dispute. Yan Huang was taken aback, realizing that something significant had transpired below. He hastily erased the pencil marks he had made with an eraser and swiftly descended the stairs. Before he had completely reached the bottom, a harsh voice reprimanded. You can't even handle this minor task. Can you spare us some worry? How could we possibly have a child who is more of a liability than an asset? Look at everyone else. They have all successfully hatched their projects, and you? You should just kneel here quietly. The voice was unmistakably that of Xia's mother, though her tone differed slightly from her usual warmth, carrying an unmistakable hint of disappointment. Xia's father stood beside her, casting a cold gaze upon his disappointing child. His frustration palpable as he pointed at Xia Fumu and scolded, Look at you. You can't even greet properly today. And I wonder what goes on in that head of yours. When will you ever lighten our burden? Hurry up and pick up all this glass. The authority in his father's voice was overwhelming, suffocating the air around them. Yan Huang glanced around. It was not a particularly grave situation. Only a shattered vase lay in pieces. Xia Fumu remained silent, his head bowed, betraying no change in expression, the atmosphere thick with tension. Xia's father took a deep breath and seized Xia Fumu by the ear. Did you not hear me telling you to pick it up? As he spoke, his large hand swung up, the sound of the wind rushing signifying the force behind it. An impact to the face would surely lead to dire consequences. Slap. The sound echoed sharply, and a buzzing in Yan Huang's ears ensued, making him feel uneasy. Hua 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 has entered the live stream. When Laughing Sky has entered the live stream. In an instant, the live stream was inundated with viewers. Congratulations to the player for achieving the milestone of 50 simultaneous viewers, earning 10 points. Congratulations to the broadcaster for a slight increase in live stream data. Receiving a level 5 novice recommendation, self-destructive broadcaster, sidebar window recommendation. Hua Hua Hua. Goodness, it's been ages since I've seen someone brave enough to block that slap. I remember that if you block it, it triggers a certain plot. When Laughing Sky. Ha! Why is this novice's attribute panel so low? It's worse than that of an elementary school student. They actually attempted to block that slap, and if the plot triggers, they're surely doomed. Madman. It's been a while since I've seen a novice able to navigate this plot. The last one probably turned to dust. TSK, TSK, TSK. Witnessing this plot is worth it, perhaps due to the abysmally low attribute panel. Yan Huang felt as though the hand he had raised to block Xia's father's slap was about to fracture, his head spinning. What was this plot mentioned in the barrage of comments? It likely was anything positive. Unfortunately, the live stream offered no clues regarding the plot, which would have been helpful in preparing for what was to come. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of the moment he blocked Xia's father's slap, seeing a fleeting expression of fury cross his father's face. The veins on the back of his hand bulging. However, it soon reverted to its original gentle and unpretentious appearance. Filled with guilt and concern as they stepped forward to grasp Yan Huang's hand. Teacher Yan, what brings you here? Oh dear, that must hurt. Shall I apply some medicine for you? No need. Thank you, Yan Huang replied, withdrawing his hand and inquiring, Old Xia, why are you reprimanding the child in broad daylight? What wrong has he committed? I must admit, that slap truly stung, eliciting a sensation akin to dislocation. Old Xia hastily exhaled, Teacher Yan, aren't you just asking for trouble? My son Fumu is clumsy. We merely intended to give him a small lesson to ensure he remembers not to repeat his mistakes. Look at you shielding him. You're the one suffering. Aren't you? Indeed, Teacher Yan, I should fetch you some medicine, Xia Mu's mother chimed in. A small lesson? Yan Huang felt ill-equipped to accept their remedy and quickly waved his hand. It's really nothing significant. However, while a lesson is necessary, children cannot be educated in such a manner consistently, it could render them dull-witted. As soon as he uttered those words, he sensed the atmosphere around him chill several degrees. Mr. and Mrs. Xie fell silent, merely pursing their lips and smiling at him. Even though it was still afternoon, with sunlight streaming in and casting shadows across their faces, an inexplicable chill crept down his back, making him feel quite uneasy. Suddenly, in unison, they spoke. Teacher Yan, this is merely a family matter. As parents, we understand how to educate our children, so there is no need for you to worry excessively. Their voices were hushed, their expressions undeniably kind, and their words resonated with rationality, yet the overall tone felt oddly unsettling. One might fear that the next sentence could be a threat to sever his head should he continue to meddle. Yan Huang merely smiled and refrained from further comment. Mrs. Xie lowered her head and gently patted the back of her son Fu Mu, who still knelt on the ground. Fu Mu, your father and I were indeed a bit impulsive today. We owe you an apology. Quickly, thank Teacher Yan. Fu Mu trembled, his voice unsteady as he stammered. Thank you. Teacher Yan, please don't concern yourself with our family matters again. Teacher Yan, look at this child. He truly lacks understanding. He still has homework to complete. So I mustn't keep you any longer, Mrs. Xie said with a resigned smile, pinching one of Fu Mu's ears and dragging him away. Fu Mu winced, his eyes wide open as his trousers scraped against the ground, producing a hissing sound. Yan Huang had intended to say something further, but at that moment, he finally discerned the expression on Fu Mu's face. The youth's delicate features were marked by fear, rejection, and despair, in an environment enveloped by love. How could a child of such tender years display such emotions? Yan Huang understood that no amount of words would suffice. They would only complicate matters further. Thus, he chose silence. Teacher Yan is a wise individual, yet, perhaps it would be prudent for you to focus on your own concerns, he said. Allow me to escort you back to your room. Dinner is nearly prepared, and I shall bring it to you as a gesture of goodwill. Yan Huang nodded in agreement. Xie Fu turned and entered the kitchen to tidy up. Soon after, he emerged with a plate filled with food, accompanying Yan Huang back upstairs. He spoke to Yan Huang in a gentle and amiable tone, yet Yan Huang's attention was elsewhere. Instead, he heard the resentful complaints and reprimands from Xie Mu, who was dragging Xie Fu away. At your age, still unable to succeed in hatching. Isn't that akin to losing at the starting line? Look at so-and-so next door. They've achieved so much. You're truly embarrassing us. Hatching? Yan Huang recalled this term. Initially, he thought it was merely a metaphor, but now, he felt an unsettling sense of awareness. Finally, Xie Fu escorted him to the door, the earlier kindness in his words dissipating as he handed the food to Yan Huang. Teacher Yan, were you even listening to me? Yan Huang, finally returning to the present, replied with an unflinching demeanor. Of course, I find your insights quite reasonable. Xie Fu, understanding the situation, smiled wryly. Well, it doesn't matter if you weren't listening. Speaking to you is futile anyway. After all, you'll likely not have this opportunity again. The tone seemed to mock Yan Huang. At that moment, Yan Huang quietly purchased a discounted item from the point store. Chapter 4. The Capital of Incubation. A glimpse of brilliance, low-level all-seeing detection. 5 points. Capable of establishing vision within a designated area. Automatically retrieving all visual information within a 10-meter radius for 30 minutes. At this moment, Yan Huang genuinely sensed the extraordinary existence of a power that transcended common understanding. His mind appeared to be divided into two realms, one visible to the naked eye, and the other an omniscient perspective encompassing a 10-meter radius. This was a remarkably enchanting experience that filled Yan Huang with exhilaration. Within his divine vision, he could distinctly observe Mr. Xie concealed behind him, wielding a sharp kitchen knife. Should he desire, that knife could effortlessly sever Yan Huang in two. Yan Huang's countenance remained unchanged, adorned with a subtle smile. The number of viewers in the live stream steadily increased. Here it comes. The plot is about to unfold. It seems this newcomer is rather astute, having timely recognized the anomaly and purchased the all-seeing detection. However, it matters little, for his panel has no chance of survival. Haha. Will gentle Uncle Xie perform a chase scene, where if he catches him, he will. He. Mr. Xie stood before him, his hand gripping the knife tightening slightly, seemingly preparing to strike. Here it comes. At that moment, Yan Huang spoke nonchalantly, activating his innate talent. Old Xie? I will absolutely be safe in this town, right? Old Xie's actions faltered as he hastily sheathed his knife, maintaining a friendly smile. Lying determination, opposing event, determination failed. Result, unsafe, subject's rule altered, information feedback provided. Old Xie replied amicably, no, you want to last 3 days in this town. If luck is on your side, you might be able to visit the underworld and befriend the king of hell today. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Wait, what is happening? Why did the plot not unfold as expected, and Uncle Xia actually answered him truthfully? Chao Zai has entered the live stream. Qian Shan has entered the live stream. Current online viewers, 102. A flicker of dark light appeared in old Xia's eyes as he tightened his grip on the knife once more. Just then, Yan Huang, old Xia. I will definitely be safe in the inn, right? Old Xia's hand hesitated once again, as if compelled by an unseen force to sheath his knife for a second time. Lying determination, opposing event, determination failed. Result, unsafe, subject's rule altered, information feedback provided. Old Xia continued to respond gently. Why would you think so, Teacher Yan? You are even less safe at the inn, as everyone there is quite interested in you. The viewers in the live stream reacted. Goodness. He has struck twice. What is going on with Yan Huang? Did he acquire some time-reversing artifact? Why does the plot keep stalling here, teasing us? You're overthinking it. He is just a newcomer. Where would he have accrued points? Even if time were to reverse, I suspect it would still be tied to his innate talent. Talent? His deceitful aptitude is entirely ineffective. Even if he remains stuck in this predicament, it will ultimately lead to his demise. Nevertheless, there is no denying that the audience in the live stream is exhibiting a continuous upward trend, with discussions becoming increasingly fervent. Congratulations to the host for achieving a milestone in the live stream, breaking the record for the fastest accomplishment of having 200 viewers online simultaneously. Due to the enhanced quality of the host's broadcast, various metrics are steadily rising, resulting in a recommendation to the 4th tier of bizarre newcomers, the Enigmatic Streamer Awards. What luck this newcomer has. Being trapped here, he has swiftly attained a 4th tier recommendation. However, I wager that there won't be another chance. I'd bet 10 points that if he manages to evade this narrative twist, I shall reward him. Yan Huang's lips curled slightly in a smirk. 10 points is quite decent. He gazed once more at Mr. Xia, who was poised to take action, and posed another question. Old Xia. Your expressed interest, does it pertain to incubation? If so, what precisely is incubation? In an instant, Yan Huang felt a piercing shriek emanating from his live stream. Akin to a child's wail magnified 100-fold, nearly deafening him. A crimson frame enveloped the entire streaming room, flashing 2 prominent characters. Warning. A red card warning was issued. Player Yan Huang has committed a serious violation, restricting his talent. During significant narrative moments in the instance, his talent will not successfully activate. The warning echoed thrice. A sharp, indignant child's voice resonated in his mind, delivering the admonition repeatedly, while the live stream audience momentarily lost all visual content. The voice continued, Player Yan Huang. To ensure the smooth progression of the instance narrative, please refrain from over-relying on your talent. 3 red cards will result in suspension and confinement for review. Only the 10,000-point item, Sin Cleansing Liquid, can cleanse the count of red cards. However, be advised, the price of Sin Cleansing Liquid will exponentially increase with each purchase. I urge player Yan Huang to think carefully moving forward. As the voice concluded, the red card warning was firmly established. The live stream returned to a watchable state, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. What just transpired? A red card warning issued so swiftly, and he is merely a newcomer? What has he done? A red card warning. I've seen those among the esteemed figures. This is utterly outrageous. Goodness, this newcomer is extraordinary. If he survives, I believe he stands a strong chance of qualifying for this round's Newcomer King competition. As a consequence of the red card warning, countless viewers were drawn in. The number of online participants in the live stream rapidly surpassed 500. Such momentum is astonishing. Yet, most of them exhibit low engagement, merely drawn by the spectacle. Even so, it suffices. Congratulations to the broadcaster for the remarkable improvement in the overall data of the live stream. Now recommended as a Tier 3 newcomer in the high-level gaming category, an advanced rising star. What a surprise, to achieve Tier 3 newcomer status even while stuck in this storyline. Impressive indeed. Yan Huang gradually regained his composure from the warning sound, showing little astonishment at the surge in the live stream's data. Once again, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Lie detection abnormal, determination invalid. The invalidation of the lie detection implies that the previous words did not undergo evaluation, failing to alter the other party's perception and rules. Thus, they remained mere ordinary statements. Before him, the expression of Father Xia shifted, his squinted smile gradually calmed, even turning indifferent. His eyes widened as he stared at Yan Huang, yet the corners of his mouth retained a peculiar smile. Teacher Yan, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your inquiry, but I am curious. Why do you ask about something that is clearly beyond your knowledge? Is it that you wish to uncover something, or perhaps desire to know more? In his hand, the kitchen knife was poised, ready for action. Chapter 5. The City of Incubation. The knife of a loving father. Yan Huang sensed something amiss and took a step back, saying, "It's nothing, merely a casual inquiry." After all, the name Incubation Town sounds rather unique. He intended to brush it off casually. However, he underestimated Mr. Xie's vigilance. The latter's smile grew increasingly peculiar. His dark eyes fixated upon Yan Huang, his lips sealed yet curving into an arc that no ordinary person could possibly achieve, resembling an exaggerated U-shape. "Is that so? It seems Teacher Yan possesses quite the discerning taste," Mr. Xie remarked. "Not at all. You flatter me, old Xie," Yan Huang replied, attempting to maintain his composure. No. Teacher Yan is indeed a person worthy of such praise," Mr. Xie continued, edging closer. Yan Huang genuinely did not share this sentiment, his smile becoming increasingly strained and awkward. "Old Xie, while our camaraderie is strong, you do understand the principle of maintaining a respectful distance between men, especially considering you have a wife and children, right?" "Oh no. Teacher Yan, you misunderstand. What I meant to convey is that your exquisite taste deserves to be preserved in this perfect moment, don't you think?" A cold glimmer flashed in Mr. Xie's eyes, hinting at a touch of mockery. Through the backlight, he raised the knife high, his smile stretching grotesquely beyond the apples of his cheeks. In an instant, the sound of slicing air echoed as Yan Huang retreated a step. "Here it comes. The knife is finally descending. Surely a fatal blow. Yes, I'm ready to capture this moment. It's been ages since I've seen such a spectacle." As the blade was about to strike Yan Huang's head, he parted his lips, his golden-rimmed glasses reflecting light that shielded his gaze, revealing a flicker of unwavering confidence. "Mr. Xie, this knife is a gift for me, isn't it?" Lie detection activated. Probabilistic event. The knife severed a few strands of Yan Huang's hair but caused him no harm, halting midair. Lie detection successful. Result: perception of the affected individual altered. As he looked up, light danced across the surface of his glasses. Yan Huang's eyes filled with tenderness, bore a hint of amusement as he locked eyes with the dazed Mr. Xie. Mr. Xie lowered the knife and offered it to Yan Huang, saying, "Indeed, Teacher Yan. This is a gift I prepared for you. Please accept it." "Congratulations. Player Yan Huang has acquired the item, the Knife of a Loving Father." Item: the Knife of a Loving Father. Quality: F. Usage requirement: none. Attributes: sharp. Item description: Xiefumu has a loving father who, in order to ensure his stable growth, will use his kitchen knife to eliminate any obstacles. Of course, you are an exception. At that moment, the live stream's chat exploded. What just happened? What is this person's talent? Is it a word spirit? What is the hidden information all about? I'll offer 1,000 points for it. Did he really acquire the item so effortlessly? I have diligently completed numerous quests, yet I have not acquired a single item. It is utterly absurd. What is the matter with this newcomer? If he manages to survive this dungeon, I shall certainly invite him to join our guild. Astonishing. What an incredible display. I have never witnessed such an operation before. A player generously rewarded the streamer with 10 points. Another player contributed 5 points. The number of viewers in the live stream has reached 1,743, and it is rapidly increasing. Congratulations to the player for achieving the milestone of having 1,000 viewers simultaneously, earning a reward of 100 points. Congratulations to the player for achieving the Blade Seizure accomplishment, receiving a boost of 0.5 in strength and 0.5 in agility. The overall quality of the streamer's broadcast has significantly improved, and they have now been recommended to the secondary tier of new players in the elite category. Notification: the traffic for new player recommendations is immense, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Streamers should seize it wisely. With the accumulation of various rewards, Yan Huang's total points have soared to an impressive 437. This wave of gains has indeed been monumental. While others earn merely 500 points for being the MVP in an E-level dungeon, this is truly remarkable. After obtaining the kitchen knife, Yan Huang turned around. The figure of Father Xie before him no longer posed a threat. His perception had shifted, and he would not harm Yan Huang. Perception is determined by a person's psyche and memories. When the dependent variable of an equation changes, it transforms into an independent variable. Naturally, Father Xie's memories had also been altered. He gazed at Yan Huang without the previous eerie expression, as if nothing had transpired, and remarked, "If Teacher Yan has no further matters, I shall take my leave and not disturb your meal." Yan Huang nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, old Xie." Father Xie laughed heartily. "Between us, why the need for thanks? You are being overly formal. Yan Huang could only respond with a perfunctory hum. Who are we to one another? Indeed, after all, I was the person you had just intended to eliminate. Expressing gratitude would be rather excessive. Old Xie swiftly departed the second floor, returning to the first. Yan Huang did not linger. Upon returning to his room, he surveyed the meal before him and ultimately decided to exchange some points in the rewards store for food. With a total of 437 points, he had now become a player of considerable standing. While this amount may not be vast, it was sufficient for a modest meal. Upon opening the point store, Yan Huang was taken aback. Wait a moment. Why have the prices of items in the point store doubled? Hee. I can only imagine how frustrated the streamer must be right now. After all, we have all endured this. The deepest trick in the world is the trick of the point store. I'm dying of laughter. I was also repulsed by this point store. The more points you accumulate, the higher the demand index for certain items, causing the prices to skyrocket. Yan Huang furrowed his brow at these comments in the chat. Immediately, he expended 50 points to procure a whole roasted chicken and a bottle of moderately alcoholic beer. How curious it was. Had this streamer become so youthful and reckless as to overlook the arduous nature of earning points? Or had he come to regard them as inconsequential? Yan Huang possessed an appealing demeanor, savoring his meal at a measured pace, displaying a delightful rhythm. One bite of roasted chicken, followed by a sip of beer. The spectacle was particularly pleasing to the eye, causing the viewers in the live stream to swallow in unison. How delightful. The food appeared so appetizing. I too yearned to partake. Here I am, engrossed in a gaming stream, watching a food broadcast. Truly, I find myself at a loss for words. Oh dear, streamer. Please promote some products. I have already placed my order. Remarkably, this streamer seems to be the most outrageous in the hatching city, while others starve and suffer. He indulges in roasted chicken and beer. What an absurdity. How shallow. To squander points on such frivolities. Yan Huang soon finished his meal. His choice of roasted chicken and beer stemmed not only from hunger but also from a desire to enhance his attributes. He cast a glance at the properties of the chicken and beer, reaffirming his decision once more. Chapter 6. The City of Incubation. Monsters. Expensive roast chicken. Attributes. Increases satiety, enhances energy, delays sleep requirement. Description. A delectable roast chicken, both luxurious and unpretentious. Ordinary beer. Attributes. Increases courage, enhances stress resistance. Description. If fear engulfs you, indulge in some drink. Yet, should you overindulge, it wouldn't be surprising for someone lacking self-discipline like you to meet their demise in a dungeon. Though the dungeon resembles a game, it is far from one. All sensations, whether pain or fatigue, are palpably real. The information at his disposal is scant, but one certainty prevails. The night here is undoubtedly perilous. Especially since old Xie just remarked on how everyone seems quite intrigued by him. Who might this everyone refer to? Regardless of their identity, they are unlikely to harbor good intentions. Most probably, they seek his very life. Furthermore, the novice protection alert previously mentioned the necessity of not falling into a deep slumber and avoiding the shadows of night. This indicates that lurking dangers undoubtedly abound in the darkness. With less than 2 hours remaining until nightfall, he fears he may not have the opportunity to observe adequately. Thus, he resolves to forego sleep tonight until he ascertains the nature of this threat. The roast chicken and beer are his investments for enduring the night. Time ticks away. Yan Huang lies alone in bed, lights extinguished, quietly gazing at the ceiling. Surrounding him is an impenetrable darkness, as if he has been engulfed by shadows. A vague sensation of emptiness stirs within him, akin to an intensified gravitational pull dragging at his heart. He has maintained this state for over 6 hours now. It is nearly 11 o'clock at night, with less than 10 minutes remaining until midnight, perhaps due to his recent exertion of talents. An overwhelming fatigue weighs upon him like a mountain, rendering him breathless, yet he dares not close his eyes. Veins of crimson creep into his vision, intertwining like the roots of trees beneath the earth. Yet everything appears normal. Nothing seems amiss, except for an extraordinary sense of drowsiness. He remains motionless, and the viewer count in the live stream continues to dwindle. The audience fluctuates between 50 to 60 individuals, and the once coveted recommendation slot has shifted from a rare newcomer highlight to a corner position in the leisurely newcomer recommendations. The remaining viewers remain silent, an eerie normalcy settling in, so common that it borders on the uncanny. The rhythmic ticking of the clock above the door is the only sound that penetrates the silence, alongside the quickening pace of his own breath. Perhaps he should simply succumb to sleep? He has pondered this notion. Yet, he also contemplates that should he drift off, he might never awaken. This wooden plank beneath him serves as his coffin. A buzzing sound hums in his ears, as if his brainwaves have been muted. Each movement of his eyes brings a jolt of pain, an unbearable ache. Finally, as the clock struck midnight, the hour, minute, and second hands converged in unison. Perhaps due to the clock's advanced age, it had succumbed to subtle positional inaccuracies within its mechanism. At that moment, all three hands moved and rubbed against each other, producing a tick that resonated louder than ever before, clear yet chaotic, a cacophony of contradictions. In that fleeting instant, a light yet firm knock echoed through the room, startling Yan Huang from his drowsy stupor, his eyes widening with sudden alertness. Was it coming? But if it were, why knock at the door? At this hour, one would expect silent intrusion rather than such an announcement. Did this not risk alarming the very presence he feared? Or perhaps it lacked the means to enter stealthily from the outside. An array of possibilities flooded his mind, intensifying his mental tension. The viewer count in the live stream surged dramatically, returning to its original figures at an unprecedented and terrifying pace. It even surpassed previous records. Congratulations, player. Achievement unlocked. 2,000 viewers simultaneously. Right on time. Midnight. I'm trembling in bed. It's been ages since I saw anyone traverse this path in the hatching capital. It's usually all about hatching lines. Am I about to witness that scene again? My rookie period's shadows are returning. They all awaited with bated breath. The live stream's recommended slots reverted to their former positions, yet Yan Huang had no inclination to pay attention. As he scanned the barrage of comments, a chill crept over him. What kind of scene could truly be labeled a shadow? Another knock resounded, louder than before, the frequency escalating as if intent on shattering the door. No, it was not merely a suggestion. It was an absolute determination to break through. Realizing this, Yan Huang felt his blood circulate with heightened urgency, the heat within him surging uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from his bed, dragging a nearby table to the door, pressing it firmly against the crack. The entity outside seemed to sense the disturbance within the room, and its assaults grew in intensity and speed. Even with the table bracing the door, he could feel the vibrations reverberating through it. The table was insufficient. Yan Huang swiftly pivoted, fetching a bedside cabinet, a chair, and even the bed itself, piling them against the door until no movable object remained in the room. It appeared the entity was oblivious to his awakening and the measures he had taken, continuing its relentless barrage. Yan Huang found himself on the verge of cursing aloud, pleading for it to cease its assault, wondering if he might simply leap from the window to escape. To his astonishment, the pounding ceased. No footsteps, no sounds, nothing. It was as if the world had returned to silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. Had it departed? Yan Huang pondered, yet he could only entertain that thought. He would never dare to remove the barriers he had erected. What if, upon doing so, a surprise awaited him? After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately resolved to investigate further. In his current predicament, he found himself with no alternative but to procure a permanent enhancement of night vision from the points marketplace, priced at 500 points. Upon making the purchase, the surroundings indeed became significantly clearer. At least the edges and corners were now discernible, though the effectiveness could not compare to that of daylight. Cautiously, he ascended atop the heap of his possessions, striving to minimize any noise, inching his body closer to the door. Eventually, half of him pressed against the door. He peered through the peephole. To the left, nothing. To the right, also absent. Could it be that they had genuinely departed? Just then, he noticed something peculiar in the lower part of his vision. As he lowered his gaze, without any forewarning, a colossal eye filled his entire field of view. It bore no other facial features, only a single, outstretched limb, with a pupil the size of an adult's head. As his perspective widened, Yan Huang's complexion turned ashen. It was an egg-shaped creature, and apart from the enormous eye at its upper end, the entire surface of the egg was densely covered with countless normal-sized eyes, all askew, simultaneously blinking and rotating their pupils. Each of its eyes fixated on the peephole, separated by a small distance, as if engaging in a gaze with Yan Huang. He felt a tingling sensation creep over his scalp. Chapter 7. The City of Hatching. The emergence of the eyeball egg. What a grotesque manifestation of spiritual pollution. Yan Huang felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, yet he held his breath, stifling any sound. The egg, adorned with numerous eyes, blinked in the corridor, glancing left and right before attempting to collide with Yan Huang's door. However, it met with failure. The relentless barrage of eyes against the door was undeniably disconcerting. After a futile attempt, the egg seemed to relent, no longer fixating on Yan Huang's door. Instead, it hopped back, its largest eye now fixated on him. All Yan Huang could perceive were the countless eyes on the rear of the egg, and from every angle, he felt an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized. He endeavored to remain silent, keen to discern the egg's intentions. Soon, the egg struck the door with force, eliciting an immediate response from within. "Not tonight. It's not me tonight. Go away." The voice emanating from the other side was hoarse and filled with terror, trembling yet furious, revealing no intent to conceal its presence. Yan Huang's heart raced in confusion. Was it him, rather than the occupant of the opposite room? It appeared that the occupant was aware of the impending situation, but if they knew, why not escape? As his anxiety heightened, he pressed his eye against the peephole, determined not to miss any detail. The egg showed no inclination to relent. The occupant roared, "Go away. I've told you it's not me tonight. Spare me, please." Their voice grew increasingly weak, frantic, and hoarse. Yet what thoughts could the egg possess? It lacked a brain. It was merely an egg with a penchant for door battering. The force and frequency of the egg's collisions escalated, creating a cacophony that made the door tremble violently. Inside, the occupant's voice was laced with screams, as if they were desperately bracing against the door, pleading for mercy. The commotion was sufficient to rouse everyone in the house. Yet the entire dark corridor remained devoid of any witnesses, as if this scene were a mere illusion, the pure noise taking on an eerie quality. Finally, the egg, seemingly frustrated by its repeated failures, began to radiate anger. The multitude of eyes glared menacingly, as if chastising the occupant for their ignorance and demanding they emerge forthwith. With a sudden halt, it amassed its strength, launching an unprecedentedly powerful strike against the door. Crack! The wood splintered, fragments cascading to the ground, producing a dull yet sharp sound. Inside, a man, his back turned and sprawled in a large letter Z, trembled uncontrollably. He turned to face the door. His emaciated figure resembling little more than skin draped over bones, cheekbones protruding, gaunt and disfigured, his eyes vacant and encircled by dark rings. In those hollow eyes, Yan Huang discerned a profound sense of despair and fear. The man lowered his gaze to the egg before him, his legs suddenly giving way, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud, utterly devoid of strength. He trembled as he propped himself up with his hands, desperately dragging his body backward. With each backward movement, he shook his head, gradually disappearing into the dimmer recesses of the room. "No, please don't come closer. I beg you. Not tonight. It's not me. Why seek me out? Why me? Why? Could it be tomorrow? Tomorrow. I would willingly offer you my share. No, not tomorrow. Just a minute. 30 seconds. I implore you. I can finish it right away. Just give me 10 seconds. Please, don't come closer. Don't come closer. I will write for you. Attract more visitors, more sustenance. Just don't drain me. I can do anything." Tears streamed from his hollow eyes, his emotions reaching a breaking point, spilling down his cheeks and splattering with every shake of his head. However, the eyes on the egg showed no sign of mercy. Instead, one by one, the eyes narrowed, curving into crescent shapes, each retaining a glimpse of its pupil, seemingly mocking the man's ignorance. This sinister smile made Yan Huang curse inwardly. How could such a repulsive thing exist? The egg began to bounce toward the man. With no strength left, he turned to lay on the ground, moving on all fours like a beast, yet his movements were limited within the confines of the room, ultimately retreating until his back touched the wall. "Just 10 seconds. Don't come closer. Don't." Yet, it was of no avail. The egg leaped forward, and finally, its surface made contact with the man's body. In that instant, the man's expression twisted visibly, contorting into something grotesque, his hands grasping at the air, trembling, until they became rigid. His body, once distinctly mortal, began to radiate a golden light. This luminous glow was so dazzling that when it enveloped him entirely, Yan Huang, peering through the peephole, could scarcely see. Soon after, the man, entirely covered in golden light, liquefied in an instant, sprawling across the ground like viscous egg fluid. Yan Huang was taken aback, just from contact. He had already transformed into egg liquid. He felt relieved for his caution. Otherwise, it would not have been the neighbor sprawled on the ground, but himself. Just as he began to think the ordeal had passed, a peculiar gurgling sound arose. Yan Huang snapped back to attention, continuing to observe the egg. The liquid on the ground was rapidly absorbed layer by the enormous egg before him. The egg's eyes transformed to reflect delight and ecstasy as the absorbed liquid visibly covered its entire surface. All the eyes on the exterior of the egg became coated with this viscous liquid, until it was completely enshrouded, with no part left untouched. Yan Huang's breath slowed to a whisper. The scene held a peculiar allure, drawing him to the brink of reverie, compelling him not to miss a single moment. The egg lay motionless, as if suspended in time. Yet soon, the liquid that enveloped the egg erupted into a dazzling, almost blinding radiance. This brilliance endured far longer than before, illuminating everything around as if it were broad daylight. From the direction of the egg, a faint sound of cracking could be discerned, as if something were attempting to emerge from within. Crack, 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 crack. The sounds of shattering grew increasingly frequent, and in that moment, Yan Huang found himself breathless, lost in anticipation. He silently summoned the beloved father's kitchen knife, clutching it tightly in his sweat-soaked palm. The egg began to tremble. Something was crawling out. Facing away, Yan Huang initially could not see. However, the entity surprisingly stood upright with agility, its form expanding at a visible pace. Glistening liquid adhering to its smooth skin. At last, Yan Huang beheld the true nature of this being. It was a human. Chapter 8. The City of Incubation. Egg gazed through the cat's eye, a bare silhouette, so emaciated that the contours of its bones are distinctly visible, with two nearly perfect butterfly-like scapulae that seem poised to sprout ethereal wings. The waist is slender, and the legs are long. Egg white glistens on his delicate, snow-white skin, rendering it smooth and luminous, as a translucent liquid steadily drips from his form, thick and viscous, pooling on the ground below. He extends a finger to his lips, seemingly savoring the moment. Slim and enchanting, he appears fragile yet possesses a haunting beauty that is disturbingly alluring, captivating Yan Huang's gaze entirely. Yan Huang yearns to discern the visage concealed beneath this captivating back. Perhaps it is a face of a killer lurking in shadows. Gradually, the figure before him turns. At last, the countenance is unveiled. Yan Huang's complexion pales, and a shiver races down his spine. The face before him is strikingly pale and handsome, with facial muscles frozen in a fixed, unnatural smile, exuding an eerie aura that instills an acute sense of danger. This person is none other than Xiaofumu, whom Yan Huang had encountered earlier that afternoon. Xiaofumu's eyes fixate on Yan Huang, penetrating and unwavering, as if he is gazing through the cat's eye directly at him. Yan Huang finds himself bewildered. What has transpired with Xiaofumu? He had seemed perfectly fine earlier, yet now he resembles an egg? The term incubation suddenly resonates in Yan Huang's mind, echoing with unsettling frequency. Is a person who has undergone incubation still human? Is Xiaofumu, post-incubation, still the same Xiaofumu? Xiaofumu appears to be in a markedly improved state, yet his demeanor has become increasingly peculiar. Through the wooden door, he locks eyes with Yan Huang, who is enveloped by an overwhelming sense of foreboding, as if Xiaofumu is acutely aware of his presence inside. Sweat gathers on Yan Huang's back, soaking his clothing and clinging to his skin. What are Xiaofumu's intentions? As curiosity grips him, Xiaofumu finally stirs. He traverses the dimly lit corridor, stepping upon the pooled egg liquid on the floor. Each footfall resonates with the sound of thick fluid sloshing beneath him, the sticky substance gliding beneath his feet, accompanied by the heavy thud of the wooden floorboards. Step by step, he draws ever closer, his figure growing larger within Yan Huang's limited field of vision, obscuring his face, leaving only the collarbone visible. What does he intend to do? Is it mere coincidence? Or does he intend to intrude? Instinctively, Yan Huang tightens his grip on the knife in his hand. Suddenly, the cat's eye is shrouded in darkness, blocked by Xiaofumu's hand. Indeed, he is aware of Yan Huang's prying gaze. Now, with his line of sight completely obscured, Yan Huang can no longer observe Xiaofumu's movements, and his sense of urgency escalates. He is consumed by a singular thought. If Xiaofumu dares to intrude, he shall be met with lethal force. Once more, a glimpse emerges through the cat's eye. Yan Huang presses his eyes closer, but the view reveals nothing. Where has he gone? In that fleeting moment, a shadow flits past, and the cat's eye is swiftly filled by a single eye. Thanks to the aid of night vision, Yan Huang perceives everything with startling clarity. The whites of his eyes, the blacks, the lashes, and that sickly, deranged mockery. Xiaofumu appeared as if possessed, squeezing his eyes into the shape of a cat's gaze, locking his stare with the voyeur, a grin stretching wide enough to almost reach his deltoids. Yan Huang felt goosebumps rise all over his body. He scarcely dared to breathe. Yet, despite this trepidation, he found himself unable to break the gaze. The other's stare was like a snare, ensnaring him and robbing him of rational thought, leaving his mind a blank slate. What the hell is this? Ha! Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiaofumu recoiled, clutching his stomach and bursting into a shrill laugh, as if toying with Yan Huang's emotions brought him immense delight. He laughed so hard he almost gasped. Yan Huang was both infuriated and terrified. Xiaofumu's current demeanor was exceedingly bizarre. In this scenario, anything could transpire. With insufficient information, he dared not take any risks. He could only watch in silence as Xiaofumu laughed. As the laughter subsided, Xiaofumu seemed to find it dull again. his smile fading slowly as he gazed intently at the peephole, his fingers swirling around it incessantly. The speed of his motions escalated, threatening to shatter his own joints. This was bad. Yan Huang's mind raced. He quickly crouched down to evade. Bang! The peephole could not withstand the pressure and exploded. Glass shards erupted like shotgun pellets, raining down upon Yan Huang's back. The sound was deafening. This was no time for relaxation. He immediately looked up. In that instant, where the peephole once contained a lens, only a pair of lips remained. Those lips moved slowly up and down. Though devoid of sound, Yan Huang understood their message. Hatching. Who will be next? Here, he refrained from further expression. His lips were sealed, yet the corners lifted. Suddenly, a hoarse voice emerged, dry and scornful, reminiscent of a person in a desolate desert mocking their companions. It's you. Yan Huang's pupils constricted sharply. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, one hand grasping the doorknob, the other clutching a knife, poised to charge out for a life-or-death confrontation. Just then, the other party let out a series of cackles, limbs flailing wildly as they swiftly turned and fled the floor. They vanished in an instant. That speed was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. What is this hatching? What kind of monster is this? Surviving this ordeal, Yan Huang felt every cell within him scream warnings. He felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. How could one dare to sleep after this? After a long silence, the barrage of comments erupted in an instant. What the hell? That was terrifying. What was that about? I've never seen anything like it. The gaze through the peephole. Damn, I could hardly breathe. Is this hidden plot? Caught me completely off guard. Damn. The streamer's mental fortitude is impressive, still daring to stare into the peephole. Damn. The live broadcast of Hatching City has taken a rather alarming turn, evoking a sense of dread. I must hasten to reward the streamer, otherwise, if they were to perish prematurely, I would be deprived of witnessing the unfolding events. Upon glancing at the viewer count, it has surged to a staggering 5,733. Checking the achievements, 2 have been completed. Congratulations to the streamer for achieving the milestone of 5,000 simultaneous viewers. You are awarded 500 points. Congratulations to the streamer for attaining the achievement of Hatching Witness. You are awarded an enhancement of 0.1 to each of your 3-dimensional attributes. Player, Deceiver, Yan Huang Strength, 1 Agility, 1 Intelligence, 8 overall, 4 0 evaluation. After a day of trials, your attributes are finally somewhat respectable. However, in the realm of dungeons, you remain a mere novice. Strive onward for greater strength and endurance. Yan Huang surveyed his attribute panel, noting that it had nearly doubled since his arrival, particularly in terms of physical prowess. He could now keep pace with the average person, observing the disarray of his surroundings. Sleep was a luxury he could not afford, yet idleness was equally unthinkable. Thus, he resolved to take bold action. Just then, an unexpected notification appeared. Chapter 9, The Capital of Incubation, a cause for concern as the announcement reverberated throughout the live stream hall, heralding a remarkable surge in the broadcaster's comprehensive data and a stable retention rate. Alongside a coveted first-level newcomer recommendation, the expressions of all players shifted dramatically. This included numerous seasoned players, and even some well-established masters of the game. The Capital of Incubation was notorious for being one of the most challenging novice dungeons. However, despite its difficulties, it remained merely a novice dungeon. Typically, it attracted only a handful of aimless players who would glance at it during the downtime of the prominent streamers, while true masters often regarded it with indifference. Yet now, everything had changed. Regardless of whether they were high-ranking or low-ranking players, their faces reflected a loss of the usual amusement they derived from the spectacle. The first dungeon? A pure novice? How could that be? His awareness and performance surpassed those of players who had already traversed several dungeons. Such prowess from a newcomer was astonishing. It appeared that the competition for this season's newcomer king would be fierce, with a formidable doctor at the forefront, followed closely by this remarkable player. It was indeed intriguing to ponder who would ultimately claim the title of newcomer king. The doctor? Goodness. With such a performance, the doctor would undoubtedly take notice. I recall that the doctor has recently joined the tarot and is being groomed by the king to potentially become the next pope. The resources at his disposal are nothing short of extraordinary. If he were to target this newcomer, it would surely lead to his demise. What a pity. Amidst this tension, a man clad in a white lab coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses emerged with a smile, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Exuding an unusual charisma, he approached the speaker, patting him on the back, his voice amiable yet beguiling. It seems I overheard someone discussing me. Pray, do enlighten me. His hand glided down the speaker's spine, meticulously tracing each vertebra. A jolt of electricity coursed through the speaker's body, swiftly supplanted by tremors of dread and anxiety. The doctor? The doctor offered no acknowledgement, instead directing his gaze towards Yan Huang, who was currently rearranging the furniture in the room. Still smiling, the doctor remarked, What a formidable newcomer indeed. A newcomer of such caliber must surely create exquisite roses from his spine. Lin Na would surely adore them, wouldn't she? However, I shan't indulge in such cruelty. He paused momentarily, leaning closer to whisper in the man's ear, his breath warm against the skin. What do you think? But before the man could respond, the sickening sound of flesh being pierced and entrails being stirred echoed simultaneously, as thick blood mingled in a grotesque dance. The man's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape, yet his waning vitality could barely sustain any utterance. His gaze shifted in horror to the doctor, who continued to smile with narrowed eyes. My apologies, the doctor said, feigning remorse. It seems I may have been a tad too vigorous while we were so close. Truly, I am sorry. However, now that this has transpired, there is naught to be done. You shall simply have to indulge in a restful slumber. Having spoken, he covered the lifeless eyes of the man with a bloodied hand, closing them for eternity. Slowly, he extracted the man's spine from his body, revealing it adorned with exquisite knife marks, as if the doctor had carved it in an instant. Once the extraction was complete, the doctor, seemingly admiring his handiwork, finally opened his eyes, his slender, fox-like gaze scrutinizing the spine with apparent dissatisfaction before casually discarding it. How grotesque, he mused. The onlookers sat in palpable discomfort, their faces ashen and speechless, struggling to draw breath. The doctor nonchalantly retrieved a cleaning spray, dousing himself, and the bloodstains vanished without a trace. Suddenly, an irate child's voice echoed through the live broadcast hall. Warning! Warning! Red card warning issued. Player Dr. Lin Chi has committed serious violations. Please proceed to confinement for processing. Warning! Warning! The crowd collectively exhaled, relieved. This erratic and twisted individual was not one to provoke. Nevertheless, the doctor paid no heed to the warning, swiping away 100,000 points to purchase sin-cleansing liquid, pouring it over his head, silencing the alarms. Enough, please be quiet. You're quite bothersome, he declared. Once more, the crowd found it hard to breathe. Lin Chi was indeed extravagant, spending 100,000 points as if it were nothing, suggesting that his talent, tarot, was highly esteemed. Suddenly, the doctor appeared to have made a discovery, his excitement evident as he gazed towards the entrance of the live broadcast hall. Lin Na, have you come to see me? The crowd turned their gaze to behold a stunning woman with golden, cascading waves, a leading actress in reality. Her ability was perfect mimicry, capable of seamless performances, disguises, and subterfuge. To what extent was her perfection? So much so that one could not predict how she would appear in the next moment. On several occasions, she had leveraged this talent to incite discord among team players or, at close range, eliminate other players. Yet, even so, she could not be bothered to perform for the doctor, directly expressing her disdain. Doctor, stir up trouble sparingly, or you shall meet a gruesome end. The doctor, unfazed by her threat, stepped closer, wrapping his fingers around her neck, captivated by her visage. If it were to be at Lin Na's hands, then no matter how I perish, I would willingly accept it. Lin Na, her teeth clenched in fury, stamped her red stiletto harshly upon the doctor's polished shoes. Perverse freak, do not touch me, she spat, before swiftly turning away, leaving behind a lingering sin of mature femininity. The doctor felt both pain and exhilaration. He caressed his face, laughing maniacally. This is the feeling, Lin Na. Wait for me. He pursued her. And only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. Madman, if it were not for the connection to the king, he would have been slain long ago. Her standing in tarot was not particularly high, and her recent rise was largely attributed to the doctor's infatuation. Tarot required her to counterbalance his influence. However, the doctor is an unpredictable individual, leaving no one aware of his next move. Such a person, when matured, possesses an overwhelming degree of uncertainty. For players like them, this unpredictability is a fatal flaw. Yan Huang finally rearranged all the furniture. Sitting on the sofa, he purchased a can of energy drink to replenish his strength and alleviate his fatigue. He reflected on everything that had just transpired, even while still in the egg. Xiafumu's abilities were sufficient to transform an adult opponent into mere nutrient liquid upon contact. Undoubtedly, after a successful hatching, Xiafumu's capabilities would far exceed those in the egg state. In such circumstances, if Xiafumu intended to take his life, he would certainly not be as lively as he currently is. He speculated that Siefuma harbored no intentions of killing him, at least not today. What tomorrow holds remains uncertain. Indeed, he is gambling, wagering on Siefumu's restraint today. He must venture out to uncover further clues, for time is of the essence. The most promising source of information lies just across the hall. The man next door, before his demise, lamented his own role, claiming he could write articles to attract more individuals to the hatching city, to become sustenance for all. Surely, those missing person notices he observed earlier at the inn pertained to people who had, like him, already been reduced to pools of nutrient liquid. Perhaps he was a writer. His words suggested he must possess some knowledge. Yan Huang checked his points. He currently had a total of 479 points at his disposal, which is considerable for a newcomer. Although he is gambling, life is singular, and relying on this quantum bet is precarious. Thus, he exchanged for a low-level all-seeing detection device and acquired another item, one that could potentially save his life in a crucial moment. Chapter 10. The City of Incubation. The writer's journal. After making the purchase, Yan Huang's points were effectively reset. He stored the items in his backpack, then turned the doorknob and stepped outside, placing the low-level omnidirectional detector at the entrance. The silence outside was eerily profound. The nutrient solution had been almost entirely absorbed by the wooden floor, rendering it damp and a deeper hue of gold. It must be said, this nutrient solution was indeed nourishing. Not only did it replenish nutrients, but it also restored the flooring. If marketed as a product, it would likely sell like hotcakes. As Yan Huang contemplated this, he approached the opposite door, which had already been damaged. Upon entering, he was immediately met with an overwhelming stench, reminiscent of the odor of human waste after hundreds of days without bathing, mixed with the foul smell of rotting food, nearly causing him to retch. The furnishings within were largely similar to Yan Huang's, but in a far greater state of disarray. Various sheets of paper were scattered haphazardly, some scribbled upon and then obscured with ink, others torn asunder. The trash can overflowed with decaying food and vomit, creating a nauseating amalgamation that inundated the air with a potent odor, aggressively invading his nostrils. There was not merely one bag, but dozens, piled into a small mountain within this not-so-spacious room. How could anyone survive in such conditions? It was more pungent than fermented vegetables. Siefuma had quite the heavy taste. How could one possibly eat in such a place? Yan Huang, who prided himself on his psychological resilience, found himself unsettled. He pinched his nose and composed himself, beginning his search for clues. With a clear objective, he approached the computer on the desk. This fraud is truly formidable. I see that most players who come here are practically knocked out by the stench before being unceremoniously ejected by those inside. Yet he endured it. Oh dear. The fact that he dared to step outside at this moment is impressive. He is indeed a formidable man. Just now, when our eyes met through the peephole, I felt compelled to withdraw. To be fair, it was my first time witnessing such a sight, dozens of bags of trash left behind. I respect the man on the other side. Human survival instinct can be remarkably strong. Yan Huang opened the computer, finding no password barriers. With practiced ease, he accessed the files, performing a cursory scan of each drive. Soon, he discovered a document titled Diary. It appeared to pose no challenge, which pleasantly surprised him. He clicked on the diary, adjusting his glasses. According to the current timeline of the City of Incubation, the diary entries began on June 1st, 2121. Precisely 6 months prior, the date of the writer's arrival in the town. June 1st, 2121. Sunny. I have finally arrived at the legendary City of Incubation, a town renowned for producing world-famous geniuses. Initially, I believed it to be a highly restrictive place, yet the community is genuinely warm and welcoming. The customs are delightful, and along the streets, one can observe individuals engaged in mathematical olympiads, replicating masterpieces, and a variety of other activities. It is becoming increasingly competitive. No wonder so many remarkable individuals emerge from here. The new generation surpasses the old. I hope to find inspiration for my next book here. Future Literary Master, Tang Xian. June 2nd, 2121. Sunny. I took a glance at the legendary Stone of Genius, and it appeared rather unimpressive, resembling merely an egg, which made me laugh heartily. I jokingly remarked to the proprietor, only to receive a sharp glare in return. Sigh. I suppose I ought to respect local customs and traditions. However, I might include this amusing incident in my forthcoming book. On another note, I must express my annoyance. The couple next door could certainly tone it down. Their incessant noise is quite disruptive to the creative process of a future literary genius. June 3rd, 2121. Cloudy. I find this hatchery town to be somewhat peculiar. Perhaps it is merely an illusion on my part, particularly regarding the proprietor and his wife's demeanor towards the young owner. They appear to be quite harmonious. Yet the young owner is perpetually marked by various injuries. Today, I overheard the proprietor and his wife berating him as an aberration, a disgrace. Goodness, is this how parents ought to speak? Nonetheless, the young owner does seem rather sullen, which lends some credence to their words. This is a family matter. I shall refrain from involving myself. June 7th, 2121, overcast. Lately, things have taken a curious turn. The hallway seems to have grown significantly quieter. Have that couple moved out? I haven't heard their incessant murmurs lately. Yet, I have not ventured outside in these past couple of days. Nor have I seen them depart. Quite strange, but silence is preferable. Haha. I am content to write my new book. It is worth noting that today the young owner was once again subjected to violence. The sounds were utterly dreadful. What kind of parents treat their child in such a manner? I must fervently criticize such behavior in my new book. They ought to be wary of their child developing severe psychological issues. I seem to have faintly heard the term hatching. What could it mean? My curiosity piqued, I inquired of the proprietor, who shot me a fierce glance, admonishing me not to ask. If he chooses not to speak, why must he glare? I could easily depict him as a villain. June 10th, 2121, chilly wind. Goodness gracious. This is undeniably abnormal. Absolutely bizarre. While relieving myself at night, I heard persistent knocking at the door. Peering through the peephole, I was met with a sight that horrified me. What I saw was not human, but a creature covered in eyes, resembling an egg. Utterly repulsive, simply grotesque. To my shock, when this monster made contact with the neighbor, the individual was instantaneously transformed into liquid, absorbed wholly. I watched as the egg cracked open, and a child emerged. A local from the town, if memory serves. Just days ago, I witnessed his parents instructing him to quickly absorb nutrients, expressing concern over insufficient sustenance. What in the world is happening? What is this town? And what is the significance of this egg? Nutrients. Are they human? Good heavens. I must flee. I shall depart at dawn. June 11th, 2121. Sunny. I'm doomed. I cannot escape. Entering Hatchery Town was akin to being trapped in a vehicle with impaired visibility, and upon exiting, I found myself engulfed by an impenetrable forest with no means of escape. The proprietor discovered me and has taken me captive. He intends to kill me. He truly means to kill me. I am on the brink of madness. What manner of cursed place is this? I sought help online, but alas, any message pertaining to my plea for assistance or revealing details about Hatchery Town cannot be sent. My keyboard is on the verge of breaking. Who will come to my rescue? Who will save me? My employer has warned that if I flee, I shall be pursued by the entire town. I fear for my life and dare not venture outside my room. Yet remaining here, I am bound to meet my demise eventually. This evening, yet another egg has appeared. My neighbor has fallen victim. The child who emerged from the previous egg, mere days ago, could barely comprehend basic arithmetic, yet today, he astounds the entire town with his mastery of complex problems. Is this what hatching entails? Is this the origin of genius? What is transpiring in this town? This defies all scientific reasoning. They are perpetrating harm. What in the world is this? Today, it is my neighbor. Who shall be next? Who will it be? I fear it may be me. June 12th, 2121. I have become a wraith. Chapter 11. The Metropolis of Incubation. A work completed through accumulated sins. Upon reaching this point, the diary nears its conclusion, as the subsequent entries lack substantial content. What remains is merely the lamentation and remorse of a wraith, alongside some musings and ideas regarding his own newly penned work. At such a juncture, still preoccupied with his book, how devoted have authors become in this age? Yan Huang found this both tragic and comical. He scrolled down to the very end of the document. Wait, the content at the bottom seems to differ from the extensive repetition found in the middle. May 30th, 2122, clear skies. I can finally embrace death after completing my magnum opus, the sole work of my life, crafted through the accumulation of sins over time. Alas, everything related to this can only be published with their consent. But it matters not. I am on the verge of death. Yan Huang was taken aback. Did Tang Xian know he was to die? Then what was the meaning of his recent tearful pleas that lasted for 10 seconds? Yan Huang felt compelled to ascertain the contents of Tang Xian's singular literary creation. He exited the diary, searching for this ultimate work while piecing together the information revealed within Tang Xian's entries. It had become evident, just as he had observed. The geniuses in this town were all monsters birthed from incubation. They exhibited extraordinary prowess across various fields, embodying the ideal image of children envisioned by their parents. The Stone of Genius held a sacred and inviolable status among the townspeople. Yan Huang recalled hearing Mr. CS state that it was the Stone of Genius that had forged the present-day incubation town, continuously producing geniuses across diverse domains. Thus, the question arises, did geniuses create the Stone of Genius, or did the stone bestow the gift of incubation upon the geniuses? However, the information he possessed regarding the Stone of Genius was scant and strikingly dubious. This was undeniably a hallmark of Incubation Town, riddled with contradictions. Having resided here for so long and having served as a wraith, Tang Xin could not possibly be unaware or remiss in recording such crucial details. This was inconsistent with his habit of journaling. Either he had resolved to assist the malevolent to the bitter end, forsaking all for survival, disregarding his penchant for documenting every trivial matter, or this was simply implausible. For at the diary's conclusion, the words he penned conveyed a sense of liberation. He awaited the day of his demise, merely reluctant to meet that fate before the appointed time. Therefore, he would not willingly overlook such vital information, unless, of course, someone had deliberately erased it. At that moment, Yan Huang discovered a folder titled Rebirth. He opened it and read, "People regard the resilient shell as a formidable shield, sealing off all that is deemed real, conforming to the standards defined by the world. Thus, an excellent template is formed, leading to growth and rebirth. This book is dedicated to the last 6 months of my life." Tang Xion's manuscript spans 300,000 bytes, equivalent to 300,000 words, rendering it impossible to read in a brief span of time. Fortunately, Tang Xion has meticulously crafted a table of contents. The themes within the contents predominantly lean towards the fantastical, readily discernible at a mere glance. It seems he has inscribed elements with a sense of purpose. Perhaps the protagonist within his tales is, in fact, himself. Amidst the array of entries, Yan Huang discovered what he sought, a term he had previously encountered on the desk in his room. Ritual. Chapter 17, The Mysterious Ritual. A smile curled upon his lips as he swiftly navigated to Chapter 17, simultaneously honing in on the pivotal phrases. At the end of each month, they convene a sacred ritual, beseeching their revered deity to bestow upon them the strength they crave. They are acutely aware that this path leads into the abyss, yet they willingly plunge into it, trading their essence for the allure of grandeur. The conditions of the ritual are 1 wish, 1 submission. Upon the ritual's successful completion, those who have been softened and reshaped will ultimately embrace a new life. As Yan Huang absorbed these words, a jolt of realization coursed through him. Their revered deity? The Stone of Genius? The thought struck him almost instantaneously. Reflecting on it, whether it was the initial reactions of his parents to the Stone of Genius or Tang Xion's response to its disparagement within his diary, a singular indication emerged. They regarded the Stone of Genius not merely as a local emblem of honor, but rather as devoted followers, ardent disciples. Faith is sacrosanct. Those who defile it shall face retribution. Yan Huang inhaled deeply, yearning to unearth further revelations within the text. Alas, there were none. As he scrolled the mouse, instinctively navigating to the bottom, he discovered this was an unfinished manuscript. At the conclusion, a period was conspicuously absent. The phrase, "the end," was missing. Yan Huang had once conversed with an author friend, who elucidated that a book lacking the phrase, "the end," cannot be deemed complete, leaving countless possibilities in its wake. No wonder Tang Xion had pleaded for 10 seconds. He harbored unfulfilled desires. His book remained unwritten, lacking closure, and without a definitive, "the end," he had perished. Tang Xion had invested so much into this manuscript. From the very first day of his diary, this aspiring author had resolved to complete his new work. Each subsequent day, while the recorded events may have varied, his new book remained a constant presence within the pages of his journal, including his transformation into a wraith, merely to gain additional time to finish his creation. Yet even so, he could not bring it to fruition. His progress lingered at a disheartening 99.9%. What a lamentable situation it is. He had sacrificed time in the name of writing, and his life had ceased amid the pursuit of his craft. Yan Huang took a deep breath, ultimately deciding to assist this pitiable yet absurd future literary luminary in crafting the final stroke of his masterpiece. The story of Yan Huang and Tang Xion draws to a close, marked by the words "the end." The narrative finally reaches its conclusion. With sins accumulating over time, a secure fortress is built, giving birth to a singular, unacknowledged masterpiece by a renowned author. How laughable, tragic, and detestable this individual truly is. In the next life, May you refrain from wandering aimlessly. In that very moment, unexpectedly, the text on the computer transformed into golden light, coalescing into luminous orbs. Within the pitch-black room, electronic bytes morphed into a bridge of light, each word falling into Yan Huang's outstretched hands, converging into a thick tome. Congratulations. Player Yan Huang has acquired the item Tang Xian's new book. Item: Tang Xian's new book. Quality: unknown. Item description: Tang Xian is a future literary talent devoted to fantastical adventures. Regrettably, he lacks a future. Within his new book lie countless wondrous records. Should the player encounter a certain monster in the dungeon, revealing 50% of its information will grant access to 100% of its details. Currently recorded: City of Hatching, Child, Unhatched, City of Hatching, Genius, Hatching, City of Hatching, Genius, Fully Hatched. At that moment, the live stream chat surged, nearly exploding with excitement. The audience was utterly unable to remain composed. What the heck? Another item, and it's of unknown quality. Knowing 50% unlocks 100% information. This is an artifact for exploration. Is the streamer willing to sell it? I'll buy it for 100,000 points. Just by writing a period and concluding to obtain such a rare artifact. What incredible luck. Buy it. I can just replay the City of Hatching myself. Wait, why has the entrance to the City of Hatching dungeon been sealed? What is going on? Could it be the Deceiver is following the TE line? No way. The City of Hatching actually has a TE line? Everyone was taken aback. They were all too familiar with the City of Hatching, as no one had ever successfully achieved the TE line. Moreover, over 17 million players had traversed this dungeon. Yet, not a single individual had reached the TE conclusion. This was precisely why the City of Hatching was dubbed the most challenging dungeon. Yet now, Yan Huang seemed to be traversing the TE line, and the progress bar was more than halfway filled. Otherwise, the dungeon would not be sealed. Damn it. If Yan Huang truly reached the TE line and succeeded, the City of Hatching would cease to exist, and that unique artifact for exploration in his hands would belong solely to him. A medley of emotions surged within the crowd, feeling as if they were witnessing a grand symphony. If only they could endure such trials themselves. Chapter 12. The Metropolis of Incubation. Parents and children. Yan Huang gazed at the new tool in his hand, then glanced at the blank document on his computer. Letting out a sigh, he opened the pages and briefly reviewed the records of 3 creatures in Tang Xian's new book regarding the Metropolis of Incubation. Metropolis of Incubation. Child, Strength, 0, 8, Average, Agility, 0, 9, Average, Wisdom, 1, 0, Average, Talent, none, Description: an unremarkable ordinary person, yet they possess a rebellious spirit. Even if they appear to lack such audacity on the surface. Metropolis of Incubation. Genius, Incubating, Strength, 1, Agility, 0, 3, Wisdom, 0, 3, Talent, Absorption, Description: the rebellious spirit is inevitably worn down by reality. The perfect child awaits hatching within the egg, poised to absorb nourishment. With watchful eyes carefully observing the world. Perhaps their hearts are still in turmoil? Yet, it is undeniable. They yearn to consider you as sustenance, heralding their rebirth. Metropolis of Incubation. Genius, Complete Form, Strength, 3, Agility, 3, Wisdom, 0, 1, Talent, Compliance, Description: they have finally become the ideal children in their parents' eyes. Beyond their rebellious spirit and will, they possess everything the world envies. Undoubtedly, they are geniuses, undeniably good children. Good children, yet they must obediently comply. The three-dimensional attributes were clearly laid out before Yan Huang, unmistakably evident. As he contemplated the so-called genius, he noted that while the values increased significantly from child to complete form, intelligence diminished. He fell into deep thought until he discerned the differing effects of the 2 skills associated with genius. Absorption transforms those it touches into nutrient liquid, facilitating the emergence of the hatchling's nourishment. Compliance grows into the exemplary individual envisioned by their parents, be it a great scientist, a world-renowned archaeologist, or perhaps a hacker capable of establishing the most perfect network defenses. A realization dawned on Yan Huang. His eyes widened as understanding washed over him. From the outset, there existed a rebellious spirit, ultimately yielding to parental expectations and becoming an exemplary individual. An exemplary individual or a marionette subject to manipulation. A dramatic, false life achieved through the forsaking of self. No wonder CFOMO had delayed in hatching. No wonder each child's incubation period varied. No wonder the households appeared harmonious while secretly treating their children like livestock. The so-called incubation was not a rebirth. but an acceptance of a life dictated by others. Then, there must be another monster. Yet now is not the time to address this creature. For within the notion of compliance, Yan Huang had glimpsed the term hacker, which perfectly aligned with Tang Xian's inability to send out a distress signal from his own computer. Why could they broadcast news of the metropolis of incubation yet remain powerless to call for help? Is it truly feasible for a mere computer to be hacked in such a manner? Even the most elite hackers would find it challenging to implant a virus of such sophistication. The only plausible explanation is that, while he gazed at the screen, and unseen, I was simultaneously observing him from behind. This computer had been under constant surveillance. The moment Yan Huang realized this, the screen before him darkened, as if infused with sentience while charging. In that instant of blackness, currents began to manifest, swiftly forming a series of characters. Yan Huang discerned a subtle discrepancy in the secondary perspective provided by the basic omnidirectional detector he had previously purchased. The depths of darkness were absolute, even with night vision. He could only faintly perceive some outlines. Within the computer, the crackling currents finally coalesced into 2 lines of text, accompanied by a voice from behind. The chilling words surfaced, "Teacher Yin, curiosity can be perilous. Knowing too much is not a good thing." The dual stimuli of sight and sound compelled Yan Huang to swiftly pivot, directing his gaze towards the figure that had silently appeared at the doorway. She stood shrouded in darkness, her disheveled hair cascading down her back, clad in sleepwear, holding an eggshell-shaped lamp that cast light upon half of her face, revealing a gentle and amiable smile. Yet, the other half, cloaked in shadow, concealed a sinister intent. There was another monster in Hatching Town, mother. Yan Huang adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed upon the woman before him. She had clearly known the moment he opened the computer, yet she chose to approach only after he had finished. It seemed Sister Xia was rather eager for silence. Nonetheless, this indeed sounded quite intriguing. "Teacher Yin, you worry too much," Sister Xia replied with a congenial smile. "How could I possibly look forward to something so dreadful? But as you said, it does sound rather fascinating, doesn't it? After all, someone as astute as you wouldn't remain trapped here like that fool forever. Yet, the more intelligent one is, the more delectable they become. A rare source of nourishment." With that, she licked her lips, the lantern in her hand flickering with an eerie glow, while the other hand gripped a kitchen knife, seemingly prepared to concoct a delightful feast. Given the circumstances, did Teacher Yin have any final words to share? The flames danced in Yan Huang's glasses, rendering his ever-genteel smile enigmatic. He indeed had 2 questions to pose. Sister Xia set down the lantern. Barefoot she approached Yan Huang step by step, lifting his chin with her hand. Her gaze was entranced. Alas, children's delectable delicacies always have more to say. "What would you like to inquire about?" "Sister Xia shall do her utmost to accommodate you." After a moment of contemplation, Yan Huang feigned intrigue and asked, "I wish to know, have old Xia and Xia Femu realized that I am aware of so much? Why haven't they come?" Upon hearing this, Sister Xia donned an expression of distress. "It appears you feared that I would indulge myself entirely. Rest assured, as parents, all our endeavors are for the betterment of our children. As for you, you were meant to be nourishment for my dear Femu, yet that foolish child ended up consuming Tang Xian instead, causing me no small amount of concern. Nevertheless, it matters not. We in the town of Huhua are united in purpose, and every child is but a morsel. If I reserve you for the other children, as long as you are not so novel, it shall not be regrettable. Regarding old Xia, I cannot fathom what has compelled him today to leave me to resolve matters alone. Thus, I had no choice but to unfairly dispatch Teacher Yin on my own." "Well then, Teacher Yin has one final inquiry. Should we discuss it?" She seems quite convinced that Yan Huang possesses no capacity for retaliation. Viewing him as a mere prize, how very confident she is. Yet, Yan Huang shall undoubtedly not disappoint her. With his head bowed, a subtle smile graces his lips. "I am also curious. How much weight can parents' shoulders truly bear?" As the words fade, Yan Huang lifts his chin, and a glimmer of silver flashes in his hand. Chapter 13. The City of Incubation. Who is the prey? The speed of the kitchen knife was not particularly swift. Yet at such an extreme distance, striking Mrs. Xia was hardly a formidable task. With a resounding clatter, the knife slipped from Mrs. Xia's grasp and clattered to the ground. Her eyes widened in disbelief, first gazing at Yan Huang's face before stiffly lowering her gaze. There, she beheld the familiar kitchen knife embedded in her left shoulder, blood trickling down along the incision and knife handle, drop by drop. She was acutely aware of the knife's sharpness. She understood that when it struck a tourist, a mere exertion of force could sever flesh from bone. Yet, she could scarcely fathom that this knife, stained with countless droplets of blood, and still bearing the warmth of her beloved, would ultimately be wielded against her by another. In that moment, she was on the brink of collapse, betrayal, doubt, pain. She felt an almost overwhelming urge to scream, but her throat was parched, as if seared, rendering her voiceless. All she could do was glare at Yan Huang with reddened eyes. How could you possess his kitchen knife? Yan Huang, with the knife poised perilously close to Mrs. Xie's heart, was consumed by two thoughts. First, she was undoubtedly doomed. Second, had he misjudged, was her parent not a monster? Perhaps he had never intended to kill her. His earlier words regarding the maximum burden on her parents had been purely literal. Yet now, with the act committed, there was no turning back, only the acceptance of this harrowing reality. He mused that it was Mrs. Xie who had threatened him with the knife. Thus, he could at most consider it self-defense. A fleeting smile escaped him as he contemplated this, before his gaze settled intently on Mrs. Xie. Sister Xie, it seems your time is short. This time, I was too forceful, but I shall exercise more caution next time. As for compensation, if you wish to know the truth, I shall certainly oblige. The familiarity of his words caused Mrs. Xie's pallid face, drained from blood loss, to flush with anger as she grasped Yan Huang's shoulder. Speak quickly. Yan Huang glanced at her hand resting on his shoulder and brushed it aside. He feared that she might not hear the answers before succumbing to death. Thus, leaning forward, he whispered into her ear, "This knife, of course, is a gift from your husband. If you were to learn of this, would you be angry? Regrettably, I must apologize for using this knife to end your life, but now that you know the truth, I kindly ask you to close your eyes." With that, he shifted backward, lifting the knife that had nearly penetrated her heart from her shoulder. The severed vessels erupted, an alarming torrent of blood gushing forth, cascading onto the floor, which absorbed it slowly. The golden floorboards melded with the crimson, creating an exceptionally chilling scene. What ultimately plunged Mrs. Xie into despair was not death itself, but the moment she lifted her gaze to see that man standing before her, his face still adorned with a cultured smile, his attire untouched by blood. Oh no. His glasses bore traces of blood splatter, which he meticulously wiped away with a tissue pulled from his pocket. Yan Huang adjusted his glasses once more. Clatter. Xiamu's body collapsed onto the floor with a thud. So, who truly is the prey? Certainly not me. He is destined to be the last one standing. Tang Xian's new book has successfully documented a new monster. Hatching City, the parents, power, 10, agility, 10, intelligence, 10, talent, manipulation. Description, they create life, they perpetuate their will through life. The parents of Hatching City firmly believe that only through discipline will their children obediently transform into exceptional prodigies. Evidently, they remain oblivious to the fact that their offspring ultimately become reflections of themselves. After all, we are all doing this for your own good, aren't we? Yan Huang regarded this description with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Manipulation, possessing supreme control over prodigies that transcends the inherent authority of their being. It is both love and a shackle. The relationship between parents and children is indeed a complex tapestry. Who can definitively declare what is right or wrong? Who holds the authority to define universal truths? None possess such qualifications or rights. Yet Yan Huang comprehended that children born in Hatching Town are doomed to a melancholic fate, destined to become mere fledglings breaking from their shells. Gazing at the lifeless form before him, his emotions were a tumultuous mix. For he had never anticipated that he could so effortlessly dispose of the parents. Logically speaking, the parents should equate to elite monsters. But then again, that perspective is solely for the children. In the eyes of the children in Hatching Town, the parents are insurmountable mountains, impassable seas, shadows of despair, and embodiments of fear. And to escape this shroud, they remain but insignificant beings. Alas, they are fated to remain trapped. Yan Huang quietly lifted Xiamu's corpse, clearing away the garbage bags that Tang Xian had accumulated over the past 6 months, concealing her within. After all, he still resided in the home of Xie Fumu. Regardless of circumstances, having slain one's own mother with her own knife, even the most malevolent must extend an apology. Moreover, he considers himself a good person. Better to hide it away. Out of sight, out of mind. The viewers in the live stream were left in stunned silence by Yan Huang's display of cunning. Good heavens, this fraudster is something else. I truly thought he was about to be done for, but his counterattack was absolutely thrilling. To be honest, prior to this moment, I always believed he was merely fortunate and clever, but likely lacking in practical skills, a common flaw among newcomers. Yet upon hearing him question who the prey was, I was genuinely chilled. No wonder the system rated him as a fraudster. I had no inkling of his true nature throughout the first half. Damn, nowadays, each newcomer is more twisted than the last. What aspects of this fraudster are genuine, and which are mere acts? Concealing a body is real. Playing poorly is an illusion. Undoubtedly. The reaction to this counterattack left the audience in a state of palpable shock. Yan Huang glanced at the live stream's viewer count. Over 7,000. The numbers continued to rise steadily. The recent surge of rewards has proven quite substantial. It appears that these viewers possess a genuine affinity for thrilling experiences. This pursuit of excitement is, after all, an inherent aspect of human nature. Yan Huang is no exception to this tendency. He currently possesses a wealth of information and certain means of self-preservation. He intends to discover what this legendary ritual truly entails. As for how he is aware that the ritual has commenced, the answer is straightforward. It is now 3:30 in the morning. Behind him, the window of Tang Xian's room provides a view of the window of the Stone of Genius, which is emitting a radiant white light that is incongruous with this hour. The brilliance envelopes his silhouette in the darkness of the night. He adjusts his attire, grips a kitchen knife, and slowly steps out of the room. Chapter 14. The City of Incubation. Walking with the egg as Yan Huang stepped out of the inn, he became acutely aware of the gravity of the legendary ritual ahead. The radiant white light seemed poised to illuminate the night, casting a rosy hue across a portion of the sky. Yan Huang understood that it pointed towards the direction of the Genius Stone. By day, the Genius Stone lay dull and unremarkable, but by night, it awakened like a deity of the town, imparting its so-called gospel to its followers. What unsettled him, however, was not the distant horizon but the throng surrounding him. From every corner of the town, north, south, east, and west, countless individuals emerged from their chambers. They moved like puppets, synchronized and uniform, stepping in unison toward the luminous beacon. Even under the cover of darkness, Yan Huang could not discern their features clearly. He could only make out their silhouettes, marked by a stiff, mechanical demeanor. It was as if they were being directed by an unseen hand, forming orderly lines upon encountering one another, maintaining identical spacing and rhythm, reminiscent of pre-programmed automatons. They advanced towards the village entrance, towards the colossal egg. Yan Huang bit his lip, glancing left and right, before finally taking a deep breath, adjusting his expression, and mimicking their demeanor. Step by step, he exited his room. His heart raced uncontrollably, perhaps because he had been confined to a hospital bed, constantly aware of the heart monitor that had been tracking him. He estimated that his heartbeat now exceeded 120 beats per minute. He felt both fear and exhilaration, fear of the unknown and excitement for the answers it might bring. Simultaneously, he feared being discovered, yet felt a thrill at the prospect of confrontation. Goodness, how bold! He stepped out so decisively. He shows no fear at all. The novice protection mechanism warned him not to venture close to the darkness at night, yet he remains undaunted. Crap, will following others truly work? If it does, then my reckless exit earlier was a colossal mistake. Yan Huang began to doubt the efficacy of his strategy until, suddenly, he was confronted by a face directly opposite him. It was undeniably handsome, yet devoid of expression, staring at him with an impassive gaze. The stranger towered over Yan Huang, needing only to lower his eyes to meet his. The emotionless stare, coupled with the unexpected encounter, sent Yan Huang's heart rate soaring beyond 140 beats per minute. Thump, 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 thump. He could hear his heart pounding with a frequency that felt explosive. His mind raced. Would he be recognized? If so, what would happen? Here, the complete genius were numerous, boasting physical prowess 3 times that of an ordinary person. If he were unmasked, even armed with the tender father's cleaver, his chances of survival would plummet to a terrifying low. Was he willing to wager his life? He was not. He had chosen to enter the instance solely to survive. Yan Huang dared not act recklessly. Even though his expression remained unchanged, calm as if the one struggling within was not him at all, he stood there, somewhat wooden and dazed, holding his breath in concentrated attention as he gazed at the other person. The longer this standoff persisted, the more difficult it became for him to maintain his composure. Would the other recognize him or not? Just as he pondered this, the other person finally turned away, as if Yan Huang had no presence at all. This realization allowed a momentary sigh of relief to escape him. The breath he had been holding finally released. Yet, in that very moment, he sensed something amiss. Raising his eyes, he discovered that the other's back was turned, yet he was still gazing at him sideways. That looked confused, yet laced with malice. Yan Huang once again held his breath, striving to maintain his previous demeanor. The other's lips moved, but no words emerged. Yan Huang preemptively interjected, whispering furiously, Fool, stop wasting time. Otherwise, it will all come to an end. The other paused for a moment. Since the hatching had begun, he must behave as a quiet child. Otherwise, your parents will not be as courteous as I am. Yan Huang squinted, ultimately deciding to remain silent. The other did not press further, instead turning away and moving forward with the others. Thankfully, it appeared that he was not easily detected. His judgment had proven correct. Although it was peculiar, it was not impossible to behave like a normal person. However, one must not be too normal. For if one appeared excessively normal, that in itself would be abnormal. They were about to merge into the crowd. Yan Huang chose to disguise himself as a hatchling, realizing that at the moment of confrontation, he had already forfeited any chance of retreat. He stepped into the throng. They were eerily quiet. No footsteps, no laughter, nothing at all. The air was filled only with the sound of the wind stirring the surroundings, a chilling sensation that ignited unease within him. People of all genders and ages surrounded him, forming a line, their steps synchronized, their expressions uniform, resembling toys mass-produced in a factory. Yan Huang found himself ensconced within the crowd. How orderly was it? So orderly that he could only see 8 positions ahead. He could not count how many individuals stood beside him, nor could he discern if any of them might secretly smirk. He had no way of knowing whether anyone would turn to gaze in his direction. Perhaps no one was looking at him at all. Perhaps, apart from those blocking his view, everyone was watching him. The entirety of the unknown transformed into a sense of déjà vu, a feeling of being scrutinized by countless eyes. From the initial panic, he gradually acclimated. He composed himself, seamlessly becoming one of the hatchlings, indistinguishable from the others in the crowd. The audience in the live stream was left in shock. Wow, this is incredible! Without any skills, he perfectly mimicked their steps and expressions, blending in without any sense of incongruity. Just watching gives me chills. How dare he play such a risky game? This is precisely what a sheep entering a tiger's den describes. If he encounters even the slightest mishap, he is doomed. Damn, this is truly audacious. Was this truly the method employed to resolve the issue? How splendid! Shall we witness the live ceremony once more? Though it carries a hint of terror, the beauty is undeniably captivating. I recall being utterly awestruck during the hatching ceremony in the hatching capital. Alas, I neglected to capture a screenshot. Today, I must save an image. Currently, the live broadcast boasts an audience of 10,001 viewers. Congratulations to the player for achieving the milestone of simultaneous online participants, earning a reward of 1,000 points. Congratulations to the player for completing the achievement of accompanying the egg, rewarded with a consumable item 1 in their backpack. The replication was successful. Congratulations to the player for maintaining exceptional live stream data, now recommended to the top tier of new recommendations, Newcomer Spotlight. The Newcomer Spotlight garners substantial traffic. We hope the player continues to excel. A flurry of bullet comments soared by, yet Yan Huang remained unfazed. However, as he walked alongside the hatchers towards the genius stone and finally beheld the true nature of the ceremony, he was profoundly shaken. Author's note: I sincerely appreciate everyone's affection for this book. Please feel free to point out any details that may be erroneous. While I may not respond promptly to chapter comments, you can always leave a comment in this chapter to catch my attention for corrections. As a novice novelist, I still have much to learn. I hope for your understanding and support. Chapter 15, The City of Incubation. Ritual. The intense white light illuminated the vast pit, transforming its shape into one reminiscent of midday brightness. This brilliant radiance emanated from none other than the dim, unremarkable stone observed in the morning, the Stone of Genius. The parents approached the Stone of Genius, encircling the pit with utmost reverence, their hands clasped in prayer, eyes closed, enveloped in silence, akin to the most devout of worshippers. The brilliance nearly consumed their faces as they meticulously prepared for their sacred rite. And what of the children? They emerged in orderly rows, eventually converging into a singular procession. The pit appeared almost alive, its previously even edges morphing into a textured, tiered formation at a visibly rapid pace, becoming akin to a staircase. The children entered the pit through the sole narrow gap amidst the throng of their parents. They gathered around the Stone of Genius in an orderly fashion, kneeling and prostrating themselves, their heads resting against their own hands. Enveloped by the stone, the children willingly surrendered to the enchanting and warm glow. Strange yet beautiful. Yan Huang followed the line with measured steps, his expression unchanged, though his thoughts grew heavier. Is this the ritual? The Stone of Genius, so ordinary in the morning, had transformed into something extraordinary by nightfall. The pure white light on its surface rendered it akin to an enormous egg. This egg was perhaps 100 times larger than the egg-shaped CFOMO. Standing nearby, Yan Huang felt as insignificant as an ant, cocooned in the radiant glow. He sensed warmth and protection, along with an odd sensation. Yan Huang furtively glanced at his attribute panel. As anticipated, a new attribute had appeared beneath it. Status: Assimilation 1. Assimilation. The divine declared humanity to be insignificant, thus birthing countless wondrous beings that bestow blessings upon the world and evolve humankind. Upon completion of the progress bar at 100, you too shall ascend to a higher plane of existence. However, after evolution, who can ascertain whether you are truly yourself, or if you are not? Friendly reminder, should you be curious about this matter, you may assimilate the deceased. And welcome to become a reference answer. A surge of trepidation enveloped Yan Huang. Assimilation. Assimilation. It seemed that, just as Sifu had said, it was indeed thanks to the stone of genius that the children in the town became more manageable. Who could argue otherwise? Prolonged exposure to this warm light might even render him a more agreeable guest. Yet, in the current predicament, he found himself at an impasse, unable to retreat. He could only grit his teeth and descend the steps, joining the throng and circling the egg within the pit. He mimicked their actions, kneeling and prostrating himself. Suddenly, Yan Huang realized that this gesture had a specific term in Chinese culture, qishou. This was an ancient form of prostration, the most solemn among the 9 bows. Typically employed by subjects to pay homage to their sovereign. It represented the parent's deity and the children's sovereign. Yan Huang found no objection to kneeling. What troubles him is the fact that, in the current situation, he is unable to discern the actions of those around him, which causes him considerable discomfort. If accompanying Dan earlier was akin to entering a den of tigers, he now finds himself not merely in a den, but amidst a pack of them. He is encircled on all sides. Should he attract attention, the only fate awaiting him is to be devoured by the hunters. After all, he is a delectable prize. Yet, the more perilous his circumstances become, the more fervently hormones surge within Yan Huang, intensifying his emotions. In the throes of excitement, he maintains an unwavering rationality. This is the comforting lie he tells himself. Yan Huang will forever uphold the highest degree of reason. Once again, he procured the advanced omnidirectional detection, expanding the second perspective S range from a mere 10 meters to a sweeping 1,000. This expanse is sufficient for Yan Huang to gain a macro perspective. The children kneel within the pit, while the parents pray outside. Their voices, though fragmented, reach Yan Huang's ears with startling clarity. My son must become a paragon among men, the finest scientist. Painting? Such a frivolous pursuit. Only those with muddled minds would choose such a waste of time. My daughter shall become the world's most exceptional actress. Let her practice for over 10 hours each day. Of course, academic subjects must not be neglected. 10 hours of study is also indispensable. An extraordinary life demands sacrifice. Hate me? She will one day thank me. We do this for her benefit. When she achieves fame, it will be thanks to my efforts. Their prayers are all for their children. Their words weaving a thread that connects to each child's nape, implanting new thoughts within their minds, which house dreams and identities. The children can only prostrate themselves, passively accepting this invasion of thought. They utter not a single complaint, nor do they resist. There is no struggle. Rather, they rise from their bowed positions, heads lowered, eyes glazed yet yearning, hands clasped before them, accepting this imposition as if it were a divine gift. Their lips curl upward in gratitude, welcoming the bestowed grace. They face the light, its power infusing them. The thread at their napes firmly binds their souls and thoughts. Yan Huang follows the children's orderly movements. At that moment, he hears a heartbeat. Thump, thump. The sound is clear, yet the rhythm is slow, leading Yan Huang to dismiss it as his own. Cautiously, he lifts his gaze, ultimately pinpointing the source of the heartbeat. The genius stone. It is not a stone, but rather, a living entity, one that possesses a heartbeat. Gradually, the sound of his heartbeat intensifies, becoming increasingly chaotic. Is it the heartbeat of the genius stone? No. It belongs to all the surrounding hatchers. Upon realizing this, he can no longer continue to imitate the actions of the children around him. From a second-person perspective, he could distinctly observe the children curled up, gradually enveloped by a translucent white membrane. This membrane deepened in hue, becoming increasingly opaque, ultimately transforming into rounded shells, egg-like in form. Enclosed within these shells were the silent children. It was not until Yan Huang noticed that the shell beside him had manifested a singular large eye. Almost instantly, another pair, then 2. And subsequently countless pairs of small eyes emerged. They gazed curiously upon everything outside, including all the attending parents, scrutinizing the sole anomaly present. Under the weight of innumerable gazes, Yan Huang's back was drenched in cold sweat. Outside the pit, a man smiled as he remarked, "It seems a charming little mouse has quietly nestled among us." Chapter 16. The City of Hatching, Certain Death? Question. If an egg possesses one large eye and 99 smaller ones, how many eyes do hundreds of eggs and their parents collectively cast upon Yan Huang? Answer. Countless. The gazes converging from all directions nearly enveloped Yan Huang entirely, particularly with the assistance of a second perspective. He felt as though he were stripped bare and placed at the center, subjected to the judgment of innumerable observers. Their expressions bore a hint of amusement, as if he were already a prize within their grasp. In truth, he was. At this juncture, Yan Huang grew weary of maintaining his faade. He rose to his feet, directing his gaze toward the man who had unveiled his identity, Father Xie. The light illuminated his front, while the darkness obscured his back. His face bore a smile laced with intrigue, and his eyes shimmered with mockery. In the chill of the wind, his coat flapped haphazardly. "Teacher Yin, you seem to be in good spirits after a few hours apart." Yan Huang pressed his lips together, maintaining his smile. "You appear well too, old Xie. I wonder if you're aware of some recent news?" Father Xie regarded Yan Huang with a puzzled expression. "Oh, what good tidings does Teacher Yin bring me? Pray, do share." Yan Huang did not rush to divulge anything. Instead, he bent slightly and offered a silent bow to Father Xie. "First and foremost, I must extend my apologies." Father Xie squinted. "Is there a reason for Teacher Yin to apologize to me?" Yan Huang hesitated briefly, then produced a necklace from his grasp. It bore no particular distinction. Yet as it swayed in his hand, it caught the light, revealing a faint translucence. He then bent forward, exuding a gentlemanly sincerity as he spoke. "I regret having killed your wife. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Though it matters little now, as your wife is beyond salvation." Having delivered his apology, he carelessly tossed the necklace aside, not even contemplating where it might fall. For it was not a matter of significance. Rising, Yan Huang wore a bright smile. Adjusting his glasses, he stood amidst the multitude of eggs and onlookers, seemingly unfazed despite the dire circumstances. Father Xie stared in disbelief, his mind swirling with confusion and rage. "What did you say? You killed her? How dare you? Damn it. You wretched fool. Oh God, grant your decree, and rid us of this ungrateful blasphemer." In an instant, Yan Huang perceived the colossal egg behind him flickering with a strange luminescence, as if it had indeed issued some command. Father Xie seemed to receive a response of sorts, fervently kneeling. "Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Everyone, eliminate this aberration and feast upon his essence." In that moment, the parents surged forward, murmuring fervently. Their collective will was transmitted to the genius in their midst. Shadows danced around them. An egg swiftly hurtled towards Yan Huang. Despite their modest speed, the combination of their descent allowed them to produce a resounding rush of wind near Yan Huang's ear. The parents almost simultaneously felt the corners of their mouths lift in anticipation. As long as the children's eggs were able to make contact with Yan Huang, he would inevitably become sustenance for them, merely a gesture disrupting the ceremony, destined to become the children's meal. This was his fate. In that instant, countless eggs drew near to Yan Huang, poised to crash upon him. Yet Yan Huang stood there, seemingly frozen in shock, obscured beneath layers of shadows, his expression unseen. All that was clear was that he was ultimately surrounded and touched by numerous eggs. Those eggs that made contact with him twisted their countless eyes into crescent shapes, as if mocking Yan Huang's ignorance of his peril, while also reveling in their imminent feast. The Deceiver, is he truly going to perish like this? Everyone believed Yan Huang was doomed. Their hearts raced to the peak of anxiety, their eyes unable to look away, until, crack, 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 a peculiar shattering sound echoed in their ears. Suddenly, bang! An egg shattered, golden yolk soaring into the air, reflecting a dazzling light under the illumination of the massive egg, resembling a rain of gold showering down upon everything. The parents, the prodigies, every eye widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. No, no. How is this possible? How could he evade consumption? My child, my precious child that I painstakingly hatched. You owe me a child. What if the next one turns out to be a failure? You must provide me with another child to serve as nourishment. A pair of parents cried out in anguish, while everyone remained paralyzed in terror. Yet they seemed oblivious to the fact that their child was not alone. At that moment, all the eggs encircling Yan Huang sensed something amiss. Panic manifested in their myriad eyes. They sought to escape this perilous vicinity. However, just as they attempted to leap away, splashes of egg liquid erupted, cascading like fine rain. Not a single one remained unscathed, all cleaved in two. The one who should have transformed into the nourishing liquid for the children stood there instead, clad in a snug, jet-black suit. The viscous egg liquid flowed along the blade of the knife he wielded, dripping at the tip and pooling on the ground. Indeed, as long as there was no absolute contact with the cells, there would be no issue. What was broken from the outside was merely food. He extended his hand to remove his hood, revealing a handsome visage. With fingers stained by egg liquid, he tasted a morsel. A smile lingered on his face. The crowd's expressions paled in shock, even forgetting to breathe. Yan Huang was still alive. He had resolved the predicament of being encircled by eggs in such a manner. This astonishing turn of events left everyone in the live stream utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that he just purchased a skin at the very last second? Indeed. I reviewed the replay, and he truly did, opting for the cheapest option available. Such audacious maneuvering is something I have never witnessed in my life. What on earth is going through his mind? Was this premeditated, or simply a spur-of-the-moment whim? By the heavens, he is incredibly daring. I have never encountered anyone so bold. I genuinely believed he was doomed. Even the parents and children were oblivious to Yan Huang's unexpected choice at that moment. Their outrage erupted. "You detestable blasphemer. You are surely doomed." Yan Huang smirked, donning his black-rimmed glasses. The loving father's cleaver twirled in his hand before he grasped it firmly. "Is that so? Then let us see. Who shall perish first?" With that, he cleaved the nearest lucky egg beside him, a cold glint flashing through his glasses. The golden yolk erupted like blooming petals. Yan Huang's action provoked the ire of everyone present. Author's note: the initial version of this chapter depicts Yan Huang deceiving himself with a lie. The previous cold sweat coalesced into a layer of membrane, and due to the nature of lipid solubility and repulsion at a microscopic level, the egg did not actually make contact with Yan Huang. However, this is merely a theoretical contemplation of my own. I cannot definitively assert its validity. Yet I felt that presenting the initial version would likely be perceived as far-fetched. After much deliberation, I ultimately opted for the skin option. Perhaps the skin could evoke the essence of the character Kaido Kuroba from Detective Conan. Chapter 17. The City of Hatching. They break free at this moment. All the eggs inexplicably ceased to respond, be it fear or murderous intent, all dissipated into nothingness. They closed their eyes, and as they did, those eyes gradually vanished, transforming into smooth, pristine white eggs. Yan Huang sensed that something was amiss and immediately fixed his gaze upon Father Xia. At this juncture, Father Xia paid him no heed, muttering incessantly under his breath. Yan Huang could not discern the words, yet he was certain they were far from pleasant. He stood up, intending to approach Father Xia, but found himself impeded by countless eggs blocking his path, rendering movement arduous. He understood that the longer he remained in this predicament, the greater his peril. Thus, he resolved to hasten his ascent from the pit. His gaze shifted to the eggs before him. For the sake of his own survival, he would have to begrudgingly sacrifice a few of them. With each step, he smashed an egg, forcibly clearing a path, leaving behind a trail coated in golden egg liquid. As he advanced halfway, a cacophony of cracking filled his ears, the sound of eggshells breaking. Yan Huang realized that matters were turning dire. They were aware that the state of the eggs had been compromised, and hatching was imminent. He recalled the attributes of the geniuses documented in Tang Xin's new book, sending chills down his spine. His own attributes were scarcely those of an above-average individual, while the post-hatching geniuses possessed strength and agility attributes soaring to 3 points. 3 times that of a normal person. If these eggs were allowed to hatch, it would spell his doom. Yan Huang narrowed his eyes, a sense of urgency tightening around his nerves, compelling him to quicken his pace. At that moment, he discerned that the chaotic sounds were not merely the cracking of eggs. There were also disordered voices echoing within his mind. "Do not flee, embrace the blessing. Coexist with us. Join us, become one of us. Be a good child. Teacher Yin, become us. Power, prestige, you shall possess it all. Your future offspring will also be among the geniuses." A myriad of discordant voices reverberated in his mind, inducing a splitting headache and impairing his reflexes. He accessed his attribute panel, and indeed, the degree of assimilation had deepened alarmingly. Status: Assimilation 60. It had just been 1% moments ago, now soaring to this terrifying figure. It appeared that the closer one drew to the colossal egg, the stronger the light, and the faster the rate of assimilation. Damn! Yan Huang cursed inwardly. The multitude of unstable factors had altered his judgments. Setting off a chain reaction, the margin for error was growing ever larger in this precarious moment. His nerves were ensnared by this state of assimilation, the sensation of fatigue becoming increasingly pronounced, and his overall physical condition deteriorating. Yan Huang took a deep breath, ultimately raising a hand to his mouth. He bit down fiercely on his own arm. Blood was forced out from the punctured skin, mingling drop by drop with the golden egg liquid on the ground. The intense pain stimulated the revival of his nerve cells, alleviating his exhaustion, while simultaneously, his eyes were half covered in crimson veins. His movements began to accelerate. The process of assimilation never ceased. At last, he was on the verge of climbing the pit ladder. One hand had even grasped the rungs. But in that very instant, the sound of an egg cracking echoed, sharp and clear. A hand emerged from the broken shell, seizing Yan Huang's ankle. His pupils constricted in an instant. His immediate reaction was to slice that hand off with his knife. Slicing sound. The blade pierced through flesh, and Yan Huang could feel the tangible cut he had inflicted. Yet, the knife would not budge. A tight, eerie sensation enveloped the blade. Instinctively, Yan Huang glanced back. His expression changed drastically. He beheld a strange sight. The giant egg seemed to serve as a spotlight, casting a gradient of light from bright to dark. Each egg cracked open at the top, and individuals crawled out. They arched their backs, maintaining various contorted forms. They emerged in their primal state, stepping out in irregular postures from the hatching shells, advancing towards him. Nearby it was dim. Shadows obscured his view, revealing only outlines and partial features. The person had been struck by his knife. Yet, as he cut deeper, he could slice no further. No matter how hard Yan Huang exerted himself, the flesh was like resilient iron mud. Blood dripped from the blade. Yet, it seemed as if the individual felt no pain. They neither cried out nor struggled. Instead, as Yan Huang's gaze slowly ascended, he beheld their hazy visage, grotesquely contorting into a smile through their muscles. Their eyes lacked any semblance of humanity. It was a sensation Yan Huang found indescribable. Greed. Arrogance. This sent a chill down his spine, raising goosebumps upon his skin. Was this the true essence of a monster? With his one strength and a slight edge of sharpness, the knife that had effortlessly cut through everything before, the loving father's kitchen knife. Even with these two forces combined, it could not penetrate the monster's bones. Yan Huang was acutely aware that with his current attributes, he had almost no chance against even this single creature, let alone the countless others lurking behind it. At this moment, the process of assimilation had reached 80%. Those innumerable monsters were charging toward him at an incomprehensible speed. Damn it. Was this the result of tripled power and agility? A profound sense of impending doom, born from the threat of death, surged within Yan Huang, rendering his self-imposed state of absolute calm utterly ineffective. This sense of crisis left him with but a singular instinctive response, the primal urge for survival. He drew forth a kitchen knife and struck downwards towards the joint of the 4 parallel fingers where the thumb had been severed. This was the most vulnerable point. As anticipated, the blade cleaved through the joint. Yan Huang's body was finally liberated. At that moment, the monster, deprived of 4 fingers, exhibited no reflex to pain and seamlessly prepared to deliver a devastating blow. He attempted to evade upward, yet countless monsters were already lunging towards him, gritting his teeth. With his eyes ablaze, Yan Huang ultimately chose to endure the impending strike. He rolled aside. Crack. The force of a fully grown adult's hand, amplified thrice, shattered at least 2 of his frail ribs. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he successfully evaded the predictions of the swarm of monsters. They collided one after another against the upper stairway. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, as he beheld the monstrous pile resembling a small mountain. Their myriad eyes fixated upon him. Chapter 18. City of Incubation. A desperate chase. The countenances of these geniuses were undeniably handsome, yet their expressions were utterly peculiar. Devoid of the warmth of life, their muscles were rigid, as if sculpted from wax. A uniformity of expression, behavior, and stiffness belied the stark individuality of their features. Under the weight of their gaze, Yan Huang felt as though electric currents were surging through his scalp, rendering him numb. His nerves, however, became acutely aware in that moment. Despite the deepening degree of assimilation that brought with it increasing pain, Yan Huang dared not hesitate for even a moment. He immediately scrambled upwards, striving to escape the pit. His shoes kicked up grains of sand, sending them flying onto those geniuses. If only he could wield his talent at this moment. Yet he was painfully aware that these geniuses were marionettes controlled by their parents, rendering his abilities ineffective. Unless he could somehow gain control over all the parents in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he was at the bottom of the pit, and the commotion was far too loud for his voice to carry. Even if it could, there was only a 50% chance that his talent would activate. And he had no capital to gamble on such odds. Any moment of hesitation could spell his demise. The degree of assimilation had now reached 85%. The cacophony continued to resonate around him. Yan Huang felt as though he were on the verge of losing his ability to discern reality. He could only rely on pure instinct to evade capture. If he made even a single mistake, confronting any one of these geniuses would result in being ensnared. The price of being caught? Death. Yan Huang wished to survive. He yearned for life. For this, he was willing to sacrifice much. His heart raced with trepidation. Yet his gaze and actions, under the impetus of impending death, were unervingly composed. He dared not breathe. Holding his breath, he rolled, leapt, and dodged. Although many hands reached for him, these children were ultimately puppets of their parents, incapable of achieving perfect synchronization. The multitude only served to complicate their movements. Even with superior physical prowess, any confusion in thought and judgment would be tantamount to an anchor dragging them down. Thus, on numerous occasions, Yan Huang utilized the second perspective of advanced omniscient detection to make rapid predictions and calculations, unwaveringly trusting in his singular judgments to react. He caused these geniuses to trip over their own feet. The surrounding environment was in a constant state of destruction. If any single element faltered, Yan Huang would be seized. This unfolded like a miracle. The audience in the live stream forgot to breathe. Goodness, I can't discern whether this is sheer luck or skill. The agility and foresight of this trickster are simply monstrous. A gentle reminder to all watching on screen, you are permitted to breathe while viewing the video. Oh my. Thank you for the gentle reminder. I genuinely hadn't realized I could breathe. I nearly suffocated. Fraudsters, I implore you, do not perish. This live broadcast, if he were to mature, the spectacle of his triumph would surely be celestial. I suspect that if he successfully navigates through this hatching city, he shall undoubtedly achieve an A-level rating or higher. The degree of assimilation has reached an astonishing 89%. Yan Huang felt an inexplicable membrane manifesting upon his body. This membrane was identical to that which the prodigies assumed when entering their egg form in previous days. A sense of foreboding washed over him, especially now. His stamina, depleted from the relentless chase and evasive maneuvers, was nearing complete exhaustion. Under multiple constraints, every choice became paramount. At this moment, only 6 steps remained to the pit. Although 6 steps were not an insurmountable height, Yan Huang found himself unable to extricate himself immediately. Moreover, should he truly ascend beyond the pit, it would signify a reduction in the obstacles that confined his actions. Additionally, it was highly probable that his parents would join the fray. No. Yan Huang swiftly dismissed this possibility, for he observed that as he climbed higher, the positions of his parents receded correspondingly. Why was this? In such circumstances of retreat, there could only be one explanation. They too were wary of Yan Huang's potential escape. He boldly surmised that when parents exerted complete control over their child, they were incapable of multitasking. Their will could only linger on either manipulating the child or directing their own singular actions. Alternatively, they could not deftly ensure control over their own bodies while simultaneously commanding the child. Otherwise, they could have easily coordinated with the children to encircle him. With this breakthrough, Yan Huang immediately identified his target. His objective was Father Xia. Why Father Xia, you may ask? Naturally, it stemmed from Yan Huang's unadulterated loathing for this monster. He was a man of grudges. Regardless of whether his identity had been exposed or other circumstances, he would harbor resentment towards those who had wronged him. For instance, the very first person to unveil his identity and declare his death sentence, Father Xia. Otherwise, he would not have provoked him by mentioning Mother Xia. After all, he was acutely aware that whether he spoke or remained silent, his doom was inevitable. Rather than succumb to death outright, he would prefer to take another down with him. Otherwise, he would find no peace in death. And now, he was determined to exert every ounce of his being to achieve a deed that would grant him closure, even in demise. He would drag Father Xia down with him. Moreover, he would validate the final, crucial question. The 6 steps presented an obstacle Yan Huang could not ascend directly. He suddenly halted his advance. As anticipated, a horde of prodigies lunged toward him once more. However, this time, they had an added layer of anticipation, predicting that Yan Huang would appear higher up. Little did they know, Yan Huang did not leap at all. A smirk graced his lips, and as the prodigies launched themselves toward him, he finally jumped. It's over. He misjudged. This time he is doomed. The prodigies shared this sentiment, their eyes alight with excitement, hands poised to grasp those erratically leaping legs. Just then, Yan Huang abruptly curled his legs. In midair, he curled into a crab-like posture. The crowd gasped, their hands once again grasping at nothingness. In the next instant, Yan Huang propelled himself off the body of a person beneath him, utilizing this point of leverage to execute a mid-air double jump. He successfully cleared 6 steps. Emerging from the pit, outside the pit, the expressions of the parents shifted dramatically, retreating in haste. Yan Huang's gaze fixated on Mr. Xie, while he became acutely aware that his level of assimilation had reached an alarming 90%. No, it has now escalated to 91%. The final 10% surged forth with remarkable speed. Behind him, the so-called geniuses finally began to exhibit some intelligence. Only a handful managed to crawl out of the pit slowly. Standing upright in the darkness, they clenched their fists, intent on delivering a crushing blow to Yan Huang's head. Yan Huang's pupils constricted sharply. The level of assimilation soared to 93%. The membrane enveloping him became increasingly pronounced, threatening to encase his entire being. The whispers in his mind grew more frequent and intense, nearly causing his head to implode. There was no time for hesitation. Yan Huang gripped the loving father's kitchen knife tightly, gritting his teeth as he unleashed his maximum speed, hurtling directly towards Mr. Xie. I have stated, let us see who can eliminate whom first. Mr. Xie's complexion paled momentarily, only to be replaced by a peculiar smile. For behind Yan Huang, Xie Fumu's fist was also hurtling towards his neck with ferocity. Chapter 19. The Metropolis of Incubation. I have perished. Yet I pretend when Yan Huang came to this realization, he understood that there were but 2 possibilities before him. Either he struck Mr. Xie and was subsequently pierced through the neck by Xie Fumu's fist, or he failed to strike Mr. Xie and was still met with the same fatal outcome. In essence, the outcome was singular, death. Since death was inevitable, he resolved to take one along with him. The degree of assimilation had reached 95%. The membrane enveloping Yan Huang was on the verge of consuming him entirely. In mid-air, he gritted his teeth and hurled the knife in his hand with great urgency. The knife soared forth, spinning, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. A silver streak pierced through Mr. Xie's neck. Under the incredulous gaze of Mr. Xie, blood erupted from his neck, gushing forth like a fountain. In his final moments, his expression bore a smile. He was dead, but Yan Huang was also destined to die. Seeing Mr. Xie fall to the fatal blow, Yan Huang exerted every ounce of strength to shift his body mid-air. Although he did not complete the maneuver, in his field of vision, he observed a distinct pause in Xie Fumu's actions. This allowed Yan Huang to perceive his expression, which was markedly different from its previous rigidity. That face was no longer stiff, yet remained in a state of stupor. He had indeed escaped the control of his parents. However, even so, it did not halt the fist that was on its way. Oh no, I'm going to die. This is it. There is no salvation. I am truly finished. Yan Huang noticed these comments, and a peculiar smile crept across his lips. His mouth moved as if to utter something, yet no sound emerged. The speed was too swift. In mere seconds, the spectators witnessed the subsequent scene. Yan Huang's neck was pierced by Xie Fumu's fist. Blood splattered, nearly overwhelming the screens of all the onlookers. What a brutal sight it was. Xie Fumu's hands were stained with blood, dripping onto the soil. Yan Huang's head detached from his body, soaring into the distance. In the light, amidst the darkness, everything felt so vividly real, yet profoundly surreal. Until his last breath, a refined smile lingered upon his face. At that moment, the online viewership in the live stream numbered 12,734. The recommendation slot remained prominently displayed on the homepage, showcasing the exceptional newcomer. This was undoubtedly a testament to Yan Huang's prowess. Such figures shone brightly even among seasoned players. Furthermore, Yan Huang, having entered the instance for the very first time, achieved such a feat, embodying the anticipated newcomer king. Did the Deceiver truly perish just like that? It can't be. He shouldn't have met such an end. What is impossible about it? No matter how astutely you judged before, playing the instance is inherently fraught with peril. One misstep can lead to eternal damnation. Oh no. How unfortunate. How lamentable. The Deceiver has perished just like that. I had thought his style was unparalleled and was prepared to follow his journey for a long time. No. This doesn't feel right. If he were truly dead, the live stream should have been forcibly terminated. How could we still be discussing whether he is alive or not? Moreover, have you all noticed that the instance of Hatching City remains in a locked state? Oh, indeed. Wait. Let's review the playback. It seems he said something just before being obliterated by Xie Fumu. At that moment, everyone suddenly noticed a fresh announcement appearing in Xie Fumu's live stream. After verification of the instance, the player known as the fraudster has exhibited exceptional combat awareness and judgment, alongside remarkably high broadcast quality. He has been additionally recommended to the secondary homepage feature, Exciting Moments. Valid for 1 minute. The secondary homepage feature, Exciting Moments, boasts immense traffic as a special recommendation. We hope players will continue to strive for excellence. Upon seeing this announcement, the entire audience in the live stream could no longer maintain their composure. Amidst their confusion, they felt a chill run down their spines. What on earth is happening? A newcomer, on their very first dungeon run, has received an additional recommendation beyond the standard newcomer feature? I have never encountered such an occurrence in my life. This must be a joke. What did the fraudster do? Why has the system suddenly deemed him worthy of the Exciting Moments bonus? What just transpired? Where is the fraudster now? I just watched the playback. It seems the fraudster said something before being struck down. Is there anyone who can read lips? Hurry and take a look. Soon, someone capable of reading lips arrived and translated the words spoken by Yan Huang before he was struck down. I am dead. I was pretending. In an instant, the crowd felt a wave of chills. The fraudster was indeed not dead. But where is he? As everyone pondered this question, the body belonging to the fraudster, which had just been pierced by Xiaofu, was engulfed in a rapidly expanding burst of flames. Under the intensity of the flames, his corporeal form was swiftly being obliterated. Typically, when a person perishes due to the presence of fat, there shouldn't be excessive smoke when ignited. Nor should the human shape distort dramatically. Yet now, Yan Huang's body, enveloped in flames, was emitting thick black smoke that spiraled into the air. While intense sparks disintegrated his flesh at the edges, the speed was staggering. This did not resemble a human being burned to death, but rather like the burning of vegetation. Boom. The flames erupted, startling all the parents who screamed in shock. This scene was overwhelmingly dazzling, so brilliant that Xiaofu, regaining control of his body with a mere 0.1 intellect, seemed to behold a sight he had never witnessed before, the flame of hope. The fire flickered across his youthful face, illuminating it intermittently. The crowd was left in awe by such a spectacle. Yet, as the fraudster's body was consumed and vanished in the flames, they instantly comprehended what the fraudster had accomplished. They suddenly realized what life-saving prop the Deceiver had purchased before heading to Tang Xian's room. All of them had been thoroughly duped by this cunning trickster. Just at that moment, the viewers in the live stream witnessed an abrupt shift in the visuals. The scene transformed into an ominous darkness. They could only vaguely discern a refined and cultured silhouette. Adorned with spectacles, he bore an ever-present smile that suggested he held all the cards. As the system adjusted the image, visibility gradually increased. The smiling visage became ever clearer. That face belonged to none other than the very fraudster they had just seen being struck down. Yan Huang leisurely stretched, addressing the anxious onlookers. I apologize for causing you concern, but as of now, I am still alive. The substitute doll prop has proven to be quite effective. Chapter 20. The Capital of Hatching. The Eerie Basement. Item. Substitute doll. Quality. F. Usage requirements. None. Effect. Installs a doll within a 10-meter radius, allowing for a single position swap with the doll within 30 minutes. After the swap, the doll will automatically incinerate, molded to resemble the user. Item description. The doll cherishes its master and eternally delights in their affection, willing to sacrifice everything for them. Little does the master know, behind the doll lies a soul that deeply loves them. When this soul, always silently accompanying the doll, is discovered, it shall depart forever. Source. Limited time marketplace. This item has indeed been utilized by many. However, compared to those with more pronounced effects or lower usage thresholds, the efficacy of the substitute doll is rather lackluster. And its price is not insignificant. It has never exhibited remarkable performance and has thus been largely overlooked, even earning a spot on the list of most useless items of the year. The frequent appearances on such lists made it so that when the doll was incinerated, the audience could instantly recognize that Yan Huang had employed this item. For them, it was truly an astonishing revelation. The substitute doll can be utilized to such an extent. Truly incredible! I never imagined someone could employ it in this manner. Just a moment ago, had the Deceiver activated a time shift even for a second, the substitute doll would have been rendered ineffective, either activating too quickly before the blade fell or too slowly, resulting in demise. This is genuinely nerve-wracking. Absolutely stunning. No wonder it made the highlight reel. It's extraordinary. That maneuver will surely be recorded as a masterstroke. The Deceiver truly lives up to their name, having ensnared us all. Yan Huang has undoubtedly made a profound impression on the crowd this time. Yet, he remains indifferent, merely gazing down at the knife of the affectionate father that returned with him. This knife seems to have undergone a transformation. It has become smoother, exuding a more intense aura of menace, so polished that it reflects Yan Huang's visage, mirroring his calmness beneath a facade of feigned smiles. He inspects the knife's attributes. And indeed, it has evolved. Item: knife of domestic harmony. Quality: F. Attributes: sharpness 1, lightweight 1. Curse 1. Item description: no one knows that the loving father and gentle mother often erupt in fury at night due to their child's inadequacies, lamenting why other children are always better. Perhaps it is your genes that are flawed. The child's shortcomings are learned from you. Thus, that fateful night, the knife's master ended the life of that noisy woman, and subsequently, their own, finally achieving harmony within the family. Supplementary description: who committed such a heinous act of killing wife and husband? I shall not say. How cruel. Curse: upon successfully inflicting damage, the knife of domestic harmony will additionally impose a random layer of fatigue, bleeding, or infection effect on the target. Yan Huang discerned the attributes and effects of the harmony of family blade, following its evolution, feeling a noticeable improvement in its grip. It seemed that this adventure had yielded significant rewards. The momentary pause exhibited by Fu after the demise of Fu confirmed a crucial realization for Yan Huang. The children are entirely under the control of their parents. If the parents meet their end, the control over the children is likewise relinquished. Although the parents possess the capability to govern the children, their inherent attributes are rather mediocre, making their direct elimination a relatively simple task. In contrast, the children possess formidable strength and agility, yet they are bereft of wisdom, with a mere 0. 1 in that regard. Perhaps they only retain the most rudimentary capacity for judgment, devoid of any true cognitive ability. In the eyes of the children, their parents represent an insurmountable mountain. Should this mountain be trampled before them, they would regard the trampler as a greater peak. Their object of fear would thus transform. The adult elephants of a circus, once bound by a single chain throughout their lives, had once struggled fiercely against their restraints. Yet, in their youth, they lacked the strength to break free. Upon reaching adulthood, they possessed the ability to escape, yet the shadows of fear and trauma loomed over their memories, leaving them to perceive their fate as inescapable. Moreover, what if they find themselves shackled with even stronger chains? This implies that attempting to forcibly breach the bond between parents and children is a task fraught with near impossibility. However, if one were to approach the situation from the perspective of the parents, opportunities may arise. Yet, the combination of parents and children is unyielding. How to discover a chance to breach the parents alone remains a conundrum, but it is not an insurmountable one. A slight smile graced Yan Huang's lips. He already harbored an answer within. At that moment, dawn broke. A pallid, cold light filtered through the windows of the incubation inn, reflecting off the blade in Yan Huang's hand and illuminating his visage. He sheathed the harmony of family blade and hurried downstairs. His answer would soon be revealed. The chapter of the city of incubation was set to unfold this very night. Yet, prior to that, he must await the arrival of nightfall. For only then would the stars align. Timing, geography, and the human element would be in his favor. He needed to find a place to conceal himself, for being discovered while still alive would lead to significant complications. He had no desire for trivial details to ensnare him once more in trouble. Currently, the inn was devoid of life. The proprietor and his spouse had perished by his hand. As for Fu, with his current 0, 1 intelligence, it was likely he would not return home, Yan Huang mused. After wandering through the inn for some time, he ultimately discovered the most suitable refuge, the basement. A clutch yet undeniably reassuring location. All fear stems from the unknown, and when he becomes a part of that unknown, he transforms into another's fear. The darkness of the basement serves as the perfect cover. Yan Huang opened the door leading to the basement, revealing a narrow staircase that descended, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. The staircase was shrouded in darkness, so profound that even Yan Huang, possessing the ability of night vision, could discern only a handful of steps ahead. Beyond that lay an abyss akin to a black hole. The echo of his own resounding footsteps reverberated through the desolate corridor of the basement, a sound that amplified the eerie atmosphere. The passage was exceedingly long and devoid of illumination, seemingly leading to an interminable end. In such a moment, should something leap forth from behind or ahead to embrace him, it could very well transform a minor misstep into a harrowing ordeal. With one hand resting against the right wall for support, he ventured further. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a wooden plank being displaced pierced through the silence, grating on the ears and stirring a sense of irritation. Yet, Within this unsettling scene, only fear and tension remained. Yan Huang turned his head to gaze in the direction from whence the sound emanated. Chapter 21. The City of Hatching. The sorrow of Xiaofu. The ancient wooden plank collapsed with a resounding thud, sending a plume of dust swirling into the air. This place seemed to have never been cleaned, the thick dust nearly choking him, causing him to cough. Was this a room? In this passage leading to the basement, there was, astonishingly, a room? Had he not instinctively reached out to steady himself against the wall, he would have completely overlooked it. After much contemplation, Yan Huang mused that the Xie family was essentially shattered and would be unlikely to disturb him at such a time. Pressing onward, it was uncertain whether he could even reach the so-called basement. Glancing at the cramped doorway, its width and height were such that even Yan Huang found it impossible to walk straight through. He had to turn sideways to squeeze in. Fortunately, after navigating past one wall, the space opened up. Yan Huang managed to slip through. The room before him was small, yet cluttered in a most intriguing manner. The floor was covered with several blankets, ensuring that every inch was concealed beneath layers of worn fabric. Against the wall, a chaotic assortment of pillows of various shapes lay haphazardly in the corner. Oh, and there was a small chandelier bulb. Following the electrical wire, Yan Huang located the switch for the chandelier and flicked it on. A faint orange glow illuminated the space, casting a dim light. It felt dark yet evoked an indescribable sensation. Yan Huang pondered numerous words to articulate this feeling. In the end, he could only encapsulate it in 3 words: a sense of security. Perhaps every child crafts a refuge to escape sorrow, a personal sanctuary that embodies their freedom. This sanctuary need not be vast, as long as it can encompass their innocent and unrestrained selves, and only the closest friends are granted entry into this secret base. The owner of this small space was no exception. On the walls, in a crooked scrawl of colorful crayon, were the words, Xiaofu's home. The letters were quite endearing. And beneath the warm yellow light, those 5 words stirred complex emotions within Yan Huang, especially as he noticed that the walls of this blanket-laden room were adorned with numerous drawings, many of which had been torn down. One had fallen onto the blankets, which Yan Huang picked up. It was a simple stick figure, joyfully flinging its arms wide in delight. In the center of this charming drawing, there were signs of having been torn and hastily repaired with transparent tape. Yan Huang found this drawing particularly intriguing, for the back bore the weight of its creator's sentiment. June 1st, 2115. Mom and Dad are attending a ceremony. Please pray for me. I drew this picture at school. It's beautiful and received compliments from my classmates. I want to show it to Mom and Dad, to show I've become an excellent child. Then, they tore my picture apart, saying that if I ever wasted time on such meaningless pursuits again, I would be punished each time we met. My prized painting has been torn away by them, as if they feel indebted to me. They attempt to console me, saying, if you had hatched sooner, we wouldn't have to worry so much. Surely, you wouldn't throw a tantrum over a painting, would you? Be good. Reflect on yourself. Reflect? I have done nothing wrong. Why should I reflect? I merely wish to show them that I am far superior to those foolish beings who have already hatched. I shall paint, and I want them to take pride in me, even if I do not hatch. The words above are particularly cryptic. Filled with a yearning to become a source of pride, yet they betray the sorrow of a child who longs to invite their parents into a shared joy, only to be met with rejection. Yan Huang purses his lips, pondering the stories behind these paintings. Surely, they must contain diary-like entries. Contemplating this, he tears down the transparent tape that secures the artwork to the wall. Glancing back, indeed, there are words. Since I cannot do much while trapped in this space, perusing Xiaofu's diary would be a delightful distraction. He begins to read from the very bottom. The latest entry dates back to June 5th, 2115. I love my parents, even though they do not keep their promises. Yet, I cannot accept that the first time they honored a promise was after I created this remarkable painting, just as they had said before, after seeing me once, and striking me once. My finger was broken. It hurts so much, but I am terrified that they will discover my injury. Otherwise, they would surely berate me for being more trouble than I am worth. They only speak of the children from other families who have hatched. Is hatching truly that significant? I simply enjoy painting. What is my fault in that? I do not relish studying. Yet, I still study diligently every day and achieve the highest grades in my class. Why can't I paint? I am already at the top. Why do they perceive me as worthless? I will prove my worth. My parents will surely recognize my merits. From that point on, Xiaofu created countless paintings, his skills improving with each stroke. Yet, the narratives behind those artworks grew increasingly bitter. Unrecognized, unacknowledged, unaccepted. Nevertheless, he resolutely chose to follow his heart, unwavering in his resolve. Until July 23, 2116. The results of the high school entrance examination were released. I ranked second in the entire town. I am more capable than those who have already hatched. I shared my results with my parents, thinking they would finally acknowledge me. Would they reward me, allowing me to paint for a while each day? The answer was no. It was a rainy day when they cast me out of the house, locking me out and berating me for not being first. They scolded me for wasting time on painting. No matter how I pleaded in the torrential rain, they did not open the door for me. I cried out until my voice was hoarse. They were disappointed in me, and I no longer harbored any illusions about them. That rain extinguished all my passion. The rain extinguished CF Fumu's illusions about his parents, as well as his own self-delusions. Subsequently, the frequency of his painting diminished significantly. The themes of his artwork shifted from expressions of joy to depictions of chaos. Yet, each subsequent piece concealed a tale of violence and despair. The words woven into his narratives brimmed with hopelessness. As time progressed, CF Fumu's prose became increasingly timid and restrained. There was an absence of hope and anticipation in his expressions. He ultimately recognized that his perseverance could not alter the course of events. Thus, his words transformed into a longing for actions that would garner his parents' approval. Within these paintings and written expressions, one can discern a profound sorrow, a yearning for love that remains unreciprocated, a resilient spirit ultimately worn down, and a lament for the anguish of bowing one's head in the torment between reality and dreams. Chapter 22. The City of Incubation. Struggle. In Yan Huang's hand lay the final piece of artwork. The front side had been entirely obscured in black, rendering it unrecognizable. However, on the reverse side, a solitary phrase was inscribed: "I will become what you wish me to be." Adjacent to the artwork, a small, dot-like mark could be discerned. The paper there markedly thinner than in other areas, suggesting, without the need for further elaboration, that this paper may very well be stained by tears. Further down, the date was inscribed, May 30th, 2022, evening. On this day, the child chose to capitulate. In a mere 20 minutes, Yan Huang witnessed the journey of a child who, enamored with art, over the span of just 7 years transformed from an innocent soul brimming with boundless expectations of their parents to one who ultimately relinquished their convictions, opting for submission. 7 years. Only 7 years. Yet, how astonishing that 7 years could elapse. He had struggled under the weight of chains for 7 years, ultimately erasing his own hopes and aspirations, willingly descending into the ranks of those he had scorned in his heart countless times before. The incubation in the City of Incubation is not true nurturing. Rather, it is the process of being smoothed and shaped by one's environment until we all conform to the image desired by society. Emerging from the carefully tended shell of parental care, we become mere replicas. This is incubation. This is growth. This is life, predetermined from birth. Yan Huang sighed and continued to inspect the artwork. He noticed that the lower right corner of the paper seemed to bear a small indentation. Not large, perhaps the size of a circle formed by the thumb and forefinger. As he pondered this, a long shadow suddenly enveloped him, obscuring his warm, yellow-tinged line of sight. Slowly, he lifted his head and raised his chin. At that moment, a face came into view, a delicate visage, its eyes devoid of vitality, staring intently into Yan Huang's. The figure appeared grimy, unwashed. Their gazes locked for 2 seconds, until a chill crept up Yan Huang's spine, prompting a belated realization. "Xia, Fumu?" His lips parted in disbelief. Suddenly, his mind raced with questions. How could Xia Fumu be here? All of his controlling parents were deceased. Why had he appeared silently in this place? In an instant, beads of cold sweat formed along Yan Huang's back. In this constricted space, Xia Fumu stood between him and the exit. How could he escape? And even if he did, what lay beyond was a treacherous descent of countless steps. Xia Fumu's agility, a trait of the genius, was nearly threefold that of his own. Even if he ran for his life, he would not be able to outrun him. Yan Huang forced himself to adopt a calm demeanor, yet Xia Fumu was unyielding in granting him the luxury of composure. One hand slowly reached toward Yan Huang's head. Instinctively, Yan Huang manifested the blade of family harmony and struck toward Xia Fumu's palm. Alas, Xia Fumu's reflexes were swifter. The blade merely grazed his skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. The opposing hand grasped his wrist firmly. Yan Huang swiftly returned the knife of familial harmony to his backpack. Xia Fumu's strength was remarkably potent. Before Yan Huang, who was seated in front of him, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, rendering him almost breathless. Xia Fumu decisively intensified his grip. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and Yan Huang's pupils constricted as a wave of excruciating pain surged within him. He clenched his teeth to stifle any sounds of agony. Once more summoning the knife of familial harmony to his left hand, aiming a strike towards Xiaofu's hand. He had struggled to sever the hand of that genius from the previous night even with his right hand. How could he succeed now with his left? Which bore even less strength. As the blade struck Xiaofu's hand, blood sprayed onto Yan Huang's face, yet he remained unyielding in his grip. Yan Huang was at a loss as to how to escape. If only he could rise and deliver a fatal blow to Xiaofu's crown. Perhaps he might stand a chance at survival. But now, his hand was firmly restrained, and he was entirely subdued, like a bird trapped in a cage. Utterly at the mercy of his captor. Was it truly the end for him? The terror of death surged within him. Yan Huang could hardly fathom that after enduring such overwhelming circumstances, he might falter due to this minor misstep. How could he accept this fate? How could he possibly resign himself to it? His breathing grew increasingly frantic. Xiaofu had raised his fist, seemingly intent on smashing his skull to pieces. Panic gripped Yan Huang, his mind flooded with the image of the substitute doll's neck being shattered by a single punch. Damn it! Yan Huang cursed inwardly as Xiaofu's fist descended. He blurted out, "Xiaofu, you heartless wretch. I even protected you with a slap. Is this how you repay me?" At that moment, Xiaofu noticeably hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Huang dodged the descending fist and swiftly kicked towards Xiaofu's groin. Xiaofu let out a sharp gasp of pain, reflexively releasing Yan Huang's hand. Seizing the moment, Yan Huang aimed to escape through the door leading to the stairs. But just as he was about to slip away, Xiaofu seized his hand once more. Not again! Yan Huang gritted his teeth. Since Xiaofu could feel pain now, he would treat him as though he were no longer a puppet, but rather a simpleton with an intelligence of merely 0.1. If he was no longer a puppet, surely his innate talent would bear fruit. He activated his talent. Xiaofu had no desire to chase after Yan Huang, nor to kill him. Lie detection. Anomaly detected. An anomaly? Was Xiaofu still under control? That shouldn't be the case. His parents had been slain. Or was it that due to his diminished intellect, his physical actions still adhered to the last command of those who held the highest control over his body, his parents? Yet just moments ago, Xiaofu had demonstrated awareness. He had clearly heard Yan Huang's voice. Regardless, this was not the time for contemplation. Yan Huang had no choice but to meet Xiaofu's gaze, his teeth clenched tightly. There is no alternative but to attempt once more. Xiaofu, take a good look at who I am. Are you truly willing to extinguish the last supporter you have in this world? Xiaofu gazed intently at Yan Huang. His body suddenly trembled, as if tormented. Xiaofu emitted a painful groan. He gripped Yan Huang's hand, at times exerting force as if to fracture it, and at other times releasing his hold, seemingly caught in a struggle between two extreme emotions. He saw a tear fall from Xiaofu's delicate visage. A tear. In that fleeting moment, Yan Huang experienced a moment of clarity and realized a crucial point. Nourishment. Growth necessitates nourishment. The food that Xiaofu should have consumed, which was deemed delectable by all, had ultimately transformed into the emaciated Tang Yaxine due to unforeseen circumstances. The nourishment between individuals cannot be equivalent. If there is a deficiency in nourishment, is it possible that there exists an incomplete hatching? And such an incomplete hatching, could it lead to Xiaofu being unlike other geniuses? For instance, while under control, he may still retain a degree of self-awareness. The thought struck Yan Huang like a revelation. If this were the case, then Xiaofu's decision not to kill him last night, despite knowing he was in the room, becomes entirely comprehensible. Xiaofu's current state is one of struggle. He is attempting to break free from the chains that bind his body, wrestling with the balance of control and self. Yan Huang was immensely tense, hardly daring to breathe. He fixated on Xiaofu, observing his struggle. He felt even more anxious than Xiaofu. At that moment, Xiaofu suddenly released his grip and knelt before Yan Huang. Chapter 23. The City of Incubation. Kill me. He knelt upon the soft bedding, clutching his head, his fingers digging mercilessly into his hair. So forcefully that blood began to seep from his scalp. His teeth were clenched, his voice hoarse, escaping through the cracks between his teeth. Tears streamed forth like a dam that had burst, leaving a conspicuous trail upon his face. Kill me. Teacher Yan, kill me. These were the first words he uttered after breaking free from control, spoken amidst his struggles. The three words, kill me, pierced Yan Huang's heart like a cruel thorn. Yan Huang gazed upon the tormented youth before him, whose expression was one of profound agony. At times, the boy would lash out uncontrollably towards Yan Huang, only to regain his senses just before reaching him. He resembled an untamed beast, yet within that ferocity lay an indomitable spirit. Yan Huang perceived the chains binding Xiaofu beginning to shatter, yet simultaneously, Xiaofu himself was also fracturing. A multitude of words lodged in his throat, unable to ascend or descend, leaving him grasping the blade of family harmony, uncertain in his heart. Were Siefomu still a mere puppet under control? He would have struck without hesitation. However, witnessing Siefomu's struggle caused his resolve to waver. In that moment, Siefomu grasped Yan Huang's hands tightly. Startled, Yan Huang beheld Siefomu bowing his head in supplication, swaying as he clutched Yan Huang's hands, pressing the blade against his own throat. Yet he could not bring himself to act. With a choked voice, he implored Yan Huang, "Teacher Yan, Siefomu is no longer Siefomu. I am grateful to have met you, and I am thankful to be aware in this moment. So, please, kill me. I beseech you. While I am still myself, let me die as Fumo. I implore you. Kill me." His voice was a mix of liberation and restraint, anguish and despair. Such a sorrowful plea rendered even death an extravagant desire. For 7 long years, he had resisted, all for the sake of Siefomu remaining true to himself. Yet now, he could not even ascertain whether he still was who he once was. He recognized himself as a monster, a creature despicable in his own eyes. He had become the very person he loathed the most. Now, he wished for an end. Thus, he cried out, "Kill me." He lifted his head, the exertion of his struggle fracturing his voice. At last, Yan Huang glimpsed the expression on his face. What manner of expression was it? It was one of despair, of a life rendered unbearable. Tears drenched his visage, and sweat formed a thin film upon his skin. He sobbed, directing the blade toward his neck with renewed force. Yet he could never bring himself to strike. Such resoluteness. It seemed as though he was not seeking death, but rather, yearning for life, for salvation. Yan Huang grasped tightly the knife of familial harmony in his hand. He took a deep breath and posed his final question. "Siefomu, do you fear death?" Siefomu emitted a sound akin to grinding teeth, followed by a fragmented cascade of emotion. Fear of death, yet, even more fearful was the notion of being deprived of agency, even in death. "Teacher Yin, I implore you to save me. Rescue me from this wretched existence." In his clear eyes, there lay a profound sorrow. Yan Huang pressed his lips together, his heart experiencing a tremendous upheaval in that moment. He parted his lips slightly and uttered, "Very well. Please rest well." Having spoken, he raised his knife. Siefomu, summoning the remnants of his will, forced his body to close its eyes. He was accepting the redemption he longed for. The knife descended. Yet, at the very instant it was poised above Siefomu's head, it halted. In its place, Siefomu would forever slumber in a sweet, blissful dream. In that dream, familial harmony and cherished kinship prevailed. In the dream, Siefomu found his beloved. Just as the words left his lips, Siefomu's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yan Huang. Before he could utter a word, the system chimed in. "Lie assessment, random event, assessment, success. Result, Siefomu will eternally slumber in sweet dreams, reunited with his beloved." In that fleeting moment, Siefomu smiled. And following that smile, he offered Yan Huang one last glance, filled with longing, a plea for salvation. That gaze was exquisite. Profoundly beautiful yet heartbreakingly fragmented, causing Yan Huang's heart to skip a beat. With a thud, Siefomu collapsed. He would forever rest within the sanctuary of Siefomu's home, undisturbed, unbroken. He would eternally remain in that moment, when he was still Siefomu. Yan Huang, for reasons unknown, felt an overwhelming void within, even a sense of melancholy. He perceived Siefomu, and indeed all the children of this hatching city, to be pitiable, profoundly tragic. Even in their final wish for death, they had to plead with others. They were not in control of their fates. This agonizing sentiment resonated within the hearts of players who had once traversed Hatching City and still harbored genuine human emotions. Sigh. I cannot fathom why. But I never felt anything while slaying monsters before, yet in this moment, Siefomu actively sought Yan Huang to end his life. And my heart feels so empty. Indeed, perhaps it is because this evokes such empathy. We followed the Deceiver through half of his life, only to witness this tragic end truly. Sigh. Is this the narrative of the T line? I feel as though the monsters have acquired humanity, or rather, have revealed their true humanity. The number of viewers in the live stream soared to 15,000. There were no cheers, no gasps of surprise, only an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Yan Huang knelt down, gently tucking the blanket around Siefomu. As he closed his eyes, bidding farewell to Siefomu, a small note unexpectedly fluttered out from his pocket. Yan Huang, puzzled, reached out to grasp it and read the message. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained the hidden limited time item, Siefomu's Secret One." The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment upon witnessing this notification. A hidden limited time item? Goodness. Siefomu possesses a hidden limited time item. I can't believe it. The hidden limited time items have surfaced, and this time, the TE line in Hatching City is truly on the verge of being unlocked. This is the first time I've witnessed a hidden limited time item during a live broadcast. It is said that all hidden limited time items have a direct correlation with the dungeon's narrative. Previously, many attempted to locate hidden limited time items to decipher Hatching City, but never did I expect it to be linked to CFOMO. Wait, it's not just CFOMO. There must be additional hidden conditions. I've seen numerous individuals defeat CFOMO without obtaining any hidden limited time items. There are undoubtedly undisclosed conditions that have yet to be fulfilled. Chapter 24, The City of Hatching. As night falls at this moment, the live broadcast room boasted an impressive audience of 17,000 viewers. Such a number is indeed remarkable for any F-level instance. Yan Huang observed the barrage of comments, particularly those concerning the rumors of hidden time-limited items. He refrained from addressing anyone directly, yet he had come to understand the nature of this elusive item, CFOMO's secret. This secret was undeniably his own, encapsulated within the final piece of a once blackened page, now torn away. Behind this fragment, words were inscribed, "If only I were not their child. If only I had never been born." This was a tapestry woven of hope and despair, a prayer intertwined with annihilation. It represented the last vestige of defiance from CFOMO as he chose to bow his head. Upon reading these poignant words, Yan Huang was enveloped in a delicate veil of mist. The fog was overwhelming. He removed his glasses to wipe away the haze, contemplating. He had discerned the nature of this so-called additional condition. It hinged upon CFOMO's successful hatching, and whether he could safely return to CFOMO's home. Only by returning home could one eradicate the evidence of resistance, which persisted until the very last moment. To obtain this evidence, the ultimate secret lay in gaining CFOMO's trust. Yan Huang sighed, a thin veil of mist gathering in his eyes, a reflection of his pity for the tragic youth. Such sorrow, such regret. Even amidst his sighs, it was a lamentable loss. He removed his glasses once more, drying the moisture from his gaze. Then dawned once again the familiar smile that concealed his true emotions. Yan Huang fixated on the words inscribed on the fragment of paper, pondering their significance for quite some time. He had not anticipated any direct correlation with the plot until he casually flipped it over. To his astonishment, the front of the paper was not merely a blank slate, but bore a diminutive drawing, obscured by a thick layer of black. The moment he beheld this image, his pupils dilated, and a torrent of memories from his experiences within the city of Hatching surged through his mind. So that was it. How enlightening. If this were the case, it would make sense. He finally comprehended why CFOMO had exhibited judgment abnormality moments ago, and he grasped the essence of the entire instance. What an unexpected revelation. Yan Huang's emotions were tumultuous at this moment. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: tonight. All that transpired within the city of Hatching would come to a definitive conclusion. He lowered his gaze, casting a glance at CFOMO. At that moment, the surface of CFOMO's body shimmered with radiant specks of light, gradually dispersing. Yan Huang understood that once he returned home, CFOMO would find peace. Thus, he resolved not to disturb him any further. He exited CFOMO's home, carefully reassembling the previously collapsed wooden door, then extinguished the light. As he stepped out, he closed the door behind him. Good night, little FOMO. Good night, brave child. Yan Huang emerged from the subterranean passage and returned to the surface. After comprehending everything, the basement, which had seemed like an abyss with no end, was now finally visible in its entirety. The previously endless staircase, resembling a black hole, now appeared as a short segment, revealing the scenery above with a mere glance. This was the manifestation of CFOMO's fears. Fear is protracted. Home is a sanctuary. Yet the path back is invariably arduous. However, in order to prevent his final refuge from being obliterated, everything he feared transformed into the protective hue of safety. Yan Huang stepped onto the ground and gazed out at the dusk. The orange-yellow halo seemed to be preparing the most perfect conclusion to his story. He lingered within the inn, neither retreating nor avoiding. He was waiting. As night fell, when all was once again consumed by darkness, it marked the beginning of a crisis and the opportunity for liberation. Yan Huang tightly gripped CFOMO's secret in his hand and took a deep breath. Tonight, may I be safe. As the words left his lips, he turned the handle of the first door he had opened upon entering the city of Hatching. At that moment, the silvery moonlight intertwined beautifully with the colossal egg on the ground, casting an exquisite glow. This night belonged to the Children's Day of 2122. The rituals of the city of Hatching were still underway. Events commenced on this day and would also conclude on this day. Yan Huang stepped out of his room, firmly clutching the knife of family harmony. Step by step, he advanced towards the light, towards the giant egg. Beside the enormous egg, the parents continued to stand outside the pit, praying, uttering phrases that, while evidently harmful, were nonetheless cloaked in the guise of benevolence. The children remained prostrate on the ground, transformed into numerous egg-like eyes. An eerie silence harmonized perfectly with the whisper of the wind. It was Yan Huang's arrival that shattered this tranquility. He fixed his gaze on everything before him, his eyes landing on the parents. Without hesitation, he aimed directly at one parent's head and swung the knife of family harmony with intent. Whoosh crack. A chilling sound pierced the air, blood splattered. A muffled cry emerged from the severed trachea. All eyes widened in shock, turning towards Yan Huang. Blasphemer, you still live? Seeking death, seeking death, seeking death. This time, you shall not escape. Their words served as a verdict on Yan Huang's fate. Yet, they failed to realize that it was their own judgment they were pronouncing. The children in the pit seemed to have anticipated this moment long ago, choosing to transform from the form of eggs into humans. This metamorphosis required time. Throughout this process, Yan Huang remained undeterred by the parents. He approached them, yet they instinctively recoiled. In moments of peril, retreat is an innate flaw of all living beings. No one desires to become a sacrifice like Xiefu. In the enveloping darkness of the night, Yan Huang suddenly came to a halt, a radiant smile gracing his face. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be alarmed. I am merely here to escort you for a brief distance. The parents received this provocation with immediate fury. Eliminate him, they commanded. The children, emerging swiftly from the depths of the pit, broke free from their shells. The terrifying speed at which they moved generated considerable commotion. In that very instant, Yan Huang made an astute judgment. Do you think I would fear the same trick a second time? The crowd was fraught with tension, bewildered by Yan Huang's cryptic behavior. What was he attempting to convey? Yet, in a fleeting moment of collective stupor, Yan Huang answered his own question. Of course, I would. At that instant, he darted away. The crowd was left in confusion. The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. What on earth is happening? I cannot comprehend this at all. Meanwhile, the parents felt deeply insulted by the provocation. Pursue him. Eliminate him. That wretched rodent. The children surged forward like human-shaped war machines, closing the distance to Yan Huang. Unbeknownst to them, they had already fallen into Yan Huang's trap, becoming mere pawns in his intricate scheme. Chapter 25. The City of Hatching. A daring maneuver. As Yan Huang sprinted forward, he procured 2 items. The merchandise in the marketplace was time-sensitive, with many items available for purchase only once and exclusively for use in the instance at the time of acquisition. Swift Escape Talisman. Quality F. Attribute Agility 2. Item description: a talisman for fleeing, effective for 60 seconds. Could it be true that someone would actually need to escape during a dungeon run? Alongside this, he acquired a rather unremarkable horn. For the moment, Yan Huang chose not to utilize these items. He was waiting for the right moment. Behind him, countless geniuses were fervently pursuing him. The disparity in speed gradually diminished the distance between them. Soon, the group of geniuses was merely 2 body lengths away, as if they could reach out and grasp him. They extended their hands, attempting to seize Yan Huang's back. At that very moment, Yan Huang activated the Swift Escape Talisman, with an initial agility attribute of 1. The talisman elevated his agility to 3. Surpassing even that of the geniuses, by a margin of 0.1. This minuscule difference caused the outstretched hand that was destined to capture him to slip through the air, missing its mark entirely. The geniuses were momentarily stunned, convinced they were hallucinating. Just moments ago, they could have easily grasped him. Blinking in disbelief, they noticed that Yan Huang had increased the distance between them yet again. This time, surely they would succeed. Another failed attempt. To their astonishment, Yan Huang had moved even closer. Grasped. Once more, he evaded capture. Yan Huang slowed down. Then, he accelerated again, slowing, then speeding up. This back and forth left the geniuses on the verge of madness. They were determined to seize this rascal. Yan Huang meticulously adhered to the principle of expectation, executing this kite-flying maneuver. Not only did it infuriate the geniuses, but it also astounded the audience watching the live stream. What an audacious play. What if he gets caught? Yan Huang, you chase me. If you can catch me, then I shall grant you your wishes. Laughter echoes. How did he go from being a pro to a comedic figure? I wondered why the live stream reeked of mischief. It turns out the trickster is at it again. While the maneuver is undeniably audacious, isn't the Swift Escape Talisman time limited? What happens when its effect wears off? Indeed, What would happen when the effect expired? Yan Huang had already contemplated this question. Consequently, he decided to abandon the kite-flying tactic and instead sprint at full speed. The direction of his run was particularly noteworthy. As he headed towards the entrance of the hatching town, he recalled vividly that in Tang Xian's diary, it was mentioned that he had attempted countless times to leave hatching town, only to find himself returning each time he ventured outside. Under what circumstances might one encounter such an anomaly? Getting lost. Yan Huang was certain that the area beyond hatching town possessed a formidable level of confusion. He was uncertain of the nature of this bewilderment, nor did it truly matter. As long as he can delay these geniuses to the greatest extent possible. Yan Huang stepped into the entrance. With merely 20 seconds remaining until the expiration of the swift stride effect, he successfully glimpsed the scene outside, a broad thoroughfare. After 10 seconds, he finally discerned the deceptive truth, a crossroads. Before him lay 10 diverging paths. Yan Huang mused. It must be said that the residents of Hatching Town are truly unparalleled in their patience. Indifferent, he carelessly chose a path and dashed forward. In less than 5 seconds, he discerned the appearance of the route behind him, which was drastically different from before, revealing several paths of identical width. Before him emerged 10 new routes once more. Yan Huang couldn't help but twitch his lips, questioning, is it really necessary? Yet, this mattered little to him. With only 10 seconds remaining of the swift stride effect, the pursuing genius remained relentless. Gritting his teeth, Yan Huang pressed onward, oblivious to which path he had chosen. After all, there was no need to look back. At last, the effect of swift stride faded. His agility attributes reverted to their original values, replaced by an overwhelming agony resulting from overexertion. This pain made Yan Huang's eyes widen. His muscles tense, and his jaw clenched tightly, as if a colossal hand sought to crush him. He found himself utterly immobilized. I told you, skillful maneuvers may be daring, but they can also be fatal. It's truly a life on the line. Why run here of all places? Though it leads to the exit. Why choose now to leave? Are you out of your mind? The current exit is your dead end. Hold your fire. Stay calm. We've been deceived by tricksters before. Let us not jump to conclusions. I'll observe first. If he dies, I'll join in the criticism. The one above makes a point. Let us observe first. As nightfall enveloped everything in a profound solitude, moonlight cascaded over Yan Huang. Sitting on the ground, he quietly regarded the paths he had traversed. As a group of bare geniuses approached slowly, their expressions were vacant and their movements stiff. Some emerged from paths they had never traversed before. Yan Huang found himself trapped in the center of a circle, surrounded. He felt small, pitiful, and helpless. The consequence of being captured was singular. The synchronized footfalls echoed like the harbinger of his demise. Yet, on his face, there was no fear. Instead, a radiant smile graced his features. Good evening. Do you wish to crush my skull, or perhaps extract my heart, or maybe devour my essence piece by piece? He understood that his questions would elicit no response, but he could discern his fate. He would be the third. As people encircled him, they did not rush to end his life. Instead, they lifted Yan Huang's body. With a single gulp, blood erupted, staining everything crimson, filling their mouths with a semblance of nourishment, revitalizing their withered souls. The soul that even a substitute cannot recognize. This wretched rat has finally met its demise. It shall be honored, truly honored, to serve as sustenance for our children, becoming the very ladder upon which they ascend to greatness. Ha! They are reveling. This accursed rodent is finally dead. Yet, at that moment, a familiar voice echoed, joining in the raucous laughter of the parents. His bony hand rested upon the shoulder of one father, leisurely retrieving the knife of familial harmony that was embedded in the ground. He brandished the knife, resting it on the shoulder of the father, and laughing, the glint of the blade casting a cold shadow, swaying before the father. What amusing event has transpired? Allow me to share in the laughter. With a single throw, the once uproarious laughter of the multitude gradually diminished. All gazed at Yan Huang in disbelief. Their pupils trembled. You, why are you here? Aren't you? Before the father, beside him, could finish his sentence, Yan Huang swiftly severed his head from his body. It seems, humanity indeed possesses a sense of unity. The same tactic, and yet, you too are filled with dread? Chapter 26, The City of Incubation. Backlash. All the parents fixated their gaze upon Yan Huang, their expressions a tapestry of incredulity. It appeared as though the true monstrosity was not the lifeless form before them, but rather, Yan Huang himself. He shrugged while clutching the headless corpse beside him. Why do you wear such expressions? Did we not agree that I would accompany you on your journey? With a mocking gesture, he cast the corpse aside. The thud of the body hitting the ground echoed dully. Yan Huang adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. Before you depart, do you have any last wishes? He paused, then continued, but perhaps your wishes are of little consequence. Those who disregard the desires of others can hardly hope for their own to be realized. After all, they are the very ones who stifle aspirations. The parents, seething with rage, retorted, our wishes are of utmost importance. Our aspirations surpass all else. We desire our children to soar like dragons and phoenixes. We wish for them to reach the pinnacle. We are willing to sacrifice everything, to do anything for our children. You wretched rodent, what do you understand? Yan Huang narrowed his eyes and glanced into the distance. So, what have you done? Have you resorted to violence or scorn? Or perhaps you have exploited your children's wishes and well-being without a second thought. You claim to act for their benefit. How ludicrous is that? You are mere rodents, coercing your children to become dragons or phoenixes. You crush their dreams underfoot, all while cloaking your actions and noble intentions. How pitiable. Deceiving oneself with the power of external forces. Your children are bound by the very threads of constrained thought. In the end, even their expressions of gratitude are orchestrated by your manipulation. Are you truly acting for your children, or is it for vanity? Is it merely fodder for your own bragging rights in the arena of fame and fortune? Is it so difficult to acknowledge your own selfishness? Yan Huang turned his gaze back to the assembly of parents. There was no mirth in his eyes, only an overwhelming sense of sorrow and pity. Though this was but a mere copy, a game in essence, who can assert that the events within are not real? Observe. When they are struck at their most vulnerable point, their fury is palpable. What nonsense are you spouting? Silence. You wretched rodent. Indeed. Only those lacking in upbringing would fail to grasp our aspirations. We shall end your life, and with your vile blood, atone for this sacrilege. Although their children were momentarily absent, Yan Huang remained unfazed, for he stood alone against a multitude of parents. Thousands stood ready to enact vengeance. As long as this cunning rodent refrained from any peculiar antics, their intent to eliminate him would be effortlessly fulfilled. Yan Huang, unperturbed, observed their frenzied desire to extinguish his life. Silently, he bowed. The crowd responded with confusion. As he rose once more, a trumpet appeared in his hand. The crowd was left bewildered. The words of Yan Huang were steeped in indifference. Esteemed parents, if you could rid yourselves of those who manipulate your children, you would ascend as the sole sovereign of Hatching Town, and your child would emerge as the finest in the world, unrivaled. Thus, you shall turn upon one another. As his voice faded, the wind rose. Countless judgments detonated in his ears. Lie judgment, random event, success. Result, cognitive shift of the affected. Lie judgment, random event. Failure. Lie judgment, random event, success. Lie judgment. Thousands of notifications regarding the lie judgments erupted around him, some successful, others not. Indeed, his talent for influencing random events possessed only a 50% efficacy. However, when this 50% impacts not just individuals, but an entire collective, then the outcome he desired becomes 100%. In that instant, the throng of parents, intent on eliminating Yan Huang, began to shift. Some still charged toward him, only to be restrained by others behind them, landing a punch squarely on their faces. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You all deserve to perish. Once you are gone, my child will be the greatest. My child will become the pinnacle of the world. I shall be the most exemplary parent. I will embody the perfect model in the eyes of all. The scene spiraled into chaos. The parents turned on one another with lethal intent. Such a spectacle, before the colossal egg, was mirrored everywhere, confusion and violence. They tore away their facades, revealing their truest selves amidst the fervor of their emotions. Yan Huang remained a mere witness, apathetic to all. The audience in the live stream was left in stunned silence. What on earth is the talent of the Deceiver? Why can't I comprehend it? The talent of the word spirit is so formidable. How can it affect so many without backlash? This is utterly outrageous. What the hell? Someone. I wish to purchase the hidden information of his talent for 500,000 points. Quickly, this talent. If I encounter him later, I want to even know how I perished. This is the first time I've seen someone wield the word spirit talent to such an extent. The Deceiver's talent is too powerful. I must recruit him into our guild. Better not. No matter how strong the Deceiver is, he has likely caught the attention of the doctors. It would be a losing business venture. Yan Huang gazed at the barrage of comments, momentarily engulfed in confusion. Backlash? A talent? With backlash? In that fleeting moment, he felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his being, leaving him utterly drained, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. He sensed his vitality ebbing rapidly and experienced an inexplicable sensation more distressing than death itself, as if his body belonged to him yet also did not. It was as though his soul were being tugged, caught at the precipice of his corporeal form. He clutched his chest, feeling as if he were on the verge of death. What a jest! He had endured so much in the city of hatching and had yet to succumb. Due to a moment of misjudgment, a reckless application of abilities led to dire consequences. Yan Huang watched in dismay as his status rapidly declined. At that moment, his three-dimensional attributes, strength and agility, plummeted to a mere 0. 5, while his intelligence reverted to its original 1. 7. It felt as though he had regressed entirely. Yet, despite this, his attributes continued to dwindle. Eventually, they sank to a precarious 0. 1 in both strength and agility, leaving him feeling as though even an ant could easily dispatch him. Only then did the overwhelming sensation of despair begin to dissipate. He had not perished. By a stroke of luck, he clung to life at the brink. However, he now felt utterly devoid of the strength to even rise to his feet. Before him, his parents had already determined who the true victor was. That individual slowly fixed their gaze upon him. Teacher Yan, I have taken a life. This horrifying secret must never reach my children. May I request something of you? Please, never speak of this matter. The figure approached Yan Huang step by step, backlit, a ghastly smile emerging on their face. Yan Huang's entire being tensed up. He was trapped with no avenue for escape. Yet, in that moment, he found himself laughing. Author's note, the hatching capital should conclude tomorrow or the day after, with a slight elevation of the theme. The ending may come as a surprise to all. Finally, the recent requests for updates have not been as fervent as before. Is my recent writing lacking? If my friends enjoy it, please express your desire for updates to solidify my resolve. Chapter 27. The City of Incubation. A new beginning for it aligned perfectly with his calculated timing. The system had not informed him of the potential backlash of his talent. So what? Would he reveal to the system that he had held back a part of his strength? Clearly, he would not. Player, the Deceiver, Yan Huang, Strength, 0. 1. Agility, 0. 1. Intelligence, 1. 7. Status, Assimilation 99. 9. As he brought up his attribute panel, the audience in the live stream was rendered speechless. What the heck? Is the Deceiver about to hatch? Is he truly going to fall into this trap? Sigh. Having come this far, the system is truly deceptive. Many newcomers have already fallen into this pit, and the Deceiver is doomed as well. Brothers, if we don't criticize now, when will we? With these values, the Deceiver must be finished. W8, it's their first time attacking someone. They might not be very good at it. I'll start criticizing now, you little rascal. The crowd was nearly unanimous in their conviction that Yan Huang was destined to meet his demise. At this moment, the remaining father approached Yan Huang slowly. He picked up that knife of familial harmony that had fallen to the ground, casting a shadow over Yan Huang. A morbid smile creeping across his face. Teacher Yan, I have no other weapon. I can only use your knife to end your life. I'm truly sorry. But only the dead can forever guard the secret, right? As he spoke, he raised his arm, lifting the knife of familial harmony high. Its blade reflecting the light of the colossal egg, stained with countless drops of blood. Blood dripped onto Yan Huang's face. Whoosh. The sound of slicing wind was piercing. Reminiscent of the whispers of death, Yan Huang resigned himself, closing his eyes. A thick membrane began to form around him, rapidly transforming into a solid state, enveloping his entire being. That was a shell. At the moment the knife descended, a resplendent platinum light erupted. The father frantically attempted to break the egg before him. It's over. It's over. The hatching is gone. Indeed, the Deceiver cannot escape the fate of hatching? One misstep leads to eternal regret. Alas. What a pity. What is there to pity? Sooner or later, he would be eliminated by the doctor. It's better to lose the hatching now than to be tortured to death by that sadistic fiend. Who knows what horrors he would unleash? Something off. The live stream is still ongoing? The hatching has already occurred. Could it be that the instance is bugged? Just as the audience realized this, a beautiful hand suddenly broke through the shell from within the radiant egg. The hand grasped the father's attacking hand with remarkable precision. The strength was such that it forced a pained gasp from the father, halting his actions involuntarily. The father's eyes widened in disbelief. How? How could this be? After hatching, how could he resist me? How could the one who has hatched still possess the will to fight back? From within the eggshell, Yan Huang's voice emerged. Indeed, under normal circumstances, an incubator would be directly governed by the colossal egg, subsequently heeding the commands of their progenitors. However, I regret to assert that I seem to fall outside the realm of normality. Therefore, I bid you farewell. As his words fell, another hand burst forth from the shell, disarming the father of the knife of family harmony. with remarkable swiftness. There was no hint of hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the head of the father was severed from his body. His expression remained one of sheer horror. The onlookers stood utterly dumbfounded. What? Why is this happening? This is incomprehensible. I cannot grasp it. Is it truly possible to retain one's self-awareness after hatching? What has the deceiver done? The crowd was in utter disarray. In the countless records of instances within the city of incubation, both successful and failed attempts alike, there had never been a single record indicating that a player could maintain their original rationality after entering the incubation state. They all knew that upon witnessing a player being hatched, that very instant, the player would be classified as dead, and the live broadcast would cease. Never before had there been a case such as this, where consciousness was preserved. What exactly has the deceiver accomplished? If this revelation were to surface, it could potentially resolve the three most lethal dilemmas within the city of incubation. First, talents in egg form could directly convert individuals into nutrients, a process that could only be mitigated through direct skin contact. Second, the attribute values of geniuses were excessively high for newcomers, and their numbers were overwhelming, rendering encounters nearly fatal, yet they were still under the control of their progenitors. Third, assimilation and incubation. This third conundrum had never been deciphered by anyone. Yan Huang's actions were akin to unveiling an entirely new and comprehensive strategy. This moment saw the number of viewers in the live broadcast skyrocket. The audience count rapidly surpassed 20,000, even nearing 30,000. Congratulations to the player for achieving 2,000 simultaneous viewers. Reward, 2,000 points. The player's live stream data has reached a pinnacle for newcomers, now recommended for the 0-level newcomer rank, strongest newcomer recommendation. The 0-level newcomer recommendation is the highest tier among newcomer instances. Congratulations to the player. Congratulations to the player for achieving the status of strongest newcomer. Rewards, Strength 0. 4. Agility 0. 4. Intelligence 0. 1. A continuous stream of system notifications nearly drove the viewers into a frenzy. They were filled with envy, astonishment, and an eagerness to uncover the true nature of the deceiver's actions. At that moment, the radiant eggshell was gradually shattering. A flawless back emerged before the audience. Yan Huang still sat partially within the shell, his skin translucent, muscles defined and exquisite. He presented his back and profile to the viewers. They observed that Yan Huang, whose appearance had previously been merely handsome, was now transformed. At this moment, every feature of his visage resembled the most exquisite creation of a Greek artist, utterly flawless. Before him, he confidently unveiled his attribute panel. Player, Deceiver, Yan Huang Strength 2. 5-0. 120. 4. Agility 2. 5-0. 120. 4. Intelligence 1. 8. 1. 700. 1. Composite 5. 8. Evaluation. You must be the legendary high-quality male of humanity, right? How could it not be? The audience in the live stream? What the hell? Surviving a seemingly doomed situation is one thing, but to have attributes doubled? Is it possible that the deceiver is the favored child of the hatching city dungeon? Could it be that his attributes have surged due to hatching? He now feels as if he is reborn. Chapter 28. The city of hatching. Yan Huang gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and black pants, he rose leisurely from the egg. In the town of hatching, an eerie silence prevailed, as if it were devoid of life. If not for the cluster of corpses strewn across the ground. A gust of cold wind swept by, causing Yan Huang's hair to sway. He smiled. The secret to breaking the cycle of hatching is not truly a mystery. I see no harm in sharing it with you. After all, I shall be the last visitor to the town of hatching. Upon finishing his thought, a note appeared in his hand, clearly visible to all. This was the hidden time-limited item previously dropped by CF Fomu. CF Fomu's secret. Until now, Yan Huang had kept this note discreetly hidden from view. But now, everyone finally beheld the precise attributes of this note. Item: CF Fomu's secret. Rarity: E grade. Attributes: none. Item description: CF Fomu tore away the last remnants of his own words, clutching them tightly in his palm, accepting everything. He lamented his own tragedy. Thus, those acknowledged by CF Fomu shall receive his will's protection during assimilation, rendering them immune to all adverse effects of hatching. Effect: assimilation. Attributes: Strength 2, Agility 2, Intelligence -1. Side effect: upon completion of assimilation, one shall become a boss within the city of hatching, a subordinate of the genius stone, wholly obedient to it. Description: the divine asserted humanity's insignificance, leading to the birth of countless wondrous beings, who blessed the world and evolved humankind. Upon reaching 100 completion of the progress bar, you shall ascend to a higher plane of existence. However, after evolution, who can ascertain your identity or whether you remain yourself? Congratulations. Under the protection of the divine, you remain yourself. As the crowd absorbed the implications of Xiaofu's secret, they were left utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe that such an item could exist within the city of hatching. It is essential to note that in every instance, each NPC's dropped items follow a discernible pattern. Yet Xiaofu was merely an ordinary, malnourished hatcher. How could he possibly drop such a formidable item? The ability to directly immunize against the assimilation side effects of the true boss, the Genius Stone, was nothing short of a divine artifact within the city of hatching. The most perplexing aspect was that this divine artifact bore the name Xiaofu's secret. What connection could it possibly have to Xiaofu? It was only when they glimpsed the attributes panel and the torn portion of the painting behind Xiaofu's secret that comprehension dawned upon them. The truly hidden time-limited item closely intertwined with the narrative was not merely the description of the item itself, but rather the painting itself. This artwork, regardless of who beheld its content, would instantaneously convey the entirety of the situation. The audience in the live stream was no exception. Wow, is it really like this? Wow. No wonder the difficulty of the novice dungeon, Hatching City, is so formidable. The storyline is nothing short of divine revelation. I never anticipated such an outcome. May I return to Hatching City for another attempt? I assure you, I will not falter this time. Undoubtedly, the genuine secrets recorded in the secrets of Xiaofu are of an explosive magnitude. Yan Huang's lips curved into a subtle yet captivating smile. Outside, the previously cast-off group of geniuses has returned, moving like lost souls toward the Genius Stone with no sense of direction. As they pass by Yan Huang, they fail to acknowledge his presence, as if he were but a wisp of air. The brilliance of the Genius Stone intensified, seemingly calling to those children who have lost their parents, urging them to return to a place of warmth. Yan Huang stood amidst the throng, quietly observing as these children gathered beside the Genius Stone. At last, they were all present, freed from the control of their parents. They chose to prostrate themselves before the Genius Stone, basking in its comforting glow. This was their final refuge, the last remnant of their existence, a storage of 0 points of wisdom. It embodied their remaining will and soul. As the light shimmered, they transformed into eggs, each adorned with eyes, one large eye. Countless smaller ones, carefully observing the world outside, filled with trepidation. The eggshell represented their sanctuary, a home where they enclosed themselves, gripped by fear of the outside. Those eyes, timid and fragile, seemed as if they would shatter at the slightest touch, embodying an exquisite vulnerability, as if having endured countless trials, leaving only this fragile shell, ready to be broken by the final straw. They appeared pitiful, not truly monsters, but rather a group of children ensnared in self-imposed isolation. Yan Huang entered the pit with a measured pace, his eyes radiating warmth, his face adorned with a smile. Under the starlit night, amidst the gaze of countless eyes, he descended into the pit. The eggs in the midst of hatching, if not compelled, would remain merely eggs, retaining only the instincts of children, just as they were now. All their eyes focused on Yan Huang, who felt no fear or dread. Instead, he perceived two emotions reflected in the children's gazes, yearning and a plea for salvation. Those myriad eyes echoed the same sentiment as Xiaofu's gaze when he fell. It is all so helpless and pitiable, regardless of whom they encounter. They inevitably allow others to assume the role of nourishment in their lives. This nourishment is not only essential for their physical growth, but also serves as a means for them to absorb the experiences of submission to the whims of others. Each individual they meet during their development becomes an indispensable source of sustenance, teaching them the art of compliance and how to navigate this hypocritical era. At this moment, those children no longer regard Yan Huang's words as mere food. Instead, each step they take toward the Stone of Genius creates a pathway. For they see hope in Yan Huang. They envision a future where the shadows and shackles of their tragic childhoods are shattered, where they no longer need to conform to the expectations of others to be deemed good children, but can liberate themselves and embrace their true selves. Hope. Yan Huang approached the Stone of Genius, clutching a painting tightly in his hand. The artwork depicted an egg, within which a child lay curled up, cowering within the shell, too fearful to move. In his grasp, he held a black heart, tethered by countless threads connecting him to the outside world. Through innumerable eyes, he could witness the changes of this world. Yan Huang smiled and extended his hand, resting it upon the Stone of Genius. The painting is exquisite, should the opportunity arise. I hope to see more of your creations. To accomplish so much, You are truly remarkable. So, why not step forward and converse with Teacher Yan? Little Fumo. Chapter 29. The City of Incubation. Farewell to Xie Fumu. Arise and embrace your new beginning. The wind was still, for the truth had surfaced. All was but an illusion. At that moment, a brilliant light radiated in all directions, nearly suffusing the world in pure white. The luminescence emanated not only from the colossal egg, but also from countless surrounding orbs. This ethereal glow enveloped Yan Huang entirely. Suddenly, the eggshells turned. The multitude of eyes vanished, revealing an array of words, an abundance of images. How could I have such a foolish child? If you cannot achieve first place, what will you eat? Starve to death, and I shall prepare for the next. A mother shattered her child's bowl upon the dining table, scattering grains of rice upon the floor, while the child bowed their head in silence. The illustrations on the egg bore no expression, yet the sorrowful emotions were undeniably palpable. Writing novels? What future does that hold? Other children know they must strive diligently, relentlessly pursuing their studies, while you... What are you doing? If I see this rubbish again, I shall break your hands. A father tore apart the world his child had painstakingly created, and the child remained silent, head bowed. Yet, a handprint marked the child's face, neither too large nor too small, but sufficient to shatter the child's dignity. We do this for your own good. We have been through it ourselves and know how to ensure a good life for you. It may be hard now, but otherwise, how can we hold our heads high among other parents? The child knelt before their parents, who spoke earnestly. He listened intently. However, the chill of the floor seeped into his heart. Above the colossal egg, innumerable illustrations came to life. The child exerted every effort, attentively listening in class, diligently completing assignments, sacrificing his lunchtime, forsaking early rest, relinquishing all the ease he was entitled to, and relentlessly pursuing knowledge. At last, filled with hope, he presented a second-place ranking list to his parents. What he received in return was the sound of paper tearing. That sheet, resembling scrap paper, bore no distinction from the countless drawings scattered on the floor. In the end, only one phrase remained. What is there to be proud of in second place? What are you proud of? How could we possibly have such a complacent child? All of his efforts lay shattered. Upon the colossal egg, the child wore an expression, one steeped in anguish. His features contorted, weeping incessantly, tears cascading and soaking everything, transforming into invisible shackles that bound his hands, his feet, and his neck. Ultimately, they ensnared his spine and brain as well. His expression turned wooden. He sat amidst countless chains, curling his body into a ball. The chains enveloped his flesh, offering a tight embrace of protection. In his hands, he possessed only a pen and a drawing. In that artwork, there lay a black heart. One end of the line is tethered to the parents, while the other connects to the child. The slightest movement of the parents causes the child to act as if manipulated by strings, like a marionette. The parents were expressions of joy, and the children, in turn, provide them with the gratifying sight of a beaming smile, clutching a perfect score on their exam. At last, I have become the embodiment of your aspirations. Within the confines of the egg, a nightmare is woven, one from which he can never escape. Beneath the stone of genius, light suddenly dissolves into nothingness. Even the ground beneath Yan Huang's feet crumbles into shards at a visible pace. Everything feels so tangible, yet remains so illusory, as if the town of Hatching never truly existed. What lingers is merely a dream, a nightmare intricately crafted by the child himself. Ultimately, it is not the parents who control the children, but rather the children who hold dominion over everything, their minds besieged by nightmares, ensnared by countless invisible chains. Yet, no one has ever realized that this is merely a dream. The child, who has ensnared himself, has yet to escape this self-spun nightmare. Until his arrival, he allows this child to retain his essence and become truly himself. It is he who severs the child's shackles, transforming nightmares into dreams, a dream of rebirth. This grants the dream a splendid conclusion, awakening the child who had been lost in slumber. As the shell and the world rotate, the stone of genius before him begins to crack audibly, the sound crisp and clear, akin to the heralding of a victor's rebirth. As I begin to step out of my world, embracing the reality that lies beyond, I shall encounter true rebirth. With a resounding crack, the colossal shell shatters completely, fragments cascading onto the void below. In the remnants of the ruins, only one child remains, a strikingly youthful boy, seemingly 18, adorned with thick glasses. Holding a pen and a piece of paper, his face illuminated by a grateful smile. Teacher Yan, welcome to become the 759, 402nd visitor of the city of Hatching. And welcome to be my sole guest. Before him stands Xie Fumu, still youthful, reborn, and wearing a satisfied smile. He extends his hand toward Yan Huang, who, returning the gesture with a gentle smile, takes hold of that hand. Thank you. It is I who should express my gratitude to you, Teacher Yan. The new book by Tang Xin has been updated. Master of Hatching, CF Newborn, Strength, Unknown, Agility, Unknown, Wisdom, Unknown, Introduction, the Essence of the City of Hatching. The will of the City of Hatching, after 17,942 times of slumber, finally regains self-awareness, emerging from the egg and experiencing rebirth. Congratulations, dear guide. For the moment you laid a hand upon him, you became the sole beacon of hope in this wretched world. Yan Huang felt unusually at ease and smiled gently. After awakening, would you like to create a painting? CF Fomu's eyes sparkled, resembling a true youth. May I invite Teacher Yan to join me? Yan Huang replied, of course, it would be my honor. CF Fomu was overwhelmed with excitement. Immediately grasping Yan Huang's hand and leading him into the shell from which he had been imprisoned for an unknown duration. The shell had been turned over. The agonizing memories that had been witnessed countless times were now absent from his sight. CF Fomu held Yan Huang's hand tightly, encouraging him to grip the brush. With innocence and anticipation, he began to sketch within the shell. I have endured long nightmares. Now, I shall paint for Teacher Yan the sole, beautiful dream that you have guided me to experience. Chapter 30. The City of Hatching. The passage. A single pen in the hands of the two individuals illustrated a magnificent image. This picture was deceptively simple, featuring three figures, a gentle mother with braided pigtails, a stout and endearing father, and CF Fomu, whose face radiated joy as he cradled a painting adorned with a heart. The parents drew close to CF Fomu, enveloping him in their embrace, and the warmth of familial affection and respect elicited a genuine smile from him. Indeed, it seemed he had experienced a beautiful dream. Yan Huang marveled at the scene, only to realize that the hand supporting his wrist, belonging to CF Fomu, had grown translucent. A radiant light flickered as his form shattered into countless fragments, slowly dissipating. CF Fomu's voice emerged softly. Yes, it is indeed a wonderful dream. Yan Huang gazed at CF Fomu in astonishment, for a blissful smile adorned his face, from which two streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks. Teacher Yan will soon depart, won't he? I wish I had met Teacher Yan sooner. That way, I wouldn't have to endure disappointment time and again. His smile was pure, devoid of regrets, yet imbued with a sense of longing. Yan Huang wished to articulate something, yet the words eluded him. A peculiar emotion filled his heart, creating a heaviness within. He silently observed CF Fomu, who continued, I would like to leave Teacher Yan with a final gift, hoping that it brings you joy and blessings, and that you remain gentle always. With only a fragment of himself remaining, he uttered his last words. It is truly wonderful to have met you, Teacher Yan. He was carried away by the winds of rebirth, leaving behind merely a necklace, a simple design cradling a sapphire. Item: Guardian of CF Fomu, quality, E, attribute, luck 1, effect, in every instance of the dungeon. The deity of the City of Hatching will transform into your protective shell when you are in need, absorbing the next instance of damage. Item description: You are the sole redemption within my 17,759,402 expectations. My will shall forever guard you, dear Teacher Yan. Yan Huang gazed at the guardian of CF Fomu before him, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Tears shimmered in his eyes as he secured the necklace around his neck and murmured, May you be reborn safely. May you find your love in the next life. Everything transformed into whispers of wind and dust, gently passing by Yan Huang. Congratulations to player Trickster Yan Huang for successfully completing the City of Hatching TE line. Live stream concluded. Now proceeding to settlement. Total number of live viewers, 43, 114. Peak concurrent viewers, 30, 610. Total live retention rate, 71. Live stream approval rating, 96. Highest recommendations, newcomer level 0 push, strongest newcomer. Homepage level 2 push, wonderful moments. Dungeon difficulty, F dungeon exploration rate, 97 dungeon completion rate, 100 dungeon performance, S overall evaluation, SS. Undoubtedly, you are a new elite player. Your inaugural experience in the dungeon has left the majority thoroughly satisfied. Rewards, points 5,000, one-time item, nutrient solution, 1, title, Conqueror of Hatching. Remaining total points, 1733, one-time item, nutrient solution quality, F attributes, strength 0, 5, agility 0, 5, intelligence 0. 1 item description, clean and sanitary, fresh and warm. Effective upon consumption, produced by the system, undeniably a premium product, though its taste might be somewhat unpalatable. But after clearing the dungeon, does that really matter? Title: Conqueror of Hatching Quality. F Attributes: Assimilation Resistance 20, Curse Resistance 10. Title description: A symbol for those who have conquered the most challenging novice dungeon, Hatching City. Representing the sole successful player among 17,759 for 102 participants. Wearing this title, you become the most dazzling newcomer, an essential accessory for both home and travel. Yan Huang gazed at this series of reward settlements, feeling a mix of relief and complexity within. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. Does the conqueror Yan Huang wish to leave a message for Hatching City? The message will be displayed at the dungeon selection interface for other players to view. Yan Huang was taken aback, then smiled slightly. Yes, there was indeed a message that was perfectly fitting. At that moment, within the player hall, the entrance to Hatching City was entirely sealed. In the upper right corner of the dark town as cover, dominated by a giant egg, a small label appeared. TE Conqueror, Fraud Turt Yan X. Overall evaluation, SS Conqueror S message. What shatters from the outside is food. What shatters from the inside is life. The audience who had watched the entire live stream felt an intricate mix of emotions upon seeing this label. The fraudster had truly conquered the TE dungeon. Moreover, he achieved an SS evaluation. Damn, the disparity between players is infuriating. This fraudster, as long as he doesn't falter, he is bound to reach an astonishing height in the future. The crowd was utterly amazed. Simultaneously, countless individuals observed him in silence. Achieving an SS evaluation on the very first dungeon is exceedingly rare in the realm of dungeons, and the fraudster is one of the few who have accomplished this. This time, his reputation has truly skyrocketed, with winds rising and clouds swirling. After Yan Huang finalized his Conqueror S message, the system once more presented him with two choices. Would the player Yan Huang prefer to return to the real world or to the player hall? P.S. Detecting the player Yan Huang's desire to survive, a discount product has been proactively launched. Healthy Life. Product: Vital Life. Product description: A temporary transformation of cells, resulting in a vibrant and lively existence. However, if you choose to engage in self-destructive behavior, purchasing it will make no difference. The price is somewhat steep. But while points may hold value, the worth of life is far greater. How could a professionally trained copy possibly deceive you? Price: 1,000 points day. Yan Huang remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in the comforts of a healthy life. After uttering these words, he exchanged his entire balance of 15,000 points for Vital Life, leaving behind a mere 2,334 points. After all, as a brain cancer patient, each day lived is a precious gift. What could possibly surpass the significance of health and life? Returning to reality, Yan Huang found himself back in his hospital bed. A melodious voice reached his ears. He pondered the thoughts of another patient, even with brain cancer. One should not abandon treatment. What if a miracle were to occur? It was disheartening to see someone sneak away like that. Alas, today as patients truly do not make matters easy, the nurse remarked with exasperation. Then, her gaze met Yan Huang's. Author's note: the Hatchery City has finally been completed, spanning an impressive 64,000 words. The name Xiaofumu carries two interpretations: gratitude towards parents and the nurturing of the Hatchery City. This narrative primarily explores the dynamics between contemporary parents and their children, often referred to as tiger parenting. Upon completion, I will share my outline for this copy in the comments section. There are numerous interpretations of the ending, but my perspective is that Hatchery City is merely a nightmare from which Xiaofumu cannot escape. Next, I will write 2 chapters focused on the reality concerning Xiaofumu. Before delving into the second copy, the second copy, labeled Society, centers on the definitions of personality and cyberbullying, so do look forward to it. Lastly, please do not abandon this journey. I will strive to write even better. Chapter 31. What hair growth product are you using? Upon encountering the unexpectedly handsome visage adorned with a gentle and refined smile, the nurse was evidently taken aback, yet her professional demeanor quickly restored her composure. Who are you? Are you a family member of this patient? Yan Huang shook his head. The nurse sighed to herself. I thought you were a relative. This patient has been missing for 2 days, and now he is in the mid-stages of brain cancer. She set down the 4 drips she was holding and adjusted the empty 4 bottles still hanging beside Yan Huang. Tell me, why are patients so peculiar these days? While we doctors and nurses persist, he seems to have given up. What if a miracle were to occur? Wouldn't that be a missed opportunity? However, it's understandable. The cost of cancer treatment is indeed burdensome. Although the government provides good welfare, the expenses for these medications can be devastating for a family. Some individuals may choose to relinquish their chance of survival for the sake of their loved ones. The nurse spoke to herself, a blend of melancholy and understanding, revealing herself to be a rather intriguing person. Yan Huang, observing her, couldn't help but smile. The nurse, taken aback, asked, "Is there something on my face?" Yan Huang shook his head. "No, I merely find you to be a very gentle and delightful young lady." This nurse had been caring for him since his hospitalization. Freshly graduated from university, exuding a sense of righteousness, and possessing a knack for conversation, often offering him words of encouragement. At 3 years his junior, referring to her as a child was not unfounded. The nurse, blushing at his compliment, regarded Yan Huang with newfound interest. She had encountered many types of men but had never before met one with such a uniquely refined aura, more gentle and natural than the last. "Wait, why do you look so familiar?" Yan Huang responded with a soft smile, "Because I am indeed that troublesome patient." The nurse's face visibly displayed shock. Her pupils dilated as her mind began to merge Yan Huang with the image of the troublesome patient. Yan Huang appeared healthier now, his skin glowing with vitality. "Most astonishingly, I had his hair truly grown back." You, is this a wig? Where did you buy it? It's so realistic." Yan Huang chuckled. "It's not a wig, it's real. In any case, I need to complete my discharge procedures. Could you guide me?" The nurse was utterly horrified. "What? Have I been mistaken in my efforts for several weeks? When undergoing chemotherapy, patients lose all their hair. This defies logic." "Wait. You," Yan Huang interjected. "All right. Beautiful nurse, the situation is precisely as you see it. However, it's a long story and discussing it further would lead to endless conversation. Could you please take me to handle the discharge procedures?" The nurse firmly opposed. "No. Since you have returned, regardless of what has transpired, do not wander off. You look so well now, with hair to boot. Please, do not abandon your treatment." She gazed intently at Yan Huang's hair, her admiration palpable. "What kind of hair growth serum does he use?" "The quality of his hair is simply exquisite." Yan Huang felt a sense of helplessness. "If I were to say that I am perfectly fine now, would you believe me?" The nurse replied, "I wouldn't. Please don't jest with me." Yan Huang sighed and asked, "Then, may I undergo a full body examination?" The nurse conceded, "That is indeed possible. It is prudent to conduct an examination. Should the cancer progress severely, it would be problematic, and we would need to adjust our plan." Thus, the nurse assisted Yan Huang in seeking a doctor for the examination. Despite Yan Huang's repeated protests that he did not require it, the diligent nurse could not bear to see a patient suffer. Yan Huang, feeling quite helpless, thought it would be a shame to stifle her passion for her profession, especially since such fervor for one's work has become quite rare. Having undergone a transformation, Yan Huang was uncertain about his physical condition in reality. However, there was no denying that his appearance and physique had indeed improved. Along the way, numerous young girls and even boys fixated on him with unabashed interest, a somewhat troublesome predicament. Before long, the two had completed the full-body examination. Upon seeing Yan Huang, the attending physician was momentarily taken aback. The phenomenon of a cancer patient exhibiting such a remarkable revival was nothing short of miraculous. Initially skeptical, the doctor, upon verifying Yan Huang's identity, began to extol his condition with fervor, eager to assist him in the examination. Throughout the process, this middle-aged doctor, in his 40s or 50s, lavished praise upon Yan Huang, practically rushing to support him, as if he were a sprinter eager to escort him through the examination. The full-body examination lasted approximately 10 minutes, with results available half an hour later. The moment the results were revealed, the attending physician could not contain himself and shouted in the office, "Wow!" This exclamation startled all the other doctors present. Before they could inquire about the commotion, he transformed into a champion sprinter, clutching the results as he dashed towards Yan Huang. His excitement unmistakable. Upon reaching Yan Huang, who was engaged in conversation with the nurse, the latter, blushing profusely, finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had piqued her curiosity. "Excuse me, Mr. Yan, where did you purchase your hair growth serum?" Yan Huang was at a loss for words on how to respond. Just as he was grappling with his predicament, the attending physician rushed over and placed the examination report in Yan Huang's hands. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Yan, you are truly a miracle among miracles. After your active cooperation over these past days, your cancer cells have remarkably entered a state of quasi-dormancy. This condition not only halts the proliferation and growth of the cancer cells, but has even enhanced your physical constitution and cellular vitality by several tiers." I have never encountered such a case in my decades of life and over 20 years of practicing medicine. This is nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps this may herald a significant breakthrough in the fight against cancer. Ahem. What I mean to say is, if you would not mind, could you accompany me to the Medical Research Institute? I believe that with your condition, we might uncover a new direction in the battle against cancer. Of course, as legitimate medical professionals, we would never subject you to dissection for research purposes. He spoke with immense enthusiasm, utterly oblivious to the fact that Yan Huang had already taken his leave with the report in hand. It was the nurse who gently prodded him. He continued to speak. The nurse nudged him once more. Only then did he furrow his brow and exclaim, "What is it? I am discussing serious matters." The nurse pointed towards the exit. Mr. Yin has already left. When did he leave? How could you let him go? Yan Huang felt that this hospital was indeed commendable. All the staff displayed a strong sense of responsibility and ambition. Thus, he believed that had he remained there, he might have indeed been subjected to dissection for research. Moreover, even if they did that, the research would yield no fruitful results. Surely, he could not divulge to a group of materialists that there exist deities and spirits in this world, could he? That would not merely result in dissection. It would lead to a transfer from the internal medicine ward to the psychiatric department. Upon exiting the hospital, he glanced at his phone. A breaking news alert flashed across the screen. Breaking. The latest update on the shocking suicide incident of the top scholar from the capital 10 years ago. His parents, filled with remorse, have resolutely taken to the streets, weeping and marching under the banner of respecting children and advocating for appropriate relaxation. They declared, "For the next half of our lives, we will act to ensure that such tragedies do not recur, allowing more children to find themselves, and in doing so, to apologize to our child." Chapter 32. The regret of parents. This trending topic nearly caused all information-based apps to crash under the weight of traffic. The suicide incident of the top scholar from the capital city a decade ago had indeed reached Yan Huang's ears, as it had stirred considerable commotion at the time. The young man, consistently ranking at the pinnacle of academic achievement, was regarded as the unwavering top scholar of the capital. As the college entrance examination approached, he frequently participated in interviews and garnered significant public attention. On June 1st, the day of his 18th birthday and merely a week before the exams, he took his life without any forewarning. In a shocking display, prior to his suicide, he adorned his body with scathingly derogatory words using paint. He inscribed second place upon his face, "I hate you" across his chest, and "I'm sorry" on his back, before ultimately hanging himself. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Investigations revealed that this once celebrated student had endured a highly restrictive upbringing, with parents who severed all his social connections. Following a mock examination before the college entrance tests, he faltered from his exalted position, achieving only second place, a mere 0.5 points shy of the top score. Enraged, his parents stormed into his room, engaged in a heated argument, and physically assaulted him, tearing apart all of his clandestinely painted artworks. The specifics of that fateful day remain shrouded in mystery, but it seemed to serve as the proverbial last straw for the young man. Subsequently, he took his own life. That year, the discord between parents and child reached an unprecedented peak, capturing the attention of countless individuals. Even some progressive parents could not refrain from vehemently condemning the actions of this boy's parents as excessive. However, what incited the greatest outrage was not the tragedy itself, but rather the parents' subsequent attitude. They did not perceive their actions as erroneous. In fact, when faced with the uproar online following their child's death, they could not endure the criticism and published an extensive response. In summary, their message was, "We did nothing wrong. It is our child's inability to cope that led to this. Even in death, our child's affairs are our own, and you have no right to intrude." This declaration escalated the situation to a fever pitch, inviting a torrent of vitriol. Yet, the collective memory of the internet is fleeting. Within 2 months, this significant event faded as if it had never occurred, and tranquility was restored. A sudden pang struck Yan Huang's heart as he realized that the young man's name was Xia Xian. He found Xia Xian's photograph online, and indeed, the youthful visage was all too familiar. In that moment, a surge of emotions overwhelmed him, leaving him with an indescribable sensation. He quietly opened the notification. Within the comments, there were those who hurled insults, others who forgave the parents on behalf of Xia Xian, a myriad of sentiments expressed. Among them, one comment stood out prominently. Beyond the singular plight of Xia Xian, countless children around the world share a similar fate. The deceased are beyond retrieval. and perhaps for Xie Xian himself. It is the realization of his parents' remorse a decade later that constitutes the outcome he truly yearned for. No matter the bitterness he harbored towards them, he chose to depart quietly. Yan Huang, upon reading this comment, fell into a profound silence, as if a heavy stone had lodged itself within his heart, suddenly shedding light on the reason why the dungeon would completely close its passage after someone had cleared the TE line. The dungeon is not merely a dungeon. It holds deeper significance. Regaining his composure, Yan Huang made his way to a nearby florist, where he procured a bouquet of daisies and a cluster of dandelions. The rarity of dandelions compelled him to insistently request their presence, prompting the florist to finally unearth a bunch, given their tendency to be swept away by the wind. They required careful wrapping. Once secured, Yan Huang hailed a taxi. The driver inquired, "Where to, young man?" Yan Huang replied, "Anling Cemetery." This cemetery is vast, indeed, large enough to provide solace to countless souls. Upon his arrival, Yan Huang began to search slowly. During his quest, he encountered an intriguing scene, a father and daughter. The father, mature in demeanor, stood alongside a girl who appeared to be around 12 or 13, her hair styled in twin ponytails cascading to her waist, possessing an unconventional beauty. The little girl, a quintessential beauty in the making, was fair and delicate, clad in a black dress, though her face bore little expression. In a tone of earnest request, the man said, "Xiao Luo, could you please help, as you have in previous years, and present a bouquet for each of the 57 children?" The girl, referred to as Xiao Luo, nodded in agreement, turning to place the large bundle of flowers, one by one, before the gravestones. The man did not place any himself. Instead, he turned away. Yan Huang could not discern the expression on his face. But at that moment, Xiao Luo met his gaze. Her eyes held a fierce intensity, as though scolding him. "What are you looking at?" Unable to suppress a chuckle, Yan Huang clasped his hands in apology and turned to leave. Xiao Luo regarded him with confusion and then remarked to her father, "Daddy, I just saw a man who looked strangely familiar, a bit like a fraudster." Yan Huang, of course, did not catch her words. He soon located Xie Xian's gravestone. Rather than merely finding it, he recognized the familiar figures of Xie Xian's parents kneeling before the tombstone, sincerely bowing to their child. Xian, we have lived through a nightmare, and it was truly terrifying. Forgive us for having forced you for so long. You were always so obedient. Truly, you were our most well-behaved child. Although we know it is too late to say anything now, Mom and Dad still wish to express our deepest apologies. We are truly sorry. You need not forgive your father and mother. Throughout their lives, they have committed numerous mistakes against you. In the future, we shall endeavor to make amends, striving to ensure that more children can avert losses in a timely manner. Both of them wept, their eyes swollen with tears. Xiamu was so distressed that she nearly fainted, leaning against Xie Fu for support. Their hair had already begun to turn gray. Yan Huang gazed at this poignant scene before him, momentarily at a loss for words. He simply waited, biding his time for their departure. Once they had left, Yan Huang approached the tombstone of Xie Xian. Looking upon the monochrome visage adorned with a gentle smile, he could not help but smile in return. "Little Fu Mu. Teacher, Yan has come to see you. Look what I've brought." He presented a dandelion, whispering, "May your rebirth be like the dandelion, free to journey wherever your heart desires and to pursue whatever your spirit yearns for." Yan Huang placed the dandelion at the base of the tombstone, surrounded by a profusion of flowers. At that moment, a breeze stirred, lifting the dandelion towards the sky, spiraling in the sunlight, embarking on an unknown journey. Suddenly, an unexpected voice resonated in his ears. Author S. Note: the Xian in Xie Xian is the same as the Xian in Tang Xian. The notion of Xie Fu Mu consuming Xie Xian carries a deeper meaning. It signifies the absorption of that fragile self, who devoted himself wholeheartedly to his dreams and fulfilled them at the cost of his own life. It is a process of consumption, of becoming, and also of relinquishment. Chapter 33. Farewell, Teacher Yin, Teacher Yin. The boy's voice was remarkably pure, devoid of any complex emotions, merely tinged with slight confusion. At that moment, Yan Huang's pupils widened in shock as he swiftly turned to face the youth. The boy's face bore an uncanny resemblance to the visage captured in the black and white photograph upon the tombstone. Xie Xian? The boy blinked in bewilderment and then glanced at the tombstone beside him. "You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Xie Xian. However, I do bear a striking resemblance to him. Every time I accompany my parents here to pay respects, I often startle others. My apologies." Yan Huang was taken aback, only then noticing that a couple was standing behind the boy. Both parents possessed an air of elegance, The father's face radiated warmth and ease, while the mother's countenance exuded gentleness and intellect. The father affectionately patted the boy's shoulder. "It's rare for you to converse with others. Your mother and I will head over there for a moment. You can join us shortly." "All right." The boy nodded, smiling naturally, a testament to the harmony within his family. The mother, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness, retrieved 2 bottles of water from her bag. "Take this water. If you feel thirsty, have a drink, and share one with someone else." "Thank you, Mom." The boy extended a bottle of water towards Yan Huang. Throughout this exchange, Yan Huang remained in a daze, oblivious to the fact that he ought to accept the water. His mind was consumed by thoughts of how someone could resemble Xin so closely. Yet everything before him felt so genuine, so heartwarming. When Yan Huang finally regained his composure, he fumbled slightly but quickly steadied himself. "And no, it's unnecessary. I will be leaving after paying tribute to my friend." "Thank you." The boy glanced at his mother, then back at Yan Huang, finally saying, "Perhaps it is fate. We happen to have an extra bottle, so let us consider it a way to lighten our load. If it makes you uncomfortable, I can exchange with you." Yan Huang found it impossible to refuse the boy's earnest face. "Very well. What would you like to exchange for?" In truth, he felt he had little to offer. The boy hesitated momentarily, then scanned Yan Huang's attire before breaking into a genuine smile. "I would appreciate it if Teacher Yin could exchange a dandelion with me. I think it would be quite meaningful to offer a dandelion as tribute." The boy's words and expression were imbued with such sincerity that Yan Huang could not decline. He pressed his lips together, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Perfect. This is the last dandelion I have. Here, take it. And I wish you good fortune." He handed the packaged dandelion to the boy and accepted the bottle of water in return. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Yan Huang prepared to take his leave. After all, it felt inappropriate to intrude on someone's moment of remembrance. After bidding farewell, Yan Huang turned to depart, contemplating that perhaps the image of Xiaofomo in his dreams resembled this scene. A harmonious family, the love of a father and mother. It was undeniably a beautiful tableau. No wonder it manifested as a liberating dream. He grasped the bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and took a shallow sip. Unbeknownst to him, the youth behind him and his family had been observing his silhouette, bidding him farewell as he departed. One hand clutched a dandelion while the other waved gently at Yan Huang's retreating figure, the motion slow yet profoundly soothing. Gradually, his parents faded from view, and the boy's swaying arm came to a halt. He unwrapped the dandelion, holding it tightly in his grasp. Closing his eyes, a faint smile graced his lips. "Goodbye, Teacher Yin." With a gentle breeze, the dandelion seeds dispersed, white and airy, akin to the soft plumage of a peace dove, soaring towards the heavens. In this moment, he was utterly alone. From that point onward, Yan Huang refrained from disturbing Xiaoxian's rest and did not enter the dungeon. Instead, he ventured to a few places he wished to explore. After all, he was someone who cherished life. A healthy existence was hard-won, and the thought of perishing unnecessarily within a dungeon seemed a poor bargain. It would be an ill fate for the dungeon to profit from his demise. It was not a favorable scenario. Only when he had spent nearly all of his healthy days did Yan Huang decide to enter the dungeon. Player Yan Huang has successfully cleared a dungeon, exiting the novice phase. "Would you like to enter the player hall?" Yan Huang was taken aback. The player hall? Quite trendy. Yet, he had observed streaming rooms back in the hatching city, where the comments from viewers hinted at one undeniable truth. They were players too. If they were players, they likely possessed considerable cunning. They were not to be underestimated. After all, how simple could someone be if they could clear a dungeon? Yan Huang opted to enter the player hall. In an instant, he vanished from his room. The player hall was a vast chamber reminiscent of a metallic pod, brimming with a virtual electronic ambience. Countless individuals surrounded him, and numerous screens adorned the walls, broadcasting footage of players navigating dungeons. The crowd was substantial. Yan Huang's figure materialized amidst a stream of light and electricity, and the visuals before him were undeniably futuristic. At that moment, an announcement resonated throughout the player hall. All eyes are on him. Infinite anticipation. The candidate for the newcomer king, the fraudster, has gone live. This notification not only left Yan Huang, who had just entered the player hall, utterly bewildered, but also caused everyone present to tremble in shock. Soon, a wave of discussion erupted. "The fraudster is online. Disappeared for half a month. I thought he had perished in reality. Where is he? Where is he? Ah, fraudster, take me with you. I would bear your children. I am willing to purchase your fertility." Yan Huang found himself even more perplexed, questioning whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong way. Was he really that popular? Why all the commotion? Instinctively, he grew wary and took a step back. Yet, At that moment, he felt a sudden chill creep down his spine. A sharp object pressed against his spine, eliciting a stress response from the central nervous system that reverberated through the cerebral cortex. A hand rested upon his shoulder. His body yearned to flee, yet he swiftly suppressed this instinct with sheer willpower. For in this moment, any movement would surely lead to his demise. Someone sought to end his life. But who? Just then, a languid male voice drifted into his ear. At last, I have found you, Deceiver. His tone was melodious, with a slightly elongated cadence that conveyed a sinister and peculiar quality, sending shivers down one's spine. Yan Huang squinted, suddenly gripped by an intense intuition that something was about to pierce him. The adversary was making a move. It was both an attack and an opening. Yan Huang swiftly bent down, summoning the knife of familial harmony. The clash of metal resonated with an incessant and jarring vibration. He successfully parried the assault. Yet the adversary's strength seemed grotesquely overwhelming, causing him to sense the strain on his reinforced bones from the hatching process. Fortunately, they would not break. However, Yan Huang was no stranger to adversity. In the instant the opponent pressed forward, during the midst of his block, he deftly sliced the adversary's arm with the tip of his blade. If all went as expected, the curse effect of the knife of familial harmony would surely inflict considerable discomfort. Chapter 34. The initial encounter with the doctor. Indeed, the opponent's movements showed a momentary hesitation. Seizing this opportunity, Yan Huang swiftly leaped back 2 steps, extricating himself from the predicament. Only then did he gain clarity on the identity of the man who had approached him. He was a slender gentleman clad in a white coat, radiating a dazzling smile. His hair was tousled, embodying the quintessential visage of a Korean heartthrob. This smile, charming as it may seem, became unsettling when it lingered on his face for more than 15 seconds, evoking an eerie sensation that something was watching him from the shadows. This discomfort was palpable for Yan Huang. Yet, he surmised the man as profession, a doctor? Upon hearing Yan Huang deduce his identity, the doctor's smile faltered momentarily before blossoming into an even brighter grin. "Ah, how impressive that you recognized me so swiftly. Quite an intriguing patient you are," he remarked. His voice curiously incongruous with his medical profession, straying into the bizarre. Before acquiring ample information, Yan Huang resolved to remain cautious. Even though the doctor had sustained a wound from his family harmony blade, the curse's effects were now becoming evident. The previously minor cut was visibly expanding, blood streaming forth in a vertical line. The doctor, caught off guard, lowered his gaze to the wound and the blood pooling on the ground, his smile abruptly vanishing. "So, you managed to injure me. It seems I must reassess your competitiveness," he mused, his eyes widening. At the moment Yan Huang glimpsed the doctor's eyes, his body froze in terror. One eye was a dark, hollow void, while the other remained a slender, fox-like shape. The doctor placed his hand over his own injury, and in an instant, the wound healed, the curse's effects dissipating. "However, such damage appears to have little effect on me," he stated, scrutinizing Yan Huang, sending chills down his spine. This man was undeniably terrifying, a realization that transcended mere instinct. Yan Huang watched as the doctor advanced toward him step by step, forcing him to retreat in kind. Based on their earlier confrontation, Yan Huang assessed the doctor's power level to be at least above 5, a truly formidable figure. Even without knowledge of others' capabilities, he understood that he had barely managed to reach a level of 3. 5 after enduring the hatching process and consuming the nutrient solution. Facing this opponent was evidently daunting. "Why have you sought me out?" Yan Huang inquired directly. Undeniably, this doctor held a certain stature within the instance. The surrounding individuals, who had previously engaged in conversation, fell into silence upon the doctor's arrival, retreating from the battlefield's epicenter in trepidation. This reaction was all too familiar to Yan Huang. It was a manifestation of fear of death. The doctor must undoubtedly possess a remarkable past. The label of a dangerous individual was immediately affixed to him by Yan Huang. The doctor smiled. "It's nothing. I merely wish to befriend you. Is there any need for a reason to make a friend?" As he spoke, he extended his right hand. Yan Huang observed the hand reaching out, a frown inadvertently forming on his brow. He understood that the other bore no weapon. However, the sharp and palpable sensation that had just emanated from his back suggested 2 possibilities. Either the doctor had concealed his apparatus, or it was his very physique that posed the threat. At this moment, as the doctor extended his hand, Yan Huang hesitated to reciprocate. He did not perceive this handshake as a mere act of friendship. Yet, refusing to shake hands was not an option. He sensed an unusual intrigue emanating from the doctor. To be precise, it was an interest in his own body. Should he choose not to shake hands now, the doctor would undoubtedly surprise him. The onlookers wore expressions of anticipation. Though they refrained from verbal discussion, their lips still moved. What will he choose? Surely, he wouldn't dare, haha. Indeed. Considering the doctor's overwhelming presence, to be singled out by him is quite unfortunate. Yan Huang narrowed his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his features. He adjusted his glasses and reached out to grasp the doctor's hand. In that moment, the doctor's smile returned, his fingers piercing through the skin, transforming into bone blades that stabbed into Yan Huang's hand, while his upper body lunged toward Yan Huang's ear with a terrifying agility. However, he did not anticipate that Yan Huang had already foreseen this. As the doctor approached, Yan Huang whispered in a voice audible only to the two of them. I know your panel. The doctor first appeared puzzled, but then his pupils dilated in sudden realization. He recalled that this individual's talent was related to the power of words. Lie detection. Oppositional event. Successful determination. Result. Knowledge acquired. Panel provided by player doctor. In the next moment, the doctor felt his body slipping out of his control. He immediately summoned his personal attributes. Initially, his personal attributes were shrouded in obscurity, likely concealed by some item. The doctor swiftly dispelled the concealment. At that moment, a conspicuous panel materialized, visible to all present. Player, Doctor, Lin Qi, talent. You remain perpetually more lucid than a god, possessing the eyes of divinity, endowed with a unique vision that reveals details imperceptible to ordinary mortals. You are a special life form. You shall wield the power to transform existence. Hidden talent information 1. Invisible to others. Hidden talent information 2. Invisible to others. Affiliation. Tarot, strength. 5. 2. Agility. 4. 9. Intelligence. 1. 7. Overall evaluation. Wow, you are practically a superhero. This is simply marvelous. Why not swiftly embark on a new quest and meet your demise? Upon witnessing the terrifying data before them, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. They had only acknowledged the doctor's formidable prowess, yet they never anticipated the astonishing strength of the doctor's panel. What could the power of life transformation, as mentioned in his talents, possibly signify? The crowd collectively sensed that the doctor, as one of the candidates for this season's newcomer king, was undoubtedly being groomed by tarot to become the next pope. This was clearly for a reason, as every card in tarot's major arcana embodies a unique force. As the doctor saw his information laid bare, he regained control of his body. You seek your own demise. In an instant, his fingers morphed into bone blades, sharply aimed at Yan Huang. However, Yan Huang's current state was far from optimal. The doctor's statistics far surpassed his own, and utilizing his talent would demand a significant toll on his mental fortitude. There was no escaping this. Damn it. Just then, an unusual commotion arose beneath Yan Huang. Author's note, the hatching city has been officially completed. Preparations are underway to enter the second dungeon tomorrow. I hope everyone continues to lend their support. Chapter 35. Invitation to team up. For the instance, the doctor sensed that something was amiss and hastened his actions. He swung his bone blade directly at Yan Huang's head. However, at that moment, Yan Huang's body was enveloped by a digital wall of light, vanishing from sight. The doctor was left completely empty-handed. The doctor squinted his eyes. Huh. How intriguing. Truly fascinating, Deceiver. I shall remember you. As he spoke, excitement gleamed in his eyes. It had been a long time since he encountered an opponent who could outsmart him so thoroughly. One who managed to expose the hidden panel he had kept concealed for so long. In a sense, Yan Huang had indeed caused him significant loss. The onlookers regarded the doctor with complex expressions, hastily retreating. One could never predict what this capricious individual might do next. The Deceiver was truly remarkable. Even at this critical juncture, he had managed to inflict a major setback on the doctor while departing unscathed. Clearly, these two would inevitably cross paths in the instance. The ability to capture the doctor's full attention was a testament to strength, marking the unfortunate beginning of a new chapter. Yan Huang was equally astonished that he had been teleported away, allowing him to evade the crucial strike. Otherwise, he could hardly guarantee that he would have withstood it. Suddenly, he heard a crisp, delightful voice before him. To counter the doctor in such circumstances, you're quite impressive. It was worth my effort to save you, though you still fall slightly short compared to me. Yan Huang recognized that this was his rescuer. He looked up to see a charming little girl resembling a delicate porcelain doll, dressed in a purple Lolita outfit, sitting on a silver pull-up bar, her legs swinging playfully while she nibbled on a lollipop, with a hint of arrogance and a proud smile gracing her lips. She embodied the essence of a spirited young girl. Shaluo, mind your manners, chided a man in a suit beside her, exuding an air of elegance. His voice gentle yet firm. Jiang Luo crossed her arms, huffing lightly. I was simply meant to be a bit more impressive. Jiang Yi, feeling utterly helpless, turned to Yan Huang and offered an apology. I am Jiang Yi, and this is my adopted daughter, Jiang Luo. I apologize for her spoiled behavior. Please forgive us. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Yi extended his hand. Yan Huang looked at the pair and immediately recognized them. He reached out to shake Jiang Yi's hand, introducing himself. Deceiver, Yan Huang. Thank you for saving my life. You are those two from Anling Cemetery? Jiang Yi paused momentarily, then sheepishly scratched his head. I can hardly believe it. Meeting you again after our encounter at the cemetery is truly serendipitous. I knew I couldn't have been mistaken. Jiang Luo's face lit up with joy as she turned to Yan Huang. Your memory serves you well. Yan Huang nodded with a faint smile, surprised to discover that the individuals he had met at the cemetery were also players in the instance. Indeed. What a small world it was. However, a mere acquaintance should not serve as a justification for their attempt to save him. The two individuals did not appear to harbor any intentions of hostility towards him. If there were ulterior motives at play, he wished to resolve the situation swiftly. Thus, he casually inquired, do you two require my assistance for something? Jiang Luo had a newfound appreciation for Yan Huang's forthrightness. How refreshing. I truly admire straightforward individuals like you. You may seem delicate, but you exhibit far more candor than my father. Jiang Yi cast a resentful glance at his daughter, silently imploring her to refrain from embarrassing him. He felt utterly powerless against her. With a hint of embarrassment, Jiang Yi began. You see, we have watched your live stream of Hatching City and found you quite impressive. Recently, my daughter and I have been interested in a 3-person dungeon, but our circumstances are somewhat peculiar. I have become a burden to Xiao Luo. Hence no one is willing to form a team with us. As he spoke, he seemed to deflate, as if harboring some unspoken difficulty. Jiang Luo promptly interrupted him. Nonsense. It's not that people don't want to team up with us. It's that I simply do not wish to associate with those individuals. Moreover, you are not a burden to me at all. If you continue this, I shall ignore you. Jiang Luo appeared quite vexed by Jiang Yi's demeanor. Jiang Yi, feeling increasingly awkward, smiled apologetically at Yan Huang. I apologize for the inconvenience. It is of no consequence. Yan Huang found the father-daughter duo rather amusing. Just then, he realized it was time for him to enter a new dungeon and inquired, which 3-person dungeon are you interested in? I can provide you with the details. Once Jiang Yi finished speaking, Yan Huang suddenly found a panel materializing before him. Dungeon. Label society. Difficulty. E-. Number of players. 3. Description. This is a society devoid of secrets. From birth, every individual is implanted with a chip. And your life is broadcasted as a live stream. Anyone who watches your live for more than 30 minutes has the right to label you with tags visible to all. The flawless are exalted and hold esteemed status, while the flawed are reviled and condemned to despair. So, will you rise above others? Or will you be branded with the essence of your soul? As Yan Huang contemplated this dungeon, he mused that it indeed appeared intriguing. He smiled. Not bad. Jiang Yi's face lit up with surprise. So, what is your opinion? Yan Huang was not one to easily place his trust in anyone within a dungeon, especially when forming a team. When encountering capable partners, collaboration would flourish. However, should they harbor malicious intent, the mortality rate within a dungeon could be quite significant. If we form a team, it would be you two, and myself. From a certain perspective, this arrangement might be disadvantageous to me. Although Yan Huang did not articulate this explicitly, the astute individuals present understood immediately. Jiang Luo was displeased and glared at Yan Huang. What do you mean by that? Do you not trust us? I just spent 5,000 points on an item to save you. How ungrateful. All right, Xiao Luo, it is already commendable that he is considering us. Jiang Yi interjected, his demeanor noticeably subdued, almost self-deprecating. Had they been ostracized in the dungeon? The perceptions of individuals within the copy differ significantly from those in reality. Yan Huang believes that only 2 categories of people are susceptible to exclusion, the treacherous and the weak. In this ruthless game of survival, weakness is an inherent sin. Yet, how feeble can one truly be if they manage to navigate through the novice copy and emerge alive, subsequently selecting an E-grade copy? Yan Huang finds it prudent to remain cautious. However, out of gratitude for their life-saving assistance, he currently harbors a favorable impression of these 2 individuals. At this juncture, Jiang Yi proposed, how about this? We shall reveal our panels to you. This is the most secure option we can offer you at present. With that, Jiang Yi displayed his panel to Yan Huang. Chapter 36. Candidates for the Rookie King Player. Minor, Jiang Yi Talent. Eager to assist, possessing the virtue of teaching. You shall bestow knowledge upon others. Talent Hidden Information 1. Invisible to others. Talent Hidden Information 2. invisible to others. Affiliation, none. Strength, 2. 1. Agility, 1. 7. Intelligence, 1. 5. Overall evaluation, the well-meaning individual in the dungeon, frequently aiding newcomers, yet often mistaken for harboring ulterior motives, subjected to ostracism. Quite pitiable indeed. Jiang Yi's assessment is rather amusing. He resembles a tragic figure. Yet, it is indeed true that by revealing his panel, he has unwittingly surrendered a significant part of his essence. Upon entering the dungeon, the automatic live broadcast showcases one's working style in vivid detail, allowing for discernment of an individual's thought processes. Conversely, if the panel is concealed, no one can ascertain the true attributes of that person, rendering targeted strategies ineffective. However, revealing one's panel signifies exposing one's developmental data. Should this individual provoke others or exhibit excessive flamboyance within the dungeon, exposure of such data would inevitably invite targeted retribution, potentially leading to dire consequences. The panel, to a certain degree, indeed conveys a wealth of information. This explains why doctors, upon being compelled to unveil their panels, often sever ties and mask their friendly demeanor. To disclose one's panel is to relinquish a part of oneself. It is evident that the other party possesses a degree of sincerity. Furthermore, the overall evaluation suggests that Jiang Yi is a genuinely kind-hearted person. Although the dungeon system can be rather snarky, it has yet to engage in deceitful practices, prompting Yan Huang to extend a measure of trust, which is sufficient to rely upon. At this moment, Jiang Yi glanced at Jiang Luo, realizing the predicament. What a hassle this is. Reluctantly, Jiang Luo displayed her panel. Her petite face flushed with embarrassment as it unfolded. Player, calculator, Jiang Luo, talent. As a gifted young student, daily subjected to the adoration of countless admirers. Yet what can be done? After all, who can deny your brilliance as an elementary scholar? You possess an innate affinity for electronic devices, or perhaps you are the ultimate computer. Talent, hidden information, 1. Invisible to others. Talent, hidden information, 2. Invisible to others. Affiliation, none. Strength, 1. 5. Agility, 2. 2. Intelligence, 1. 9. Overall evaluation, candidate for the 99th Rookie King election, ultimately securing second place. What of average attributes? As a gifted young scholar, you are exceptional. If only you could shed your acerbic tongue, that would be even better. A young student ought to be more well-behaved. A chuckle escaped Yan Huang's lips. A gifted young scholar, he couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Luo immediately bristled, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at? Be quiet." Yan Huang, I apologize, but I simply cannot contain myself. Jiang Luo clenched her teeth, her expression fierce yet adorable. If you keep smiling, I'll knock your teeth, ask you. Upon uttering those words, she was promptly silenced by her adoptive father, who reminded her to exhibit proper manners. Jiang Luo fell silent and shot Yan Huang a disdainful glance. This was a rather relaxed exchange, and Yan Huang felt a considerable easing of her vigilance towards the two, revealing her panel for all to see. After the trio confirmed each other's panels, Yan Huang posed a lingering question. Why did the doctor target me? I do not even know him. She sensed that the doctor must have a modest reputation within the instance and was rather flamboyant and free-spirited. Perhaps these two were aware of something. Jiang Luo crushed the lollipop between her teeth, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Why did he target you? Naturally, it's because you pose a threat to the 100th period's Rookie King. Rookie King? This was the third instance Yan Huang had encountered this term. Firstly, when she logged in. Secondly, in Jiang Luo's panel. And now, once more. Ah. Since you have sincerely inquired, I, the second of the 99th period, shall graciously enlighten you. The instance conducts a Rookie King evaluation every 3 months. Newcomers who surpass 3,000 points in a single instance during that period become candidates for Rookie King. At the end of each period, the top 3 performances of each candidate are comprehensively assessed, and the one with the highest evaluation is declared the Rookie King. Each Rookie King receives specific rewards. The top 3 earn fixed prizes that enhance strength and agility attributes in the form of an item called King's Gene, and an E-grade item tailored to personal needs. Each Rookie King represents a small epic. As long as they do not fall, they are destined to become outstanding figures within the instance. Thus, the results of each evaluation attract significant attention, making every Rookie King highly coveted. The doctor is from your period, and he is a complete psychopath, nurtured by the most formidable faction in the instance, Tarot. It is not unreasonable for him to wish to eliminate you, a candidate for Rookie King. After all, aside from the 3 who are under the protection of Tarot or other factions, you are the only newcomer still standing. Yan Huang began to understand. No wonder she received a notification upon logging in. Jiang Luo jumped down from the horizontal bar, her petite frame appearing barely 12 or 13. Her height reaching only to Yan Huang's waist. With hands on her hips and twin tails bouncing playfully behind her, she looked particularly charming. Jiang Luo. This person is rather tall. I somewhat regret jumping down. But I am still just a child. I will certainly grow taller in the future. If you have any further questions, just leave them to my father. His talent will allow you to grasp the instance at the quickest pace. Humph. My father's talent has aided many, yet a bunch of ingrates wasted a 5,000-point item on me. If you dare to act ungratefully, I will surely find the time to deal with you. Her fierce demeanor seemed devoid of any real menace, even evoking a desire to tease her. It is evident that she is a child well protected by her father, a young lady nurtured in love. She is charmingly spoiled, yet not overly impertinent. Jiang Yi shyly smiled at Yan Huang. If you do not mind, what Xiao Luo said is indeed true. Yan Huang replied, thank you for your assistance. Jiang Yi reached out, his fingers lightly brushing against Yan Huang's hair. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of knowledge flooded in. Yan Huang grasped a wealth of information regarding the instance, including how to conceal his interface. He promptly hit his panel and expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yi. Thank you. Jiang Yi replied, it was a mere gesture. They all understood that the trio could now form a team. Jiang Luo rubbed her hands together and said, all right. Enough of this. You are more fussy than I, a girl. Let us proceed to the instance. The two adults exchanged a knowing smile and followed her towards the instance hall. As they walked, Jiang Luo led the way, with the two adults following behind. Yan Huang was organizing his thoughts when suddenly, Jiang Yi leaned in and whispered to him, Mr. Yan, I have something I wish to entrust to you. Chapter 37. The Labeled Society. Entering the instance, Yan Huang paused momentarily, glancing at Jiang Yi with a look of perplexity. Jiang Yi retrieved a gem from his backpack. Take this. Yan Huang instinctively grasped the gem and cast a glance at its attributes. Item. Tears of the Betrayed. Quality. F. Function. Allows the player to exit the instance during gameplay and return to the player hall. Description. The tears of the betrayed. Born from their regret after forsaking their faith. When these tears shimmer, the power of the betrayer will be bestowed upon you, granting a singular opportunity to escape the instance. However, it is well understood that life offers but one path forward, with no possibility of retreat. The chance to choose comes only once. In choosing betrayal, one forfeits the right to enter that instance forever. Hee. To think you could acquire such a treasure, you are quite remarkable. Are you considering demise? Source, none. Yan Huang's brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Yi's tone softened. I understand your strength, thus, I entrust this to you. So that you may fully believe in us. I only ask of you one simple favor. Yan Huang pursed his lips, reluctantly acknowledging that this item was indeed a valuable asset, providing players trapped in confinement with a third option. Speak. Jiang Yi replied, protect Xiao Luo. Yan Huang. To Yan Huang, this did not seem like a request. After all, he did not perceive Jiang Luo as an ordinary individual. At the tender age of 12, being the second runner-up for the Rookie King, Jiang Luo's prowess was formidable, or perhaps she possessed some secret weapon. Regardless, it was highly probable that her overall strength surpassed both Yan Huang and Jiang Yi. So asking him to safeguard Jiang Luo was less a demand and more a father's love for his child. Very well. Thank you. The trio soon arrived at the instance hall, which was bustling with numerous players. Jiang Luo instinctively stepped back 2 paces to align herself with her father. Unsurprisingly, the surrounding individuals took notice of them. Initially, they were astonished to see Yan Huang alive. The trickster had survived being targeted by the doctor, showcasing his cunning. Yet, as they observed him accompanying Jiang Luo, their expressions shifted. The trickster? He is actually with the instructor. Is the instructor back to deceive and manipulate newcomers again? Aha. Those who previously ventured into instances with the instructor nearly all perished. Surely no one believes the instructor is a good person, right? How could the trickster have been fooled by others? Surviving the doctor's grasp only to meet his end at the instructor's hands? Ha. These remarks fell upon Jiang Yi like a bucket of icy water, piercing his heart with pain as he silently lowered his head and continued onward. Jiang Luo, meanwhile, clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury, partially concealed by her long hair. The father and daughter appeared like despised rodents crossing a street. However, they have grown accustomed to this state, and what they fear is whether the deceivers might alter their intentions in such circumstances. After all, what those individuals say is not entirely false. The crowd approached the dungeon selection area. Before they commenced their selection, Someone tapped Yan Huang on the shoulder from behind. Brother, if you wish to undertake a team quest, I can accompany you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Walking alongside this father-daughter duo will undoubtedly lead to misfortune. This pair delights in deceiving those who have just completed their novice dungeons into teaming up with them. At first, everyone believes they are benevolent, only to find several have met their demise. I nearly fell for their trickery myself. Fortunately, someone alerted me, and I escaped death. Being with them brings bad luck. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo lifted her head, her resolute eyes fixing on the man as she retorted, "You wretched scoundrel. My father kindly shared his dungeon strategies with you to spare you unnecessary detours, even providing you with items. And this is your gratitude." The man scoffed. "I am merely seeing the error of my ways, offering a well-meaning warning to those who might fall victim." At that moment, Jiang Luo's eyes narrowed, her beautiful, pure black pupils revealing a string of code, but she was interrupted. The interrupter was Yan Huang, who continued to smile gently like a spring breeze. He brushed aside the man's hand with one of his own. Everyone has their own aspirations. One must maintain some integrity. It is important to have a moral compass. His words not only expressed his stance, but also left the man feeling utterly humiliated. Just a second ago, he had been exposed by Jiang Luo for having benefited from their kindness. Now he found himself on the receiving end of Yan Huang's remarks. On the surface, it signified trust, but beneath that lay a veiled insult, akin to saying he was ungrateful for the very sustenance he had received. The crowd found it somewhat amusing, directing their scorn towards the man. Just a fool, trying to use this opportunity to flirt with a deceiver. How laughable. The man, feeling utterly humiliated, turned red with shame and pointed at Yan Huang, shouting, "I advise you not to ignore my warning. You may regret it." With that, he departed. And the crowd chose not to intervene further. Jiang Luo nudged Yan Huang's thigh with her elbow. "You're quite chivalrous. Rest assured, if I perish in this dungeon, I will ensure you survive. I want them to see clearly that my father is not the person they claim him to be." She proclaimed loudly, intent on defending her father's honor and dignity. Jiang Yi merely smiled softly, bending down to adjust the small tie on Jiang Luo's chest before gently patting her head. "All right, your Uncle Yin is here, so don't be so mischievous." Jiang Luo huffed in response. Yan Huang found it amusing, thinking, "Uncle Yin, is that acceptable? Perhaps you should call me brother." Such thoughts were amusing indeed. Jiang Luo rolled her eyes. "I'll call you little brother. In this dungeon, I've got your back." Yan Huang, adopting a laid-back demeanor, chose not to argue further. "Fine, you've got my back." After this brief interlude, the trio promptly approached the dungeon selection platform. They finalized their choices, and a pop-up appeared before them. "Player fraudster Yan Huang, are you certain about teaming up with the calculator, Jiang Luo, and the minter, Jiang Yi, to enter the Dungeon Tag Society?" Yan Huang confirmed. Soon, they found themselves enveloped in a mystical radiance. Dungeon loading. Dungeon Tag Society. Difficulty E-. Players, fraudster, calculator, minter. Introduction. This is a society devoid of secrets. From the moment of birth, every individual is implanted with a chip, rendering their life a live broadcast for all to witness. Anyone who views your life for more than 30 minutes holds the right to assign visible tags to you. The exemplary are cherished, while the flawed descend into despair. So, are you among the elite, or merely a soul marked? Dungeon duration, 5 days. Dungeon loading complete. Live broadcast commences. Preface of the dungeon, follow your own path, let others talk. Dante. Chapter 38, The Tagged Society. A stunning awakening. A sudden wave of dizziness and fatigue enveloped Yan Huang, making the world around him spin. Fortunately, he lay on a warm, comfortable bed. Otherwise, he might have tumbled off. Current live viewers, 17 people. Oh dear, the Deceiver has indeed entered this dungeon. And his identity seems to be that of a noble? Oh dear, this could be quite entertaining. Comments began to appear. It appeared that he had successfully entered the dungeon titled Tagged Society. Suddenly, a jarring alarm echoed in his mind. After a series of chimes, a dry voice pierced the air, sounding as if it emerged from a mouth devoid of moisture, created solely by the flow of breath. Esteemed Mr. Yan, you have completed 9 hours of sleep. Please rise and prepare for your morning routine. Esteemed Mr. Yan, you have completed 9 hours of sleep. Please rise and prepare for your morning routine. Esteemed Mr. Yan. Before the third announcement could reverberate, he swiftly pressed his hand against the alarm clock. Without opening his eyes, Yan Huang could only sense a peculiar and nauseating texture. It felt sticky and slippery, as if something had licked him. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes. In that instant, he beheld not the alarm clock, but a person. Kneeling at the edge of his bed was a figure that could be discerned as a living being. One half of her face was exquisitely beautiful, while the other half appeared devoid of skin, revealing the underlying flesh and bone. The seam where the two halves met was riddled with countless stitches. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a classic black and white maid outfit, adorned with a disconcerting smile. This smile, on the half of her face lacking epidermis, was particularly unsettling. Her eyes were mere sockets encased in flesh, and her grin exposed her gums completely, with the bones at the corners of her mouth tightly fused with the surrounding tissue. The sight was remarkably provocative. Yan Huang had not anticipated such a shocking encounter with a maid, and had it not been for his quick reflexes, his expression would have surely betrayed him. His understanding of this dungeon was limited to the knowledge that everyone possessed a chip, allowing them to glimpse into the lives of others. Beyond that, he was entirely ignorant. In the face of the unknown, prematurely revealing oneself would be manifestly unwise. Mr. Yin, since you are awake, allow me, Jiang Shou, to assist you with your morning routine. Yan Huang furrowed his brow slightly and responded with a soft hum. The presence of a maid suggested that his identity in this dungeon was likely that of someone from a well-to-do background. Jiang Shou maintained her standard smile. I am more than happy to serve you. With that, she bent down. It was then that Yan Huang noticed a virtual screen hovering above her head, displaying a series of words along with a number. Tags: Top 10 maids, versatile beauty, stuffy, malevolent. Tag score, 67 points. So this is a tag? Yan Huang pondered, though his aesthetic sensibilities were not particularly refined. He did not consider himself entirely unconventional. The term beautiful girl, does it refer to merely half of a face, or does it encompass the entirety of one's visage? Yan Huang pursed his lips in contemplation. At that moment, Jiang Shou wrung out a face cloth, preparing to approach Yan Huang's face with it. Yan Huang noticed that the texture of the cloth was quite peculiar, rough, and after being wrung out, it bore a crimson hue. As the cloth drew nearer, a pungent metallic scent wafted towards his nostrils. It was then that he discerned the cloth's true nature. It was a dense, human skin. A wave of physiological discomfort washed over Yan Huang, compelling him to suppress the urge to vomit. Enough. You may leave. I wish to wash my face and brush my teeth myself today. Oh, how precise. This is hilarious. Such accuracy. Suddenly, Yan Huang felt a surge of anxiety as he pondered what misstep he had taken. At that moment, Jiang Shou halted her actions, her gaze shifting towards Yan Huang's face, scrutinizing him intently. The smile that had graced her features vanished, replaced by a blank stare devoid of any expression. The sensation of being gazed upon by that stitched visage was unsettling, particularly with the absence of any facial emotion, sending shivers down his spine. Jiang Shou parted her lips. Mr. Yin, I believe you require my assistance. Her tone was peculiar, lacking the deference of a servant and instead resembling that of a partner. It hinted at an emotion not befitting her role in this scenario, an unwilling skepticism. Was a maid questioning her master? Or was it merely a brief respite granted by the master? The atmosphere became palpably tense. Yan Huang's mind raced as he surveyed her from his elevated position, his eyes brimming with disdain. Are you questioning my decision? Such demands should not require repetition. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Yan Huang was gambling once more, wagering that the maid was indeed a maid and that he truly occupied the position of a superior. Commands from those of high status are not to be challenged. As anticipated, the very next moment, an awkward smile crept onto Jiang Shou's face. Very well, then I shall leave you to it. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to instruct me. With that, she rose swiftly and hurried towards the door, fearful that even a brief pause might displease Yan Huang. Truly a deceiver. So easily appeased, should a mistake occur here, the label points would surely diminish, and a perfect start would be lost as Yan Huang observed the comment stream. He also noted that Jiang Shou's label points had dropped by 1, now standing at 66. The label of top maid was also dissipating. A phrase from the introduction of the scenario flashed through Yan Huang's mind. Your life is a live broadcast for others to witness. And anyone who watches for more than 30 minutes has the right to assign you publicly visible labels. Was this what it meant to lose points? At that moment, the maid's label had changed, thus confirming that her life was indeed being observed. So, what of him as one in a position of power? Yan Huang glanced toward the adjacent mirror. The mirror appeared exceedingly peculiar. The lines of wood encasing its surface were unnaturally rigid, provoking a profound sense of dissonance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was not wood at all, but rather beast bone coated in a layer of sanguine paint. The grotesque distortion left him perplexed. As no known biological bone could possess such warped curvature, it seemed to be meticulously crafted. The strange sensation he experienced upon touching the alarm clock became clear to him. It was a mechanical phonator, a fusion of tongue and wind control apparatus. Yan Huang found it somewhat distasteful. He swiftly redirected his gaze to the mirror's surface. Reflected back was his own countenance, still the same handsome and gentle face, adorned with delicate black-rimmed glasses. Indeed, he bore tags and tag scores. Tags: elite among humans, perfect artist, domineering. Tag score: 94. In the next moment, his tag score fluctuated. The tags themselves remained unchanged, yet the score elevated from 94 to 95. Yan Huang contemplated his 3 tags: elite among humans, perfect artist, domineering. Based on the recent shift in Jiang Shou's score, he preliminarily deduced that the so-called tag score did not merely reflect the value of each individual tag. After all, his tags had not altered, yet his score had risen. Thus, the so-called tag score must be intrinsically linked to the tags. The specific valuation would require Yan Huang to observe the live broadcast of others for further insight. He felt a strong foreign sensation at the nape of his neck. If his conjecture was correct, it was a chip. Just as he contemplated using the chip to observe the live broadcast of others, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by familiar voices. Chapter 39. The Society of Labels. Initial collaboration. Yan Huang swiftly rose from his bed and exited the room. As he opened the door, he was met with the sharp, indignant voice of a young girl. I have given you ample respect. You asked me to clean that restroom. And now you demand that I kneel and lick your shoes? Do you believe I won't just give you a fatal blow? The girl, clad in a black and white maid outfit reminiscent of her role, had twin ponytails that swayed gently behind her. In her hand, she wielded a disproportionately large blue-black sword, aimed directly at Jiang Xiu. However, in the next moment, a strange smile appeared on Jiang Xiu's stitched face, accompanied by a chilling laugh. A 32-point societal waste. One who disobeys orders would simply be better off dead. Her demeanor towards Jiang Luo had shifted entirely from the previous gentleness shown to Yan Huang, now replaced by the disdain of a superior towards an inferior. Yan Huang focused intently. Indeed, Jiang Luo's score was marked at 32. As he regained his composure, he noticed Jiang Xiu's hand resting on Jiang Luo's massive sword. Instantly, the sword transformed into data fragments, vanishing from sight. Jiang Luo's face betrayed her shock. She had not anticipated the loss of her weapon. It dawned on her that this scenario was far from ordinary. Her gaze fell upon Yan Huang. But at that very moment, Jiang Xiu swiftly tightened her grip around Jiang Luo's neck. The girl, shorter than the average, was effortlessly lifted by Jiang Xiu with a slight exertion. Her feet dangled in the air, struggling for breath as she gasped, Yan Huang, aren't you going to help me? Yan Huang found himself in a bemused predicament. He then changed his expression, addressing Jiang Xiu, release her. The veins on Jiang Xiu's temples bulged. Mr. Yin, this 32-point waste is defying my orders. This is my affair. Please refrain from meddling. It's the rule. A sinister smile crept across her face, evoking a sense of dread in those who beheld it. At that moment, she seemed certain that Yan Huang posed no threat to her. What was it that she emphasized about label scores? Explicitly labeling Jiang Luo as a 32-point waste. Now, she had uttered the phrase the rule. Could it be that the 32 points and the label of waste were mutually determining? And what dictated both was labels? Yan Huang narrowed his eyes, gradually approaching Jiang Xiu with a gentle smile that radiated warmth, inviting closeness. Your affairs, I shall not constrain you. Jiang Xiu's malevolent grin became bolder. She was pleased with the outcome. Mr. Yin's lack of awareness had cost her a point. Now, to see Mr. Yin perturbed brought her joy. After all, individuals like Mr. Yin, with their high scores, occupied the pinnacle of this society. Elevated in status, they naturally became fearful. They would not willingly squander their time and energy on a 32-point waste. After all, every move they made was under scrutiny, with the identity of the observer shrouded in mystery. If he were to rescue this wretch, what would he stand to lose? Mr. Yin surely understood more than she did. Jiang Xiu believed she had seized a golden opportunity for revenge. She tightened her grip, intent on suffocating Jiang Luo. With increasing force, her expression of stitched features grew ever more exhilarated as she watched Jiang Luo's beautiful face redden, even turning a shade of blue. The thrill coursed through her veins, with dopamine surging, rendering her smile grotesque in its intensity. Almost dead, almost dead. Mr. Yin, do take a look. I am utterly enamored with the sight of this trash being slowly extinguished, the helplessness and struggle. Listen to the final gasp they emit before succumbing. Ah, it is the most exquisite note. She spoke to herself at a rapid pace, the dual ecstasy of vengeance and murder electrifying her entire being. One hand gripped Jiang Luo, while the other covered her mouth, her fingertips trembling. Oh dear, is the calculator so easily relinquished? Is she not going to utilize her abilities? TSK. I initially thought the fraudster would hand over Jiang Luo to this father-daughter duo, but he unexpectedly eliminated the calculator first, not saving her? It seems the fraudster has grasped the fundamental mechanics of the tagged society. I spent money to acquire this knowledge back in my day. Everyone presumed the fraudster would sell Jiang Luo. Mr. Yan, look. She is on the brink of unconsciousness. Jiang Xiao was increasingly convinced. Yet, just at that moment, as she was about to crush Jiang Luo, a knife plunged into her neck without warning. With a gasp, her body weakened from the chaotic flow of blood, forcing her to release the almost lifeless Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo collapsed to the ground, still conscious, her eyes glinting with cunning as a smirk graced her lips. Jiang Xiao, in disbelief, turned her gaze towards Yan Huang, who maintained a serene smile, one imbued with compassion, tenderness, and an array of unspoken emotions. I shall not interfere with your affairs, but witnessing the 66 points of trash defy me does vex my spirit. Therefore, I must trouble you to be quiet. With that, Yan Huang slowly raised his hand to the hilt of the knife of domestic harmony. With a swift motion, he drew the blade, blood splattering in all directions, some even landing on his face, which he casually wiped away with the back of his hand. Jiang Xiao, who moments ago had been a fierce menace, lay lifeless on the ground, her stitched visage forever unable to close its eyes. But it mattered not. Yan Huang had always been a gentle and reasonable man. He would assist her in finding peace. With a single hand, he covered her eyes, allowing the lids to fall shut. As for the half of her face devoid of skin, well, Yan Huang picked up a nearby mop to cover it. Rest well, and cease creating disturbances, dear maid. Every action of Yan Huang was deliberate and unhurried, yet the entire sequence unfolded with a chilling precision. The spectators in the live broadcast room were gripped by an unsettling chill. Particularly, he exchanged a glance with Jiang Luo, who was gently caressing her injured neck and let out a soft huff. "Isn't my talent remarkable?" Yan Huang did not hold back his praise, replying, "Indeed." He had almost unraveled one of the hidden talents of a calculator, namely datification. The colossal blue-black sword was a manifestation of this very concept. It was in the fleeting moment before he was to make a move that he discerned it was a talent, rather than a mere item. In that instant, he heard Jiang Luo's voice echoing in his mind, as if his consciousness had been transformed into a digital realm, facilitating their seamless communication. She cautioned him against acting impulsively. The audacity of a maid to behave so brazenly before her master hinted at underlying circumstances. Thus, they resolved to stage a performance, one that would perfectly disguise his intention to rescue her. This act would also succeed in sending shivers down the spines of the viewers in the live broadcast room. Chapter 40. The Society of Labels. The rules of the game. The atmosphere was charged with tension as viewers expressed their disbelief. I truly thought the Deceiver would let the strategist perish like this. What a performance. This is utterly baffling. Haha, even if the Deceiver is absent. Do you honestly believe that the strategist, that peculiar little genius, could so easily meet their demise? Securing second place as the rookie champion is no trivial feat. The live stream audience had swelled to an impressive 379 viewers, a remarkable figure, albeit only when compared to the F-level difficulty of Hatching City. The system's live stream promotion operates through a complex algorithm, which tailors recommendations based on player performance scores in the current dungeon's difficulty. Moreover, Yan Huang and Jiang Luo had garnered a modest reputation within the dungeon. In that moment, both players received a notification regarding the dungeon's performance. Congratulations to both players for the stable increase in your live stream data. Now recommended to E-level high player category 5, every small effort counts. Even a mosquito is meat. We hope players continue to strive for even greater recommendations. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo exchanged a glance. Jiang Luo furrowed her brow. Utilizing her talent to communicate with Yan Huang mentally, in this dungeon, our every action is transparent, so I will keep my talent active. Let us converse mentally. Speaking aloud may lead to errors. Jiang Luo's intellect was commendable, despite her youth. She had previously secured second place among the recent rookie champions, and her intelligence matched Yan Huang's at 1.9. Their recent teamwork further attested to her capabilities. Yet, despite her prowess, she remained but a child. And Yan Huang regarded her with a fond gaze. Understood, Yan Huang replied. And Jiang Luo swiftly posed another question. Why am I a maid in the Society of Labels while you occupy a high position? Is this intentional? Yan Huang chuckled in resignation. Perhaps. My luck isn't particularly good. He was met with a disapproving glare from Jiang Luo, with her hands on her hips. She looked adorably captivating in her maid outfit, exuding pride. Humph. Given that you were cooperative, I shall refrain from holding it against you. However, I believe I have grasped the fundamental gameplay of this dungeon. Yan Huang's expression shifted to one of seriousness, for he was certain that Jiang Luo possessed more information than he did. Although her performance was indeed remarkable, he had a modest understanding of human micro-expressions. When Jiang Xiu destroyed Jiang Luo's dark blue giant sword, the fleeting shock on her face was unmistakable. As anticipated, Jiang Luo began to analyze this issue with him. You must have noticed that the sword I wielded moments ago was a manifestation of my innate talent. However, in the presence of the seamstress, my blade disintegrated. I suspect there exists an unwritten rule within this society, where high scorers exert absolute dominance over those of lower scores, a dominance rooted in the very fabric of the rules. The two spoke in unison. Jiang Luo, taken aback, gazed at Yan Huang with increasing admiration. Impressive. Your thoughts are remarkably swift. Flattered. Yan Huang rubbed the tip of his nose. It's nothing much. After all, I've encountered a few minor issues prior to this. Though the seamstress ranked among the top 10 maids, her behavior diverged from the expectations of her role. Nonetheless, she adhered to his commands for the most part, suppressing her evident desire to resist out of fear, the fear of inferiors towards their superiors. Given the circumstances, it was difficult not to deduce the nature of this rule. Yet, if the powerful hold such absolute authority over the weak, why did she moments ago threaten you with a smug expression before attempting to kill me? Is that not foolish? Yan Huang pursed his lips, contemplating this very point. In truth, these mechanics could be discerned from the guides they had perused. However, would the dungeon truly grant players an easy passage? Realizing one's wishes is not a simple endeavor. Among the information Jiang Yi provided, there was a rule stating, to enhance the player's gaming experience, the core mechanics of the dungeon would be obscured from the players. Therefore, consulting guides is largely futile, unless one could diligently cultivate muscle memory, allowing instinct to dictate action. This may sound like a fanciful notion, but in this dungeon, what is not fantastical? Yan Huang lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment. I do have a method to ascertain whether the high possess absolute suppression over the low. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she fixed her gaze on Yan Huang, blinking eagerly. What method? Please, enlighten me. But her excitement was short-lived. Yan Huang stated plainly, Jiang Luo, grasp your broom firmly and diligently clean this room. It must be immaculate. If I discover a corpse here in 10 minutes, you will face dire consequences. Jiang Luo gasped. You must be joking? Before she could continue her retort, her expression shifted abruptly. Status, command of the noble. Description, a command from Yan Huang, a noble with a score of 95 in this society. As a lowly score of trash, you are expected to fulfill Mr. Yan Huang's command promptly, or delightful surprises await you. Command, clean the room and dispose of the corpse. Time limit, 10 minutes. Penalty for defiance. You will be finished, which means death, courtesy of the dungeon's friendly reminder. In an instant, both their pupils constricted. This command had transformed into a status. A chill ran down their spines. This society is anything but simple. It is profoundly complex. What can be definitively concluded is that a higher label score is always preferable. Jiang Luo, incensed, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Is this your solution? Well said, but refrain from uttering such nonsense again. This is designed to lead me to my demise. As she uttered these words, an additional label suddenly appeared on her profile, vulgar trash. Her label score plummeted from 32 to 31. Jiang Luo protested, vulgar? How dare you speak of my elder sister? Am I, Jiang Luo, someone you can cavalierly judge? Upon finishing her retort, she lost another point, and the label vulgar trash dimmed slightly. Yan Huang, caught between laughter and tears, hastily covered her mouth. All right, let me assist you. No sooner had he spoken than the label, domineering, above his head also dulled somewhat, causing his score to drop to 94. Yan Huang, Jiang Luo. She stifled a laugh. Yan Huang, feeling exasperated, delivered a light kick to Jiang Luo's rear, saying, Hurry up. Have I been too lenient with you? In her mind, Jiang Luo cursed Yan Huang. I've shown you kindness, and you dare to kick me? Then, the cycle began anew. Yan Huang taunted. What can you possibly do to me? Jiang Luo. Yan Huang continued, You have only 9 minutes left. Do not perish. Jiang Luo was infuriated by his words, feeling as if she might have a heart attack. What kind of person is this, bullying the weak? Thus, the 12-year-old with a height of merely 1 meter 30 had no choice but to cast her unwilling gaze upon Jiang Shou's lifeless body. Yan Huang pondered. With Jiang Luo's diminutive stature, would it not be rather comical for her to carry this corpse? The image formed in his mind, and in the next moment, he found himself witnessing that very scene. Chapter 41. The Society of Labels, Hierarchies. Jiang Luo, standing at a mere height of 1 meter and 30 centimeters, effortlessly lifted the lifeless body from the ground with one hand, displaying an expression of disdain as she strode towards the exit. For a little girl with a remarkable strength of 1.9, this weight was trivial. Yan Huang felt a tinge of disappointment, having failed to witness the scene he had anticipated. However, a question lingered in his mind. Why was he able to directly impose a status on Jiang Luo, but not on Jiang Xiao? Wait a moment. Both he and Jiang Luo, as players, possessed tags and tag points, akin to the entities within the instance. Furthermore, he was capable of issuing commands to Jiang Luo that exceeded his own abilities. Thus, could they not be classified as monsters within this instance? A flash of insight illuminated Yan Huang's mind as he summoned Tang Xian's new book. Sure enough, the contents revealed an additional entry. Upon scrutinizing the new information, Yan Huang discerned the following: Label Society, Medicine, Strength, 1. 5. Agility, 1. 5. Intelligence, 1. 2. Talent, Evaluation, Command, Description. In this realm, there are no legal constraints, only the scrutiny of countless individuals. It is a utopia, a hidden paradise where the inhabitants live carefree. As long as one is recognized as a good person by society, they shall bask in prosperity. Conversely, one will be relegated to the lowest echelons of society, deemed worthless. One must ponder what error lies in classifying individuals into hierarchies. Yet, are you a mere human or a soulless label? Evaluation. Netizens possess absolute evaluative power over your life after observing you for more than 30 minutes. Surely 30 minutes suffices to comprehend an individual? Command. The virtuous enjoy all, while the wicked are subservient. Survival of the fittest prevails to maintain social order. It is advisable for the worthless to comply. Upon reading this description, Yan Huang immediately grasped the source of his earlier confusion. They were indeed classified as monsters within this instance, which piqued his interest further. When Jiang Luo returned, she sought to connect their minds once more to express her grievances. But before she could voice her thoughts, Yan Huang preempted her. He relayed the details from Tang Xian's new book, with meticulous precision. Jiang Luo's countenance shifted dramatically. You mean to say, she began, that the higher one's tag points, the greater their status in this realm? And that individuals are categorized into hierarchies based on varying point thresholds? This clever little girl truly grasped the concept with remarkable speed. A broader smile spread across Yan Huang's face. Indeed, if my deductions are correct, the classifications are divided into thirds: 1 to 33, 34 to 66, and 67 to 99. My score of 95 indicates that I am unable to impose a direct status on Jiang Xiao, who scored 67. Yet I can enforce a command upon you with your 32 points, which substantiates my claim. Within the same tier, the lower must obey the higher. But across tiers, it is a matter of coercion. This is a restriction set by those in power to monopolize their rights. Yan Huang's analysis is remarkably profound, and Jiang Luo is equally exhilarated. However, despite scoring 66 points, Jiang Xiao still chose to defy me, which implies that at that moment, she believed I would not take action against her. What led her to such certainty? To challenge the authority of those in power requires immense courage. Yet the only thing that can truly threaten us is but one: tag points. Her unwavering belief that I would refrain from assisting you stems from the notion of tag points. If I were to help you, my tag points would diminish, and in this society, no one would dare to act against that. She was convinced of this. I once contemplated whether the societal disdain for the lower classes would provoke public outrage against those who attempt to save them. Yet, after I saved you, I did not incur a penalty. This shattered her perception, or rather, she had never considered that I would resolve her predicament in an unexpected manner. Was it based on tags? No. Tags bear no relation to scores. We have preconceived the societal structure based on tags. This is a society devoid of legal constraints. The deeper Yan Huang delved into this, the more exhilarated he became, surveying his surroundings with a smirk. Xiao Luo, have you noticed anything amiss in this room? Jiang Luo surveyed her surroundings with curiosity. She observed candle holders crafted from animal rib bones, adorned with intricate patterns of human skin sewn together to form the floor. This room is opulent, yet it exudes an eerie atmosphere, an eeriness that is laced with the scent of blood and the essence of death. This lavish environment resembles a chaotic graveyard, reeking of decay and rot. Had Jiang Luo not known the owner of this house, she would undoubtedly deem them a complete pervert. but she knows. The owner of the room is a perfect artist with a staggering score of 95 points. The term artist instantly evokes a chilling sensation. At this moment, Zhang Luo comprehends the essence of tag points. There are no definitive standards for judgment. All standards derive from, she was about to articulate something when an earth-shattering sound from outside startled her, prompting both her and Yan Huang to gaze towards the door. The door remained closed. Yet, they could hear heart-wrenching cries. Please, I beg you, do not hand me over to him. I implore you. If this continues, I will die. I do not wish to die. I beg you, Mr. Liu. I do not want to die. I am truly not that kind of person. I have followed you for so long. Why do you not trust me? I have not committed any wrongdoing. You can check my life record. I have absolutely not betrayed you. The despair in her cries was palpable. As if she were not in a home, but rather, her grave. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed, and the woman's scream ceased. A coarse voice, dripping with mockery, reached their ears. A 21-point harlot dares to scream before me? You wretched woman, willing to resort to any means for power. I have shown you the utmost mercy by not sending you to the pyre. Handing you over to Mr. Yin for his handling is undoubtedly your most favorable outcome. The sound is profoundly unsettling to the senses. Yet, Yan Huang is certain that this esteemed artist is about to receive a visit from a distinguished guest. Moreover, it seems this noble visitor possesses a rather irritable temperament. Zhang Luo cast a glance at Yan Huang, noting his stillness, and, in response, remained motionless herself. The barrage of comments in the live stream began to stir with excitement. Oh dear, here it comes, the splendid drama of the aristocrat's entrance. I wonder if our deceiver can endure the beauty presented by such a scene. If the performance falters, it could be quite entertaining, ready to capture screenshots at any moment. I haven't witnessed such a sight in ages. A dull thud resounded. Crash. The door, adorned with numerous grotesque faces, shattered, and a woman was unceremoniously thrown inside. This woman stood completely bare, her abdomen swollen, her skin marred and torn, with scarcely a patch unscathed. The scene was nothing short of harrowing. Chapter 42. The Society of Labels. The innate malevolence of humanity. A woman clutched her abdomen. Crimson blood oozing from her lower body, staining the smooth floor with a viscous scarlet pool. Her hair was disheveled, and her expression was one of utter despair. She cried out in anguish, her voice hoarse, my child, ah. Her wails pierced the air, a heart-wrenching cacophony. The decayed skin rubbed against the ground, and at a glance, it was nearly impossible to discern where the blood ended and where humanity began. A shadow loomed, cast by the light outside, falling upon the woman. Her pupils dilated in fear as she clutched her belly, shaking her head repeatedly. Do not come closer. My child is already gone. I have not betrayed you. I truly have not betrayed you. I am not a harlot. I am not. After all this time together, why can't you trust me? Is it merely because of this accursed label? It is those wretches who slander me. I have not wronged you with anyone. Spare me. Do you truly wish to see me perish for a mere label? Are you even human? Are you human? In a fit of hysteria, the labels affixed to her head were grotesque. Label, harlot, wretch, bitch, resource-producing woman, label points, 21 points. All the profound insults directed at women manifested upon her brow at this moment. As she pleaded for mercy, the shadow showed no inclination to relent. Rather, it reveled in her torment. Spare you? You parasite of society, a disgrace. I would never allow your existence to continue. How could the countless souls within this society accept you? Therefore, I shall rid the world of your kind. Besides, who knows whose child that harlot bore? If it perished, so be it. I will not allow such a base child to be my son. If it dies, then let it serve as entertainment for my friends. The man finally stepped through the doorway, revealing his true visage. He was a corpulent and lecherous figure, bald on top, with a mocking grin upon his face, as if he were performing an act of great virtue. Label, man of justice, noble defender. Promoter of positive energy, label points, 91 points. At this moment, his label points continued to escalate. The three resplendent labels appeared to be illuminated by countless anonymous netizens, expressing their delight in such a performance. How exhilarating! How justifiable! How uplifting! The spectacle of a noble being reduced to commoner was universally appealing. Though they could offer critiques in their daily lives, they required an opportunity to do so. Otherwise, how could their baseless judgments be recognized by the esteemed gods? Thus, they awaited their chance, an opportunity to drag someone into the abyss. Should any high-scoring individual falter, they would descend into madness, unleashing the most malicious evaluations, ruthlessly stifling any chance of resistance. After all, Only by stepping upon the backs of others do they display their own greatness. 92 points. 93 points. 94 points. The ascent of the labels is alarmingly rapid, rendering the man's smile increasingly difficult to conceal. He bows politely in all directions, fully aware that every action of his is under the scrutiny of countless eyes. This moment represents an opportunity for him to reach the pinnacle of success, one he has long yearned for, finally arriving at a chance to soar to great heights, albeit at the expense of his wife's demise. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the netizens for their unwavering support. I, Lu Zhang, assure you that I shall not betray your trust and will deliver the death sentence to that wretched woman. Yet, given our marital bond, such ruthlessness may not be entirely appropriate. Thus, I shall allow my neighbor, Mr. Yin, to craft the most fitting conclusion for this disgraceful woman. With a sinister smile, his gaze fixated on Yan Huang, he remarked, "Mr. Yin, may I indulge in the appreciation of your artistic prowess?" Each word dripped with anticipation, not merely for the art itself, but rather for the hope that Yan Huang would ultimately disappoint, leading to a catastrophic fall from grace. Yan Huang regarded the man before him, while Jiang Luo instinctively edged closer behind him. Yan Huang. It appears that holding a position of power brings its own set of troubles, as troublemakers emerge with alarming speed. Such troubles can indeed be bothersome. However, should you find yourself unable to resolve this issue, I am willing to assist, though I must clarify, my assistance is solely for that unfortunate woman. Yan Huang. Best of luck. What will you choose to do? A hint of schadenfreude danced in her heart, devoid of malice. She merely wished to witness the choices Yan Huang would make. Should he falter in finding a solution, she was prepared to intervene, having already devised a plan in her mind. This unforeseen event was beyond anyone's expectations. Yet it solidified a stark realization for both Yan Huang and Jiang Luo. In this society, one cannot apply the rules of their own world as a measure. For here, the absence of legal constraints and moral boundaries exacerbates humanity's inherent flaws. The so-called labels, when traced to their origin, are merely evaluations bestowed by people. In every individual lies a lurking demon, indulging in greed and unrestrained desires. They cast their judgmental gazes from unseen corners, hidden in the shadows, free from accountability. Thus, they remain unafraid, following their malevolent inclinations, deriving pleasure from the suffering of others. In mere 30 minutes, they reduce a person's essence to a collection of derogatory labels, obliterating a lifetime of existence. As for the woman who claimed, "You can scrutinize my life records," who cares for the truth? You will merely serve as a source of entertainment. This encapsulates the essence of humanity. At its core, mankind is intrinsically malevolent. Contemplating this, an inscrutable smile graced Yan Huang's face. A rising star in the realm of labels was on the verge of surpassing his neighbor when he was approached. The implications of this encounter were profound. In a society where negativity is magnified infinitely, one must always anticipate the worst possible outcomes, as they often reflect the most accurate trajectory in this world. At this juncture, he faced two choices. Firstly, to preserve his own well-being by denying his moral compass, deceiving himself into believing that the values expressed in his narrative bore no connection to reality, and thus transforming the woman into an object of art for his neighbor, Lu Zhang. Secondly, to steadfastly uphold his principles and values, resolutely refusing to conform to societal pressures in the pursuit of the woman's dignity, thereby incurring the displeasure of the onlookers and branding his life broadcast with a disgraceful new label, ultimately becoming the next fallen individual. The dilemma of choosing between these two paths was indeed excruciating. The moniker monster was surprisingly apt, and Yan Huang's lips curled into a subtle smile. He maintained his characteristic demeanor, bowing gracefully before Lu Zhang. Yan Huang, at your service, my esteemed guest. Author's note: 90,000 words have been penned, with just 8,000 remaining before my debut. I hope for enthusiastic encouragement to expedite the updates and comments. To claim indifference towards data would be disingenuous, as this genre is rather niche, and I fear my debut may attract little attention. Should the updates falter, I might question the quality of my writing and succumb to anxiety. I do possess a somewhat fragile heart. Nonetheless, I remain grateful for the continued support from readers regarding the content. Thank you all for your unwavering encouragement. Chapter 43. The Society of Labels, a feast of shared appreciation. The audacity of the Deceiver to acquiesce so readily to Lu Zhang's request is utterly laughable. Was he not just prior to entering the scenario educating others about maintaining a semblance of integrity? How is it that he now exhibits such a blatant disregard? After all, we are speaking of a pregnant woman subjected to mistreatment. As a devoted admirer of the hatching metropolis, I would advise the commentators above against reaching hasty conclusions. Do you truly believe that the title of Deceiver is a mere jest? Premature judgments may lead to repercussions that one would rather avoid. Conversely, delaying one's judgment may also result in unexpected backlash. The most prudent approach when dealing with a deceiver is to remain reticent. Verbosity often begets error. It is indeed amusing. Had this been another scenario, there might have been alternative outcomes. However, he currently finds himself in the society of labels, under the scrutiny of numerous observers. His opportunities are decidedly limited. At this moment, Jiang Luo, too, felt a sense of surprise. Yet, she refrained from expressing any thoughts, instead flawlessly embodying her current role as a maid. With a charming smile adorning her face, she stood behind Yan Huang. "Mr. Yan, shall I assist you with this endeavor? If so, I would kindly request that you prepare some gloves for me." Upon receiving confirmation, Jiang Luo gracefully made her way into the room and procured a pair of gloves from the marketplace, taking a moment to gather herself. Meanwhile, Yan Huang expended all his accrued points to acquire an item, which remained concealed within his backpack. Soon, Jiang Luo returned, presenting the gloves to Yan Huang. "Mr. Yan, please." Yan Huang nodded appreciatively, affectionately ruffling Jiang Luo's hair. "Just observe closely from here on." Jiang Luo nodded in affirmation. Their every movement was executed with seamless fluidity, as if both were intent on thoroughly gratifying the evidently ambitious Lu Zhang. Yan Huang turned his gaze toward Lu Zhang. "Esteemed guest, do you have any special requests regarding this creation?" Undoubtedly, art holds immense value, yet its ultimate purpose is to serve humanity. Every gesture and utterance from him was impeccably crafted, rendering Lu Zhang's sinister smile increasingly difficult to conceal. At this juncture, his label score had soared to an impressive 95. Granting him equal status and authority alongside Yan Huang. He had long coveted the possessions of this neighbor, who had held a prominent position for years, his residence, his wealth, his creations, everything. Previously, his score had lagged behind that of Yan Huang, compelling him to adopt a subservient demeanor. Now, with scores aligned, he was poised to surpass Yan Huang, freeing him from the necessity of feigned humility. "Mr. Yan, I implore you to administer a fitting punishment to this wayward woman and the offspring within her womb, tainted by the blood of an ignoble wretch. Should you fail to deliver a satisfactory outcome, our audience may find themselves quite displeased." Greed and arrogance surged within his gaze, as it appeared Yan Huang no longer posed a threat to him. Yan Huang's attention shifted to the woman beside him, who seemed to be in a state of mental disarray. She knelt on the ground in terror, pleading, "Please, Mr. Yan, spare me. I am wrong. It was that man who suddenly attacked me. I am innocent. I can reveal the records of my life. I can." As she spoke, her hand instinctively reached for the chip on the back of her neck. The chip projected a stunning virtual image. In the projection, a woman clad in luxurious garments held a wine glass containing only a quarter of a tranquilizer, exuding an air of arrogance and unparalleled beauty. Despite her visibly pregnant belly, her allure remained undiminished. There was no indication that the bloodied figure before her bore any relation to this radiant woman. It was unimaginable what she had endured to fall so drastically in such a brief span of time. Suddenly, a man appeared in the room. The woman was taken aback, but due to the man's slightly higher score, she dared not show any impatience. At that moment, a deafening scream pierced the air. A violent surge of electricity crackled. The image was abruptly severed. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the enraged Lu Zhang had forcefully yanked the chip from the woman's neck along with her flesh. The gruesome scene left Yan Huang and Jiang Luo feeling queasy and unsettled. However, they understood that at this juncture, they could only compel themselves to continue watching. Lu Zhang's gaze was filled with cold malice. "Wretched woman, even at death's door, you dare to argue. Your betrayal is your original sin, and you shall not meet a good end." Yan Huang and Jiang Luo's eyes grew cold at a visible pace. With the chip gone, the woman lay there, gasping, her parched throat only able to emit faint cries. Transparent tears, mingled with crimson, cascaded down her cheeks, spilling over her eye sockets and temples. She gazed at the ceiling, utterly devoid of strength to resist. Lu Zhang felt a surge of satisfaction, his face breaking into a smile as he turned to Yan Huang. Above him, his tag shifted. Tags: just hero, righteous, tragic artist. Tag score: 96 points. At that moment, he surpassed Yan Huang by a single point. Thanks to this performance, he had gained a full 5 points. Indeed, to him, all of this was merely a performance, orchestrated for the hidden audience, whose scores either exceeded or fell short of his own. Yan Huang, it is now your time to shine. Do not disappoint me. His tone had shifted from respect to equality and now to command, reflecting the increase in his tag score. Yan Huang was fully prepared. Yes, esteemed guest, my work has never disappointed, including this time. Yet Lu Zhang remained skeptical, for this time. He had driven the audience's emotions to a crescendo, raising their threshold. This time, Yan Huang's tag of perfect artist would surely transform into that of a failure, who permits individuals to embrace countless successes, yet cannot endure even the slightest failure? Mr. Yan, please. Lu Zhang maintained his performer-esque poise, graciously gesturing toward the woman who had already lost all hope for survival. In the gaze of the assembled crowd, Yan Huang approached the woman with an unhurried demeanor. She merely cast a despairing glance in his direction, a fleeting sweep of her eyes. That look resembled a confrontation with desolation. In her eyes, she had descended from paradise to the abyss, from abundance to utter destitution. She had even lost her own child. All of this was not the result of her significant wrongdoing, but rather a consequence of the netizens' misinterpretation and fabrication of her faults. She could not articulate her thoughts, yet Yan Huang discerned the intricate emotions reflected in her gaze. Kill me, and let me go. Such helplessness, such contradiction. She was caught in the struggle between life and death, burdened by unfulfilled regrets she yearned to complete. At this moment, Yan Huang could offer her but one thing. He once again ensured that his gloves were secured, his expression brimming with excitement and anticipation. Dear lady, allow me, Yan Huang, to present you with the final feast of your life. I shall unveil to all the most exquisite masterpiece this world has to offer. Let us, together, savor this grand banquet. Chapter 44. The Society of Labels. The consumed at this moment. Yan Huang appeared to be a complete lunatic, as if he had wholly succumbed to the rules of this world, earnestly embodying the label bestowed upon him, the perfect artist. He crouched before the woman, his gloved hands remarkably penetrating her bloodied flesh, pressing down on her abdomen while casually humming a cheerful melody, painting a bizarre scene of obstetrics. This grotesque tableau rendered Jiang Luo momentarily blind, her delicate face turning pale. Though well-versed in the ways of the world, she was, after all, merely a 12-year-old girl. Witnessing such a sight filled her with both nausea and anguish. She longed to conjure a knife from thin air and strike down the wretched Lu Zhang. Yet, in this society, one is bound by the whims of others. She was merely a participant, surrounded by countless spectators, unaware of how many eyes were fixated upon her. However, she understood one thing. If even a single eye noticed her rebellious transgression, the consequences would extend far beyond this woman. To defy one person requires merely the strength to overpower them, but to rebel against an entire era demands the power to transform the world. How immense a force is required for such a feat? No one knows. Both Jiang Luo and Yan Huang hesitated to take risks. Thus, they were compelled to betray their moral compass, becoming unwilling accomplices. They could not even afford to blink. In this moment of reveling in the era-esque spectacle, no voice of dissent was tolerated. The live stream was particularly explosive, with a deluge of comments flooding in. Ha ha. Where are those who said he would be slapped in the face by fraudsters? Look at what he is doing now. He is just someone who has barely passed the novice stage. No matter how skilled, can he really exert himself in a society defined by labels? A fraudster assisting a lump of flesh in childbirth. What a hilarious sight. Ha ha ha. I've already captured this screenshot. Even if the fraudster perishes in this scenario, this image will be forever remembered. How disgusting. How can such a person dare to tell others to maintain their boundaries? Is this his boundary? Hardly. I thought he would be willing to sacrifice his life for his principles, but in the end, he is nothing but a lowly scoundrel, judging others from a moral high ground. From now on, let us stop calling him a fraudster and refer to him as a midwife. Ha ha. This was an immense farce. A torrent of negative comments descended without warning. They fancied themselves as moral arbiters, looking down upon a person whose words hinted at malice, reveling in the sensationalism. Humanity possesses an innate curiosity for the grotesque and the bizarre. Despite knowing they would be repulsed by such imagery, they could not resist the urge to witness it. Furthermore, they derived pleasure from witnessing those who excel beyond themselves fall from grace, gleefully trampling them into the ground, ensuring they would never rise again. They had never perceived anything amiss in their hearts. Malicious words surged forth like a raging tide, and the number of viewers in the live stream continued to escalate. During the agonizing process of delivering a stillborn, the abhorrent language multiplied exponentially. Although many did not feel there was anything inappropriate in Yan Huang's actions, They apathetically believed they would have acted similarly. Yet, to avoid being marginalized in this era, one merely needed to follow the trend and ostracize others. This is the tragedy of our times, the inherent flaw of humanity. At this moment, the live stream audience reached an astonishing 39,947. Such figures shattered Yan Huang's previous record for the highest online viewership in the city of incubation. Congratulations to the player for achieving the milestone of 40,000 concurrent viewers, earning 4,000 points. Congratulations to the player for significantly enhancing the overall quality of the live stream. Now recommended to E-level secondary category, extreme vulgarity, hehehe. What a splendid recommendation. When one cannot garner attention through talent, resorting to unscrupulous means is the way to go. This recommendation promises substantial traffic, so players, keep striving. However, how many viewers can truly be retained from such sensational exposure? Even the instance mocked Yan Huang at this moment. Jiang Luo observed it all, scarcely daring to breathe. Her petite face turned pale with fright, and nervous perspiration beaded on her brow. The barrage of comments nearly sent her blood into reverse. What did these people understand? What nonsense were they spouting? They clearly knew nothing. Yet each one believed they were all-knowing. She felt a surge of anger, repression, and even injustice. Clenching her teeth, she struggled to contain herself. Despite her intelligence and prowess, she was merely a 12-year-old child, at an age meant for innocence and reckless abandon. At that moment, a hand, smeared with thick, fresh blood, came to rest just inches before her. The man's voice was exceptionally gentle. Be good, don't look. It will be over soon. His voice seemed imbued with magic, providing her with an infinite sense of security, calming her restless heart in an instant. When she dared to look closely, she discovered that Yan Huang's hand cradled a lifeless infant. If one were to consider a being the size of half a palm as an infant, how pitiful that little soul was, lying quietly in the large hand. It was so close to being able to open its eyes and gaze upon this world. Yet the cruelty of its kind had deprived it of the right to exist, its very progenitor being the orchestrator of its fate. Its birth was doomed to be tragic. Yan Huang instinctively bowed his head, burying his face in his palm. He seemed to be whispering something, uttering soft, fragmented words, yet they were inaudible. However, in the end, everyone could see that Yan Huang, as a perfect artist, gently kissed the unfortunate child. The woman, on the brink of death, lay upon the ground, summoning every ounce of strength to catch a glimpse of her unfortunate child. Her tears flowed ever more swiftly, and her hoarse voice seemed to plead. Let me see my child. Yet now, who would grant a wish to one burdened by sin? Not Yan Huang. With a gentle smile, he cradled the lifeless infant, presenting it slowly before Lu Zhang. His slightly bent knees instilled a profound sense of satisfaction in Lu Zhang, dissolving all his apprehensions. Beside him, Lu Zhang gazed at the tiny being, its wrinkled form utterly unappealing. A complex aversion stirred within him. How much this child resembled him. But this was not the moment for such resemblances. Is this your art, Yan Huang? So simplistic, so unadorned, truly lacking in any allure. Yan Huang, undeterred and unperturbed, bore the awareness of his current lowly status. He replied, my work remains with only 2 final stages before it is wholly complete. However, the next stage requires your assistance, Mr. Lu Zhang. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang's curiosity was piqued. In his eyes, Yan Huang no longer posed a threat, incapable of stirring any turmoil. Thus, he relished the deference of one who had once been exalted, now bowing before him. Oh, what stage? Let me ponder. Yan Huang lifted his head, his smile blooming fully, radiant and clear, akin to a painting of light. The next phase in the creation of this work was feeding the child. Chapter 45, The Society of Labels, Child Devourer. The moment Yan Huang uttered those words, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. Goodness, this young man plays such a twisted game. My word, I truly did not foresee this. So, the deceiver has been biding his time for this very moment? His patience is indeed remarkable. But with Lu Zhang's label score so elevated, he surely wouldn't dare to comply. To consume one's own offspring, especially one so diminutive and lifeless, is simply revolting. No matter how high his label score, it is of no avail. The higher his score, the more he is compelled to act. The atmosphere has reached an unbearable tension. Should he refuse, the only fate awaiting him is a downfall. The deceiver has truly mastered the intricacies of the label society. He found himself constrained by the rules of this societal construct, while simultaneously wielding those very rules to exert control. Survival in such an era has never favored the compliant, but rather those who can manipulate the epic to their advantage. Lu Zhang gazed at the sanguine mass in Yan Huang's hand, barely discernible as a human form. Even for someone as twisted as himself, the sight was enough to induce nausea. Instinctively, he felt the urge to lash out. Yet, a chill crept down his spine. He sensed countless eyes upon him, watching with a sinister glee, as if they intended to pierce his very being like a dagger. His complexion abruptly paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead and back, soaking his blood-stained garments, which clung tightly to his frame. He clenched his jaw, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Before him stood Yan Huang, with Jiang Luo lingering behind. Their expressions remained respectful, yet a subtle, disquieting smile lurked beneath their lowered gazes. It was as if every detail had been meticulously orchestrated, luring him into a trap from which there was no escape. What would happen if he refused to comply? The consequence would be akin to that of the deceased woman before him. You are quite audacious. How dare you conspire against him? Yet, what does it matter? Clearly, it is of no consequence. Merely a provocation, one that would lead to your own demise. Yan Huang could acutely sense the murderous intent emanating from Lu Zhang, as if he wished to reduce him to mere pulp in a meat grinder. So vicious was the animosity directed at him. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm authority. He presented the lifeless form to Lu Zhang, saying, "Mr. Lu, please indulge yourself." Half of his face was shrouded in shadow, his glasses reflecting a shrewd glint. Lu Zhang, with a cold gaze, snorted softly. His pudgy fingers inched closer to the lifeless body, battling the tumultuous feelings that roiled within him. "Mr. Yin, I find your creation most satisfactory. Thus, I shall certainly cooperate with great enthusiasm. After all, such an opportunity may not arise again." Following the climactic crescendo of this twisted performance, he would personally stage a spectacle of slaughter that would captivate a wider audience. As he spoke, a dark crimson light flickered in his eyes. The atmosphere around them thickened palpably. He grasped the lifeless form that Yan Huang had presented, clutching that fragile, still underdeveloped waist, soft and seemingly boneless. Blood trickled down drop by drop. Truly a sinful child, I am determined to bring an end to his wicked existence. I extend my gratitude to Mr. Yin for allowing me to savor such a moment. He lifted his neck, layers of fat folding over his lack of contours. Under the gaze of Yan Huang, amidst Jiang Luo's cold laughter, and beneath countless hidden eyes, he harbored malice as he loosened that mass of flesh and let it fall into his mouth. Gulp. He did not chew, but forced himself to swallow whole. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The crowd held their breath. Only Jiang Luo stepped forward silently, holding a glass of water. "Mr. Lu, please drink." Lu Zhang cast a faint glance at Jiang Luo, acknowledging her presence. Jiang Luo smiled sweetly. When dealing with someone like Mr. Lu, one must always maintain the best demeanor and the best smile. Lu Zhang contentedly ruffled Jiang Luo's hair. "Very well, from now on, you shall accompany me." After speaking, his gaze fell upon Yan Huang, his eyes brimming with hatred and excitement. How dare he design against him, treat him so? How many works has Mr. Yin created in his lifetime? He inquired amiably. Yan Huang remained indifferent, too many to count. Lu Zhang stepped closer to Yan Huang, raising his blood-stained hand to grip Yan Huang's neck. Instantly, his label shifted once more. Label, just person, righteous and awe-inspiring, tragic artist, cannibal, label score, 97 points. In the blink of an eye, it soared to 98 points. Igniting a fervor within him. Is a perfect score within reach? Will he become one acknowledged by the divine? The excitement in Lu Zhang's eyes was unparalleled, further solidifying his resolve to kill Yan Huang. An exaggerated and maniacal grin spread across his grotesquely plump face. Had Mr. Yin ever contemplated how to design his own death? Yan Huang gazed gently at Lu Zhang, closing his eyes to conceal his amusement. I have not even considered that I might die." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Zhang suddenly increased his grip, attempting to snap Yan Huang's neck. "No matter, I shall arrange for Mr. Yan's demise. Let me stand upon Mr. Yan's corpse to complete my final performance, achieving the status of the percent person, and with gratitude towards Mr. Yan, I shall meet the great god." He maniacally tightened his grip, causing the color on Yan Huang's face to shift gradually. Yet at that moment, Yan Huang slowly opened his eyes, gazing down at him with a mocking look, as if observing a corpse. What a joke! What a ridiculous jest! He was now a being of 98 points. How dare he regard him with such disdain? "You seek death." This provoked Lu Zhang's already frayed nerves, compelling him to exert maximum force, intending to crush Yan Huang's neck. Yet, before his body could react, Yan Huang placed both hands on his wrists, gradually pulling them outward. Lu Zhang was taken aback, quickly succumbing to a furious rage. You wretched rodent. Do you dare defy me? Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Any resistance is futile. You cannot kill me, nor can you even lay a hand on me. You, a pitiful low scorer. Yan Huang's score had begun to plummet, accompanied by a new label, Rebel. However, Yan Huang remained unperturbed. He leaned slightly forward, a smile creeping closer to Lu Zhang, invading his entire field of vision. Esteemed guest, I am fully aware of my actions. However, did I not mention that there are 2 final stages remaining? Mr. Lu, my masterpiece is not yet complete, and I hope you will continue to cooperate. Yet, lack of cooperation is of little consequence now. For the final stage has arrived. To kill you? No. I merely wish for you to witness the final act I have prepared for you. Child's devour. As Yan Huang's words lingered in the air, Lu Zhang's expression shifted dramatically in an instant. He felt a horrific pain in his abdomen that obliterated his composure, causing him to clutch his stomach. Something was churning within his insides. Something was tearing through his skin. He collapsed to the ground, frantically pounding his abdomen in a desperate frenzy. Yet, aside from intensifying the agony, it bore no fruit. No. No. Impossible. What have you done? What exactly have you done? At that moment, Yan Huang and Zhang Luo advanced together. The light streaming through the door elongated their shadows, enveloping Lu Zhang's form. Yan Huang adjusted his glasses, wearing a gentle, scholarly smile as he fixed his gloves. Zhang Luo slowly bent down. A mocking grin adorned her face, marred by the bloody handprint left by Lu Zhang. Mr. Lu, I forgot to mention, the best smile to maintain towards someone like you is a smile of mockery directed at a fool. Even a tiger spares not its cub. Those who devour their young shall inevitably suffer a child's devour. As Yan Huang's words fell, a sharp sound pierced the air. Small hands, as keen as the sharpest of blades, tore through Lu Zhang's abdomen, unleashing a vibrant bloom of crimson. Blood splattered everywhere, mingling with the cries of an infant. Awakening all sounds. Chapter 46. The Labeled Society. 30 seconds of unconstrained life. The sound of an infant's wail resonates with both brilliance and sorrow. At this stage of development, such cries should not exist. Yet, miracles tend to manifest in this world, profoundly affecting certain souls. The child, stained with the blood of adversaries, is no larger than the palm of an adult's hand, with many parts of him not even fully formed, forever trapped in this cruel state of existence. The surrounding world feels unbearably cold to him, and that wailing seems to possess a certain magic, rousing the woman lying on the ground, who is nearly devoid of strength. She can scarcely believe that she still hears the sound of a baby's cries, despite her exhaustion rendering her almost immobile. Even as she can only move her eyes to catch a fleeting glimpse of that tiny figure, it is enough to make her pupils tremble with recognition. This is her child. Emerging from Lu Zhang's lifeless form, the infant instinctively yearns for the warmth he has known for months. With vigorous cries, he crawls towards his mother, using both hands and feet, leaving a trail of blood upon the floor. In this society, where one is destined to be implanted with a chip upon birth, his miraculous arrival grants him the strength to disregard others' judgments and strive towards the warmth of his home. His tiny hands reach for his mother, and he slowly climbs into her embrace. Tears stream down the woman's face as she expends her last ounce of strength to tremble her lips. Her final gaze is fixed upon her child. Thank you. Thank you for your birth. Thank you for ending my resentment. If only you could continue like this. Without a chip, free from the control of others. With those words of gratitude, she breathes her last breath. She finally succumbs to the silence of death. In her arms, the child gradually drifts into slumber, resting peacefully in his warm cradle. The scene is as tranquil as a painting. Once the child falls asleep, a minuscule worm escapes from his mouth, dying the moment it separates from the body. Item: life-reviving goo. Quality: F. Effect: brief revival. Description: a revival that drains cellular vitality, allowing for the last 30 seconds of life to flourish. Perhaps we all have regrets yet to fulfill. Those 30 seconds of unrestrained life are sufficient for an adventure. Congratulations on your victory, little winner. Yan Huang sighed, exchanging a glance with Zhang Luo beside him. Thank you for the gloves. He removed the gloves. Item: disposable spatial gloves. Quality: F. Effect: capable of moving objects within a 5-meter radius once. Description: a replica of spatial gloves, despite being subpar. They can prove exceptionally useful at times. However, relying on counterfeit items is not a commendable habit. If you possess the skill, why not obtain the original and see for yourself? With a light hum, Zhang Luo mused, Mr. Yin, What are your intentions? I am fully aware. From the moment Yan Huang truly began to devise this scheme, she had already formulated her plan. She understood that she and Yan Huang were in the same boat. Should misfortune befall him, her own survival in this societal hierarchy would be even more precarious. Thus, she endeavored to maintain the utmost harmony with Yan Huang, ensuring the execution of this plan was flawless. Undoubtedly, this maneuver dazzled everyone present, eliciting expressions of astonishment. Wow, is this even possible? Can this be how one uses a living curse? Just now, did Yan Huang lean down to kiss that child, intending to plant a curse? But that child is already dead. Indeed, dead. Yet the cells remain alive for a time. The purpose of this curse is to deplete the life of the cells. One could say that the child harbors a desire for vengeance as well. This is incredible. Even fraudsters can be taken aback. This is quite the game, executed with such precision that it sends shivers down my spine. What a move. And where are those who mocked the midwife earlier? The keyboard warriors? Come forth and witness your father's brilliant maneuver. At that moment, the live stream boasted an impressive audience of 113 viewers. Congratulations to the player's live stream for achieving an exceptionally high overall quality. Now recommended to E-level dungeon first-tier recommendations, truly impressive. This will attract considerable traffic. We hope the broadcaster continues to excel. According to dungeon assessments, the player, a fraudster, exhibits outstanding combat awareness and judgment, with exceptionally high live stream quality, now additionally recommended to the homepage second tier. This is a reversal moment, valid for 1 minute. Congratulations to the player for completing the achievement of having 50,000 viewers simultaneously online, earning 5,000 points. You are the star of tomorrow. A flurry of dungeon notifications cascaded in. Even Jiang Luo's heart raced with excitement. This was her first encounter with such a spectacle. She had managed to join Yan Huang in reaching the homepage's second-tier reversal moment. This was on par with remarkable moments, both being recognized by the dungeon as highlights. It was a symbol of prestige. Jiang Luo felt that her previous analysis of the fraud tour had been rather narrow, especially considering the synergy they had achieved this time. At that moment, the scores associated with their tags surged dramatically. Yan Huang, who had previously plummeted to an 82-point rating due to the resistor tag, now soared back to an impressive 99 points, just shy of breaking the 100 mark. His tags read, Tag, Sinful Judge, Pinnacle Artist, Elite Among Men. Jiang Luo's gains were equally significant. Tags, Charming, Sharp-Tongued Little Lowly, Perfect Assistant, Heart-Piercing Satirist with a score of 76 points, elevating her status to that of a 9th-tier netizen. Undoubtedly, their performance had garnered immense acclaim from countless viewers. At that moment, Jiang Luo suddenly realized something. Hasten to utilize your talents and convey to Yan Huang within your mind. Yan Huang, do take a look at that woman. Is she still alive? Yan Huang gazed quizzically at the woman sprawled on the ground. She exhibited not a trace of breath. Undoubtedly, she was irrevocably deceased. Yet her blood-stained eyes remained stubbornly open. Their vacant stare, coupled with her tragic demise, rendered the atmosphere unsettling. However, the perceptive Yan Huang discerned a detail. He managed a bitter smile. No, she has truly departed. She merely cannot close her eyes in death. Jiang Luo blinked in bewilderment. Cannot close her eyes in death. Has she not avenged her great grievance? Yan Huang pressed his lips together and, at a measured pace, followed the direction in which the woman had last gazed. He retrieved the chip that Lu Zhang had gruesomely extracted from the back of her neck. A sardonic smile flickered in Yan Huang's eyes. Innocence yet to be established. Who dares to close their eyes in death? Let me ensure that the good deed is carried to its conclusion. With a flick of his finger, Yan Huang activated the chip. Little did he anticipate that this act of kindness would yield unforeseen rewards. Author's note, ahem, as promised. Today marks the day of my debut. This serialization has already reached 100,000 words, and I find myself content with the content thus far. I shall strive to craft even better narratives and refine my creations further. However, as an author, I fervently wish for my book to reach a broader audience. Thus, data is paramount. On the very first day of my debut, I hope everyone can actively encourage updates and generously bestow 5-star reviews, as well as consider gifting based on their financial circumstances. Free update videos or support for passion projects are welcomed. No pressure if you choose not to contribute. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support. Chapter 47, The Society of Labels, the realm of the divine as the life captured by the luminous screen unfolded before the spectators. The sorrowful truth pierced through the intricate web of lies more swiftly than any sword. An unknown man suddenly leaned in to kiss the woman passionately. She had no time to evade, forced into an entanglement, remaining indifferent to the push and pull. It was as if fate had been deliberately orchestrated in shadows. Lu Zhang, with a joyful smile, pushed open the door and was confronted with this scene. In that fleeting moment, all love transformed into mockery, ridiculing her naivety and pitying her plight. A woman of exceptional quality, soon to be a mother, was branded a slut in the blink of an eye. Fully aware of her inevitable fate, she knelt in terror before the man she once relied upon, yearning to explain the truth. Yet, he silenced her, masking his concealed delight with a fade of rage. Delivering blows to her with his fists while enacting a pitiful revenge, transmitting that intense emotion and gratification to the netizens. Water can support a boat, yet it can also capsize it. In a society governed by labels, the netizens can bestow a heightened sense of pleasure or deliver a devastating blow that sends one into the abyss. Upon seizing an opportunity, they unleash their influence with ferocity. After a brief viewing, under the guise of punishing evil and promoting good, they render judgment on an individual's life. There was no compassion in the man's eyes. Yan Huang, skilled in the art of performance, recognized immediately that this was no accident. It was a meticulously set trap, a scheme designed to gain immediate heat and propel one to success. The truth, which should have sunk into oblivion, surfaced due to a kind-hearted individual's whim. Though this truth may be inconsequential to the netizens who judge their lives, at least one person comprehended the tragedy of her demise. The woman finally closed her eyes slowly. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, never touching the ground, instead floating onto the palm of Yan Huang's outstretched hand. Limited time item. Tears of the rebellious. Quality. Effect. Can negate any rule of the label society wants. Description. We exist within this society. We enjoy its benefits, yet we also endure its persecution. I am a submissive of society, but I harbor a deep-seated disdain for this sorrowful existence. If I acquiesce to this society, then I hope someone will shatter its rules. Yan Huang gazed at the limited time item before him and sighed softly. Thank you. The deceased deserves respect, and he expressed his gratitude. Yet, he felt truly deserving of this gift. He had allowed this mother and child to exact revenge on those who had caused them profound anguish, not merely life-creating. As the F-level item was evidently insufficient to maintain consciousness during revival, as he implanted the life-creating essence into the child, for that child, a lie was cast. You shall obliterate those whom you despise. The constraints on the use of one's talent are intertwined with various factors, including the user's intellect and that of the affected. A slight overload may merely induce discomfort, yet an excessive strain could lead to a recurrence of the treacherous predicaments faced in the city of incubation. He had no opportunity for another incubation. Each of his lies was exceedingly precious. He was willing, and thus, it was worthwhile. Worthy of the rewards that the present moment could bestow. Yan Huang carefully stored away the tears of the rebellious and then reached out to gently pat Zhang Luo's head. Zhang Luo's gaze was fixated on the child nestled back in their mother's embrace, her eyes unmistakably filled with yearning. She had yet to be held by anyone. Yan Huang's voice suddenly broke the silence. Do you miss your father? Zhang Luo's cheeks flushed instantly. How could that be? How could someone as strong as I ever desire a hug? Yan Huang hesitated for a moment. A hug? Zhang Luo, belatedly realizing, widened her eyes. I meant father. You misheard. Oh, good girl. He tousled the girl's hair again, admiring its fine texture. Zhang Luo glared at Yan Huang, only to notice the smile adorning his face, and realized she had been taken advantage of. She swiftly swatted his hand away, crossing her arms defiantly, and huffed, Don't take advantage of me. My father is far more reliable than you. Just look at the chaos you orchestrate. It's madness. Thankfully, I'm capable of assisting you with the stimulating water for the cursed insects. Otherwise, anyone else would surely perish. Upon concluding her words, her label inexplicably rose by a point. The title of adorable, sharp-tongued little Luo sparkled brilliantly above her. Yet, Zhang Luo felt a shiver run down her spine. The sensation of being scrutinized at all times, where even the slightest misstep could lead to utter ruin, was truly repugnant. Yan Huang inquired further. Aren't you concerned about your father's uncertain fate? Concerned? Zhang Luo instead flashed a smile. Why should I worry? He is currently safer than anyone else. Yan Huang, puzzled, responded, A hint of pride began to surface on Zhang Luo's face. He is in the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods. Yan Huang immediately seized upon this crucial detail. Lu Zhang had mentioned that those who reached the standard of the 100% could glimpse the divine. The realm of the gods? Zhang Luo nodded. Indeed. If you don't believe me, You can try searching for my father's life livestream. You won't find it. Yan Huang followed her suggestion and indeed found nothing. The absence of a life livestream for an adult could indicate only two possibilities. The first, as hinted by Lu Zhang, was that they had entered the realm of the gods after achieving the 100% standard, living a carefree existence. The second possibility was death. Yan Huang, of course, would not directly inquire about the latter. Thus, he approached the topic from another angle. How can you be so certain of your conjecture? Jiang Luo, being astute, grasped the insinuation behind Yan Huang's words. However, she neither felt anger nor annoyance. Instead, she offered him a playful smile, as if harboring some secret. Yan Huang chose not to delve deeper. However, while glancing at the livestream comments, he caught sight of a particular message. TSK, 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 so you already know this. At times, one cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary capabilities of the computational experts. Fortunately, the side effects are not something an ordinary person could endure. Yan Huang squinted, silently noting these words. It seemed that this girl's achievement of securing second place in the previous newcomer competition was no mere fluke. Aside from her occasional whims, her awareness and rationality were commendably strong. Otherwise, she would not be able to keep pace with him. Yet, it was evident that such attributes alone could not account for her success. It was likely tied to her inherent talent. At this moment, both Jiang Luo and Yan Huang were regarded as equals, no longer needing to consider hierarchies in their discourse or actions. Jiang Luo, with eyes gleaming, fixated on Yan Huang, inquired, "But, Mr. Yin, have you truly not considered hastening towards becoming one of the % people and entering the realm of the divine? Perhaps we could achieve a breakthrough together?" Upon hearing this, Yan Huang retorted, "Do you genuinely believe in such words yourself?" Chapter 48. The Society of Labels. Life streaming. If entering the realm of the divine guarantees success, ought we not to have triumphed by now? After all, Jiang Luo just remarked that Jiang Yi currently resides within the realm of the divine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo let out a dismissive huff. That is precisely why I dislike overly intelligent individuals. Speaking of which, have you ever witnessed live streaming? Jiang Luo's inquiry struck a chord. In truth, I have not. Since the onset of this quest, Yan Huang has found no opportunity to observe the most distinctive feature of the Society of Labels, the live streaming. This is the swiftest avenue to comprehend the backdrop of this realm. Although they have gleaned some understanding through practical engagement, the underlying rules still remain shrouded in mystery. A first-hand experience of the live streaming is, therefore, imperative. Thus, they resolve to take a brief glimpse. In unison, they trace their fingers along the chips embedded in the nape of their necks, summoning a luminous screen. Once the screen materialized, the sensation of being surveilled dissipated. It appears that while viewing the live streaming, their privacy is likewise safeguarded. A mechanism designed to thwart malicious low ratings? A somewhat humane arrangement. They commenced their exploration of the live streaming. They had always believed that humanity possessed a baseline of decency until they beheld the so-called live streaming. With a mere flick of a finger, they could switch to observe others. Each had likely witnessed a dozen or so streams. Some featured captivating individuals performing acts of self-harm, alongside a plethora of lackluster dances, all receiving countless accolades. Others showcased handsome men flaunting their physiques, garnering endless praise. Even more alarming were those who, through self-mutilation, attracted attention and concern, receiving a myriad of evaluations. Some content was so extreme it was nearly unbearable to watch. Enduring an additional second would induce nausea. Alas, this is a society devoid of legal constraints. People are not bound by limits. Morality is unnecessary. The sole aim is to satiate one's own desires and the whims of others. Captivating attention and garnering more positive reviews suffices. The criteria for evaluation indeed reflect this ethos. Yan Huang, having witnessed countless streams in the incubation capital, could easily encounter streams worthy of critique with each subsequent viewing. There exist two classifications, good and bad. These two can mediate or transform into one another. 10 good ratings equate to 1 label score. After providing feedback, one can also assign labels to attract more viewers. These labels can be selected from the most popular tags associated with the individual, specifically the ones most frequently applied by others. It is noteworthy that, as the chip directly connects to the nervous system, one's innermost thoughts remain utterly exposed. Should notions arise, such as the belief that lowering someone's score could elevate oneself, the option to rate bad becomes unavailable. Conversely, if such thoughts manifest, one is compelled to assign a good rating. If genuine joy arises from within, it will inevitably be enforced with a rating of good. As the saying goes, this chip is quite humane, and there is nothing inherently wrong with it. Rather than attributing any fault to the chip or its regulations, it would be more accurate to point to the failings of the netizens themselves. The chip serves merely as a platform, and it is even designed to impose sanctions in light of various malicious intents. When an individual sincerely desires to mock or destroy another, the constraints of the chip vanish. Thus, should those in high ranks reveal any slight imperfection, they become vulnerable to exploitation, leading to irreparable consequences. Is it the chip that has shattered society? Or is it humanity's own inherent flaws that have brought about this destruction? Moreover, there exists a comprehensive leaderboard of total tag points, which ranks all individuals currently partaking in live broadcasts from highest to lowest. At the pinnacle stands Yan Huang, boasting a score of 99 points. Regarded as the most esteemed among the living, a golden exclamation mark adorns Yan Huang's avatar, accompanied by a message. Reminder, when the benevolent deity created this world known as the Internet, a highly accessible standard was established. Achieving a perfect score, becoming a 100% good person, grants entry into the realm of the divine, where one may indulge in all luxuries and pleasures, sharing in the ultimate joy with the divine. Respected leader of the Tag Points leaderboard, you are merely 1 point away from receiving guidance to enter the realm of the divine. Please continue your efforts and contribute more to this splendid world. Yan Huang contemplated this information, finally grasping the rules within the Tag Society, sharing in the ultimate joy within the realm of the divine. No wonder Lu Zhang was so exhilarated in the end, nearly compromising his own ranking. In the Tag Society, who is not a victim? At the same time, who is not a perpetrator? It is a vicious cycle. Yan Huang sighed and closed the live broadcast. To be honest, this is rather repulsive, prompting reflection on how far individuals will go for status and profit, demonstrating a complete lack of limits. Nearby, Zhang Luo also closed her live broadcast, gazing at Yan Huang with anticipation. So, Mr. Yan, what decision do you intend to make? Will you grace the realm of the divine or seek to dominate in the Tag Society? Yan Huang could not help but chuckle at the teasing of the girl. Do not jest with me, or I might assign you the task of cleaning the restroom. Even a 9th-tier netizen must heed my words. He reached out to ruffle Zhang Luo's hair, but she, having anticipated this, deftly evaded, huffing lightly. Oh, Mr. Yan, how grand you are. Expecting an innocent little girl to clean your restroom. Is this a reflection of the decay of humanity or a decline in moral standards? Yan Huang, you certainly excel at sarcasm, my little schoolmate. Their banter eased the tension in the atmosphere slightly. Then, a new atmosphere of tension enveloped them. They had essentially mastered the map, achieving an invincible status. The conditions for completion resided solely in the realm of the gods. Indeed, a visit to the realm of the gods was inevitable. The two spoke in unison, exchanging glances that conveyed an unspoken understanding of one another as thoughts. Zhang Luo, with a hint of schadenfreude, mused, Mr. Yan was just a step away from the realm of the gods. What performance would he put on? Would he play the role of a male bodhisattva in a striptease, or perhaps engage in something more intriguing? If a journey to the realm of the gods was necessary, it would undoubtedly be Yan Huang who would go. Her score was far too low, making it unwise to squander time on such matters. Whether she could elevate her score remained uncertain. Thus, it would fall to Yan Huang. She had complete faith in his ability to handle everything on his own. The deeper her understanding grew, the more accurate her calculations became. Moreover, Yan Huang appeared so serious. If he were to flaunt himself like those individuals in the live stream, she would surely mock him for a lifetime once she emerged from the instance. At that moment, however, Yan Huang silently drew a knife. Was it really that complicated? If they were to play, why not indulge in something exhilarating? Zhang Luo, put down the knife. What do you intend to do? Chapter 49. The Society of Labels. The beggar and the princess observing the pale expression on the young girl's face. Yan Huang felt a surge of triumph at having successfully executed his scheme, though he did not allow it to manifest outwardly. Instead, he spoke with an air of nonchalance. What expression is that? Zhang Luo crossed her arms over her chest, forming and with her hands. Resolutely, she declared, I am only responsible for being your teammate, not for being your target. Should you dare to harm a little girl, you will come to regret it. Yan Huang chuckled lightly before ruffling Zhang Luo's hair. All right. I've said it before. One must maintain a semblance of integrity within oneself to avoid acts of betrayal. Upon hearing the word betrayal, Zhang Luo's expression shifted significantly, revealing a mixture of joy and hesitation, a notably complex reaction. Yan Huang perceptively noted this change. However, he sensed that her inquiry was not motivated by concern for him. Firstly, there was no animosity or conflict of interest between them, hence no motive for her to wish him harm. Secondly, if her relationship with her father were indeed as other players had suggested, he would not have survived to this moment. There had been several instances where she could have led him to his demise, yet thus far, her actions indicated a strong desire to navigate the challenges alongside him, as if she were eager to prove something. Regardless, since it was not his concern, it bore little significance. "All right, gather yourself and come with me," he instructed. The interruption of her thoughts left Jiang Luo somewhat dazed. Where are we going?" Yan Huang tightened his grip on the knife of family harmony, stepping in front of her and turning his head to look at her. Backlit, the shadows cast by his black-rimmed glasses accentuated his facial contours, faintly revealing a disquieting smile. "We are going to find our quarry. As a high scorer, I assure you, there are numerous intriguing targets in the community where I reside." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo experienced a moment of enlightenment. The quickest way to manipulate people's psychology for higher scores was to eliminate high scorers, inciting a frenzied excitement in others, as they would feel that with each death, their own status elevated slightly. The Deceiver, indeed formidable. Their judgments could not be mistaken. Yan Huang had already identified his target, the individual ranked second on the label leaderboard, a beggar bearing the label of counterattacker. The story of this beggar was quite intriguing, to the point of being nauseating. He had once lived as an ordinary beggar at the very bottom of the society of labels. In the label society, the beggar, much like in the real world, represents the lowest echelon of the social hierarchy, often scoring between 1 and 10. These individuals are compelled to rely on the benevolence of others to survive. Human nature is exceedingly intricate. Although the label society is a vast malignant entity, it is not devoid of virtuous souls. However, the tragic fate that befalls these good-hearted individuals deters others from embracing goodness. Particularly poignant is the tale of the underdog, the beggar, and the girl, which ultimately extinguishes the remnants of humanity within the label society. This girl, born to a high-ranking individual with a score of 99 and bestowed with the label of princess, embodies innocence and kindness, exhibiting profound empathy. She maintains a smile and a stance of equality towards all. Frequently, she extends her hand to assist others, spreading joy through her sincerity and warmth, thus serving as a refreshing anomaly within the society. Yet, this singular beacon of light within the ranks of those scoring above 90 soon encounters the beggar. When the beggar implores her for money, she, possessing only 55 yuan, generously hands over 50, leaving herself with a mere 5. This leftover 5 yuan presents an opportunity for the netizens to exploit, particularly the beggar, who seizes this moment to label the girl as hypocritical and sanctimonious. Consequently, the girl is cast down from her pedestal, forever marked with the label of philanthropist. However, this label shines not with brilliance but is shrouded in darkness. Following this transformation, all acts of kindness are relegated to the status of hypocrisy or insincerity, relegating them to an even lower tier than that of the beggar. The beggar, in turn, ascends by stepping upon the back of the princess, becoming one of the few victors within the label society. The shift in the winds of fate occurs with astonishing rapidity, exemplifying the unpredictability of the online realm. Now, Yan Huang intends to tread upon the back of the beggar, who has extinguished the last vestiges of goodness in the label society, as he seeks to ascend to the realm of the divine. As high scorers, it is unsurprising that they find themselves in the same vicinity, united in the pursuit of the ultimate life resources. Once Yan Huang and Jiang Luo are prepared, they resolve to pay a visit to this neighbor. This neighbor seems to revel in squalor, residing in the most upscale area yet allowing their home to become filthy and foul. Every corner appears notably unclean, perhaps a testament to the adage that one cannot change their nature, or perhaps an attempt to cultivate an approachable persona. Standing before the door, Yan Huang and Jiang Luo knock 3 times. There is no response. Is Mr. Wang Dan home? It appears he is not. Just as they contemplate alternative methods to gain entry, an unsettling scraping sound reaches their ears. The door creaks open. The man standing before me starkly contrasts with the chaotic and squalid surroundings. He is clad in a suit, adorned with luxury brands, presenting himself as an embodiment of a societal elite. Yet, no amount of this polished exterior can mask the unchanging essence of a beggar that clings to him like a label. Upon first laying eyes on Yan Huang, Wang Dan's gaze flickered with a blend of greed and trepidation, quickly morphing into a facade of feigned amiability. "Mr. Yan, what brings you to my humble abode today? Is there something you require?" In a display of sincerity, Yan Huang silently urged Jiang Luo to step forward. "It's nothing much. Merely a small gift for you, Mr. Huang. I hope you find it to your liking. Zhang Luo had already conspired with Yan Huang to feign the gift, aiming to lower the other's defenses. In the realm of high scorers, numerous cautionary tales abound. Individuals are perpetually wary, fostering an atmosphere of impenetrable vigilance. Thus, to cater to their preferences is to disarm them effectively. Zhang Luo approached with a delicate demeanor, her eyes fluttering innocently. With her youthful charm and sparkling gaze, she swiftly captivated Huang Dan's psyche. Finally, Zhang Luo expertly delivered the decisive blow. Greetings, Mr. Huang. I am the bearer of a gift from Mr. Yan. Might we enter and have a seat? I assure you, we will be on our best behavior and cause no trouble. Chapter 50. The Society of Labels, Stigma and Backlash. It is evident that Huang Dan has the upper hand. He gazes contentedly at Yan Huang. It appears that Mr. Yan is also a person of emotion. In that case, please step inside for a conversation. We have prepared an exceptionally captivating performance today. Your arrival is quite timely, allowing us to enjoy the spectacle together. The term performance causes subtle shifts in the expressions of Yan Huang and Zhang Luo. They do not regard the anticipated display as an ordinary one, particularly not that of the high scorers. This is troubling. The two are ushered into a room, where a massive horizontal board directly before them obstructs their view. No one knows what unsightly scene may be revealed upon closer approach. Is it bloodshed or violence? Is it cruelty or something even more grotesque? The tension mounts and unease prevails. Suddenly, Huang Dan turns, bowing courteously to Yan Huang. Esteemed Mr. Yan, please enjoy our performance. As the words stigma resonate, the obstructive board swings open, unveiling a shocking vista. The expressions of Yan Huang and Zhang Luo turn ashen in an instant. The sight before them transcends mere disgust. It is perverse. A grand sofa dominates the room, surrounded by countless filthy beggars who encircle it, creating an impenetrable wall. In the center, a disheveled girl stares vacantly, as if utterly bereft of hope. Trapped in her plight, she is neither able to survive nor to perish, condemned to languish in this squalid existence, subjected to brutal defilement. Her label remains unchanged. Labels: princess, hypocrite, philanthropist, label score, 1 point. A philanthropist, how ludicrous this label appears. Once radiant, its luster has dimmed to a near invisibility, rendering the words almost illegible. The princess bears tear-stained cheeks, as if her face is being carved with a profound furrow. Yet now, she is devoid of tears, or perhaps, she has lost the ability to weep. The tragic scene is heart-wrenching. Beside her, Huang Dan smiles, a disquieting grin reminiscent of a performer awaiting the arrival of the main act. Esteemed Mr. Yan, since you are here and have brought such a precious gift, please indulge in our offerings. A small token, yet a gesture of respect. At the moment his words conclude, Yan Huang feels the weight of countless gazes upon him. Piercing and expectant. The sensation is hollow, as if his body no longer belongs to him. One misstep could lead to a dreadful fate. This feeling drives one to madness. Zhang Luo's expression also turns cold. Yan Huang diverts his gaze to Huang Dan, and slowly, he too bends at the waist. Like other high scorers in the realm of labels, Huang Dan exuded an air of elegance and composure, reminiscent of the most esteemed performer. This demeanor, however, unveiled a simmering tension within him. Such unease prompted Huang Dan to question, Mr. Yan, what is this all about? Yan Huang slowly raised his gaze, his smile radiating with exceptional brilliance. Since Mr. Huang has graced me with such a splendid performance, I hope you will also appreciate mine. As his words lingered, Huang Dan felt an unsettling awareness wash over him. The turmoil within him intensified, yet the performance was far from over, and the audience had not departed. He dared not exhibit an ounce of fear, and instead feigned calm as he retorted, Mr. Yan, have you forgotten that this is my domain? It seems inappropriate to claim another's stage. Yet, Yan Huang had already exhausted his patience with Huang Dan's pretense. His gaze shifted to Zhang Luo. Indeed, this is your stage. Unfortunately, the current digital world is mine. Addressing the assembled beggars, he continued, what pleasure lies in toying with a puppet-like princess? After all, your existence is scarcely different from non-existence. Do you not wish to experience the thrill of rebelling against those in power while you still draw breath? There was no need to inflict harm upon Mr. Huang. Merely reflecting your actions toward the princess back upon him would suffice. After all, do you not bear the label of repaying kindness? As his words concluded, the cross-class command took immediate effect. The once defiant beggars paled visibly, their gazes of fear gradually shifting from Yan Huang to Huang Dan. Their expressions were a blend of desperation and dread. At that moment, Huang Dan could no longer maintain his composure. He collapsed to the ground, desperately pushing himself backward with trembling hands. No. Stop. Don't come any closer. I command you to stay back. You filthy wretches, begone. But now, his cross-class command held no sway. For a man with a score of 99 possessed a higher authority. He had anticipated the ill intent of his adversary, yet had lowered his guard due to a seemingly benign gesture of goodwill. Thus, he fell effortlessly. Succumbing to his own negligence, his prolonged tenure in a position of power had fostered a false sense of security, with only a scant measure of vigilance. Before Yan Huang briefly aligned with the deceased Lu Zhang at a score of 99, Wang Dan had consistently held the top position on the leaderboard, a primary target. With such privilege, he had turned those once akin to himself, the beggars, into his shield, in the face of any malicious intent. He could wield these beggars to manipulate his opponents. Yet now, he had unwittingly grown accustomed to allowing the very creatures he had nurtured to become instruments of his own destruction. The beggars approached one by one. Mr. Wang, do not blame us. We merely wish to survive. One after another, they surged forward. With each anguished cry from Wang Dan. The once-repeated notion of gratitude must be repaid had indeed turned into what Yan Huang described as a retribution, striking back upon him. Regardless of his unwillingness to accept this fate, it was futile. He could only hope that the netizens might show him some mercy in this dire moment, granting him a point higher. Or perhaps he prayed that, in light of their long-standing connection, the netizens might spare his life and reduce Yan Huang's score. Yet, it was yet another fall from grace for a high-ranking individual. Who would pity him? A loser. He was destined to descend into the abyss. At this moment, as Yan Huang approached the sofa, the seemingly lifeless puppet-like princess sitting upon it stirred, her eyes fixating on him. Chapter 51. The Society of Labels. I am here to save you. The princess resembled a delicate marionette, neglected yet exquisitely crafted. Her features were strikingly beautiful. Even with her lifeless eyes and disheveled appearance, she could not conceal the innate grace and nobility that enveloped her. She gazed at Yan Huang, her cracked lips moving weakly. A faint breath carried her words. Are you also someone who wishes to humiliate me? In recent days, she had endured countless atrocities, witnessed a myriad of horrors, and comprehended even more. Her hopes had dwindled to nothing. It mattered little whose hands she fell into. Death seemed the most desirable escape. When those words escaped her lips, they struck Yan Huang and Zhang Luo like an invisible dagger, leaving them with a heavy sensation in their chests. Zhang Luo intended to respond, yet beside her, Yan Huang suddenly produced a clean, warm handkerchief, steaming slightly. He approached her slowly, bending down to gentlemanly wipe the grime from her face. He offered no words of comfort, nor did he display any excessive emotions. Instead, he tended to her with a gentle, breezy demeanor, cleansing her thoroughly. This left the princess bewildered. She lifted her gaze to this unfamiliar man, who was strikingly handsome with a tender smile. She observed as his lips parted slightly. I am not here to humiliate you. I am here to save you, he uttered softly. Those simple words pierced through the high walls she had erected to shield herself from despair, igniting a flicker of light in her eyes. In the next moment, the young girl could no longer restrain her feelings of grievance and fear. With reckless abandon, she reached out and embraced Yan Huang's neck, collapsing against him in tears. She did not ponder the truth of the man's words, nor did she consider his character. All she knew was that the repression she had concealed for so long was finally unleashed. She was merely a pampered little princess. Why must I endure this? What have I done wrong? Brother, please tell me, what exactly have I done wrong? I only wanted to bring a bit more joy to everyone. With such a pure and innocent intention, she sought to assist as many people as possible. Yet, everything had changed since that fateful day. Initially, she had cried out desperately for mercy, but all she received in return were scathing reviews from netizens, including some whom she had previously helped. She had asked why countless times, but eventually ceased her inquiries. She could only feel that this world was different from her own, that it was rejecting her. The sound of her sobs grew louder. Yan Huang said nothing and did nothing. He simply placed a gentle hand on her back, allowing her to release her pent-up emotions. Zhang Luo watched, a wave of discomfort washing over her, standing still with a conflicted expression. What, after all, do people perceive as right and wrong? Why is it that a good person, merely engaging in actions that any decent individual would undertake, finds themselves belittled and treated as an outcast? Once the young girl had finished her outpouring of emotions, her sobs subsided. Yan Huang gently wiped away her tears and inquired, Do you feel a bit better now? The princess nodded softly. Yan Huang smiled and asked, Would you like to know the answer to the question you just posed to me? The princess appeared somewhat puzzled. However, Yan Huang lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, audible only to the two of them, "You are not at fault. The fault lies with society. In the midst of darkness, you have steadfastly preserved your own light. Is this answer satisfactory?" The princess's pupils constricted, her fingertips trembling in response. She had done nothing wrong. This was a sentiment even her mother had never conveyed to her. Her mother had always insisted that to survive in this world, one must conform to its rules. Yet she could not. The aftermath had caused her immense suffering. But at this moment, someone told her, "You are not at fault." Tears threatened to spill forth again from the princess's eyes. Yan Huang gently interrupted her, saying, "No more crying. It's unbecoming for a girl. You must smile more. No matter what peril you face, you will always remain a princess." The princess ceased her tears, pursing her lips as she gazed at the man before her. How radiant he was. She understood the purpose of his visit. Once more, she scrutinized his face, mustering a feeble smile. "Brother, do you wish to meet the divine?" Yan Huang nodded. Immediately, the princess rose from the sofa and knelt before him, lowering her head obediently. Her slender neck was now exposed before Yan Huang. "Then, please, in my life. I am the most despised person in the world. Killing me would allow you to transcend the final barrier. Besides, in such a society, I have no longing to remain. I beg of you." Yan Huang regarded the delicate neck of the young girl before him, instinctively clenching his teeth. Why is it that even the slightly normal children in this realm wish for death? Yet, indeed, to be considered normal in this domain is a profoundly tragic state. Yan Huang lifted the princess's chin, chuckling softly, "Do not bow your head, the crown will fall." The princess, compelled to raise her gaze, looked at Yan Huang with bewildered eyes. He gradually entered the live stream of her life. As expected, he was able to comment on her existence. The princess possessed a lovely name, Wenshu. His finger hovered over the option for a positive review. Wenshu's eyes widened in alarm as she grasped Yan Huang's hand tightly, pleading, "Please, no." Yan Huang observed her intently. She shook her head. "No one can give me a positive review. Regardless of who it is, they will inevitably turn negative. For the chip can detect the truest feelings of individuals. Actions may deceive, but the chip will not." She had been praised by many, yet without exception, they all turned to disdain. In this world, hypocrites are universally despised. Even if the man before her, who professed to save her, spoke falsehoods, let him grant her a moment of sweet dreams at the brink of her demise. Do not allow reality to shatter her final hopes. Yan Huang understood her concerns. "Do not fret," he reassured her, smiling as he glanced at Jiang Luo beside him. "Little Luo, shall we rate this kind-hearted princess together?" Jiang Luo nodded enthusiastically, of course. With that, under the anxious gaze of the princess, the two slowly pressed their fingers on the dislike button in her live broadcast of life. The princess was taken aback. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished. Yet, in that very instant, the princess's rating began to flicker and sway. Chapter 52, The Labeled Society. How the visible score of the princess had risen slightly. This indicated that both Yan Huang and Jiang Luo sincerely admired the princess's actions from the depths of their hearts. In that fleeting moment, Wenshu felt her eyes welling up with tears, trapped in their confines, as she covered her mouth and nose with her hands. All her emotional restraint shattered instantaneously, and she burst into tears. The myriad of words could scarcely articulate her inner turmoil. Her heart, riddled with wounds, was momentarily filled with a complex clarity. Her parched throat could only emit simple syllables. "Thank you. Thank you." This outcome brought her a satisfaction greater than any words or actions could convey. Her chest swelled with an indescribable emotion, one she had never experienced since birth, gratitude. Yan Huang gazed at the young girl before him, a smile gracing his face. He intended to reach out and gently stroke her head, but she recoiled. Through her tears, she laughed, looking at Yan Huang. "No need, brother. I am quite dirty, and you have already done enough. Thank you. I wish to rest for a while." As she spoke, a small blade suddenly appeared in her hand. This tiny blade was prepared with a heart set on mutual destruction for her final counterattack. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo's expressions changed drastically. Without hesitation, Wenshu drew the blade across her neck, severing the tainted lifeblood that had coursed through her veins. Blood flowed forth as she smiled through her tears, finally concluding a life that had spiraled beyond her control. The label above her head would remain fixed there forever: princess, kindness, philanthropist. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, perhaps this was the freedom she had desired all along. Her death was serene, affirming her contentment with this outcome. In her final moments, someone had pulled her from the abyss, assuring her that she was not at fault. Yan Huang inhaled deeply. feeling a surge of determination. He summoned the knife of familial harmony in his hand and, without hesitation, plunged it into the nape of the princess's neck. He extracted a chip burdened with the half-life of a gentle princess, holding it firmly within his grasp. At that moment, she was truly liberated from her plight. And then, the announcement echoed, "Congratulations, player has obtained the hidden limited-time item, Princess's Chip. Player's livestream comprehensive data has increased, now recommended to E-level dungeons in kindness category 1. With extremely high recommendation traffic, players are encouraged to maintain this momentum. Current online viewers, 57, 231. In that instant, Yan Huang was taken aback. And even Jiang Luo beside him was stunned. The audience outside the dungeon was equally bewildered. What the hell? Once again, a concealed time-limited item emerges. Could it be that this TE line is genuinely destined to be traversed? Have you only just realized? When he commenced his approach towards the grand entrance, the gateway to the Tag Society had already been sealed. The narrative of this TE line is intriguingly profound. However, to speak candidly, it is indeed fitting for a deceiver to encounter this particular quest. Item: Princess's Chip. Quality: E effect. Non-item description. From the moment of my birth, I have understood that this world is not as I cherish, yet as a resident of this realm, I hold a deep affection for the land that nurtured me. I harbor a humble wish that everyone who encounters me may find a modicum more joy than before our meeting. Yet, I have become discontented. Gazing at the item before her, Yan Huang felt a tumult of emotions. Jiang Luo, beside her, also sighed deeply. Let us examine this hidden clue for clearing the level, shall we? Yan Huang nodded, and thus she activated the princess's chip, which chronicled her tragic existence. Upon opening it, they discovered that the princess's chip had erased the vast majority of her life as records, as if she were reluctant to retain her memories here. Perhaps this was for the best. The remnants of her life consisted solely of a brief segment, the moment when the princess was implanted with the chip. In the imagery, the sound of an infant's wail echoed. Surrounding her were obscured faces, shrouded in blood. The individuals bore no tags, no scores, their visages were etched with satisfaction. The princess was entrusted to a similarly indistinct yet elegantly shaped woman. Madam, your daughter's chip has been successfully implanted. Congratulations. The lady nodded in approval and gently kissed the princess on her forehead. She softly imparted to the princess, "My little princess, remember, you must strive to be a good person, to become one among the exceptional, and then meet the divine. Only then can you remain carefree for eternity." At this point, the imagery faded. This encapsulates the hidden information within the Tag Society quest. After Jiang Luo and Yan Huang had viewed it, they felt as though everything had been articulated, yet simultaneously nothing had been conveyed. It appears that the realm of the divine is an essential destination. Yan Huang's gaze fell upon the nearby beggar. At this moment, the beggar had been reduced to a state of despair by the other beggars. His mind was clouded. Yet he could still perceive the man responsible for his downfall, advancing towards him, blade in hand. "No, I do not wish to die yet. I have yet to savor the heights of wealth and prestige. Mr. Yan, I beseech you, spare me. I implore you to let me go." Yet, Yan Huang's steps would not falter for a sinner. The one who elevated you has departed. The honors acquired through theft must return to their rightful owner. Without hesitation, he swung his blade, bringing an end to a life steeped in sin. And in that fleeting moment, it was done. The label of Yan Huang has finally surged, reaching a remarkable score of 100. Yan Huang himself did not anticipate such smooth progress. A radiant blue glow began to emanate from his entire being as his gaze fell upon Jiang Luo. He recalled their earlier promise, not to forget. Jiang Luo responded with a gentle affirmation, assuring him she would remember. Before her, the live streaming continued, yet this particular live streaming belonged solely to Yan Huang. In an instant, the entire label society erupted, as every individual felt the electronic pulse from the chips implanted in the napes of their necks, celebrating with collective joy. Congratulations to netizen Yan Huang for becoming 1%, successfully departing from the cyber world. In that fleeting moment, Yan Huang vanished from the sight of the crowd. The barrage of comments in the live stream became frantic. Here it comes. A great surprise is imminent. Soon after, Yan Huang felt an overwhelming heat surrounding him. As if everything were on the verge of melting away. The air was filled with countless cries of anguish, screams, and pleas for mercy. Is this truly the realm of the divine? He strained to open his eyes, only to be confronted abruptly by a grotesque crimson visage dominating his entire field of vision. Ah, behold, our new guest has awakened. Let us extend the warmest of welcomes to the irredeemable you, as you arrive in hell. Author's note: Gratitude is extended to the 7 adorable creators, including Chung Xingzi, Do Androids Dream of Electronic Yan Huang, King to Demon Lord, Mylan, MOMO, Internet Addiction Girl EV, and the Loyal Butler of the Young Lady, for their splendid fan art, which remains visible in the literary circle. The tales of a frivolous author and her celestial readers. Dear ladies, please take your time and do not spend too long. Chapter 53. The Society of Labels, a Deception Indeed. Hell. Yan Huang's gaze traversed the side of the grotesque, crimson-faced demon clad merely in a loincloth, unveiling a floor as red as fire, billowing with searing heat. He could sense the temperature rising to a degree that would scorch a person's souls. Raising his eyes further, he beheld a series of fiery red railings fashioned from thorns, encircling the entire chamber, rendering escape impossible. Directly opposite was an analogous room, where a gaunt figure sat, its hands brutally impaled onto the armrests. Strapped to the chair, its bare feet were shackled to the ground, grotesquely forced to endure the molten heat. The individual's eyes appeared gouged out. Even while open, they could only perceive 2 horrifying flesh-colored voids, perpetually screaming. He was capable of screaming, and that was all he could do, for his tongue had been mercilessly extracted. The demon before him followed Yan Huang's gaze with curiosity, and upon noticing, a smile blossomed upon its face. It seems our guest has become aware of the unique services offered in our hell. Indeed, all who find themselves in our realm are irredeemably wicked, including yourself. For being such as you, death is merely the simplest of matters. Thus, we shall arrange for a selection of relatively gentle tortures, ensuring that you endure prolonged existence while being ceaselessly tormented. Of course, corporeal suffering is far too mild for you inferior netizens. After all, we reside in hell. Hence, the individual before you, after having their visual organs excised, will still conjure vivid images in their mind. For instance, envision running alongside other guests under a colossal wheel, or being transformed into a human pig and submerged in increasingly concentrated saline. There are numerous intriguing scenes awaiting your exploration, but fret not. You shall experience them soon enough. After pausing momentarily, the demon's gaze turned with a hint of malevolence. Having shared so much good news, allow me to impart a piece of bad news. Upon entering our domain, you have successfully shed your identity as a netizen, rendering concepts like live streaming or label scores non-existent. In other words, you are finally free. Are you not pleased? Before you accept your punishment, you have one final inquiry. Then, resign yourself to your fate. The demon concluded, its grotesque visage contorting into a sneering grin, its hideous mouth curling into a V shape as it fixated on Yan Huang. The countenance was dreadfully terrifying, and such expressions inevitably sent shivers down one's spine. Yan Huang listened intently to the friendly demon's oration, maintaining a gentle smile, a testament to the highest respect a listener can offer a speaker. So that is how it is. May I inquire about the label upon your head? The demon appeared taken aback. There, emblazoned upon its brow, was indeed a label belonging to the networked world. The demon narrowed its eyes and inquired, "Do you know what kind of individuals are favored in hell?" Yan Huang replied, "I am all ears." The demon elevated its chin, fixing its gaze upon Yan Huang, and declared, "It is clever guests like you." At that moment, it was time to bid farewell to your tongue. Its eyes suddenly turned cold. The red hand, adorned with sharp claws, slowly approached Yan Huang's tongue, its smile growing increasingly sinister. The first monster to grasp the essence of deceiving the deceivers had appeared. Once a word spirit player lost their tongue, their talents would be utterly rendered useless. Just then, Yan Huang smiled. "Mr. Demon, please hold on for a moment." The demon frowned in displeasure. "Do you have more questions?" Yan Huang shook his head. "Not a question. I merely wish for you to observe what is atop my head." The demon followed the sound and looked up at Yan Huang. Suddenly, its pupils constricted. "Tax? How do you still possess tax?" The sharp voice belonging to the demon clashed with this possibility, shattering all its previous understandings. Even the audience in the live stream was left dumbfounded. What the hell? How is this even possible? The tagging system has never had this bug. What has he done? Damn. It's the tears of the rebellious. I wondered why he didn't use it to negate the negative points incurred by saving the princess when he killed the beggar. He must have already sensed the anomaly within the realm of the gods. Yan Huang smiled. Before arriving in hell, he had only speculated. He pondered whether the wicked truly could meet the divine. If the divine wished to encounter the wicked, then they would not have designed a chip capable of reflecting one's true feelings. If the divine intended to guide people into their carefree realm, they certainly would not allow all the percent people to lose their tags and their rights to live life. When a society devoid of secrets suddenly acquires secrets, Yan Huang would not perceive that as freedom. Rather, he would view it as a concealment of something. What aspect of the divine required such secrecy? The only thought that crossed Yan Huang's mind was deception. Now that he was in hell, witnessing the reality, he was certain. The so-called realm of the gods was nothing more than a complete farce. He had wagered correctly on his speculation, as well as on another judgment, that he could utilize the tears of the rebellious to shatter the rules of hell. This implied that the so-called hell was merely another layer within the cyber world, not truly detached from it. This also demonstrated that he could employ the rules of the cyber world to suppress the demons. A smile crept across Yan Huang's face, and the demon's gaze toward him grew ever more fearful. Yan Huang finally spoke. "Mr. Demon, please untie me and hand me your shoes." The demon's pupils dilated in shock. He contemplated a refusal, yet the immutable rules of the digital realm left him no choice. Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely at Yan Huang, warning, "You shall regret your betrayal of the rules at this moment." As he threatened, he begrudgingly loosened the bindings that restrained Yan Huang. Once freed, Yan Huang felt an immediate sense of relief coursing through his body. However, he refrained from acting hastily, allowing his feet to dangle above the ground. He watched intently, gauging whether the demon would dare to remove his shoes. As anticipated, the demon's crimson eyes simmered with fury. Hesitantly, he bent down, trembling as he reached for his wooden clogs. No one understood better than he the implications of losing those shoes. It meant the complete forfeiture of his freedom to move within this infernal realm. Chapter 54. The Tagged Society. The crisis approaches. The hand of the demon was slick with sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he was convinced he possessed the strength to swat it away. But what good would that do? The hand could be dismissed, but what are the rules? The rules could not be dismissed. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his jaw. Resolute, you shall pay dearly for your current choices. However, Yan Huang remained indifferent. He merely acknowledged the statement with a casual hum before swiftly yanking the demon's shoes away. In an instant, as the demon lost its shoes, its feet touched the ground, and the searing heat caused its flesh to blister. It screamed like a sinner condemned. Ah! It flailed helplessly above the lava, akin to a red frog thrashing in boiling water. Yan Huang, however, was unfazed. What truly captured his attention was a notification that appeared before him. Congratulations, player has acquired the item Hell Demon S Wooden Clogs. Item: Hell Demon S Wooden Clogs. Quality: F. Attributes: Heat Resistance 50. Cold Resistance 50. Item description: a pair of clogs owned by the demon responsible for punishing evil in the Tagged Society, allowing for effortless navigation through every corner of hell. Stealing shoes is a particularly vulgar act, but since you've already descended into hell, wouldn't it be remiss not to indulge a little? The audience in the live stream watched the unfolding scene with a swirl of complex emotions. Does he really fleece every NPC in each dungeon? And he does it with a grin. If I were an NPC, I'd be tempted to hit him. So this is how he acquires items? Truly remarkable. At this rate, he will be strutting through hell. One teehee. Strutting? You underestimate the difficulty of the Tagged Society dungeon. Just wait. A spectacle is on the horizon. Yan Huang donned his new gear, stepping onto the molten ground of hell as if it were solid earth. He turned to the demon, who had unhesitatingly leaped onto a chair, the metallic clink of keys jangling at its waist. A smile crept across Yan Huang's face. "Dear demon, having relinquished your shoes to me, I trust you wouldn't mind parting with the keys as well?" The demon's face flushed crimson, nearly turning black with rage. Never had it anticipated being subdued by the rules of the network world. Instinctively, it attempted once more to wield its power to remove Yan Huang's tag. Yet to no avail. What method could this man possibly employ? Its sharp teeth clenched tightly, but then a thought seemed to dawn upon it, and it gradually relaxed. A glimmer of mockery flickered in its eyes. Then, with its blood-red claws, it reached for the keys at its waist and tossed them towards Yan Huang. "Dear guest, ponder this carefully. Even if you retain your tags, you shall never escape this place. Here lies a hellish realm. Even if one possesses a label, they remain devoid of the essence of life, invisible to all. As long as you remain a mere percentage of humanity, you are eternally bound to this place. With no path of retreat, you can only aimlessly observe the anguished cries and despair of others. If you refuse to accept punishment, your body will gradually succumb to hunger. Your cells will languish, and you shall perish in this hell, your soul forever denied liberation. Those steeped in sin cannot escape their fate." The demon, mocking Yan Huang's innocence, eagerly anticipates his descent into despair. They are demons dwelling in hell, acutely aware of its horrors. Yan Huang squints, chuckling softly as he caresses the demon's visage. Whether he escapes or not is inconsequential. The mere delight in witnessing the demon's impotent attempts at punishment suffices to satisfy him. The demon internally seethes. nearly succumbing to a heart attack from Yan Huang's audacity. It snarls, "Get lost." Yet Yan Huang, disinterested and lingering, effortlessly spins a key around his finger, exuding an air of triumph that incites the demon's ire. The trickster, while despicable, is undeniably unpredictable. This is the first time I've seen someone toy with the demon in this label society. Truly impressive. Today marks another day of silent gestation for the trickster. As Yan Huang unlocks the iron door, he silently summons Tang Xian's new book. As expected, information about the demon begins to manifest. Label society, demon power. 3. 5. Agility. 2. Intelligence. 1. 2. Talent. Nightmare, deprivation of rights. Description: we were once human, living in this sorrowful world. We are the chosen ones, endowed by the divine with the ability to punish. We possess the most brutal minds and the purest hearts, seeking only to chastise the most wicked among us with our malevolent forms. Nightmare: after depriving others of their sight, I shall control their entire nervous system, plunging them into an eternal nightmare, devoid of reincarnation. I will summon their deepest fears. Deprivation of rights, bestowed by the divine. The power to strip away labels and label points, summoning the chair of punishment. Once a netizen occupies the chair, their chip becomes bound to it. The nightmare will have the authority to disable the chip's fundamental functions unless another unbound individual takes their place, thereby severing the previous bond and forming a new connection with the newcomer. Yan Huang's gaze fixates on the deprivation of right skill. Simply put, when an individual occupies the chair of punishment, their chip binds to it. The demon can then utilize this bond to render the chip inoperative. But should another sit in the chair, the previous connection is dissolved, establishing a new one with the newcomer. In other words, as long as an unbound newcomer takes a seat on the chair of reprimand, the individual currently seated will find their state of existence alleviated. In essence, the rule that was just waived through the use of the tier of the rebellious is intrinsically linked to the binding relationship with the chair of reprimand. Wait. At the moment Yan Huang opened the iron door, he sensed something was amiss. Behind him, the grinning visage of the red-faced demon seemed poised to stretch its smile to its pointed ears. Its malevolent gaze was laced with derision. It opened its mouth, and a voice resonated from every chamber of hell. To all the tormented souls languishing in this infernal realm, your opportunity has now arrived. If only you can persuade the one who escaped the rules to take a seat upon your chair, you shall attain true liberation. Author's note: the atmosphere of my literary circle seems somewhat askew, spiraling into an overwhelming whirlwind. With so many participants, I cannot extend my gratitude to each individually. All the ladies are truly remarkable. For those interested, feel free to peruse the literary circle. Chapter 55, The Society of Labels, a life or death pursuit indeed. A cold sweat broke out on Yan Huang's back. In that moment, he unhesitatingly quickened his pace, regardless of where the path ahead might lead. All that mattered was the desperate surge forward. Those bound to their chairs, awakened from their nightmares by the sound of the demon, could not utter a sound due to their severed tongues. Yet, after enduring a labyrinth of despair, the mere glimpse of potential relief ignited a primal instinct within them, compelling them to emit piercing cries from their chests. The iron shackles restraining their feet had suddenly clicked open, freeing their deformed limbs from the ground. Freedom lay tantalizingly close. Liberation was within reach. They could no longer bear the unbearable agony of their existence. With fervor, they forced the small knives that bound their wrists against the chairs, disregarding the excruciating pain as the twisted blades scraped against their flesh, striving to break free from all constraints. Before them, the gate that held them captive swung open. They stepped barefoot onto the scorching molten ground, screaming as they ran in a grotesquely contorted manner. The sizzling heat scorched their soles, causing their skin to secrete oil, which was swiftly evaporated. Each bloodied footprint they left behind grew denser, frantically trailing after Yan Huang, driven by an insatiable urge to catch up to him. Yan Huang felt an overwhelming chill at his back. In this inferno, there was but a single demon. Yet, as the bindings loosened, hell itself became truly populated by demons. Their hollow eyes, though blind, could still precisely locate Yan Huang's position. He was relentlessly pursued. The iron doors he passed through opened one after another, the speed of their opening almost matching his own. Damn it, he had indeed been careless. But what could he do now? He could only run. In terms of brute strength, he harbored no fear of any individual among them. However, the sheer number was overwhelming. Should he be restrained? Seated upon that chair of punishment, only death awaited him. Yet, Yan Huang soon spotted a glimmer of hope. At the far end of the corridor stood an open iron door. He could slip through that door, locking all of them in place. Yet, trouble loomed. as the iron doors on either side, imprisoning the netizens, were opening at a speed that surpassed his own. Inside those doors, the tormented souls, no longer resembling their former selves, clutched the iron gates with both hands, poised to leap forth. They emitted haunting, guttural growls, as if yearning to seize Yan Huang, to replace him, and to attain their own salvation. And so, Yan Huang weighed his options, assessing his agility in this critical moment against the opening speed of the doors and the velocity with which those tortured souls would emerge to pursue him. Ultimately, he arrived at a grim conclusion. He would undoubtedly be caught. It was not a matter of speed. Rather, the depletion of his stamina would lead to a gradual decrease in his pace. No. Yan Huang gritted his teeth, and then, Yan Huang, within 30 seconds. The body would not experience fatigue. Lie detection, contradictory event, judgment failure. Judgment result. Yan Huang will feel fatigue within 30 seconds. At the very moment this judgment was rendered, a wave of weakness surged through Yan Huang's legs. Damn it. The pursuers were closing in. Yan Huang placed another bet. Yan Huang, the sensation of fatigue dissipates and will not manifest within 30 seconds. Lie detection, contradictory event. It must succeed. It must succeed. Judgment success. In that instant, a glimmer ignited in Yan Huang's eyes. His entire being entered a wondrous peak state. His speed erupted at that moment, stabilizing at its zenith. Those attempting to seize him on either side fell short, crashing to the ground and toppling countless others behind them. The individuals pressed against the lava emitted piercing cries, their already battered skin now scorched and reddened. Moisture evaporated, their skin twisted tightly together. As they raised their faces, their eyes reflected hollow despair, yet their hands continued to reach out toward Yan Huang. No. They could not endure such torment any longer. No. Blood and tears flowed from their wounds. Yet in hell, there are no tears. Their sins were too profound for repentance. Their blood and tears evaporated swiftly. Their bodies were trampled by countless feet, forming a rare path of comfort. Yan Huang dared not relax. He had merely 20 seconds left, and before him he must pass through 40 gates. The openings of the gates began to accelerate slightly beyond his pace. The people only needed to take 2 more steps to grasp him, at the limit of speed. Yan Huang gritted his teeth. His eyes, suffused with blood vessels, could not dare to close. In this race against time, he could not even blink. A mere blink could lead to an irrevocable abyss. 10 seconds. Still 20 gates remaining. 9, 8, 7, 6. People were already able to make contact with his skin. Some even grasped the hem of his garment. The person felt this sensation, unable to contain the glee on their face. But just as they were about to pull Yan Huang's clothing down, he swiftly employed the knife of familial harmony, severing his own garment. A miraculous escape. The individual was furious. Yan Huang had only 5 seconds left. His body was drenched in sweat. His veins swelled from the rushing blood. 5, 4, 3, 2. At that moment, the 2 gates ahead of Yan Huang swung open. The individuals within leaped toward him with reckless abandon. Yan Huang's pupils constricted. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "Do not think you are the only ones who dare to fight." He stowed the knife of familial harmony back into his backpack. Leaning forward, he let a majority of his body feel the molten temperature, successfully evading the 2 assailants in a sliding maneuver. The 2 individuals who lunged forward inadvertently became a significant obstacle for those who followed closely behind. The collision caused them to tumble into a chaotic ball, scattering all in their wake. Yan Huang, enduring searing pain, propelled himself through the doorway before him with sheer momentum. With one hand, he grasped the spiked door handle fiercely. And in that instant of blood splatter, the door swung shut with a resounding thud. Countless netizens collided against the iron gate, emitting piercing cries of despair. Yan Huang deftly inserted the key into the iron door, securing it tightly. At last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. However, the cost of that relief was the overwhelming feedback from 30 seconds of extreme exertion. A torrent of lactic acid surged through his entire body, accompanied by the agony of his seared skin, prompting involuntary cries of pain. Yet, regardless of the ordeal, he had survived. He sprang to his feet and purchased a healing potion within the mall, dousing himself with it as he faced the multitude of enraged netizens howling at him. It appeared I was indeed the swifter. The wounds and fatigue swiftly dissipated, yet he remained haunted by the experience. Before him, the red-skinned demon gradually approached. Did you think you could escape? Hell has 18 layers. Chapter 56. The Society of Labels, Hell on Earth, the 18 Layers of Hell. A punitive realm for those who have committed various sins, each layer more terrifying than the last, where souls endure unending torment. Yet, this is not the true hell. It is merely a fabricated imitation of hell within this subrealm. It represents yet another dimension of the digital world. From the perspective of this current layer of hell, it is evident that the divine possesses a rather superficial understanding of hell, merely aware of the need to inflict all manner of torture upon the sinners. It does not adhere to the strict hierarchical system of the traditional 18 layers of hell. However, Yan Huang is certain that the divine holds at least a rudimentary comprehension of these layers. For instance, the first layer is distinctly marked with a label, the tongue-pulling hell. The tongue-pulling hell is, in fact, the genuine first layer of the 18 layers of hell. Only those who have endured the tongue-pulling hell may gradually descend to the subsequent layers. Of course, if the sins committed in life align with specific punishments, individuals may be directly sent to other layers. If Jiang Luo asserts that Jiang Yi exists within the realm of the divine, then Yan Huang can precisely ascertain which layer Jiang Yi occupies. Yet, there are more pressing matters at hand. Yan Huang's gaze fixated on the demon before him, and he gently adjusted his glasses. "Mr. Demon, I have a crucial question to pose." The demon squinted, seemingly convinced that Yan Huang was already in his grasp, displaying a certain nonchalance. "What question?" Yan Huang lifted his head. "If the chair of punishment is bound by a chip, then as a being with a label like yourself, you should fall within the range of those who can be bound, correct?" The demon's pupils widened, its crimson eyes abruptly narrowing. A wave of heat swept across its face. Yet it felt an unsettling chill. The individuals stationed by Yan Huang's side all turned to face him, their hollow eyes and bewildered expressions gradually transforming into excitement. The demon, endowed with the authority to punish in hell, found itself in a state of panic. It indeed possessed the ability to punish these individuals by virtue of its attributes and talents. Yet at that moment, allowing these individuals a fleeting sense of freedom, releasing so many at once, was overwhelming. Even confronting this group of lunatics was beyond its capacity. After all, the world is rife with malevolence. These individuals had no moral boundaries during their earthly existence. After enduring such torment, what remained of their moral compass or rationality? No, they were driven solely by the instinct to survive. In their quest for survival, they would resort to anything. Moreover, when they realized they could exact revenge while striving to survive, the demon found it increasingly difficult to maintain its footing. Its horrifying voice bellowed, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yan Huang smiled, using the allure of his voice to entice those trapped in the tongue-pulling hell. "If I am indeed speaking nonsense, then simply capture that wicked spirit and put it to the test, and you shall find out." After a moment of silence, the demon attempted to retreat. However, it collided directly with a person. This individual was devoid of a tongue and eyes, their terrifying eye sockets inching closer into its field of view. Its pupils constricted sharply. The footsteps surrounding it grew ever closer. Yan Huang perceived everything with crystal clarity. The people had captured the demon, compelling it to take a seat. Indeed, the chair released its bindings on humanity. The labels of the individuals returned. Yet, the demon, wielding control over the chair of punishment, did not shed its own label. Those who regained their labels wanted to laugh, demanding the demon to occupy every person's seat. Yet they discovered that they had long lost their tongues and could produce no sound. They could only sense, through the stimulation of the chip, that they seemed forever bound to hell. Even if the bindings were undone, they could not escape. No, this was not the outcome they desired. This was not. Those who returned to the ranks of the percent emitted desperate roars, transmitting this anger and sorrowful emotion to every kindred spirit. The others realized this truth. Their emotions no longer suppressible. Some stepped forward, retaliating against the demon with violence. Others emitted eerie shrieks, then despairingly hurled themselves against the nearby walls, their faces grotesquely burned. They had long since lost their sanity, now reduced to flailing in a futile attempt to contain their fraying nerves. The scene before Yan Huang made him feel that this was indeed hell, compared to the previous insipid punishments. The revelation that shattered their last flicker of hope was the most dreadful punishment of all. This demon, in comparison to these humans, was remarkably benevolent. Oh no, compared to him, this human could also be deemed kind, for he had witnessed the agonizing cries of the demon as it was torn apart by the very people. Who truly is the demon? In any case, the demon is not. Congratulations, player, on achieving the accomplishment. Hell on Earth. Reward, Wisdom 0. 1. Reward hidden, player. Deceiver, Yan Huang Strength, 3. 5. Hidden. Agility, 3. 5. Hidden. Wisdom, 2. 0. Hidden. Overall evaluation, it seems you are quite adept. Your mind is sharp. I reward you with greater intellect. Your mind has become more formidable, but the clever you seems to have conceived a breakthrough. What could it be? I shall not say. You must guess which fragment of the disarrayed information in your mind is correct. Yan Huang gazed at his panel, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It appears. This journey will bring the truth of the network world to the surface. Wow, this chase truly sends shivers down my spine. Damn, he really can endure. Just sliding right through. What a wolf-esque demise this is. Alas, your actions are truly remarkable. However, as far as I am aware, once one enters the digital realm, escape is nearly impossible unless one possesses extraordinary talents. What are the Deceivers planning? Yan Huang glanced at the tongue-pulling hell, only to find that the demon had vanished. A chill crept down his spine, and an ominous feeling enveloped him. Time could no longer be squandered. He must swiftly locate Jiang Yi. In truth, finding Jiang Yi was not a daunting task for Yan Huang at this moment, for he possessed ample information. This place is not merely the network world, but also the fundamental physical model of the 18 layers of hell. The first layer is the tongue-pulling hell. If the intel provided by Jiang Luo is indeed accurate, then Jiang Yi must be situated on the fourth layer. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired once more. Author S. Note: there is a matter I had intended to disclose only after reaching 1,000 urges for updates, yet it has already been uncovered by the readers. I shall not elaborate, but you may secretly glance at the rewards message. Chapter 57, The Society of Labels, the Inferno of Sin. I have warned you. There is no escape. The sinister whisper of the demon echoed in my ears once more. Yan Huang's pupils constricted as he turned his gaze towards the staircase below. A red-skinned demon manifested before him, unscathed, its eyes gleaming with mockery and derision, as if everything unfolded within its grasp. Suddenly, a hefty axe appeared in its hand, which it rhythmically tapped against its palm, producing a dull thud. You are an astute individual. Yet, I have stated before, it is the likes of you that I despise the most. As the demon spoke, Yan Huang seized the opportunity, plunging the knife of family harmony forcefully into the artery of its neck. The demon succumbed to death. Yet, at the very instant of its demise, an intense heat radiated from behind Yan Huang. A rugged, crimson hand clasped his shoulder, applying relentless pressure. The red-skinned demon leaned closer, whispering in his ear, its mocking tone growing ever more chilling, making it difficult to breathe. Futile. In hell, demons never truly perish. As it spoke, the grip on Yan Huang's shoulder tightened further. Crack. He heard the sharp sound of bones fracturing, followed by an excruciating pain that coursed through his body, causing him to sweat profusely. Get away from me. He attempted to invoke the rules to force the demon away. However, at that moment, the demon bore no label above its head. Cackling ha 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 ha, it erupted into uncontrollable laughter, perched upon Yan Huang's back. Dear esteemed guest, do you truly believe that I could be deceived by the same pitfall twice? Yan Huang clenched his jaw, realizing he had indeed entered a perilous state. Moreover, this crisis was of his own making. The demon possessed the authority of the punishment chair as control chip. As it was compelled to sit upon the chair, it liberated another individual. Simultaneously, it granted itself the ability to shed its label points. Now, it was he who was firmly ensnared. The demon appeared to have anticipated this moment all along. Yan Huang perceived that he had been manipulated. The demon's claws, sharp as blades, brushed lightly against his bare back, leaving trails of blood in their wake. It was not an overwhelming pain. Yet, the ever-looming sense of imminent death suffocated him. Yan Huang squinted, deep in thought. He realized he could not kill the demon. If his conjecture was correct, the demon could dictate its resurrection point. To slay it would only escalate the instability. Yan Huang keenly understood that he had but one opportunity. Should he raise alarm, the tide of battle would shift dramatically. If he were to sever the demon's hand, it would undoubtedly react instantaneously, the hand pressed against his back piercing through his body. In that moment, he resolved to take a bold step. Flash. Yan Huang wielded the blade of familial harmony, severing his own arm in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he surged down the stairs with astonishing speed. The demon grasped a hand, still dripping with fresh blood, momentarily stunned and bewildered. After a brief blink, fury ignited within him. Cursed insect. Damn it. I must pursue him. Yet, Yan Huang's agility was rated at 3, while his own was merely 2. By sheer velocity, he could not catch up to Yan Huang. To resort to opening the gates of hell once more would be an exercise in futility. It was not worth unleashing chaos for the sake of one individual. Cursed insect. Cursed insect. Cursed insect. The demon's ire intensified with every thought. This human was indeed cunning. However, he could flee the village but not escape the temple. He was bound to be ensnared within hell's grasp. As Yan Huang descended to the next level, he was met with chilling screams echoing from every floor. He was acutely aware that the demon could not keep pace with him. Yet, upon entering the fourth level in search of Jiang Yi, his speed would inevitably wane, and there would be no retreat. Thus, the moment he crossed into the fourth level, he acquired the advanced all-seeing detection and positioned it at the entrance of the fourth circle of hell. Known as Mirror of Sin, he was confident that if Jiang Yi was indeed in hell, he would be confined within Mirror of Sin. For those imprisoned there were characterized by their unrepentant nature and criminal evasion. Yan Huang boldly speculated, drawing parallels between his situation and that of Jiang Luo. Their initial identities and labels bore a significant connection to their true selves. From a certain perspective, he considered himself a domineering artist. His conviction that Jiang Yi resided in the Mirror of Sin stemmed from a previous encounter where Jiang Yi gifted him an item known as the Tears of the Forsaken. The origin of this item was stated as unknown. However, upon entering the instance, he had also obtained an item called Tears of the Rebellious from that mother. This item was a limited-time artifact within the instance, unable to be taken beyond its confines. This implication suggested that Jiang Yi's Tears of the Forsaken were not a product of the instance. If it was not a creation of the instance, could it possibly be a talent-based artifact, akin to Jiang Luo's Manifest Black Sword? If talents could be concealed, could they also be disguised? The answer was affirmative. Within the instance, anything was possible. His interactions with Jiang Yi had been limited. Yet it was evident from both direct encounters and others' commentary that Jiang Yi was riddled with insecurity and contradiction. All those who had previously teamed with him had perished. Was this truly a coincidence, or was there something more sinister at play? Perhaps only by locating Jiang Yi could the truth be unveiled, whether he was a mentor or a forsaken one. Should he appear in the fourth level, then his conjecture would be nearly confirmed. As Yan Huang made his way through the fourth level, the demon had just entered the fourth layer. Though the distance between the two was continuously expanding, he still had yet to catch sight of Jiang Yi. If Jiang Yi was not to become the betrayer in the fourth layer, then for the sake of his own life, he would have no choice but to assume that role. At last, as he approached the end of the fourth layer, Yan Huang beheld a familiar figure within the prison cell directly opposite him. In that moment, Jiang Yi, like the other prisoners, was confined to the punishment chair. His eyes had been gouged out, and his tongue was absent. He bore no distinction from the other captives, seemingly ensnared in the throes of an unfathomable despair. His expression was one of weakness and dread. However, unlike the other prisoners, he did not scream or rage. Instead, tears of blood flowed ceaselessly from his eyes. He appeared utterly disheveled, as if engaged in some profound act of contrition. Yan Huang had no time to hesitate, nor did he require the truth. For in that moment, the scene encompassed not just him and Jiang Yi. Their fates had become irrevocably intertwined the instant he entered this hell. All he could do now was to trust and act according to the original plan, to rescue Jiang Yi and escape this perilous situation. Without a moment's thought, Yan Huang opened the prison door and stepped inside, drawing a line in the sand around himself. Chapter 58, The Society of Labels. Utilizing the rules the moment he securely closed the door behind him signified that there was no turning back. All he could hope for was that his companions would not falter. Otherwise, he had contingencies in place. Before him, the demon observed Yan Huang confining himself within the room. Exhilarated, the pest having grown weary of the game of cat and mouse, now seeks to ensnare himself willingly? Yan Huang paid no heed to it. Instead, crouching beside Jiang Yi. Uncle Jiang, I'm here to alleviate your suffering. Jiang Yi's expression remained largely unchanged upon hearing Yan Huang's voice. As though he were oblivious to it, he was evidently lost in the nightmares inflicted by the demon. It was unclear what kind of nightmare he was enduring. However, Yan Huang could afford no further contemplation. He merely offered a cautionary remark. I shall be removing your blades, so bear with it. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcibly extracted the two blades embedded in Jiang Yi's arms, which had been used for restraint. Blood gushed forth, the pungent liquid evaporating the instant it met the ground. Yet Jiang Yi remained unresponsive, still ensnared in his nightmare. This unnerved Yan Huang momentarily. What kind of nightmare could render one so oblivious even amidst such excruciating pain? Curiosity gnawed at him. Clearly, Jiang Yi's current condition relegated him to being a mere burden. Thus, Yan Huang hoisted Jiang Yi up and took his place upon the judgment throne. In an instant, the binding of the judgment throne switched its target. Yan Huang collapsed onto Jiang Yi's chair, devoid of a single tear from the rebel, unable to resist the rules. At the moment of binding, the label above his head vanished. A new label reappeared above Jiang Yi's head. Label, percentile individual, renegade. Sinner, label points, 100 points. Yan Huang squinted, discerning the label before him. The demon's footsteps grew ever closer, observing Yan Huang's every action with evident confusion. Are you engaging in futile struggles? Yan Huang smirked, tilting his head skyward with a light chuckle. Futile struggles? No, I merely wish to ascertain whether hell is indeed, as you claim, devoid of any possibility of survival. The demon intended to mock Yan Huang's naivety. Yet in that moment, he beheld Yan Huang raise his head. Above him, there was unmistakably a label that belonged to him. Label: percentile individual, pinnacle artist, ruthless. Label points: 100 points. The demon's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished. This is impossible. How did you accomplish this? Yan Huang remained remarkably composed, narrowing his eyes and smiling. Since you, dear demon, have posed an inquiry, it is only fitting that I express my gratitude for your patience in addressing my questions, both past and future. I shall not shy away from this question. He paused for a moment before continuing. I have pondered why, in the depths of hell, where none bear labels, you would choose to impose one upon yourself. Is this not merely adding a debuff to your own existence? Evidently, you are an astute individual. And intelligent beings would never willingly encase themselves in a negative state. In other words, your label signifies more than mere nomenclature. It embodies the divine power bestowed upon you. The abilities you possess do not originate from your essence, but rather from your chip, correct? At the moment Yan Huang completed his statement, the demon's expression darkened to an extreme. For the truth of Yan Huang's words was irrefutable. Its power indeed stemmed from the chip endowed by the divine. Thus, hell must be established within the cyber world. It requires the regulations of the cyber world to harness the divinely granted abilities. Clenching its teeth, the demon pondered. So how is it that you have managed to render my chip incapable of interfering with yours? It struggled to suppress its fury. Consumed by an overwhelming curiosity about how its divinely granted powers had been deciphered by another, Yan Huang chuckled softly, a glimmer of brilliance reflecting from his glasses. At that moment, the demon's countenance shifted dramatically, for it beheld the operational panel of live stream before Yan Huang. Countless possibilities flashed through its mind. Yan Huang patiently elucidated, Mr. Demon, you were once human. Surely you understand? When we utilize the live stream function, others cannot use their chips to pry into our lives, which signifies our chip functions remain uncontested. While you can indeed manipulate the state of our chips with your powers, what if our chips exist in a state impervious to intervention? Your chip's authority over us cannot surpass the rules themselves, can it? If we were to liken this to a computer, the demon's chip could at most be likened to one that merely executes a power on and off operation. In contrast, the state of viewing live stream serves, in the most straightforward terms, as a firewall. This is the paramount protective mechanism inherent to the chip, derived from the rules of the cyber world. Under this mechanism, no chip can interfere with another. In essence, as long as Yan Huang is engaged in watching the live stream, his chip will not be forcibly shut down by the demon. Insufferable wretch, you court death. The demon glared at Yan Huang, its emotions unmistakable. It quickened its pace, gripping the axe tightly. Yet Yan Huang remained unfazed, methodically operating the scanning function to reveal Jiang Yi's live stream. Jiang Yi's live stream materialized, and predictably, Yan Huang was indeed able to evaluate him. Everything was well within his grasp. In this realm, every individual is perpetually under scrutiny. Those with higher scores attract greater attention. Jiang Yi's birth was rated at 100%. Is that conceivable? It is impossible. Therefore, tracing back through identities, it is certain that Jiang Yi's life has been under Yan Huang's watchful eye. The smile on Yan Huang's face grew increasingly pronounced as he lifted his gaze to meet the demon's eyes. Mr. Demon, since only a fraction of the populace resides in hell, what transpires for those who do not belong? As he spoke, he slowly brought his finger closer to Jiang Yi's life score. The demon's eyes widened in fury, his feet stomping in indignation. You dare, pest? Yan Huang indeed dared. At the moment he pressed down on Jiang Yi's score, it plummeted instantly to 99 points. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi transformed into a mere collection of data, vanishing from sight. Yan Huang smiled as he fixed his gaze on the demon. It seems, the passage to this hell is not as impenetrable as one might think. Yet the demon was unfazed. In that instant, his rage dissipated entirely, replaced by a sinister grin that stretched across his face. Indeed, you are quite astute. The roads of hell are truly impenetrable. You have released a prisoner. In doing so, you have also relinquished your only chance, bound by his own confines. Yan Huang lost the opportunity to exploit the loophole in the rules upon releasing Jiang Yi. This is hell. Aside from him, who else could wield the power of life broadcast to rescue him? At that moment, he was the caged beast, while the demon stood as the butcher. Author's note: while writing this chapter, I discovered a flaw and continuously revised its logic, spending an hour to finalize it. Thankfully, the changes were successful. Chapter 59. The Society of Labels counterattack the demon, clad in the wooden clogs bestowed upon its rebirth, advanced step by step towards Yan Huang. Dragging its axe along the ground, a visage of malevolence etched upon its face. The thrill of passing judgment on the sinner filled it with anticipation. The key, a mere accessory of its resurrection, was cast aside in favor of swinging the axe with its augmented strength, mercilessly cleaving towards the spiked iron bars. The sound of metal clashing reverberated, elongating the echoes of fear and intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Yan Huang, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, relinquished his resistance and sat quietly upon the seat of judgment. His lone arm still gripped the knife of family harmony. The demon found him intriguing, conversing even as it dented the iron bars with each blow. It was a rare delight to encounter someone so captivating in the monotonous depths of hell, alleviating the tedium of countless years. Yet, your life ends here, having released a soul burdened with sin. Your transgressions are beyond forgiveness. Suddenly, the demon ceased its assault on the door, which was already teetering on the brink of destruction. Both it and Yan Huang were acutely aware that just one more strike would shatter the barrier completely. The exhilaration of slaughter did not stem from the act itself, but from the terror of the prey in the face of death. The demon gazed at Yan Huang. Are you not going to run? I can grant you a chance to flee. After all, even if it allowed the other sinners to break their bindings, they would be incapable of utilizing the chip's functionality. How could one harness the chip when they remained unseen and unheard? Hearing the demon's words, Yan Huang chuckled softly. No need. I appreciate your concern. I'll remain right here, awaiting your attempt to take my life. The demon narrowed its eyes. Are you provoking me? Yan Huang shrugged. Not at all. I am merely stating a fact. The demon scoffed. If you harbor any ill intentions, cast them aside. I have declared. I am immortal. With that, it brought down its axe for one final strike against the iron door. The tremendous force propelled the battered door outward, striking Yan Huang's face and drawing blood that trickled down one side. The demon stepped forward, laughter erupting as it approached Yan Huang, dragging the axe behind it. Raising its weapon high with its right hand, it proclaimed, You are fortunate to be the first I slayed directly in hell. Unfazed, Yan Huang met the demon's gaze with intrigue. Mr. Demon, I believe I must correct a misconception of yours. The demon, uninterested in further discourse, aimed for Yan Huang's head and struck with a swift motion. The axe sliced through the air with a whoosh. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding sounds seemed to fade. Yan Huang ducked, sliding down the chair and deftly maneuvering through the demon's legs. With a resounding thud, the demon's axe missed its target, becoming lodged in the judgment seat. With unwavering determination, his previously unused left hand swiftly reached behind him to seize Yan Huang. The motion was remarkably rapid, yet he grasped only air. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly realized that the wretched creature had severed its own hand. As he prepared to relinquish the axe and turn to seize his assailant, Yan Huang poised the knife of family harmony against the nape of his neck, as if poised to plunge it in the next heartbeat. The demon chuckled. Dear guest, do you still wish to strike me? Have I not informed you of my immortality? Go on, make your move. Come, plunge it in, kill me. Hurry. A struggling lamb is far more entertaining. Rest assured, the more you struggle, the less likely I am to kill you. I shall slowly, meticulously become your nightmare. At that moment, Yan Huang did not react swiftly. As before during the demon's resurrection, he leaned against its back, a smirk gracing his lips as he whispered in its ear, Did I not promise to rectify your errors? You previously claimed to be immortal. Yet you are unmistakably a demon from hell. But in truth, you are merely a man. The tip of Yan Huang's blade targeted the chip at the demon's nape. The demon's pupils contracted. Yan Huang felt its body tremble with palpable fear. It attempted to break free, relying on its superior strength. However, Yan Huang deftly drove the knife into the demon's neck, executing a precise upward thrust. With a spray of crimson, a beautiful chip soared from the demon's severed flesh. In the instant the chip detached from the demon's body, it underwent a violent transformation. Enveloped in data, its once blood-red form and wrinkled skin morphed into a putrid mass of decaying flesh, the shadow of a human barely discernible within. No. Its wails grew hauntingly mournful, utterly astonished that Yan Huang had uncovered this truth. It was unwilling. It had finally found a reason to survive. You, a deeply sinful and indulgent wretch, shall never behold that divine being. She will accept no one. Kill me, and you shall never escape. Hell. The final two words were enunciated with profound emphasis, as if clinging to its last vestige of dignity to mock him. Yan Huang fixated on the demon, not pondering the words further. He silently retrieved the demon's chip. Congratulations, player Yan Huang has obtained a hidden time-limited item, Demon's Chip. Item, Demon S Chip Quality. E. Effect, None. Item Description, I have heard the most venomous words and endured the most brutal treatment. If hell does not come to punish evil, then I shall become hell. Yet, I later discovered that I am not hell. We have never departed from hell. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 70,000. Everyone remained astounded at how the situation had unfolded. This Demon S chip is also a time-limited dungeon item. I'm utterly flabbergasted. Yan Huang also felt a tinge of surprise, though it was merely slight. The revelation that its chip would serve as a concealed limited-time item was not unexpected. It was indeed unique, yet not entirely so. In the realm of the digital world, there existed an individual strikingly similar to it. That person was quite pitiable. Yan Huang accessed the life records of the demon. As anticipated, much had been erased, leaving only a brief segment of video. This video, however, was the pivotal connection to everything. After watching the video, Yan Huang silently gazed at the sky. Jiang Luo, it is time for you to take me back. No sooner had he uttered these words than the label above his head diminished by a point, and he was enveloped in a shroud of data code. The audience observing from Yan Huang's perspective was left in stunned silence. What just happened? Goodness, he can't handle it. He's stuck in a bug. With a score of 99, Yan Huang returned to the mortal realm. The moment he re-entered, Jiang Luo bounced forward, her face adorned with a shrewd smile. So, what do you think? I'm quite impressive. Before she could continue, Yan Huang swung the knife of Harmonious Family towards her. The blade sliced through the air, severing her bangs, and hair fragments danced around them. Jiang Luo's expression suddenly solidified. Meanwhile, Yan Huang maintained a gentle smile. Little Luo, I do not mind becoming the second traitor. Author's note. Recently, the temperature has fluctuated, and I have been feeling slightly feverish and dizzy. To ensure the quality is not compromised, I will be taking a break today and will not post an additional update. Please take care to dress appropriately. Chapter 60. The Tagged Society. Confession on Jiang Luo's delicate visage. Her smile gradually froze. The tension was evident in her expression, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Biting her lower lip, she found herself at a loss for words. In truth, they were all astute individuals. She comprehended Yan Huang's intentions all too well. The initial identity in the Tagged Society was somewhat intertwined with the players themselves. Yan Huang's discovery of Jiang Yi occurred in the fourth layer of hell. Known as the Hell of Sinful Mirrors, where the most conspicuous label adorning Jiang Yi was the Forsaken One. Furthermore, Jiang Yi had entrusted Yan Huang with an item named Tears of the Forsaken. Jiang Luo was acutely aware of what Yan Huang sought to uncover. In a game like the dungeon, where life and death are ever present, every piece of information is crucial, especially concerning team dynamics. Although they had yet to explicitly convey the true significance of their innate skills to Yan Huang, they could still infer much from visible information, aside from hidden details. Her father had directly disguised his own talent, and in truth, his real gift was still the Forsaken One. The concealment of such a dubious label naturally aroused suspicion. Yet, that was her father's secret. We have harmed no one. My father is in a precarious state. If we wished you harm, I could simply abandon you once he is rescued. Jiang Luo remained remarkably composed, refusing to falter. Yan Huang's blade remained pointed at her forehead. Thus, I extend to you the opportunity to explain. Were it not for the Tears of the Forsaken, this life-preserving item, and Jiang Luo's cooperation, he would have shown no mercy. Even after she had previously rescued him from the clutches of a doctor, it was evident that this father-daughter duo desperately sought his recognition and trust. Jiang Luo inhaled deeply, never anticipating that matters would escalate to such a degree. Her father's secret had been concealed since their entry into the dungeon. Had it not been for the dual suspicions of the sinful mirrors and the label, it would have remained undiscovered. Now, however, everyone was aware of it. Her father had concealed this label. If she did not elucidate, their futures within the dungeon would only grow increasingly arduous. Even though she prided herself on her abilities, she could not guarantee that she and her father could navigate the dungeon unimpeded without trust from others. But her father had done nothing wrong. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, tears welled in her eyes. Yet, she could not weep. That would portray her as fragile. If she appeared weak, who would protect her father? Perhaps sensing his daughter's distress, Jiang Yi, reclining on the sofa, attempted to vocalize something with his tongue rendered mute. He could only produce simple sounds, hoarse and unclear, leaving his message ambiguous. Yet, the bond between father and daughter was profound. Jiang Luo bit her lip tightly and fixed her gaze on Yan Huang. My father wishes to convey something to you. I shall serve as the bridge for your communication. She was neither pretentious nor fond of meddling. If this is a decision made by father himself, she would respect it. As her words fell, the mental bridge was constructed. She only connected the minds of Yan Huang and Jiang Yi, not her own, thus unable to hear their conversation. This was Jiang Yi's request. Within Yan Huang's mind, a voice belonging to Jiang Yi emerged. Though it stemmed from Jiang Yi's spirit, it resonated with a profound weariness, even more so than before entering the Tag Society. Yan Huang, I regret deceiving you, but we harbor no malice towards you. To be precise, we bear no ill will towards anyone. I am indeed the betrayer, yet I have never betrayed anyone. What those people said is true. Everyone who once teamed up with us has perished, but I swear, I have never committed any heinous act against them. If I wished to harm you, I would not have bestowed upon you the tears of the betrayer. As for the reason behind my concealment, you will soon come to know. For now, please trust me. Please believe me. As he communicated with Yan Huang mentally, he trembled and rose from the sofa, gauging her location from the direction of the voice. Thud. He knelt on the ground, blood tears streaming from his eyes. Mr. Yan, I shall confide in you a secret. But I ask that you refrain from telling Xiao Luo for the time being. She would be angered if she found out. Yan Huang took a deep breath. Yet her grip on the knife of family harmony, aimed at Jiang Luo's head, remained firm. Speak, she urged, her lips parting slightly. In the next moment, Jiang Yi revealed his secret. He first transmitted the essence of his betrayer talent into Yan Huang's mind. Player, betrayer, Jiang Yi talent. Those who have forsaken self and dignity shall ultimately have their wishes fulfilled. Unique hidden information, upon relinquishing a certain aspect of oneself. An equivalent reward shall be obtained. Yan Huang pressed her lips together, her brows furrowing. Then, Jiang Yi uttered a phrase that caused her pupils to dilate and her entire body to tremble. I exchanged my lies for the right to remain unaffected by the rules of the Tag Society. From the moment I entered this instance, I have already stepped into my grave. The Tag Society is the meticulously prepared tomb I fashioned for myself. In an instant, Yan Huang felt her mind spiral into chaos. Are you jesting? Jiang Yi shook his head with a smile. Mr. Yan, all that I wish to convey is encapsulated here. Whether you choose to believe me rests in your hands. Now, you possess the very leverage that I fear the most. Beyond this, I shall not interfere further. You are an astute individual. You understand that whatever actions we take next will not impede your path to victory. Please trust me one last time. Yan Huang gazed at Jiang Yi before her, feeling every cell in her body enter a state of contemplation. His calmness and clarity in articulating these thoughts were striking. She boldly speculated that from the moment they entered the instance, Jiang Yi was acutely aware of everything that awaited him. For instance, the initial point of entry into the dungeon resides within the mirror of torment, enduring excruciating agony. Moreover, he is acutely aware that he will be rescued. Facing everything with equanimity, Yan Huang finds this man somewhat terrifying. Yet there is no doubt that he has indeed laid bare his entire being. Yan Huang grits his teeth. Jiang Yi, the words you utter now are nothing but falsehoods. Lie detection, adversarial event, judgment failed. Result, Jiang Yi's words are all true. He has lost the ability to deceive. Yan Huang finds it somewhat absurd. A person so intent on seeking death. How could he possess such patience to enter the dungeon, deliberately choosing his own grave? As a punishment for deceiving me. I regret to inform you that the girl is still young. You shall not perish just yet, for you must continue to care for her. Having said this, Yan Huang sets aside the blade of familial harmony, his gaze shifting to Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo, it is time to attend to the matter at hand. Chapter 61. The Tag Society, clearance information. Yan Huang lightly patted Jiang Luo's head, a gesture that transformed her previously solemn demeanor, akin to a miniature adult, into one of sheer delight. She lifted her gaze, her surprise unmasked, and with the innocence of a child, she excitedly inquired, "Do you truly believe in us now?" Her twin ponytails swayed behind her, her eyes sparkling with joy, her entire being trembling with exhilaration, as though she could scarcely believe this was reality. To assure herself, she discreetly pinched her thigh, feeling the sting, thus confirming it was no mere dream. A radiant smile spread across Jiang Luo's face as she clasped Yan Huang's hand. Shaking it gently, "What did my father say to make you believe so readily? I knew it. My judgment of character is never wrong. You are not like the others, so shallow. Hee. Your little sister Luo is truly impressive. My calculations never fail." Her innocent exuberance was a rare delight to behold. Yan Huang smiled back at her, ruffling her hair affectionately. Ask your father. He forbade me from telling you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo huffed in annoyance. Ask my father? That old relic. He may be weak, but he's stubborn to a fault. Once he decides something, no one can sway him. Behind them, Jiang Yi overheard their exchange and smiled, a multitude of emotions mingling in his expression. Jiang Luo shrugged, brimming with energy. All right then. Since we've cleared up the misunderstandings, let's get down to business. What do you need from your little sister, Luo? I guarantee your satisfaction. Yan Huang replied. Utilize my 99-point authority to directly control the entire electronic information infrastructure of the tagged society and commence a live broadcast across the whole map. Jiang Luo blinked in astonishment. Are you certain? Yan Huang nodded. With sufficient authority as a medium, this task should pose no challenge for you, right? Jiang Luo agreed. Indeed, it was not a daunting task, but what was your intention? Without adequate authority as a medium, such extensive electronic control would be nearly impossible for her. However, with sufficient authority, all she needed to do was relay information to every electronic device, ensuring seamless transmission. The act of conveying information required little effort and remained well within her capabilities. Yan Huang silently produced 2 chips, Princess Chip and Demon Chip. You are already aware of the contents of the Princess Chip, and upon viewing the Demon Chip, you should understand why. As he spoke, he activated the content of the Demon Chip. A brief video unfolded. In it, a young girl curled up in the darkness, her head buried in her knees, stifling sobs. There was no label on her head. Yet, even without a label, she trembled in fear at the indistinct accusations echoing from outside. Unable to discern the specific words of condemnation. Yet, it is evident without contemplation that the malice is boundless. Those who are utterly oblivious to her plight cast their scorn upon her. She quivers, she weeps. In the enveloping darkness, she stands forsaken. A crimson-skinned demon emerges from her very being. The girl seems to sense something, lifting her gaze in bewilderment. She beholds the crimson demon, who bears no label upon his head. He grins foolishly, extending his hand to grasp hers, as if to utter, I shall protect you. Thus, the world around them transforms into a hellscape. Everyone is ensnared within this torment, yet the girl remains the sole entity untouched by inferno. The video concludes here. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Luo blinks and glances once more at the records on the demon's chip, which assert that we have never departed from hell. For hell emerges from the realm of humanity. The divine is absent in the human world, and thus even more so in hell. Hell punishes those who perpetrate malevolence within humanity, and these evildoers constitute the percentage of humanity. What is virtuous in the realm of man is deemed unforgivable wickedness in hell. Wait, does the comprehension of hell align with that of the real world? At this thought, Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. As she voiced this notion, Yan Huang understood. Jiang Luo had unraveled the entire framework of the label society. Indeed, hell corresponds with our understanding. The divine established the visible rules for the percentage of humanity, a steadfast decree, explicitly articulated within the princess's chip. Whether it be the princess's chip or the demon's chip, the information they reveal has always lacked the insignia of the label society. Labels. Do you recall the name of the world we inhabit? Upon hearing Yan Huang's inquiry, Jiang Luo's mind momentarily blanked, her lips quivering slightly. The world we reside in is the network world. In an instant, Jiang Luo raised her head to meet Yan Huang's gaze. We have never truly vacated the genuine hell, for hell itself is the network world. Regardless of how engrossed one becomes in the network world, one must ultimately return to reality. The divine has never been an illusion. Returning to the reality that shares our understanding is the true path towards the realm of the divine. Within the princess's chip, the lady residing in the reality once proclaimed, My little princess, remember, you must strive to be a good person, to become part of the percentage, and then to meet the divine. Thus, you may live worry-free for eternity. This good person is not merely virtuous within the network world. The percentage of humanity is not confined to the network world. Rather, it is a genuine, bona fide good person belonging to reality. It is common knowledge that in the warped network world, good people cannot survive. The reason why no one has ever encountered the deity of the tag society lies herein. Individuals, engulfed in the materialistic turmoil of the online realm, have lost their identities amidst power and madness, distorting their perception of reality. According to the descriptions provided by netizens, there exists a scoring system ranging from 1 to 99, with 2 exceptional values conspicuously excluded yet undeniably present, 100 and 0. If the individuals scoring in the online world are deemed irredeemable villains in reality, then those who score a 0, unable to survive in the digital sphere, are the virtuous souls of the tangible world. The true pathway to the realm of divinity is represented by zero, those who swim against the current of their time. Zhang Luo felt an overwhelming urge to scream. What do you intend to do? It is challenging to be a person of merit in this world. But to be a zero is even more arduous at this moment. Yan Huang's gaze fell upon the princess's chip. When all goodwill is branded with the label of hypocrisy, this society is destined for annihilation. The answer, she had already revealed it to us. Chapter 62. The Society of Labels. The Collapse of the World. Yan Huang gazed at Zhang Luo, who had also come to a realization. A philanthropist. In this distorted society, to truly become a philanthropist means to shatter all warped perceptions and strive to be the person one genuinely aspires to be. This is the pathway to the real world. In the realm of reality, during everyday interactions, individuals maintain a facade of kindness towards one another. Whether this kindness is genuine or hypocritical, authentic or masked, as long as one is amiable, they are bound to garner affection from others. Zhang Luo nodded. I understand. You crouch down first. Yan Huang complied, crouching down and exposing the nape of his neck to Zhang Luo. Now, I shall connect you to all the chips in this networked world. With that, one of Zhang Luo's hands rested upon Yan Huang's chip. Instantly, a torrent of information surged forth. The 99 subchip, possessing the highest authority within the Society of Labels, infiltrated the chips of all individuals and commandeered every electronic device. Billboards in the streets and alleys flickered momentarily before displaying the images recorded within Yan Huang's chip. Those using computers or smartphones were likewise confronted by the same visuals. At that moment, individuals in varying circumstances were uniformly presented with identical images. Every corner of the world was inundated with the scenes of Yan Huang and his companions, omnipresent. The netizens, upon witnessing the spectacle, were taken aback, momentarily engulfed in confusion. They chattered amongst themselves, clearly unsettled by this terrifying upheaval. Fearfully glancing around, they realized the world had been overtaken by Yan Huang's live stream. After utilizing her powers, Zhang Luo's face turned pale, and she collapsed into Yan Huang's embrace, her body drenched in sweat. He gently placed her on the sofa and settled beside her. A string of code flickered in Zhang Luo's eyes, and a faint smile graced her lips. Yan Huang, it's all in your hands. Yan Huang nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he fixed his gaze ahead. He was the focus of countless eyes, and those countless eyes were also fixed upon him. Greetings to all the netizens living in the Society of Labels. Please do not panic or lose your composure. Next, as the highest scorer in this society, I shall establish new rules for this world and transform it. I implore you to listen to me attentively. As a top-tier salesperson, his presence instantly commanded attention during significant addresses, sparking curiosity among the crowd. To think that one could single-handedly alter the course of this world? Truly laughable. Should any misstep occur in your actions or words, what awaits you is a descent into the abyss. The netizens felt a stir of unrest within, their aspirations extending beyond a single individual. They were acutely aware that three fools sought to defy the rules of this world. A live stream had become the arena for their confrontation. Yan Huang spoke, in pursuit of creating a commendable online environment and as a prominent figure in this digital realm. I, Yan Huang, advocate for the rejection of sensationalism rooted in gruesome violence and lewdness as a means to garner high ratings. We must not allow malevolence to become the norm, leading society towards self-destruction. As inhabitants of this world, we ought to collaboratively construct a splendid existence, championing a life centered around truth, goodness, and beauty, and fostering societal harmony. Let us abolish the core mechanism of rating systems. Together, we shall forge a utopia that belongs to us. As the initiator of this global reform, to demonstrate my resolve, I pledge to donate all my assets to those in need. I am willing to stake my own fate to serve as a vessel for opinions in this transformative endeavor. To those who support this reform, I welcome your praise. To dissenters, I invite your criticism. Beside him, Zhang Luo and Zhang Yi simultaneously raised their hands. We too are willing. Please cast your votes. In an instant, a tumultuous undercurrent surged. Countless eyes fixated on them, mocking their resolve. Fools, simpletons, ignorant, dreamers. A barrage of insults rained down upon the trio as feedback. Behind the scenes of this live broadcast, many derided their absurdity. Rules are meant to be followed and adapted to. Those who dare to challenge them shall face repercussions. The people of this world cannot tolerate any thoughts that lie beyond its confines. They offered scathing judgments upon these three outliers. The tags above their heads shifted erratically, their scores plummeting like a falling rocket. 98, 88, 78. In the blink of an eye, they lost several points, vividly reflecting the disdain and mockery the online community held towards Yan Huang's assertions. Those who have reached the pinnacle of life do not cherish it, yet insist on advocating for the detritus of society, seeking a good reputation. Alas, this world is merciless and requires no kindness. The collective strength of all individuals in this realm is absolute, and wherever it directs, truth prevails. The trio's scores teetered on the brink of collapse, yet they exhibited neither regret nor panic at the prospect of being cast away by this world. Instead, a subtle smile graced their faces, a smile that spoke of anticipated outcomes. Their scores dwindled to merely 1 point, soon to be eradicated entirely. Yan Huang interlaced his fingers tightly, leaning slightly forward, resting his elbows upon his knees. His glasses reflected the world as it began to shimmer with data codes. The dark blue light flickered like electricity, its frequency accelerating. Yan Huang softly uttered, "It seems your opinions are quite unified. If you are unwilling to embrace a new world, then, please, slumber eternally in your dreams." The moment his words fell, the scores above the trio's heads plummeted to 0. Their tags vanished completely. The surrounding environment underwent a radical transformation. All scenes flickered at a high frequency, accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity, as every evaluation vanished in that instant. In the realm of the digital landscape, all souls sensed a profound transformation within the world. The live broadcast before them abruptly ceased. Chips emitted a resplendent radiance, enveloping everyone in its luminous embrace. Startled, they gazed upward, reassessing the world they had inhabited for countless years. The clouds, the rain, and the sun were mere illusions. The chips conveyed a singular message to their minds. Welcome back to the real world, dream travelers of the abyss. At the moment they received this revelation, their corporeal forms shattered, disintegrating into the heavens, mirroring the world's fate. They finally grasped the harrowing truth. They too were but phantoms. With a thunderous roar, the skyscrapers began to tremble. The virtual realm was collapsing. As this disintegration unfolded, the chips emitted a dire warning. Warning. Level 1 breach detected in World 307. Immediate eradication recommended. Immediate eradication recommended. Immediate eradication recommended. 3 individuals, yet to fragment, simultaneously received the world's alarm. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo both sensed an unsettling disarray. The virtual world was evidently on the brink of collapse. Why had they not yet returned to reality? Chapter 63. The Society of Labels. The forsaken Jiang Luo looked at Yan Huang in astonishment. Yan Huang, what is happening? Yan Huang himself was at a loss, his expression serious as he delved into contemplation. Logically, their conjectures should not have been erroneous. The 2 concealed time-limited items both pointed in this direction. The collapse of the virtual world was indeed underway. Previously, during a score of 100, he had directly entered hell, and now, having reached a score of 0, there was no reason for them not to have entered the real world. As he pondered, he noticed Jiang Yi smiling beside him. Jiang Yi's laughter was dry yet tinged with anticipation. Even Jiang Luo felt taken aback. "Father?" Yan Huang quickly responded, "Jiang Luo, establish the mental bridge connecting the 3 of us." With a firm resolve despite the immense pressure, Jiang Luo began to construct the mental connection. The 3 minds intertwined seamlessly. Jiang Yi, eyes closed, directed his gaze toward the 2. He had exchanged his ability to lie for the core rules of this dungeon, ensuring he comprehended everything that transpired. His voice was soft yet firm. Indeed, this is the path to the real world. However, after countless collapses of the dungeon by the players, the divine heart of this dungeon remains sealed. She has grown weary and is no longer willing to meet anyone. Thus, when the world collapses, the players shall perish. From the moment you entered this dungeon, a deadlock was destined. But fear not, you shall not die. As the 2 listened to Jiang Yi's words, a sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. Jiang Yi was privy to everything, and thus had orchestrated it all. Yan Huang suddenly recalled Jiang Yi's earlier words, that the Society of Labels was a grave prepared for himself. His pupils constricted, and he instinctively clenched his fists. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Yi did not answer. He quietly continued to speak of his own affairs. "It is all nearing its end. I have awaited this day for far too long. It is time I unveil everything to you." As he spoke, Jiang Yi's hand grazed his chip, and the visuals of life records were transmitted forth. It appeared as if a meticulously prepared progress bar was unfolding, chronicling Jiang Yi's life. The sky was clear and bright, and the sound of reading resonated. Jiang Yi was in a classroom, guiding his students and reciting a text titled Father and Son in the Earthquake. In Class 5, there were 57 students in total. The students adored their teacher, Mr. Jiang. Upon finishing the reading, a wave of emotions washed over them. Suddenly, one child posed a question. Mr. Jiang, is an earthquake truly that terrifying? With a gentle smile, Jiang Yi explained the true horrors of an earthquake, citing numerous examples as he performed for the children. His narration was vivid and captivating. The children soon found themselves gripped by fear at his words. One voice quivered, "No wonder we must conduct earthquake drills. It's terrifying to think so many could perish." Jiang Yi smiled and reassured, "Do not worry. The geographical conditions here mean we are unlikely to experience earthquakes. Even if one were to occur, it would be minor. As long as we adhere to the earthquake drill procedures, everyone will remain safe." The children raised their hands once more, inquiring, "Will you protect us like during the drill, Teacher Jiang?" Taken aback, Jiang Yi chuckled, "Of course, you silly children. If an earthquake were to strike, you would undoubtedly panic and be unable to move. How could I possibly entrust your safety to you?" The scene shifted abruptly. Just as Jiang Yi emerged from the restroom, he felt the ground tremble violently, instinctively prompting him to crouch down. Amidst the chaos, he heard the terrified screams of the 5th grade class. "An earthquake! An earthquake! Evacuate in an orderly manner, just like during the drill." But Jiang Yi was not present. "Where is Teacher Jiang?" "Mommy, I'm scared." Jiang Yi's body jolted. He steadied himself against the wall in the swaying corridor, his legs propelling him swiftly toward the classroom. "Do not fear. Follow the drill procedures. I am here." He desperately quickened his pace. The children in his class had begun to form an orderly line and were starting to run outside. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry reached his ears. He spotted a 2-year-old girl clinging to the handrail, wailing, "Mommy! Mommy! Don't go!" Fragments of debris fell from the ceilings, and terror overwhelmed her. With a violent tremor, the little girl lost her balance and tumbled down the stairs. Jiang Yi's eyes widened in horror. Torn between the cries for help from his students and the girl's desperate wails, he wrestled with his conscience and finally shouted to his class, "Run outside. Don't stay inside foolishly. Hurry, as fast as you can." As he spoke, he charged down the corridor. At that moment, some students from the 5th grade finally emerged. They saw Jiang Yi sprinting away and cried out in desperation, "Teacher Jiang, are you abandoning us?" Jiang Yi had already secured the child in his arms. He could hear the students calling for him, but he could not turn back now. In the midst of this earthquake, retreating or hesitating would only serve as obstacles on the path to survival. He needed to get this child to safety as swiftly as possible. "Hurry, run outside. Keep up." With gritted teeth, he uttered this command and exerted every ounce of strength to carry the child downward. He became the first person to burst out of the teaching building. The scene of his escape was captured by those on the playground, who had sought to document the earthquake's impact. Behind him, students from other classes were also being led out by their teachers. However, he noticed that no one followed him. He swiftly placed the little girl in a safe area and, without hesitation, turned to return to the teaching building. Yet now, every pathway was congested with those fleeing, leaving no route available for entry. The ground shook violently, and panic engulfed the crowd. Jiang Yi's heart raced with anxiety, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. He fervently prayed that the children of Class 5, Year 1, would remain unharmed, that nothing disastrous would befall them. At last, when he was granted the opportunity to enter the corridor, Jiang Yi was elated to see the students of Class 5, Year 1, poised to emerge. However, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted before him as the teaching building began to collapse. The scene of devastation unfolded before his eyes, draining the color from Jiang Yi's face. He observed the children gazing at him, the sound of countless cameras clicking echoing in his ears. He beheld the expressions of confusion and sorrow etched upon their faces, their accusatory gazes piercing his heart like daggers. In the blink of an eye, the towering edifices were reduced to ruins. Simultaneously, he found himself branded with countless labels. The betrayer. The tags affixed to him were the judgments of netizens, the tears of parents, the inquiries of students, and his yearning for an escape from reality. "Please, let me flee from this existence." Chapter 64. The Society of Labels. An exemplary teacher, Jiang Yi has repeatedly unveiled the truth. Yet people persist in believing only what aligns with their convictions. Some assert that the child bears no relation to him, as a teacher, by choosing to abandon his students. He has irrevocably charted a course toward a life steeped in failure. He has lost his job, his family, and everything he once held dear. Ultimately, he finds himself ensnared in the confines of his home, curled up in bed, perusing the myriad scathing comments directed at him. He can see the anguished parents of 57 children repeatedly sharing their sorrow online, their heart-wrenching cries stripping away the layers of Jiang Yi's heart. exposing his most sensitive and vulnerable emotions. A newspaper has launched a vehement attack against him, and the deluge of news has rendered him too fearful to step outside his door. At last, the instance offers him the promise of fulfilling all his desires. He escapes into the instance. I had hoped that entering the instance would herald a brighter chapter in my life. Yet upon entering the first instance, the ability known as Betrayer revealed to me the entirety of my plight. I am a cowardly man. The moment I acquired this talent, I lost my courage and opted to replace Betrayer with Guide. Thus, I have traversed to this day, utilizing my timidity to navigate my path. I yearn to restart my life within the instance, to become a compassionate guide, alleviating my burdens. Yet perhaps once a person commits a mistake, they are doomed to an irretrievable fate, and evasion invites an unending curse. Each companion I team up with ultimately meets their demise under various unforeseen circumstances. Within the instance, I too have been branded with the label of Betrayer. He spoke with a calm demeanor, all the while smiling, yet tears glistened in his eyes. What, indeed, has compelled me to endure 10 more years? He pondered this, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Luo. Perhaps it is the abandoned child who still requires my care. Yet now, little Luo is already in the 5th grade. Were it not for this child, he might have long cast aside the burdens he carries. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo felt a profound premonition. She clenched her fists tightly and then threw herself into Jiang Yi's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Those who do not understand you, I cannot permit you to act foolishly. I am not yet 18, not yet an adult. You promised to wait until I could protect you. She fought back tears for so long, yet they finally spilled forth, her embrace tightening around him. Jiang Yi merely chuckled softly, reaching out to gently stroke Jiang Luo's small head, tenderly smoothing her hair. Hasn't little Luo always been the one protecting her father? No, not yet. I have not even managed to properly apologize to everyone. That does not count. Jiang Yi felt a pang of melancholy within him. He sighed, his tone remaining gentle. It seems that father will have to break his promise. Father is so weary, so very, very weary. Those emotions enveloped him in layers, eroding his very being. Each time he slipped into slumber, he was consumed by deeper guilt. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo could no longer contain her emotions and let out a piercing scream that silenced all around her. Yet, silence lingered. With her hands clenched tightly around Jiang Yi's garment, the fabric wrinkled beneath her grasp, she cried out, I cannot allow you to abandon me, father. You are all I have. Throughout my life, it has only been you. She wept. It dawned upon her that the man she clung to was becoming increasingly insubstantial. In shock, she lifted her gaze, only to find Jiang Yi's form beginning to fragment. Meanwhile, her own body and that of Yan Huang remained intact. Jiang Luo's pupils dilated in horror. What have you exchanged? She whispered, her voice nearly fading away. Jiang Yi smiled as he gently wiped the tears from the corners of Jiang Luo's eyes. From now on, you must behave well, he instructed, turning to Yan Huang. It seems Mr. Yin can no longer punish me. To meet you in this cemetery is fate. I know you are a formidable, courageous, and gentle person. Far better at protecting others than I ever could be. Yan Huang gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Yi exhaled deeply, then smiled once more. There is no need for you to feel guilty, Teacher Yan. I have chosen this grave for myself. Therefore, I kindly ask you to take good care of Xiao Luo. She is a considerate child and will not burden you. In return, upon my death, all rights to my belongings will be transferred to you. This is the only remuneration I can afford. Yan Huang observed him, fully aware that from the moment he chose to team up with them, he had been drawn into a web of manipulation, regardless of the outcome. Once they successfully uncovered the path to the real world, Jiang Yi would undoubtedly leverage his talents, trading one life for two. Are you not afraid I will neglect Jiang Luo after your death? Jiang Yi shook his head. You would not. A man whom even the gods in the instance cannot bear to part with has, from the moment of our encounter, become an integral part of the funeral I designed for myself. Yan Huang fell silent. Before him, Jiang Luo clung tightly to Jiang Yi. Her teeth clenched as she cried out in anguish, Jiang Yi, how can you do this? How can you be so selfish, so cowardly, so weak? I promised to protect you. I vowed to ensure your happiness. Why can you not wait for me to grow up? I do not want Yan Huang. I want you. Father, please don't abandon me. The 12-year-old girl, no matter how mature, was still just a child. In truth, when she discovered Jiang Yi's choice of the tagged society, she had sensed something amiss. But she never imagined that the man who had always indulged her would break his promise. This betrayal would leave no room for a second chance. Jiang Luo sniffled as the man in her embrace gradually disintegrated and drifted away. He smiled serenely, finally embracing his release. He wiped away Jiang Luo's tears for the last time. Be good. Listen well. Uncle Yin will no longer indulge you. His voice gradually faded. Jiang Luo's tight embrace felt like an empty gesture. As Jiang Yi approached the final moments of his life, he finally found the courage to reveal his deepest secrets. He opened his attribute panel, laying it bare before all. In that instant, he used his cowardice to revert the talent label of instructor back to its original form, the betrayer. The talent of the betrayer was unveiled during the live broadcast watched by 100,000 people. Even the hidden information about the talent was laid bare. I can finally accept myself. Tears of blood streamed down his face. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations to the betrayer for reclaiming self-identity. Talent has been modified. Immediately, the talent of the betrayer transformed at a visible pace. Player, instructor, Jiang Yi talent, diligently teaching students, earnestly instructing myself. I shall dedicate my life to completing my lesson, self-acceptance. Overall evaluation. Undoubtedly, you are an exceptional teacher of the people. Chapter 65. The Society of Labels. The real world. When the final evaluation emerged, it felt almost miraculous. In Jiang Yi's imperfect life, a perfect conclusion was drawn. His pupils trembled, and in the last moment of dissolution, a solitary tear fell, a tear of gratitude. He had finally made his way to his grave. The labeled individual had ultimately become part of the labeled society. Jiang Luo bit her lip, trembling all over. She forced herself to stifle her tears, the veins on her forehead bulging from the effort. No crying. Jiang Luo, you must not cry. This was her mantra, a reminder to herself that she must grow stronger in the future. Yan Huang managed a bitter smile as he extended his arms to embrace Jiang Luo. As she fell into his embrace, her composure crumbled. Yan Huang allowed her to weep in his arms. When the virtual world finally collapsed, he whispered, "Little Luo, remember to call me brother from now on." Within the live stream room, an endless silence prevailed. Despite having surpassed 100,000 viewers, not a single soul uttered a word. After a prolonged wait, the first comment appeared. So it turns out, he used his remaining life to atone, not to devise a conspiracy. Sigh. I've been so tense in the instance for too long. Suddenly seeing this, it's hard to adjust. So many unexpected events converged upon him. If he hadn't promised the children, if he hadn't met Jiang Luo, if the children's first instinct after the earthquake hadn't been to hide under the table, if, never mind, there are no ifs. The mentor was indeed a mentor, delivering to us a final lesson. Did the mentor deserve the final evaluation bestowed by the system? Who can say with certainty? 1,000 readers behold 1,000 Hamlets. In 1,000 pairs of eyes, 1,000 landscapes unfold. 1,000 evaluations yield 1,000 perspectives. If another were in his position, who could guarantee they would perform better? No regrets sufficed. The virtual world collapsed entirely. Jiang Yi's sacrifice granted Yan Huang and Jiang Luo a second chance at life. After a dizzying swirl, Yan Huang finally opened his eyes. He realized he was lying down, the rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor resonating nearby. As he gradually opened his eyes, the sky appeared a blinding white, as if painted over with white pigment. When he rose, he discovered the entire world was similarly overwhelming in its whiteness. There were others around him, not just one, but countless individuals. He was merely a small part of this multitude. People lay on narrow blue and white beds, resembling patients, their hands connected by long wires leading to peculiar instruments. These devices displayed heartbeats and a live feed of their lives. In an instant, as Yan Huang comprehended the scene, the life streams of all individuals abruptly darkened. Is this the real world? Suddenly, he heard the muffled sounds of sobbing nearby. Turning to look, he realized it was Jiang Luo. She lay on the bed, gently wiping away her tears, her petite frame trembling. Yan Huang, with determination, removed the thread from her hand and, barefoot, approached Jiang Luo step by step. Sister Luo, are you still crying? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Luo immediately ceased her sobs, opening her eyes to gaze at Yan Huang. Her beautiful large eyes were nearly enveloped by bloodshot veins, and the glistening moisture upon them reflected a delicate sheen of light. If you jest with me again, I truly might become angry. In truth, she felt a sense of gratitude, thankful that in such a moment, Yan Huang chose to divert her attention with humor. Yan Huang settled beside her on the bed, a smile gracing her lips. If you wish to be angry, then by all means, express that anger at your age. It is indeed fitting to be quite temperamental. Jiang Luo found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. How could such a person exist in this world? Why are you so fond of meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Do I? Indeed. Jiang Luo was certain, for anyone else would not bother with her disarray. Yan Huang pondered the same, questioning why she felt compelled to involve herself. Perhaps it was because those facing death are often so sensitive, fearful of pain, and anxious that in the end, they might be forgotten. Perhaps I am fortunate. Each time I perform a good deed, I receive a commendable return. Zhang Luo pouted. I do not believe that. Yan Huang gently patted her small head. Believe it or not. She said little more, simply sitting quietly on Zhang Luo's bed, allowing her to process her emotions alone. Before long, a pair of small arms encircled her from behind. The girl's voice trembled, her tears dampening Yan Huang's back. Yan Huang, can I trust you? I truly do not wish to be abandoned again. I have already been forsaken twice. She was undeniably fragile. Yan Huang sighed deeply, guiding Zhang Luo's head forward. He looked down at her and said, I am not a skilled cook. Can you endure my culinary inadequacies? Zhang Luo's tears transformed into laughter, and she excitedly embraced Yan Huang. We can order takeout. I won't mind. Yan Huang found himself both amused and incredulous. He had not anticipated that the bond between them could be so effortlessly strengthened. Both unexpected and yet somehow anticipated. Let us cherish each day we can live. After the two had gathered their emotions, their gazes fell upon the imposing castle in the distance, set against the backdrop of a pure white world. Before the castle, countless beds lay haphazardly, where people rested, some in anguish, others in joy. They bore no labels. They were lost in a world steeped in sin. Zhang Luo grasped Yan Huang's garment, asserting, it is within that castle. Indeed, the two proceeded slowly, weaving through the multitude. Eventually, they arrived at the castle's periphery. The grand doors stood wide open, as if beckoning them inside. After steeling themselves, they ventured forth. The first room they entered was a prison cell. Inside resided an elderly man, who did not appear to suffer as those in a hell did. The old man gazed eagerly at the newly arrived pair. The elderly man's voice was laden with age. Is it possible that someone has come again? Go back. Go back. He will not meet anyone. Yan Huang stepped forward and inquired, why does he refuse to meet anyone? The old man offered a bittersweet smile. Because he is consumed by fear. Yan Huang, puzzled, asked, what does he fear? Without hesitation, the old man replied, you, me, and him. Chapter 66. The Society of Labels. A world in endless cycles. After the old man spoke, he sighed softly, bowing his head. He fears the multitude of beings. Thus he chooses not to reveal himself to anyone. Yan Huang inquired further, if we must see him, is there any way to do so? The elder pursed his lips before pointing to a prominent numeral 1 embossed on the ceiling of his chamber, asking, do you understand what this signifies? Yan Huang and Zhang Luo were somewhat perplexed. Please enlighten us. The old man spoke as if to himself. We are the selected few. Filtered from the virtual realm he created, deemed worthy of witnessing him. He possesses the ability of digital editing, having crafted countless worlds. Yet, regardless of the world created, humanity invariably descends into a path of malevolence. He observes every action of humankind, scrutinizing the evolution of different worlds. Ultimately, every realm becomes one where wickedness prevails and sin is glorified, instilling in him a greater fear of humanity. Indeed, he is afraid of us. Humanity will never comprehend that the deity they yearn for, the one they dread, harbors fear of them, a fear so profound that it leads him to retreat into solitude, confronting only a select few who emerge amidst each world's tumult. As the elder continued, he smiled bitterly, turning his gaze longingly towards the castle's interior, then shook his head. This numeral 1 represents the first world he created. I am one who emerged from it. In those days, he was not as he is now, wholly withdrawn. He would converse with us. Alas, we are not pure, we harbor malevolent thoughts. And he fears that the dark desires we suppress may once again inflict harm upon him. When he witnessed that all those he selected were imbued with such malevolence, his fear grew, leading to his ultimate decision. He withdrew from all interactions, believing that a world filled with malice could not birth a being of pure goodness, thus imposing another limitation upon the worlds he had fashioned. Should a qualified individual to behold him arise, then the world would reset, and the chosen ones would be gathered by him to serve as templates for his envisioned utopia. He would gradually infuse our templates and knowledge into this new realm. Regrettably, regardless of who joins, change remains elusive. After concluding, the elder gestured towards the adjacent wall. On the wall, a shifting luminosity began to manifest. This light bore the essence of a world. Within this world, individuals gradually awakened, subsequently implanted with chips, commencing their selection by the deity. An ironclad truth resided in their minds. Only those who are truly 100% worthy may witness the divine and share in the ultimate bliss. Thus, the world began to evolve. The trajectory of this evolution bore a striking resemblance to countless previous worlds. Whenever there is a clash of ideas, disputes over interests, and a high degree of evaluative freedom, the outcome invariably leads to corruption. Harmful elements inevitably give rise to victims. Without exception, the victims suffer tragically, due to differing perspectives. Every action of the victims is branded with a nefarious label by the so-called mainstream thought. Ultimately, they perish. Evil must inevitably face retribution. The divine both fears and despises it. Thus, when those deemed wicked by societal labels emerge, hell follows in their wake. Amidst the shifting shadows, a crimson abyss materializes, exacting punishment upon those deemed malevolent, a manifestation of the divine's pent-up ire. The divine yearns for a world enveloped in love and kindness, and despite repeated disillusionments, tirelessly endeavors to forge a new reality. It awaits the formation of the world it longs for, ever capable of embracing the myriad directions of existence, allowing nature to take its course without interference. However, hell serves as the divine's ultimate boundary. It cannot abide the unrepentant transgressors who roam freely. Should the world fail to enact justice, it intervenes proactively. Until someone truly comprehends the divine's desires, this world will inevitably collapse. Perhaps we, the chosen few, are insufficiently worthy, causing the divine to gradually lose patience. After the 100th world, even those who have been selected may falter alongside it. Upon the elders' conclusion, the shimmering visage before them shattered into fragments. Thus, a new realm was born. The world reassembled itself, and humanity awakened anew, re-implanted with chips. Countless cycles repeated. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo were taken aback by the scene before them. Despite their myriad experiences, they were but fleeting moments in the divine's gaze. It has always anticipated the birth of a world enveloped in love, yet the ultimate outcome consistently diverges from its aspirations. The divine's obsession is profoundly melancholic. Yan Huang inquired once more, is the divine merely an observer, or does it partake in this process? The elder smiled, revealing that the divine could not bear to miss witnessing the moment of its envisioned world's inception. It has always been present. Yan Huang chuckled, I understand now. Is there anything else you wish to impart? The elder paused, seemingly surprised that these two, having gleaned everything, still sought closeness to the divine. Then, let them discover the world it yearns for. Thank you. I know what to do. Yan Huang clasped Jiang Luo's hand, and together they ventured toward the next chamber. Each room held captives, one or several. Though the divine harbored distrust towards those who conceived malice upon encountering it, it did not subject them to torment. Instead, it confined them here, as if to collect every worthy individual emerging from the digital realm to create a brand new world of its desire, all while shying away from confronting their malevolent thoughts. There exists a bittersweet sensation of being unable to discard something that is tasteless yet precious. Along their path, Yan Huang beheld numerous sights. Each individual urged them not to proceed, yet they never faltered. They understood that these souls had been forsaken by the divine solely for harboring wicked thoughts. Though they bore guilt towards the divine, they seemed unaware of how such thoughts had come to fruition within them. If one were to inquire whether they truly harbor malice towards the divine, their response would undoubtedly be in the negative. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo, entwined in the web of this reality, simultaneously act as observers of the tag society. As bystanders, they possess a clarity of insight. They are acutely aware of a fundamental truth. Every human being embodies a complex amalgamation of both virtue and vice. Never merely one or the other. It is merely a matter of which facet manifests more prominently. Hence, the notion of evil thoughts emerging from nowhere is a fallacy. Rather, it is at the moment they approach the divine that the long-suppressed malevolence is laid bare before the deity, the sensitive, timid, and feeble god. Having witnessed the myriad wickedness of the tag society, trembles at the sight of even the slightest evil, fearing the potential for harm. Ultimately, they find themselves within a room devoid of substance, confronting a massive door, the threshold to the realm of the god. An overwhelming force envelopes the space. Yan Huang, intent on pushing the door open, is suddenly halted by Jiang Luo's grasp on his garment. Do not enter. It will mean death. Her beautiful eyes flicker with countless codes, and blood begins to seep from her 7 orifices. Chapter 67. The Society of Labels, a Dead End? Blood began to seep from every part of Jiang Luo's body, her eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and skin, transforming the once beautiful figure into a horrifying sight, a grotesque manifestation of blood. The wounds continued to spread, creating an exceptionally eerie atmosphere. She clutched tightly to Yan Huang's garment, shaking her head frantically, imploring him not to enter. It would lead to death. Yan Huang was taken aback by the sight of this bloodied figure. Jiang Luo, you. Through gritted teeth. Jiang Luo constructed a mental bridge to convey her thoughts to Yan Huang. Do you remember how I knew my father was in hell? It is my gift. I can utilize all known conditions to construct entirely new models in my mind and then manipulate my consciousness to make different choices for deduction, essentially predicting the future based on what is known. Just moments ago, I deduced it hundreds of times. We are among the two who escaped the fate of collapsing with the world after he fell into a frenzy. If we enter now, there is but one outcome, death. Trust me, we cannot go in. Jiang Luo's eyes were stained with blood as she fully imparted her gift's information and her deductions to Yan Huang. What she withheld from him was the side effect of her ability each time she ventured into forecasting the future. Any harm inflicted upon her would result in 100% feedback of mental agony. In other words, the spiritual pain she was currently enduring was sufficient to have claimed her life 100 times over. Every inch of her body ached, especially her head, which felt as if it were on the verge of exploding. Were it not for her high intellect attribute, she might very well succumb to a mental breakdown right there. In her numerous deductions, they had not even glimpsed the true form of the deity within the instance before being obliterated by overwhelming energy. She could not allow Yan Huang to take such a risk. She tightened her grip, remaining more composed than ever. Yan Huang. Didn't my father give you the tear of the betrayed? Use it. This instance cannot be cleared. Fortunately, she had calculated in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. This instance was already a dead end. Jiang Luo spoke these words with a sense of despair. Yan Huang understood the implications of a dead end. Players entered an instance driven by intense desires, and the instance itself was born from similarly potent wishes. The living became players, while the dead became the core of the instance. When a deity within an instance begins to waver in their desires, the instance itself is affected and undergoes transformation. Such changes are uncontrollable and often render an instance a dead end. A dead end signifies an instance that cannot be cleared normally. Generally, players find it challenging to discern which instances are dead ends, though some special abilities can detect them. For instance, Jiang Luo's deductions allowed her to ascertain this instance's true nature after she had nearly grasped all the information contained within it. After extensive calculations, Jiang Luo completely lost her ability to continue fighting, collapsing to the ground due to the debilitating side effects. Her pupils were unfocused, her consciousness waning after hundreds of death feedbacks, tears of despair streaming from her eyes as she summoned her last ounce of strength to grasp Yan Huang. She was unwilling to accept that she had fought to this extent only to discover that this instance was a dead end. Her father had sacrificed himself, and they had reached the final hurdle. How could she resign herself to this fate? Yet, what could she do? A dead end was indeed a dead end. She could only treat it as if she had never entered this instance, rendering all sacrifices meaningless. Jiang Luo gritted her teeth, her pent-up emotions spiraling out of control. Yan Huang, leave, I don't want you. Her voice trembled, fragile and humble. After all, her father was dead. It mattered little if she perished alongside him. Yan Huang, gazing at Jiang Luo, took out the tear of the betrayer under her watchful eyes. Jiang Luo finally felt a sense of relief. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Her life should have ended a decade ago. She felt grateful to have lived this long. However, in the next moment, Yan Huang purchased a necklace from the marketplace, embedding the tear of the betrayer within it, and knelt to adorn Jiang Luo with it. Jiang Luo was taken aback, wanting to resist, but the side effects rendered her body paralyzed, leaving her utterly immobile. Have you lost your mind? She nearly shouted. Yan Huang chuckled softly. I don't need this. It's simply a keepsake for you. After all, your father gifted me all his items. Once I clear this, I won't lack for anything. Jiang Luo was utterly baffled. How could this man, who was so afraid of death, be so stubborn at this critical juncture? I've told you this is a dead end. A dead end. There is no way to clear it normally. Do you understand? Yan Huang remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, Do you know what it means to be a deceiver? Jiang Luo remained silent. Yan Huang elucidated. It is to transform decay into the miraculous. The most improbable occurrences are what a deceiver seeks to bring to fruition. Having come this far, how can one easily retreat? Jiang Luo paused, biting her lip, her eyes misty as she fixed her gaze on Yan Huang. I've calculated it hundreds of times, and the results are always the same. Yan Huang countered, but every judgment and action is a brand new probability, among thousands of possibilities. What do 100 trials signify? Jiang Luo felt herself boiling with frustration. How could this man become so glib at such a moment? Yet, if Yan Huang was determined to proceed, her current state left her powerless to stop him. Yan Huang, do you truly wish for death? Yan Huang did not respond but stood up and slowly approached the door, placing his hands upon it, ready to push it open. With all her strength, Jiang Luo screamed. If you die, I will use my tears to escape this instance. I will dance on your grave. I will ensure that you cannot find peace even in death. You must not enter. Do not perish. If you do, what shall I do? There will be no one left to accompany me, Yan Huang. Yet, Yan Huang remained unmoved. Jiang Luo grew increasingly anxious, her mental connections beginning to unravel. You must enter. Allow me to enumerate the 100 possible outcomes so that you may evade each of these fatal scenarios. However, Yan Huang did not grant her this opportunity. He simply replied, There is no need. The ignorant are fearless. With that, he pushed open the grand door before him. A tempest of dark energy surged forth like a flurry of razor-sharp blades, hurtling directly towards him. Yan Huang. Jiang Luo's heart ached, helplessly witnessing Yan Huang being engulfed by this terrifying force. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Chapter 68. The Society of Labels. Creating a new world, the dandelion's fluff suddenly danced upon Yan Huang's back, reminiscent of an angel unfurling its wings, enveloping him in a radiant glow that offered sanctuary. That exquisite phantom appeared dreamlike, shielding him from the chaotic energies swirling around. The boy, with a translucent form, embraced Yan Huang midair, his eyes remaining closed, his wings sheltering him. The player, the Deceiver, activated the passive item Xie Fumu's Guardian, entering a brief period of invincibility. Immune to fatal wounds. In the pitch-black realm, he shone as the singular beacon of light. This scene rendered Jiang Luo momentarily dazed, her lips parting slightly, her pupils trembling. Her mind, akin to a computer, firmly engraved the vision before her. Amidst the tempest, Yan Huang finally encountered the deity of this realm. It was a little girl, crouched in a corner, embracing herself. Clad in a simple white dress, her bare feet were shackled by countless labels and chains, curling up in a trembling ball. Before her lay the infinite cycles of the world's destruction and rebirth. In her eyes resided the despair birthed from repeated disappointments. In her tears, she noticed Yan Huang, her eyes reddening as she clenched her hands. I remember you. This time, are you here to humiliate me? The girl was particularly delicate, her form shadowed by the multitude of victims. The specters of all those oppressed were present, the mother, the child, every soul she had encountered along her path. Among them, those eyes mirrored Wen Shu's, echoing the same hopelessness, the same yearning. As she uttered her question, Yan Huang's certainty solidified. This timid deity had always been bold at heart. Time and again, she had ventured into her own world in a state of vulnerability. Or rather, she had persistently intertwined her experiences into a singular narrative, replaying it endlessly. Thus, her true self trembled in fear of all malice. Wounded and battered, she became ever more sensitive. Yan Huang held 2 chips in his hands as he approached her, squatting before her. I have come to return what rightfully belongs to you. The girl quivered slightly, her gaze fixated on him, disbelief etched across her features. Yan Huang maintained a gentle smile. It seems I must assist you. With that, he placed the princess chip upon the nape of her neck, gently adhering it. The girl's entire demeanor softened, her inherent goodness restored to its rightful owner. Yan Huang then continued, placing the demon chip at the same spot on her neck. The boundary she had once established for herself began to return. The demon, emerging from the girl's essence, not only signified the formation of a hell, but also heralded the birth of her consciousness as a victim, rebelling against oppression. That represented the threshold of her pure heart. These 2 chips were inherently hers. The princess and the demon were embodiments of her essence, one a representation of her suffering, the other a testament to her self-preservation. When the 2 emotions lost in the world she had created returned, the chaotic energy surrounding her subsided. It was not despair that plunged her into tumult. Rather, it was the revelation of a cruel truth, after losing herself in a heart of pure goodness. Even she had birthed malevolent thoughts. This realization was too daunting for her to confront, leading her to isolate herself from the world. At this moment, Tang Xian's new book was updated. The god of tags, Wen Shu, strength, unknown, agility, unknown, intelligence, unknown, introduction. I have been wounded countless times and have licked my wounds repeatedly. Yet as long as malice persists, harm will flow endlessly. Thus, I created thousands of worlds, lost in the chaotic and frenzied order. I discovered that as long as the spirit endures, so too does the malevolence. Even I cannot escape it. I despise the world, detest everyone, and loathe myself. How can I face the world in such a state? As the 2 chips bearing the truth returned, tears welled up in Wen Shu's eyes. I'm sorry. I merely wish to find an eternal world devoid of harm and suffering. I believe that if people encourage one another and possess tags, they would avoid harm and seek benefits. Yet, I did not expect Regardless of how many transformations occurred or the myriad of processes involved, the outcome remains unchanged. When I conceived of the demon within me, I already knew. The world I longed for simply does not exist. Even if it did, how could a malicious being like me pursue such a realm? Yan Huang listened to her words, patiently crouching down to converse with her. Indeed, it does not exist. You have realized that even you harbor malevolent thoughts, giving rise to a consciousness of violence against violence. It is human nature to possess evil thoughts. When Shu gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it, her wishes wavered. Yan Huang continued, but have you considered that birthing malevolent thoughts is neither shameful nor surprising? As long as you maintain a semblance of a bottom line, such misdeeds need not manifest in their entirety? When Shu, puzzled and bewildered, inquired, bottom line? Yan Huang smiled. Yes, a bottom line. Whether good or evil, one must preserve their own moral boundaries. For instance, when you give birth to a demonic consciousness, the formation of hell ensues, controlling the most wicked individuals, ensuring that society does not harbor excessively malicious beings. What if you elevate this bottom line to a state of equilibrium? As he spoke, Yan Huang stood up, taking Wen Shu's hand and leading her to the wall that governed the birth and rules of the new world. This wall could only be operated by Wen Shu. Yan Huang grasped Wen Shu's hand. Now, let us embark on a bold endeavor. I will show you that the world you seek truly exists. With those words, Yan Huang held Wen Shu's hand and guided her in changing the rules of the new world. He erased the enticing rule of 100% visibility of the divine and inscribed a brand new ironclad law. Good and evil must have limits, and the law reigns supreme. Under the law, all beings are equal. In an instant, a new world was born. The immense sphere of light enveloped the entire room, illuminating the faces of Yan Huang and Wen Shu. Within this entirely novel society governed by labels, individuals collaboratively established laws founded upon unyielding principles. These laws, crafted by all members of the newly formed label society, represented each person's unique contribution to the world, essentially their own moral baseline. These laws served as constraints, delineating merely the minimum moral standards that individuals could endure. Yet, even this fundamental threshold unveiled to Wen Shu an unprecedented spectacle, a community where each person upheld their responsibilities and coexisted harmoniously. Though their hearts may not be entirely pure, their actions manifested an admirable faade that aligned perfectly with Wen Shu's ideals. People refrained from making reckless judgments, even fearing the repercussions of such evaluations, which led them to shun the use of live life. For, within the moral fabric of society, there remained an unwavering tenet: those who engage in deceitful and nefarious deeds shall descend into perdition. Chapter 69, The Society of Labels, a passage when Shu gazed upon the brand new world before her. Though it did not embody the perfection she had envisioned, it nonetheless brought her a sense of fulfillment. It was revealed to her that the bedrock of stability in the online realm was, indeed, a foundation of principles, of law. She had never anticipated that the ultimate breakthrough would be so remarkably straightforward. Humans, it seemed, are inclined to pursue benefits while evading harm. But this is contingent upon their awareness of crisis. The most effective approach is not to bestow rights upon those who elicit joy, but rather to encourage individuals within the digital realm to deliberate thoughtfully, restrained by the boundaries set by one another. When she bent down, embracing this miniature world with warmth illuminating her countenance, gradually, her corporeal form began to fragment, dissipating into the distance. Subsequently, she lifted her head, her gaze meeting Yan Huang's. It was a face radiating satisfaction and gratitude. Thank you for revealing the answer to me. The Society of Labels culminated here. Her eyes fell upon Yan Huang's damaged hand, and she cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Luo, who lay motionless outside the door. I shall offer you my final token of gratitude. At the instant her words faded, the surrounding world was engulfed in darkness, as if plunging into the void. Only Yan Huang and Jiang Luo remained. Congratulations to the player, the Deceiver, Yan Huang, and the calculator, Jiang Luo, for successfully creating a new world and completing the Society of Labels TE line. Live broadcast concluded, proceeding to settlement. Total live audience, 114, 792. Peak online audience, 83, 143. Total audience retention, 73. Live broadcast approval rate, 95. Highest recommendation, E-level dungeon level 1 push, E-level excellence. Homepage level 2 push, twist of fate. Dungeon difficulty, E dungeon exploration rate, 95. Dungeon completion rate, 100. Dungeon expressiveness, S. Overall evaluation, SS. Undoubtedly, with your robust strength and unparalleled support, you have once again demonstrated astonishing expressiveness within the dungeon. Reward. Points 50, 000, E-level item, Illusion Simulator. Physical enhancement, Goddess Left Hand. Title, Shatterer of Labels. Remaining total points, 127, 380. Item, Illusion Simulator. Quality, E. Function, Unleash Imagination, Edit Illusions. Item description, the deity of the Society of Labels has long aspired to create a perfect world, yet in her youth, she was perpetually thwarted in her desires. Upon your successful editing of her illusory society, she has resolved to entrust the illusion editor to one more capable of wielding it. Alas, you, the little trickster, have stumbled upon a treasure. However, a word of caution. Excessive use of this item may lead you to become lost within the illusions. Enhancement. Left Hand of God. Quality. E. Effect. Strength 1, Dexterity 1, Luck 1. Enhancement description. After the birth of malevolent thoughts, the deity of Tag Society observed your maimed arm and felt an urge to jest with you, yet found it difficult to express this desire. Thus, in a roundabout way, bestowed upon you a hand to experience for yourself. Title, Shatterer of Tags. Quality. E. Effect. Rule Immunity 10, Wisdom 0. 5. Title description. As the 307th challenge team within Tag Society, you successfully wielded rules and wisdom to dismantle all barriers within Tag Society, forging a magnificent new world. Your honor shall forever be commemorated by the netizens in this cyber world. Once again, the familiar moment of reflection arrives. Yan Huang gazes at the panel that has appeared before him, and memories of those tormented within the Tag Society flood his mind. The pregnant woman betrayed by her husband. The selfless Wenshu who offered kindness without bounds. And Jiang Yi who ultimately chose to meet his demise here after enduring 10 years of torment. Without hesitation, Yan Huang inscribes the passage of triumph that has lodged itself in his heart. Within the player hall, the long-standing portal to Tag Society has been completely sealed. TE Conquerors, the Deceiver, Yin X, the Calculator, Jiang X. Overall evaluation, SS, Conquering Message, walk your own path, let others speak as they may. Within the bounds of legality, do not doubt your choices. What if the fault lies with others? Following the complete closure of Tag Society, Jiang Yi's items seamlessly entered Yan Huang's inventory. Congratulations to the player for successfully clearing the level. Would you like to return to reality or to the player hall? Yan Huang did not rush to make a choice, but instead approached Jiang Luo, who was nearby. At that moment, Jiang Luo had already been healed. Although she still had a nosebleed and her facial wounds lingered, they were of no grave consequence. She stared at him in disbelief, her mouth agape. You are the first person to shatter my calculations. Yan Huang smiled. Did I not say? A deceiver is one who transmutes decay into the miraculous. Hearing this, Jiang Luo joined him in laughter. She inquired, the bottom line you mentioned to the deity sounds quite familiar? Yan Huang pondered for a moment. Indeed. He had spoken those words upon entering the portal. Both recalled distinctly when it had occurred. As expected, good deeds yield commendable rewards. They shared a laugh. But soon, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Jiang Luo's face as she lowered her head, timidly asking, Yan Huang, after we return to reality, could I ask you for a favor? Yan Huang jested. As long as it respects the bottom line, anything is possible. Jiang Luo, blushing and hesitating, shyly poked her fingers together before leaning in conspiratorially to whisper in Yan Huang's ear, Yan Huang, could you come to pick me up from the experimental primary school in the imperial capital tomorrow afternoon? I certainly do not wish for anyone to escort me home. Author's note, the narrative of Label Society has finally reached its conclusion. At its core, Label Society addresses the pervasive issue of cyberbullying, as well as the tendency of individuals to label others based on mere glimpses into their lives, subjecting them to psychological torment. From a certain perspective, Wenshu is not merely a singular individual, rather, she embodies all victims of online harassment. This is why she is so acutely sensitive to malice. She has been wounded. The character of Princess represents the essence of unreserved kindness, while Demon signifies the limits of Wenshu's boundless compassion, symbolizing the resistance of the oppressed. In my view, the most alarming aspect of the online realm, compared to the tangible world, is the absence of comprehensive legal constraints and moral boundaries. If only sufficient legal frameworks could be established, cyberbullying could be significantly curtailed. Lastly, I wish to introduce a personal perspective, human nature. This notion is intricate and varies greatly depending on individual interpretation. As is customary, I will provide a brief outline in the comments section, followed by a brief interlude in reality before transitioning to the next chapter. The forthcoming chapter is titled Fantasy Museum. a relatively straightforward narrative centered around dark art and ideals. To those whose minds have been set ablaze by this chapter, take your time. Chapter 70, from now on. You must cherish them on Friday afternoon, just before the school bell rang at the Imperial Capital Experimental Primary School. Zhang Luo found herself distracted for the first time during class, gazing out the window. The sky was heavily overcast, layers of clouds weighing down the atmosphere, making the air feel oppressively low. A sense of unease gripped her heart, and her gaze drifted to the notebook on her desk, filled with anxious scribbles of what she knew and what she did not. She gritted her teeth, struggling to breathe. Ever since kindergarten, she had never had anyone to pick her up or drop her off at school, always alone while watching others being escorted by their families. Her father, fearing that his identity would bring her unnecessary trouble, had chosen this solitude for her. Now that he was gone, there was no chance for reconciliation, nor was there anything more to say. She had always known that her father's life was filled with suffering, and that outcome for him was, in a way, a release. Accepting this reality was difficult for her, yet she could not let it show. What if her father were to know she was unhappy? She had to be a good girl, one who would not burden others, so that she would not be abandoned. However, controlling her emotions alone was an arduous task, one she found impossible to bear. She could only strive to adapt swiftly to her future and hold on to hope. At present, her greatest desire was to have someone escort her to and from school. The teacher seemed to notice Zhang Luo's unusual expression and recalled the news of her old colleague Jiang Yi's passing that morning, feeling a pang of sorrow herself. Surely, Zhang Luo was feeling even worse. Zhang Luo, are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to accompany you to the infirmary? When her name was called, many children turned to look at her. Zhang Luo was a star among her peers, admired for her beauty and kindness, cherished by both boys and girls alike. Upon hearing of her discomfort, they all expressed concern. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Luo nodded. I'll be fine going back alone. I don't want to trouble the teacher. The teacher wanted to say more but stopped herself. Knowing Zhang Luo's strong-willed nature, the more one tried to comfort her, the more resistant she became. With her backpack slung over her shoulders, she left early. However, instead of departing the campus, she stood quietly at the school gate, gazing into the distance. She even considered using her gift to predict whether someone would come for her. Yet, ignorance often breeds courage. She patiently awaited her fate. Suddenly, cool raindrops splashed against her face, prompting her to instinctively lower her head. On such a rainy day, her feelings of unease intensified. Then, a tall figure appeared before her, sheltering her from the rain with an umbrella. Xiao Luo, why are you out so early? I wanted to surprise you by being the first to pick you up. Yan Huang's voice reached her ears. Zhang Luo trembled slightly. Yan Huang, taken aback, crouched down to inquire about her distress. But before he could reach her, she began to cry, her body shaking as she lifted her gaze to him. Her eyes reddened, using her hands to wipe away her tears, bit by bit. She laughed and cried, her emotions difficult to suppress. I was afraid you might not return. I thought I would once again be alone, searching for a place for my father to rest. Upon witnessing her reaction, Yan Huang felt a sense of relief wash over him as he gently patted her back. Let us go. I've prepared everything. Zhang Luo responded with a soft mm. After arriving at the cemetery, Zhang Luo retrieved a box she had hidden in her backpack all morning. Yan Huang held a large bouquet of flowers, a total of 58 blooms. Together, they approached the graves of the 57 children. He had her hold the box while he placed the flowers atop it, before setting them down at the children's graves. Zhang Luo spoke. When my father was alive, he always felt unworthy to face these children, so each time he sent flowers, it was as if he entrusted that task to me. In a way, my life was exchanged for theirs. I owe them this tribute. Yet, I selfishly wondered, why should my father bear the guilt? Why must it be me, the abandoned one, who must die? Must I truly perish? Now, I understand. One must look forward. My father was a weak man, and I cannot afford to be weak. I must forge ahead. Everyone has passed on, and I cannot confine myself in sorrow. I did not cause their deaths, yet I carry their legacy within me. I must survive, live better than anyone, not just for myself, for I cannot squander the opportunity to live. With each flower she placed, she offered a sincere tribute, until only one flower remained in Yan Huang's hand. Beside the graves of the 57 students, there lay a small patch of ground, excavated for a modest resting place. This was Zhang Luo's own decision. No gravestone, no other markers, simply to be buried alongside these children. She gently kissed the box, a tear falling upon it. Goodbye, father. From now on, I will protect myself, and brother Yan Huang will protect me too. With that, she knelt and placed the box in the ground, carefully covering it with soil, crying as she did so. When the box was completely enveloped in earth, no trace visible, Jiang Luo bowed her head 3 times in reverence. She concealed all her sorrow beneath the surface, mustering a smile. Yan Huang, please give me the flowers. Yan Huang handed her the bouquet, and she delicately set it aside. This was the most special flower, a sunflower, born of her own desires. From now on, you must take good care of them. After holding a simple funeral for Jiang Yi, Yan Huang took Jiang Luo to the Civil Affairs Office to process the adoption paperwork. He had previously contacted a friend there who had granted him special permission to adopt Jiang Luo under exceptional circumstances. Upon seeing Yan Huang, his friend's face lit up with a smile, showering him with generous praise. Yan Huang, at long last, you have arrived. Today, aside from your intention to adopt that young girl, there is another matter that you must candidly address. Yan Huang appeared somewhat perplexed, yet he maintained a light-hearted tone in the presence of his friend. What have I done now? Is there something of great significance? Do not feign ignorance. The entire world is aware, yet you remain oblivious. His friend gently tapped Yan Huang's shoulder and retrieved his phone, displaying a news article. On a certain day in a certain month, the Ministry of Justice received a proposal for the cyberbullying legislation from the concerned citizens Yan Huang and Jiang Luo. This initiative was ultimately brought to a vote by the esteemed lawyer Shuishan, and, following the nth session of the National Assembly, the Cyber Protection Law was officially enacted. The specifics of the Cyber Protection Law are as follows. In order to foster a positive online environment, we urge all to comply with the law. Cyberbullying is tantamount to social personality harassment. Those who severely violate the Cyber Protection Law will be held accountable and face stringent penalties. Upon reading this news, Yan Huang and Jiang Luo's pupils quivered momentarily before they broke into smiles. It was merely a trivial gesture on their part. Their proposal was merely a suggestion. The eventual passage and establishment of the relevant legislation was due to the collective social consciousness of the community. It became evident that aspirations possess remarkable power. Indeed, they have been commemorated, albeit in a manner that was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 71. Reality meets Linqi. Adjacent to the civil hall lies a hospital, more accurately, a mental institution, the Imperial Capital Psychiatric Hospital for the Severely Ill. Within its confines reside the most perilous psychiatric patients from around the globe. After Yan Huang completed the necessary procedures, he cast a casual glance around, unaware that this seemingly indifferent observation would lead him to discover a man clad in blue and white stripes, quietly standing at the highest level, ensconced by formidable alloy bars. With his hands gripping the bars of his cage, the man gazed skyward, where butterflies flitted gracefully, seemingly vying for his attention. Regrettably, he possessed only one eye, rendering him unable to appreciate the delicate beauty of the butterflies before him. The other eye was but a hollow void. At last, he extended a finger, inviting a butterfly to rest upon it. Then, he seized the fragile wings of the butterfly, methodically tearing apart its gossamer structure. The butterfly, terrified, fluttered its damaged wings in vain, ultimately succumbing to a powerless descent. The man observed the scene unfold, his lips finally parting as if to utter, "So beautiful." Suddenly, he cast his gaze downward, locking eyes with Yan Huang. In that instant, both narrowed their eyes in silent confrontation. Yan Huang was all too familiar with this individual, the doctor. Upon recognizing Yan Huang, the doctor did not exhibit the indignation that often accompanies a breach of privacy. Instead, he maintained his customary smile, one so broad that it nearly obscured his eyes, and waved at Yan Huang. Then, clutching the torn butterfly wings in his hands, he gestured toward Yan Huang, his lips curling into a delighted smirk, as if to provoke, and once again shredded the wings. The exquisite, floral-patterned wings shattered before Yan Huang, cascading from the heights. As the doctor's lips moved, his expression gradually turned cold, his gaze fixed intently upon Yan Huang. Yan Huang, adept at reading lips and bolstered by significant physical enhancements from 2 prior excursions into the dungeon, could clearly discern the doctor's words. The doctor, aware that Yan Huang could understand, proclaimed, "Next time, I shall tear you apart." Yan Huang found the doctor's demeanor profoundly unsettling. Even from a distance, he could feel the terror emanating from him. Raising the hairs on his neck, he inhaled sharply, a smile playing upon his lips as he retorted, "Then let us see if you can catch my wings." The doctor was indeed a figure of dread. His terror did not stem from his numerical strength or the enigmatic breadth of his abilities, but rather from the unconventional logic governing his actions. This logic shattered Yan Huang's understanding of the myriad forms of existence. and in the face of such cognitive dissonance, he struggled to comprehend the doctor's thought processes. Failing to grasp the doctor's line of reasoning could easily lead to misjudgment. If he were to recklessly engage with the doctor now, he held no absolute confidence in his ability to emerge victorious. To be defeated by the doctor would mean a fate akin to that of the butterfly, tragic and lamentable. However, this was indeed the sole circumstance where the weak encountered a mercilessly powerful adversary. After a brief exchange of glances, a caregiver emerged from the room behind him. Calling out to the doctor, "Ling Qi, where have you run off to again? It's time to eat." The doctor shrugged helplessly before turning to leave. Yan Huang squinted, observing the departing Ling Qi. Jiang Luo, standing nearby, naturally took note of everything and suggested, "Would you like me to compile some information on the doctor? He is remarkably strong and quite flamboyant in his methods. It is evident that he intends to target you, and you will inevitably cross paths. As it stands, your chances of surpassing him are no more than 30%. Thus, I advise you to review his combat information instead." Jiang Luo had already organized the materials for him. He could simply view them on his phone later. When engaged in serious matters, Jiang Luo was unfailingly efficient. Yan Huang acknowledged her suggestion, and together they began their leisurely walk home. Along the way, Jiang Luo maintained a contemplative silence, allowing herself to think calmly. A sense of foreboding gnawed at her. This troubling intuition stemmed from the current known information regarding the interests shared by Yan Huang and Ling Qi. Less than half a month remained until the settlement of the 100th newcomer king. The rewards for the newcomer king were substantial, and Jiang Luo's advice was to aim for the top position. She analyzed the situation for Yan Huang. Ling Qi had already completed 3 quests: the F-level newcomer quest, the F-level quest, and the E-level quest, achieving TE clearance in all 3, amassing a total of 80,000 points, almost on par with Yan Huang. Currently, Yan Huang had 60,000 points. However, disregarding the notion that there could be shared first-place standings, Ling Qi would undoubtedly not allow Yan Huang to share his position. Therefore, the most effective strategy was to adopt an offensive stance, proactively undertaking at least an E-grade quest. Yan Huang expressed some doubt. Can someone like the doctor really clear the TE line? Upon hearing this question, Jiang Luo's delicate features instantly turned cold. Of course, he does not deserve it. His passage through the TE line relies on the tarot. Jiang Luo elaborated once more. The existence of quests remains inexplicable to anyone. Yet one fact is clear: the difficulty of unlocking quests requires stringent conditions. Initially, quests only possessed an F difficulty level, which could only be unlocked after someone successfully cleared the F level. Following that, the F level was unlocked, and upon clearing the F level TE line, the F level was revealed, and so forth in gradual progression. Prior to the emergence of the tarot, the unique nature of the TE line resulted in painfully slow advancement. Until the establishment of the tarot. As the foremost faction in the realm of quests, the tarot has consistently pursued the principle of tracing back to the origins, believing that quests are intrinsically linked to those origins, necessitating continuous unlocking to reach higher tiers. Under normal circumstances, the TE line must thoroughly fulfill the wishes of the god, within a single instance, allowing the god to dissipate and subsequently sealing the instance. Otherwise, the instance would incessantly restart. However, this method of unlocking is exceedingly sluggish. Tarot possesses a unique item that can directly annihilate the god or inflict devastating damage upon the instance, rendering it incapable of restarting and forcing its closure. Remarkably, this method is also recognized by the instance as a TE line, albeit this approach does not fulfill the wishes of the god. Tarot has adeptly utilized this power to swiftly elevate the instance's level, propelling it from the original maximum level D directly to A within a short span. Were it not for the sheer terror of the A-level instance, which even Tarot's most formidable forces could not surmount, it might have already ascended to S. The S-level is deemed the ultimate by Tarot, who believes that entering an S-level instance would yield the answers they seek. With a clearer understanding of Tarot, Yan Huang suddenly comprehended the true extent of their terror. Consequently, Yan Huang was compelled by Jiang Luo to review the playback of Lin Qi's instance for a full 3 days, leading him to develop a more profound recognition of Lin Qi. Just as he finally awaited a moment of respite, a series of knocks echoed through the door. This caused Yan Huang's nerves to tighten once more. Who could possibly seek him out at such a moment? Chapter 72. Entering the instance, Yan Huang cautiously peered through the peephole, discovering that the visitor was merely a volunteer. Her hat was pulled low, obscuring her face, but he could faintly discern the corners of her mouth curving upwards. On her attire, A logo of a charitable organization was emblazoned. We help everyone except beggars. The childish nature of the name instantly revealed the identity of the visitor to Yan Huang. He opened the door. The girl at the threshold beamed a radiant smile. "Hello, Mr. Yin. Congratulations on being selected as a beneficiary of our organization. We help everyone except beggars. Here is a letter from the president. Please sign for it." Yan Huang was both amused and bewildered, promptly accepting the letter with a nod of gratitude. "Thank you." Upon his response, the girl hurriedly replied, "All right, my task is complete. Thank you for your cooperation. I hope each day and night of your life brings you joy. Perhaps we shall not meet again, so I wish to say good morning, good afternoon, and good night. It has been a pleasure serving you." She hurriedly finished her words and swiftly turned to flee, as if trying to escape being caught. Yan Huang's residence was in an apartment building, and she dashed down the stairs with the ease of one who was not even out of breath. Casting a glance over her shoulder to ensure no one was pursuing her before finally exhaling in relief, adjusting her hat to shield her face further. A satisfied smile graced her lips. Clasping her hands tightly at her chest, she sought to calm her exhilaration. "And may you remain forever gentle." A gentle breeze stirred the strands of hair that fell to her waist, and her figure gradually faded from the world. In the final moment of her disappearance, a gust of wind whisked away her hat, yet once it was gone, no one could discern her features. She transformed into a radiant light, vanishing completely. Jiang Luo approached leisurely, playfully poking Yan Huang at his waist, a mischievous grin on her face. "Your popularity is quite impressive. Let us see what they've written for you." Yan Huang relaxed his brows, a smirk appearing on his lips. "It's nothing special. You read it yourself." He handed the letter to Jiang Luo, who quickly absorbed its contents. "I shall forever walk my steadfast path, while also imposing limits upon myself. My bottom line is I shall never assist malevolent beggars." Such a naive and innocent declaration, yet it bore the weight of many untold stories. As for whether there truly exists an organization named "We Help Everyone Except Beggars," who can say? Jiang Luo raised her hand silently. "I know, it indeed exists." "Yan Huang, are you interrupting my poetic moment?" Jiang Luo, ever earnest, pulled out her phone to show him the information. Indeed, such a charitable organization had been established that very day, with only a singular member, the president, Xu Wen. In reality, life for Yan Huang and Jiang Luo was quite simple and ordinary. With sufficient points accumulated, they could exchange them for ample wealth. Thus, Yan Huang chose not to return to his former occupation. Yet, he had already embarked on a premature retirement lifestyle. Apart from escorting Jiang Luo to and from school, he spent his leisure time fishing with friends and playing video games. Occasionally, he would watch Lin Chi's live stream of the dungeon at night. Gaining a deeper understanding of his counterpart, life was extraordinarily leisurely. It was not surprising that he lacked ambition. After all, in the dungeon, life and death hung in the balance, and no one could predict if they would see the sun rise tomorrow. Thus, he chose to embrace this leisurely existence, striving to make his life as fulfilling as possible. However, this idyllic routine lasted less than 2 days, as the deadline for the 100th session of the Newcomer King approached. Yan Huang had no choice but to reluctantly arrange with Jiang Luo to re-enter the dungeon that weekend. The advantages of having Jiang Luo by his side were considerable. While it was not quite a retirement, it did provide him with a reliable and formidable ally. Solo dungeons were scarce, and most required a partner. Randomly teaming up could lead to unfortunate encounters with less capable players, which Yan Huang believed to be a significant reason for the high mortality rate in the dungeon. Additionally, Jiang Luo's analytical prowess was indeed impressive. Initially thought to be a result of innate talent, he discovered by chance that, despite being only in the 5th grade, Jiang Luo had competed in major competitions against high school students, even receiving offers from prestigious schools. For her, school was merely a game, while for him, as an ordinary person, the pressure was immense. No wonder she was dubbed the strongest elementary student. The system did not deceive him. As a result, his friends, upon learning of his adoption of Jiang Luo, often regarded him with envy and jealousy. There was a certain thrill in feeling proud of his amazing daughter. On the weekend, the two entered the dungeon. All eyes on the stage. Infinite anticipation. The candidate for the 100th session of the Newcomer King, the fraud Tur, has logged in. The familiar notification chimed. The attention felt familiar, and the fervent discussions were reminiscent of past experiences. Jiang Luo exclaimed, "How impressive! I had that too. But unfortunately, it was taken away later." Yan Huang replied, "If I bestowed that fortune upon you, you might truly deserve it. However, if all went as expected, the familiar doctor should be arriving shortly." Yan Huang had watched his live streams, Lin Chi was an exceedingly flamboyant individual who never concealed the items he acquired in the dungeon. Even the items that could be kept hidden were displayed openly, as if he feared others would not recognize his possessions. His audacity was unparalleled. He possessed an item called Tracker, which could lock onto a person's real-time information. At that moment, Yan Huang felt a sudden chill creep down his back. All eyes on the stage. Infinite anticipation. The candidate for the 100th session of the Newcomer King. The doctor has logged in. The instant he appeared online, he lunged directly towards Yan Huang's back. To some extent, Yan Huang had already discerned his fundamental abilities. His talent appears to revolve around transformation. Typically, he morphs his fingers into terrifying bone blades during an assault, their shapes both varied and exceedingly eerie. Yan Huang executed a swift rotation, quickly maneuvering behind Lin Chi, following the trajectory of the bone blade's thrust. He summoned the blade of Harmonious Family, directing its point directly towards Lin Chi's neck and piercing it. Lin Chi was taken aback, blinking in surprise as his gaze dropped, eyes filled with astonishment. What? Attacking me in the players' hall? Are you not afraid of system punishment? Yan Huang suddenly produced a vial of sin-cleansing liquid in his other hand, deliberately shaking it in Lin Chi's line of sight. I learned a few tricks from someone. How do you find their application? Lin Chi remained silent. Author's note, today, I am inundated with assignments, so I'm delivering a rush chapter, just to maintain an aesthetically pleasing even number of sections. Furthermore, Yan Huang and Zhang Luo share a bond of pure familial affection, devoid of any romantic entanglements. We abide by the rules and refrain from illegality. Note, Yan Huang is also from the orphan village. Chapter 73. A desire to enter the same instance with you. Lin Chi had never anticipated that Yan Huang would respond to him in such a manner. He truly believed that Yan Huang was akin to a plump little field mouse, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, scurrying away at the mere sight of him. However, it now appeared that he indeed fled, yet he was also unafraid. Lin Chi had watched Yan Huang's live streams and was acutely aware that, in many respects, this man was akin to himself. His interest in Yan Huang was undeniable, and he never shied away from admitting it. Perhaps he could unearth a sense of beauty within Yan Huang. I thought you would be terrified of me, hiding away in fear, he mused. But it seems things have become rather intriguing. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, a broader smile gracing his face. As he spoke, the skin on his neck underwent a transformation, forcibly expelling the blade of Harmonious Family life. Yan Huang immediately sensed the shift, taking a large step back to create distance between them. He regarded the man before him. Recognizing the terrifying talent he possessed, his physical enhancements had reached an extraordinary level. Thus, even in the face of provocation, he did not genuinely believe he could so easily vanquish Lin Chi. The atmosphere around them grew palpably tense, the air pressure dropping significantly as onlookers discreetly made way for the two. In the shadows, many anticipated the impending confrontation, recognizing that the caliber of this season's newcomers was markedly elevated. Whether from the Tarot faction or other forces, as well as independent players, all were eagerly awaiting the outcome. They understood that Lin Chi would not allow Yan Huang to threaten his standing any longer. While Lin Chi might be an eccentric individual, he was not devoid of ambition. The title of Newcomer King was singular, and no one wished to forfeit the opportunity to claim an E-grade self-selected item. Lin Chi shrugged and rotated his neck, fixing his gaze on Yan Huang. Are you planning to enter an instance today? Let me guess. You intend to tackle an E-grade dungeon, correct? Yan Huang paused, though he was not particularly surprised. Any individual with a modicum of intellect could deduce from his instance frequency that he was not a particularly driven player, but rather one who adopted a laid-back approach. He seemed reluctant to enter an instance unless absolutely necessary. To attain the title of Newcomer King, all he needed was to clear another E-grade dungeon. Even if it was not a TE line, he could still secure a narrow victory over Lin Chi. The crowd harbored an inexplicable trust in Yan Huang. This man would invariably opt for the simplest path rather than tread upon the arduous one. Such was his style, swift, precise, and ruthless. Yan Huang remained silent. The doctor glanced at Zhang Luo beside him, then pointed at himself with a finger. Rather than taking care of a child, why not take me instead? I'm easy to manage. Since entering the instance, my win rate has remained a perfect 100%. Care to give it a try? Try it and perish? Yan Huang scoffed coldly. I prefer to avoid excessive association with you. It's best if you enjoy your own game. I appreciate your good intentions, but I prefer children, those who are well-behaved. So you're implying that I am not well-behaved? Yan Huang retorted. I was under the impression that you lacked the self-awareness for such a notion. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, licking her lips while gazing intently at Yan Huang, as if he were the prey she had long coveted, already within her grasp. I must accompany you into the same instance. Would that upset you? Do you think I would grant you such an opportunity? Lin Shi sighed. Ah, how cruel. We are so familiar with one another. Why are you so indifferent towards me? Why not be amiable and become good friends? We could truly be good friends. Yan Huang felt a shiver run down his spine. He was entirely certain that the implication behind the doctor's words was, I wish to plunge my fingers like knives into your spine and plant a flower upon your back that shall never bloom. He deemed such a waste of time meaningless and thus chose to ignore her. Instinctively placing his hand atop Zhang Luo's head to guide her towards the instance hall for selecting a quest. Yet, to his dismay, he found her seated some distance away, her legs crossed, clutching a lollipop larger than her face. Catching Yan Huang's gaze, Zhang Luo blinked. Are you done? That was quick. I thought you two would be at each other's throats. I was waiting for the spectacle. Yan Huang replied. You truly are a splendid teammate. He then proceeded to the instance. Zhang Luo's lollipop was an item, officially named Lollipop of Happiness upon a lick, designed to restore mental state. Although its recovery was slow, its delightful flavor made it worthwhile, and it was a permanent, non-consumable item, considered a minor artifact within the F tier. Her talent consumed vast amounts of mental energy, so possessing such an item was indeed advantageous. She could simply lick it to regain her spirits. She stowed the lollipop in her backpack and promptly followed Yan Huang out of sight of the others. Lin Shi observed their departing figures at a leisurely pace, while simultaneously contacting her teammate. Employing the exclusive communicator of Tarot, she sent a message to Lin Na. Lin Shi, Lin Na, come with me into the instance. Currently filming in reality, Lin Na received this message, abruptly ending her day's good spirits. Initially cheerful due to her satisfactory performance, her smile vanished upon reading the message. Lin Na, get lost. I'm not going. Don't bother me, you fool. Lin Shi, however. If you don't come soon, the fraudster might snatch my rookie king away. Lin Na clicked her tongue in irritation upon reading this message, and without further ado, she requested leave from the crew and departed. That wretched Lin Shi. He knew precisely how to manipulate her. Tarot had tasked her with keeping an eye on Lin Shi, which implicitly meant assisting him. Should Lin Shi fail to secure the rookie king this time, the higher-ups would undoubtedly be furious. The brunt of that anger would not fall upon the lunatic. She had only recently begun to gain some recognition from Tarot. She did not wish to miss this opportunity. She needed to ascend higher. Lin Shi had firmly grasped her weakness. Lin Na quickly logged in. Lin Shi continued to beam at her. Today, Lin Na looks exceptionally beautiful. I adore it. Lin Na, disinterested in his flattery, retorted, enough with the pleasantries. Where are the others? How heartless. Lin Shi's voice was laden with disappointment, yet his expression remained inscrutable, more so laced with a sense of mockery. He gestured towards the dungeon entrance, stating, they've been gone for 5 minutes. They must be nearing the instance now. Lin Na found it amusing. And you are still here waiting foolishly. Lin Shi extended his hands, resembling a sinner awaiting his chains, yearning for Lin Na to take hold of him. Lin Na rolled her eyes at him, nearly feeling nauseated enough to vomit into his hands. However, she reconsidered, realizing this peculiar individual might take pride in such attention. Reluctantly, she grasped Lin Shi's hand, her disdain evident as they made their way towards the dungeon entrance. Chapter 74. The Museum of Fantasies. Instance Key. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo approached the selection of instances with a commendable seriousness. The sheer volume of instances available, even at the modest E level, exceeded 10,000, rendering their choices overwhelming. After several minutes of contemplation, they found it challenging to determine which instance to pursue. They were particularly focused on instances limited to a maximum of 2 participants, as the matching mechanism within the instances was quite conventional. This mechanism primarily manifests as filling vacancies with additional players. For instance, if an instance requires a minimum of 2 participants and only one is present, the system will randomly match the player with another willing participant. Should both parties consent, the default team formation occurs. However, there exists a particularly vexing aspect. If an instance has a maximum capacity of 2 and only one participant is present, should another player coincidentally select the same instance simultaneously, they will be prioritized for matching. Once one party confirms, a default team relationship is established. To circumvent any unforeseen complications, Yan Huang prudently opted for a limited participant count. Ultimately, they selected the instance titled the Museum of Fantasies. The choice was influenced by the instance's alluring cover, depicting a breathtaking silhouette of a human upper body gracefully entwined with a beautiful fish tail, undulating in the deep blue sea. Yet, only a silhouette was presented. leaving the true beauty obscured. Instance: the Museum of Fantasies. Instance difficulty: E-. Instance type: challenge instance. Instance description: 1. When sentient consciousness begins to assert its independence. Living beings embark on a quest for beauty, depth, and exalted aspirations to fulfill their spiritual selves. They carve out a piece of fabric to paint a world, where every blade of grass and piece of wood embodies the cosmos. This expression of spiritual pursuit is referred to as art. Instance description: 2. The world-renowned Museum of Fantasies stands as the most mysterious and grandiose art exhibition, annually inviting two guests to explore its depths. Those who have ventured into the museum speak in awe, declaring it a realm that exists solely in dreams, teeming with fantastical creatures and wondrous artworks found only in the imagination. They have encountered mermaids, unicorns, and other marvels of fantasy. Instance objective: 1. Uncover the truths within the museum. Instance objective: 2. Survive. Instance time limit: 1 day. Challenge instances, by their very nature, do not require extensive narrative development. Instead, they primarily focus on combat and light puzzles, with clear objectives for completion. Typically, the completion of such instances bears little relation to deities. Some may even be devoid of divine influence. According to data collected by Yan Huang, this Museum of Fantasies is indeed a non-deity instance. Nevertheless, due to the unique nature of the instances themselves, challenge instances may encompass the so-called T and B trifecta. Success means he, failure signifies B, and as for the TE line, it necessitates the fulfillment of certain special conditions. The reason Yan Huang opts for challenge-type dungeons lies in his currently elevated three-dimensional attributes, which afford him an advantage in such scenarios. Conversely, traditional narrative dungeons can easily lead one into pitfalls, resulting in irreversible plot developments. Of course, it is also plausible that an unexpected event might render the entire dungeon experience notably smooth. The unpredictability is substantial. Overall, each type possesses its own merits and drawbacks. Just as the two prepared to enter the dungeon, Lin Chi's voice unexpectedly echoed from behind. "Yan Huang, why are you entering so soon? Aren't you waiting for us?" Both Yan Huang and Zhang Luo momentarily froze, then instinctively confirmed their decision without looking back. Their bodies began to digitalize, a sign of their impending entry into the dungeon. Loading dungeon. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Chi's eyes. "Ah, a duo dungeon. How disappointing." As he spoke, he donned a crestfallen expression, even lowering his head as if on the verge of tears. Finally, Yan Huang and Zhang Luo turned to him and waved. "Not seeing you." In the next moment, Lin Chi abruptly lifted his head, a peculiar smile gracing his face, his eyes crescent-shaped. "Not at all." No sooner had he spoken than he and Lin now produced a key in their hands. Zhang Luo's pupils dilated. "Oh no, they possess dungeon keys. They're cheating." In a state of shock, Zhang Luo established a mental link with Yan Huang, transmitting the information regarding the dungeon key. One-time item. Dungeon key quality. F. Effect. Mandatory entry into a specific dungeon. Cannot enter blocked dungeons. Item description. Little bunny. Be a good one. Open the door. I want to come in. Oh, bunny, why are you not wearing clothes? Oh, it appears that I opened the door at just the right time. A rather lewd yet exceptionally useful item. This item allows for the forcible intervention into a dungeon at any time, provided the dungeon is not in a blocked state. This implies that as long as one is not on the TE line, possessing this item enables one to seize the fruits of victory from others. Rare and rather underhanded. Yan Huang found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. He felt fortunate that during his weaker days, he had only encountered TE lines. Lin Chi and Lin Na simultaneously activated their dungeon keys, locking onto the dungeon chosen by the fraudster and the calculator. Fantasy Museum. Open. Instantly, their bodies began to digitalize as well. Anomaly. Dungeon anomaly. The number of participants in the challenge-type dungeon exceeds the limit, automatically adjusting difficulty. Dungeon difficulty. EE. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo were exasperated. Dungeon, are you incapable of handling this? Loading dungeon. Dungeon. Fantasy Museum. Dungeon difficulty. E. Dungeon description. The Fantasy Museum, where one can witness all forms of wondrous art, traditionally invites two individuals of exquisite taste each year to admire the pinnacle of artistic beauty. Yet those who enter never emerge again. Some have remarked that they have become ensnared in a new realm of consciousness, finding it difficult to extricate themselves. Congratulations. You have become one of the two. The group comprises 4 individuals, a deceiver, a mathematician, a physician, and an actor. The loading of the scenario is complete. The live broadcast commences. In the final moments, Lina and Lin Qi each gazed at Yan Huang and Zhang Luo with distinct expressions. Ultimately, they both wore smiles. It seems we shall soon meet again. In the blink of an eye, the four vanished. Countless individuals awaited in the player hall or before their mobile screens, brimming with anticipation. This time, the competition will determine the ultimate victor of the 100th edition of the Newcomer King. Author's note: Preface to the Fantasy Museum. Art may err, but nature never does. Drayton Chapter 75. The Museum of Fantasies. As Yan Huang ventured into the instance, he found himself alone in the desolate surroundings. Although the core memories associated with each instance were temporarily erased, fragments of less essential details remained intact. For instance, the beginning of this instance should have depicted him seated in a compact car, awakening to step out into the morning light. However, it appeared that due to his sudden influx of participants, the scenario had begun to transform. Yan Huang recalled that upon entering the instance, the description of the Museum of Fantasies still indicated an invitation extended to 2 individuals. Yet now, he found himself amidst 4 players. If the invitations were indeed limited to 2, it stood to reason that only 2 of the players possessed the coveted invitations. As for him, his origin was that of a mere resident, devoid of any such document. Consequently, it was evident that the invitations must lie in the possession of the other 3. Regrettably, he had no means to glean information about them. He needed to devise a way for Zhang Luo to locate his mental channel, establishing a bridge of consciousness. However, prior to that, Yan Huang was not one to remain idle. His current abode revealed no strange occurrences from the photographs. It was apparent that the family of 3 had once shared joyous moments, yet now he found himself alone, unaware of his parents' whereabouts. Based on the peculiarities of previous instances, it was highly likely that his home resided within the instance's map. In pursuit of information regarding the Museum of Fantasies, he resolved to venture outside. The night was still cloaked in darkness. Consulting the clock within his home, he noted it was just past midnight. It seemed that both time and the instance's configuration had adjusted in accordance with the changing difficulty. Donning a warm down jacket, he stepped outside. As he opened the door, the biting winter wind howled past his ears, attempting to penetrate his skin. Had it not been for the snug warmth of his jacket, he might have faltered at the threshold. His home was situated at the end of a road, directly opposite a looming structure. This arrangement concerned him. He pondered the potential hazards should a vehicle careen down the road uncontrollably. The surrounding area lacked streetlights, with the scant illumination deriving from the facades of nearby buildings. These edifices bore no semblance of symmetrical beauty or conventional order. Instead, they presented an array of eclectic forms, merging into a visually appealing tableau, reminiscent of Van Gogh's Starry Night. Fortunately, Yan Huang possessed night vision, allowing him to perceive the world around him with clarity. The street lay deserted, enveloped in an eerie silence that was paradoxically beautiful. Were it not for the chilling breeze, he might have believed he was ensnared in a dream. Alone in this frigid night, devoid of light and warmth, he found himself in an alien environment. A disquieting sensation lingered, as if unseen eyes were watching him from the shadows. Yan Huang, filled with suspicion, glanced around, but apart from some oddly shaped, grotesquely twisted trees, buildings devoid of architectural coherence, and the chaotic, hard white stone slabs beneath his feet, he perceived nothing else. In this pitch-black environment, even with his night vision capability, discerning distant objects proved a challenge. Squinting and concentrating, he inadvertently uncovered the peculiarities of those trees. Each tree exhibited its own distinctive, twisted curvature, yet the angles were excessively rigid, resembling lines drawn with a heavy hand rather than the natural forms one would expect. Moreover, the points of distortion seemed fixed, resembling not branches but rather arms composed of rigid joints. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discerned that each tree bore a face, whether beautiful or ugly, adorned with a variety of expressions of happiness. It would perhaps be inappropriate to say they were masquerading as trees when Yan Huang fixed his gaze upon them. They dutifully closed their eyes. Conversely, when he could not see them, he was filled with an unsettling sensation, as though countless eyes were scrutinizing him. They resembled sentinels. Observing Yan Huang intently, it dawned on him that in this bizarre and twisted realm, he was the true anomaly, traversing the path alone. This realization stirred an unsettling feeling within him. He tightened his down jacket and quickened his pace. However, upon doing so, Yan Huang noticed something amiss. What should have been a soft down jacket instead felt as if it harbored foreign entities. Furthermore, it seemed as though every part was generating warmth autonomously. Upon this discovery, his instinctive reaction was to remove it. Yet, Before he could successfully shed the jacket, he heard the sound of the plastic fabric tearing. From the rip, a bird's beak suddenly emerged, piercing Yan Huang's skin, as though chastising him for compressing the jacket and inflicting pain upon them. The garment contained not down, but living birds. As one appeared, others followed suit, their sharp beaks puncturing Yan Huang's skin, siphoning his blood and causing him to grit his teeth in pain. He tore off the jacket and hurled it violently to the ground. Upon impact, countless beaks ravaged the jacket, and one by one, birds, their wings severed, leapt from within, fixing their gaze upon Yan Huang. In the darkness, their eyes glimmered with a vibrant green light as they rushed towards him, intent on retaliation. Exposed to the chilling wind, with blood cascading down his body, he drew forth the knife of familial harmony, executing a fluid motion towards the birds' heads. Snap, their heads severed cleanly. Yet, from their necks, he discovered a smaller chick, gnawing at the flesh of its outer counterpart, revealing its own head. The sight nearly induced immediate nausea in Yan Huang. More wingless birds followed suit, eager to devour him. Overwhelmed with dread, he resolved to secure his knife of familial harmony and quicken his pace, fleeing into the distance. Who knows what else those birds concealed within their bellies? As he ran to a certain distance, he swiftly procured a spray can and a lighter from the market. Directing a spray towards the birds, a fierce flame erupted instantaneously, illuminating the darkness. It was not until the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air that he felt a sense of relief. What exactly was this? He gritted his teeth, finding it difficult to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. Suddenly, a glimmer of light emerged from behind. Someone approached his back and lightly tapped his shoulder. Already on edge, he instinctively turned around, pressing the knife of familial harmony against the person's throat. What do you intend to do? The individual was relatively short and appeared quite aged, holding a lamp that was of moderate thickness. An odd scent of oil emanated from it, casting flickering shadows across his wrinkled face, yet he remained unfazed. My dear friend, it is late. Would you care to join us for a drink at our little tavern? Chapter 76. The Fantasia Museum. The Death Revolver since time immemorial. Taverns have undeniably served as the finest sources of information. A diverse array of individuals frequents these establishments, each bearing their own whispers of intrigue. As Yan Huang cautiously stepped inside, he maintained a sense of vigilance. However, upon entering, he discovered that the tavern bore no significant distinction from any ordinary one. The space was modest yet bustling with patrons, some solitary, others gathered in groups, each absorbed in their own pursuits. Advertisements flickered on the television screen. The annual opening day of the Fantasia Museum was approaching, and the anticipation of the final invitee lingered in the air. Countless souls yearned for this opportunity. Seated before the television, people lamented, "Ah, I too wish to see what lies beyond those doors, to behold the very structure that has become our emblem." Alas, only 2 invitations are granted each year, bestowed directly by the curator. Entrance seems utterly unattainable. I have a friend who gained entry, one voiced. He claimed to have seen mermaids. How exquisite must those fantastical beings be? Ridiculous. Do you truly believe your circle of acquaintances is worthy of such an honor? Moreover, have you ever encountered anyone who exited after having entered? As the crowd engaged in spirited discussion, Yan Huang felt his apprehension dissipate. It appeared to be merely an ordinary tavern after all. Suddenly, the patrons took notice of him. Ah, a new friend has arrived. What is your name? Their gazes converged upon Yan Huang, causing him to feel a twinge of unease. With a practiced smile, he replied, Yan Huang, a local resident. Is this my first visit? A burly man approached, surveying him from head to toe. Are you familiar with our customs? I would gladly learn, Yan Huang responded. The man chuckled, playfully pinching Yan Huang's cheek. Here, we only entertain like-minded individuals. We engage in a game. You may select anyone among us to play with you. If you win, you may have your fun. Yan Huang's wariness resurfaced. What sort of game? The man gestured towards a roulette on a nearby table. A game of interest, of course. You will engage in whatever the wheel dictates. As he spoke, others began to secure the door, unmistakably signaling to Yan Huang that should he decline to participate, he would be unable to leave. Yan Huang pressed his lips together, scrutinizing the roulette. It was divided into 32 segments, each inscribed with 4 characters. For instance, Fruit Platter and Death Revolver. Inquiring about the mechanics of these games, Yan Huang received a cryptic smile from the man. The Fruit Platter involves you reclining on the table, adorned with fruits, while your opponent, blindfolded, must slice and serve them to us. If you manage to survive, it will be your turn to wield the knife. Ultimately, we shall see whose wounds are most aesthetically pleasing. That individual shall be declared the victor. As for the Death Revolver, it's an age-old game. A 6-chamber revolver, 1 bullet, Let us see who possesses the fortune. Old as it may be, it remains intriguing, does it not? To capture the expression of desperation in its final moments. I can only imagine how delightful your expression would be, given your delicate appearance. A subtle glimmer of amusement flickered in Yan Huang's eyes. So that is the case. Indeed, it is an ordinary tavern, and the games within are rather intriguing. Upon seeing his smile, the burly man also chuckled. Have you decided whom you wish to play with? Yan Huang responded with a slight nod, his gaze landing upon the man. This could be troublesome. Noticing his expression, the burly man could not contain his laughter. Just as I hoped. Come. You are the newcomer. So the chance at the roulette is yours. Yan Huang nodded once more, then casually approached the roulette and gave it a spin. The wheel whirled among 32 segments, each one passing by in turn. The crowd became animated, softly calling out their preferred choices. Eventually, the wheel's momentum slowed, coming to a stop on the segment marked Death Roulette. In an instant, countless voices erupted in excitement. Death Roulette? How splendid! It is precisely what I wished to see. The probability of death increasing with every turn, the ensuing fear permeating the heart, each expression at the end utterly captivating, even without any embellishments. It stands as the finest piece of art. The skin of the victim appeared promising. Fashioned into a lantern, it would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. Perhaps it could be transformed into a tree. Did the museum not recently unveil a teaching on tree people? Creating one in this fashion could attract considerable business to the tavern. Indeed, others have followed suit with the museum's lead, yielding favorable results. We cannot afford to lag behind. People from all directions spoke thus, as if the moment Yan Huang entered the tavern and selected this game, he had already become their prey. Yan Huang offered a gentle smile and brushed off his clothing. Everyone seems quite excited. Perhaps my luck is quite favorable? The burly man laughed heartily. Indeed, you have drawn the most sought-after game. He regarded Yan Huang as one would a plump rabbit or a lamb waiting for slaughter. So feeble, so pitiable, so exhilarating. Although the outcome remained uncertain, it felt as though the conclusion was already foretold. Every expression of his was etched in Yan Huang's mind. Yan Huang, equally eager, naturally settled onto the sofa and gestured towards the seat opposite him. Please, sit. So impatient? The burly man found his enthusiasm for Yan Huang growing, appreciating his understanding. Yan Huang casually spread his legs in a gentle arc, rubbing his hands together. Let us get started. Splendid. The burly man tossed the revolver onto the table. Yan Huang inquired, shall you go first, or shall I? The burly man, unhurried, replied, as the guest, you should go first. You choose. Yan Huang then said, in that case, why don't you go first? Perhaps you might strike lucky on your first shot? How unlikely. The burly man found this amusing, and casually picked up the revolver, aiming it at his own temple. His amusement deepened, almost impossible to conceal. He tossed the gun onto the table. Your turn. This revolver held 10 chambers, which meant Yan Huang's current risk of death stood at 1 in 9. Hesitantly, Yan Huang placed his hand on the revolver, aiming it at his own head. It seems you all are quite eager to witness my expression of fear, yet I believe I shall not perish. Upon uttering these words, he pressed the trigger against himself. Indeed, nothing occurred. This was, of course, anticipated by the others. The burly man seized the gun once more, aimed it at himself, and pulled the trigger again. With an eighth of a chance, he remained unscathed. He then passed the gun to Yan Huang. You possess courage and are acutely aware of your predicament. Alas, as the odds grow increasingly favorable, your expression will become ever more captivating. I eagerly await it. Currently, the odds stand at 1 in 7. However, in my eyes, each pull of the trigger is a certainty. Can you guess on which shot you shall meet your demise? He bore down on Yan Huang with an intense gaze, imparting an aura of intimidation. Yan Huang's smile faltered as he squinted and inquired, it seems you are quite cognizant of the bullet's position? The burly man did not conceal his knowledge, crossing his legs casually. Of course, this is my revolver. Are you cheating? And what of it? In this scenario, you must continue to play, either tempting fate with me or perishing here. The burly man showed no reservations, intent on revealing everything to Yan Huang, provoking him to know more and fear more. He aimed to make each shot resonate with the terror of death, compelling him to wrestle repeatedly between life and death, displaying that exquisite yet anguished expression. Finally, at the moment when his expression was most sublime, it would be frozen in time. The surrounding crowd had completely encircled the two. Yan Huang lowered his head, trembling. He was in a desperate struggle. His breathing quickened. Afraid, are we? Terrified, are we? The moment you chose to enter, you had already met your end. Ha 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 ha. What a Navi child, both adorable and pitiable. If your parents were to find you one day at the entrance of the shop, they would surely feel a sense of relief. Yet at that moment, Yan Huang too began to laugh. Steadying the gun in his hand, he aimed it at his own temple, leaning closer to the burly man, locking eyes with him. Then I am truly terrified. As his words fell, a peculiar tension enveloped the assembly. But what he did next was what truly astonished everyone within that little tavern. Chapter 77, The Museum of Illusions. Yan Huang squinted, a concealed menace lurking behind his smile. As he tilted his head and aimed a gun at his own temple, drawing closer to the burly man's face. That bullet, was it the 10th? The man was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across the faces of those around him, their pupils dilating in shock. How did you know? They nearly completed their sentence before covering their mouths, realization dawning too late. Yan Huang chuckled softly, shaking his head, and with a casual pull of the trigger. He shot himself in the head, as if entirely indifferent to the act. How did I know? Did you not just inform me? Click. Another shot rang out. Since you are aware of which bullet it is, you ought not to have mentioned that my expression would grow increasingly probable, should it not? Each word he uttered was a calculated maneuver. Once emotional equilibrium is disrupted, secrets become difficult to uphold. Every utterance transforms into evidence. With every statement, he punctuated his assertion with a bullet to his own head, his demeanor unchanging, while the chamber of the revolver revolved with each shot. The countenance of those surrounding him darkening with every echo of the gunfire. By the time Yan Huang had discharged the 9th bullet into his own head, the sound reverberated bang. He mimicked the sound himself, startling the others, their expressions growing graver. What on earth is this person doing? Yan Huang spun the handgun effortlessly in his grip. It seems my hypothesis was indeed correct. Panic gripped the crowd, rendering them speechless. The burly man glared at Yan Huang, terror etched on his face. You are done shooting, now give me the gun. Despite his fear, he maintained a semblance of composure. To Yan Huang, a seasoned deceiver, it was evident that the man was merely putting on a facade. He had a backup plan. Yan Huang chuckled softly, extending the handgun towards the burly man. Eagerly, the man reached for it, but at the moment their hands were about to connect, Yan Huang swiftly struck his hand with the gun's body. With a flourish, he twirled the gun in his hand, finally pressing the barrel against the man's forehead. This last shot is for you. Do you think you can take my life? The man's expression crumbled, tears forming in his eyes as he pleaded. Spare me, I beg you. I have elders to care for and children to feed. As he spoke, he scrutinized Yan Huang's face, searching for a flicker of triumph. However, despite his desperate antics, Yan Huang's expression remained unchanged. Such an indifferent demeanor, forged into a stoic facade, was quite unappealing. Thus, the man intensified his weeping. Yan Huang scoffed. Are you a creature just escaped from a zoo? So amusing? You still have a backup plan, do you not? What are you pretending for? No expression could deceive a con artist. Or perhaps it was a tool left by Jiang Yi, the eye of emotion. When equipped, it allowed one to perceive the true emotional hue of others. From the very beginning, this was his game. Yan Huang was well aware of this and willingly engaged in the charade. Now, this has become his domain. The burly man indeed ceased his wailing, an expression of curiosity flickering in his predominantly white eyes. It seems you possess quite an intellect. Yan Huang inquired, what is your contingency plan? The burly man gazed at Yan Huang, gripping the muzzle of the gun to align it with the center of his forehead, stating, if you pull the trigger here, won't you uncover everything? Yan Huang replied, it appears you are quite confident that this gun will not harm you. Allow me to speculate. The bullets are not fake, nor is the gun a toy, so perhaps this weapon will misfire when aimed at you? Or jam? Why, you may ask. As Yan Huang spoke, he reached up to touch the burly man's scalp, and indeed, he felt a patch of metal. Oh, it turns out he has implanted a layer of magnet into his scalp. As long as the magnetic force is strong enough, it can deflect the trajectory of the bullet, causing injury, but merely superficial wounds. No wonder he cannot grow hair. While jesting about the truth, Yan Huang inexplicably instilled a sense of anxiety in the burly man's heart. Yan Huang slowly aimed the gun towards the sky. Would you like to witness the artistry of fate? The burly man found himself bewildered by Yan Huang's intentions. What are you planning to do? Yan Huang leaned closer to his ear, whispering, I wish to test whether a bullet fired into the sky would descend upon your head. I conjecture that when this shot is fired, you shall perish. Bang! The bullet soared into the heavens. Lie detection, oppositional event, determination successful. Result, the subject has been determined deceased. The moment the judgment commenced, a triumphant smile spread across the burly man's face as he pointed at Yan Huang's chin. Wearing a maniacal grin, have you watched too many dramas to be this flamboyant? Ha 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 ha. He opened his mouth wide, his laughter becoming increasingly deranged. Those around him joined in uproarious laughter, as if this were the most ludicrous thing in the world. I have recorded the entire event. This segment is worth repeated viewing. Ha ha ha. This was the first time the burly man had his entire ruse unmasked, all his tactics laid bare. What should have been a fatal outcome, if only he had aimed for the heart, would have been inconsequential. In the end, this man absurdly shot the bullet into the sky. How utterly laughable. His ignorance would lead him to a most dire fate. And in that fleeting moment, Yan Huang silently placed the now empty revolver on the table, naturally folding his hands before him as he sat. He waved at the burly man. A golden flash pierced through the air, descending without warning, drawn in by the powerful magnet atop the burly man's head. Ultimately, it deviated, entering through the edges of the man's gaping mouth as he laughed, swiftly penetrating his entire brain. He did not even have time to register the sensation of pain. Even in death, he maintained that joyful expression. How blissful, how radiant. How sincere that smile was. The bullet had failed to penetrate the iron plate of his skull, remaining forever lodged within. As the onlookers came to this grim realization, their laughter gradually diminished, dwindling into an oppressive silence. They could no longer muster mirth, instead regarding Yan Huang with expressions of horror. Their hearts raced, particularly as they gazed upon the corpse that retained the expression of its final moment, their faces paling and bodies stiffening in dread. They fixated on Yan Huang's back, observing the man whose fingers were naturally intertwined, his elbows resting upon his knees as he contemplated his macabre handiwork. Slowly, he turned his head, casting a cursory glance around the room. In a soft voice, he inquired, "The game has concluded, my friends. Is there anyone else who wishes to join me for the next round?" In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the space. The crowd, paralyzed with fear, stiffened, terrified of being unwittingly chosen as the next fortunate participant. Chapter 78. The Museum of Fantasies. To extinguish a life may not deter a multitude. However, to become an enigmatic and formidable figure in the eyes of many can indeed achieve that effect. Yan Huang nonchalantly selected an individual. "You, come here." The person singled out trembled uncontrollably as they took a seat opposite Yan Huang, mere feet away from a seemingly intact corpse. Their gaze faltered under the weight of Yan Huang's presence. "Do not be anxious. I am not a malevolent being," Yan Huang reassured, though the individual's voice quivered in response. "Ah, yes. Who would believe such words?" Some contemplated a discreet exit from the tavern, but Yan Huang interjected. "Before I depart, should anyone leave, they shall bear the consequences. I speak of all present here." Evidently, the pressure previously exerted was formidable enough, for this pronouncement silenced any inclination to act hastily. Those who might have attempted to flee were quickly restrained by their companions. The gathering could only watch Yan Huang with trepidation. The person across from him grew more apprehensive. Might we forego this game? Once enamored with games, they now behaved as dutiful students under scrutiny. Yan Huang, bemused, replied, "Fear not. I merely wish to pose a few simple inquiries. Just answer truthfully, and all shall be well. Should your responses falter, the consequences shall be upon you." The individual felt tears welling. Indeed, the weight of consequences loomed large. With such a declaration, how could they dare to provide anything less than earnest replies? The thought of facing death without understanding its nature was too grim to contemplate. The assembly's heartbeats quickened, ultimately leading to an unreserved disclosure to Yan Huang. From their accounts, he gleaned that the Museum of Fantasies is shrouded in mystery, with only the curator residing within its walls. Each year, 2 exceptionally gifted artists are invited to tour the museum, yet none who have visited have ever returned. Whispers of demise circulated until the curator released a group photograph, dispelling such doubts. In truth, all who entered the museum became enraptured, pursuing a higher echelon of artistic enlightenment. The townsfolk exhibited an almost frenzied obsession with art. Each piece served as an expression of their spiritual essence. Yet, for those lacking artistic inclination, pretentiousness prevailed. This pursuit stemmed from the Museum of Fantasies, where not all were genuinely enamored by the so-called art. In this quaint town, the curator stood as the most affluent and powerful individual. Besides inviting 2 eminent artists annually, he would showcase his own remarkable works for public admiration. Take, for instance, the recent creation known as the Tree Man. Crafted from human remains, it was gloriously dubbed as the deceased merging with nature, safeguarding the myriad of worldly affairs. People continuously sought to interpret each piece, elevating it to a status of divine sanctity as they echoed the curator's artistic vision, lauding and venerating him. Yet, dissenting voices were not entirely absent. Alas, those who oppose are cast aside. In a bid for compliance and survival, Humanity's remarkable emotional intelligence compels them to worship fervently. When a remarkable creation is lauded, their vanity finds solace. And when a work is acknowledged and curated by the esteemed director of the fantastical museum, it signifies power and wealth. Thus, a vicious cycle was born. Yan Huang pursed his lips, gazing out the window, the so-called tree people. Do they refer to those flanking the road? The individual nervously nodded. Indeed, the tree people are among the director's finest creations, embodying the beautiful allegories of those who plant trees for future generations to enjoy, and the deceased who protect the living. Hence, the director proposed to replace the original trees with tree people. Yan Huang squinted. Is it not curious where so many corpses come from? Fortunately, the director mentioned that these bodies were sourced from the hospital's morgue. Yan Huang pinched his chin, letting out a derisive snort. So you intend to fashion my corpse into a tree person? Quite the imagination you possess. The crowd. Spare us the details. They are already grateful that you Haven Tea turned them into tree people yet. The individual awkwardly elaborated. It is because of your striking appearance, and a fresh corpse would undoubtedly yield a superior tree person compared to those long deceased. If it could even bear a semblance of terror, it would be beyond perfect. If we could gain the director's approval, we would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. Yan Huang's gaze bore into them, instilling a sense of dread. It appears that everyone is quite normal, save for the director. Yan Huang's attention landed on the individual holding the camera. Did I hear you suggest that the recently captured footage should be reviewed repeatedly? The person froze, too anxious to move. Yes, indeed. Yan Huang extended his hand, offering a gentle smile. Might you relinquish the camera to me? The individual offered no resistance, promptly presenting the camera with both hands. After acquiring the camera, Yan Huang exited the tavern. Good evening to all. Clap. Just as he stepped outside, they swiftly closed the door behind him. Yan Huang. He knocked on the door. Would you kindly open it? No response. Yan Huang. Should you choose not to, the consequences will be yours to bear. The door opened, and a smiling face greeted him. Ah, Master Yan has not yet departed? What brings you back at such a late hour? Yan Huang turned to the individual who had initially beckoned him. The path is dark. I would appreciate a lantern. As I fear the darkness. Shortly thereafter, the lantern was snatched away and handed to Yan Huang. Clap. Once the lantern was given, they hurriedly shut the door, fearful of the plague that might re-enter. It was a second round. Yan Huang muttered, You invited me inside, yet now you are so eager to usher me away. The youth truly lacks patience and reason. After his murmuring, he made his way back, lantern in hand. It was then that he leaned closer to inspect the lantern. The intricate texture of the skin. 9 times out of 10, it was a replica of human skin. However, the oil within that continued to burn was most likely derived from corpses. The foul odor emanating from the vicinity is indeed difficult to overlook. Under the sparse moonlight, a chilling breeze whispers through the air. Yan Huang, lantern in hand, makes his way home, pausing at the threshold rather than rushing inside. His gaze settles upon the nearby treeman. The smile adorning the treeman's face appears quite natural. Were it on a living being, it would radiate happiness. However, on a tree, it takes on an unsettling quality. Approaching the nearest tree to his doorstep, Yan Huang gently taps the bark, inquiring, Are you still alive? The treeman remains unresponsive, a testament to its unwavering dedication. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Huang locks eyes with the treeman, silently forming a gesture of peace with his hands. Pardon my intrusion, he murmurs. No sooner has he spoken than his hands plunge into the treeman's tightly shut eyes, and then an unexpected turn of events unfolds. Chapter 79. The Museum of Fantasies. The chair Father Yan Huang's fingers deftly plunged into the eye of the treant, and immediately, a gaping fissure appeared beneath it, emitting a piercing roar. The anguished expression was so vivid that Yan Huang could ascertain that the treant was still alive. Having traversed 2 copies of this ordeal, he remained remarkably composed, retreating a couple of steps while fixating on the tormented treant, whose trunk twisted in agony. Gradually, he leaned against his door, poised for entry at any moment. In the next heartbeat, the treant bellowed, writhing its trunk to strike at Yan Huang. Without hesitation, he thrust a human skin mask against the incoming branch of the treant. Sparks erupted, igniting every leaf and illuminating the dark corridor anew. The grand flames began to roar and crackle upon the trunk, and the treant's anguished cries escalated, rendering it motionless. Yet, Yan Huang dared not lower his guard. He remained on high alert. The commotion had attracted the attention of nearby treants, their eyes glinting in the dim moonlight, mouths agape, ready to launch an attack. Regrettably, their trunks were insufficiently long. However, as the entrance was situated in the middle of the path. The previous trent's ability to strike him implied that another could do the same. Sure enough, as Yan Huang turned to glance at a nearby tree ant, it revealed its sharp branches, poised to assault him. Without a second thought, Yan Huang seized a charred branch from the ground and hurled it at the tree ant. Another tree ignited in tandem, their distress palpable. Contemplating that this might afford him a moment to peruse Tang Xian's new book, he resolved to return indoors. Yet, at the very instant he turned, a rush of wind heralded an oncoming threat. Yan Huang's pupils constricted as he instinctively crouched. Two branches, approaching from different directions, pierced through the door, causing it to collapse. Relying on his acute combat instinct, he executed a forward roll, narrowly evading the two branches. Only the skin on his lower back was grazed. He noticed that the leaves and branches above bore no signs of burning, appearing entirely unscathed. Those tender leaves and young branches seemed untouched by the flames. Yet, when brushed against, he could still feel the lingering heat. Alarmed, Yan Huang quickly adjusted his stance and darted deeper into the room. At the turn of the doorway, the branches finally reached their limit and ceased their pursuit. His heart raced as he took a deep breath to calm himself. He then picked up a genuine leather chair and settled down for a moment of respite. The chair was remarkably comfortable, surpassing the usual ergonomic designs, almost as if it could deliver a precise massage to every bone. Sitting there, he began to gather his thoughts. This treant was peculiar. Regardless of traditional beliefs or factual foundations, fire's destructive capacity on wood is typically catastrophic. Yet, despite having ignited these two trees, they appeared as if nothing had transpired. He yearned to uncover the truth. Tang Xian's new book has yet to reveal any information about the trance. To comprehend the situation outside, he feels compelled to witness it firsthand. Fortunately, he had taken precautions upon performing a somersault at the entrance. He had already purchased the intermediate all-angle perspective detector from the marketplace. Now, he employs this secondary perspective to observe the exterior of the dwelling. The two trees, realizing they cannot attack Yan Huang, retract their trunks. Although a few spots on their bark smolder with flames, they appear unbothered. The faces etched into their bark contorted momentarily in a grimace, then swayed gently in the wind, enveloping the dwindling flames with their dense foliage. By cutting off the air supply, the flames naturally extinguished. The two trees seem unaffected. Having shed their decayed leaves, they swiftly rejuvenate. Yan Huang furrows his brow. Holding Tang Xian's new book, which stubbornly fails to display any monster information. Could it be that the trance are not considered monsters within this realm? Just then, he hears a voice. Are you done sitting yet? Confused, Yan Huang glances around. How much longer do you intend to sit on me, you unfilial son? Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his rear, prompting him to leap from the chair. Utilizing his night vision, he discovers that the seat he had just occupied bears a human face. His pupils constrict, and a chill runs down his spine. This means he had been sitting on a person all along, and judging by its words, it seems to be the father figure of this current scenario. Yan Huang is bewildered, staring at the chair with a human visage, his understanding of reality shattered. While he can somewhat comprehend the existence of living trance, the notion of a chair being alive is unfathomable. The ribs form the backrest, flesh encasing bone, entirely devoid of any discernible human shape, yet undeniably, it is indeed a person. Just moments ago, he had been seated upon this individual. Yan Huang does not succumb to fear, but he instinctively feels a sense of revulsion. Unable to appreciate the situation, nevertheless, he chooses not to voice his discomfort. Instead, he asks, "Father, why are you still awake at this late hour?" His words flow naturally, devoid of any oddity. The chair lets out a cold snort. I was comfortably resting, acclimating to the new body the curator provided for me. And yet, with you sitting upon me, how could I possibly remain asleep? Yan Huang replies, I sincerely apologize. The chair brushes off the apology and promptly bounds before Yan Huang. Son, how do you find this new body of mine? I told the curator that I wished to serve humanity to the best of my abilities, and thus, I was granted this new form. Isn't it stunning? Both functional and aesthetically pleasing. Yan Huang perceives the absurdity of the situation. Pinching the bridge of his nose, as long as you're happy. The chair leaps behind Yan Huang. Come now, it has been ages since I last embraced you. It is effortless for me to do so now. Come here for a hug. Yan Huang gazes at the face on the chair. His expression contorted in discomfort. I think that's unnecessary. Upon hearing this, the chair becomes indignant, rebuking him in a loud voice. What do you mean? Do you look down upon me? I am a remarkable work of art, crafted by the curator. I even have a name. I am the pillar of the family. His furious reprimands were particularly chilling. though pride and glory permeated his words. Yan Huang could distinctly perceive the hues of sorrow and fear that enveloped him. That impotent rage, that palpable terror. Yan Huang felt a genuine pity for him. Indeed, who would willingly transform into such a state? Then, shall we sit for a moment? The chair perked up, saying, Yes, please sit. If you do not, I shall lose my purpose, and without purpose, an artwork can only become refuse. He certainly did not wish to be discarded. To become refuse would mean annihilation. Yan Huang could not genuinely appreciate this bizarre form of art. Yet he could not deny that once one adopted the title of the one who supports the family, it became remarkably fitting. Was this truly the reason his parents were often absent at night? If his father was a chair, then what about his mother? Yan Huang suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. He bluntly inquired, What about my mother? The chair erupted in fury once more. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? You ungrateful child? What mother? That kind of refuse, devoid of an understanding of art, is unworthy of being your mother. Consider yourself as though you have never had one. Yan Huang. It seems she has passed away. Truly, a bizarre world. Chapter 80. The Museum of Illusions. Crisis. It is essential to recognize that I am exceedingly fortunate to have been selected by the curator. Having been chosen, my family's future needs will no longer be a concern. How envious others must be of us. That worthless individual was chosen once and failed to cherish the opportunity. And now, I find myself selected again. You should take pride in having such a family, do you understand? We must diligently serve the curator, for through our service, we shall become valuable individuals, making life significantly easier. Otherwise, we risk becoming obsolete. My father is a rather loquacious person, which greatly unsettles Yan Huang, causing him immense discomfort. Yan Huang silently observes Tang Xian's new book as a means to distract himself. The audience in the live stream is on the verge of hysterics. Ha ha ha, fraudster. Look at you now. This is too funny. It's my first time witnessing such an opening in the Museum of Illusions, but doesn't this opening count as a spoiler? Who knows? Regardless, the challenges he currently faces are indeed formidable, were it not for his agility. He would surely perish. Yan Huang pays no heed to the onlookers in the live stream. Suddenly, he notices new information manifesting on the cover of Tang Xian's book. Museum of Illusions, Tree Person, Strength, 4, Agility, 4, Intelligence, 1, Talent, Reshape, Energy Conversion, Description, when walking at night. One often feels as though someone is lurking in the surrounding trees, watching you. Is it a tree or a person? It is the shadow of a lifetime on the night road. Reshape dramatically increases cellular proliferation and differentiation capabilities, allowing for rapid alteration of cell morphology in a short time. Energy conversion. As producers in nature, we do not create energy, we merely transport it. Yan Huang is momentarily taken aback. He had not discovered any new information regarding the tree person. Why then does Tang Xian's book suddenly disclose such details? Could it be a glitch? No, it could not possibly be a glitch. A flash of insight strikes Yan Huang, prompting him to rise hastily from his chair. In the next moment, massive tree roots erupt from the floor, piercing through the chair. Flesh splatters from the chair, and the eyes widen in disbelief. Seemingly unable to comprehend the penetration, Yan Huang turns to look at the chair, his emotions in turmoil. He grips the blade of family harmony, intent on rescuing it. Yet, the chair does not afford him that opportunity. It conveys a silent message to Yan Huang, urging him not to save it. The emotion emanating from it is not fear, but rather relief. This evokes a complex sentiment within Yan Huang. Its mouth agape, it utters a blood-curdling plea. Stay away from the museum, whatever you do. Do not agree to him. Upon uttering these words, the roots astonishingly ignited fierce flames, reducing the chair to ashes. The roots then twist and turn, directing their wrath towards Yan Huang. He bites his lip, mourning the brief acquaintance he had with this entity within the confines of this instance. Countless roots surge forth, intensifying the tension in Yan Huang's heart. He should have anticipated this. The most terrifying aspect of trees lies not above ground, but rather beneath it. If his conjecture holds true, the flames he conjures cannot harm the treeman, for it possesses the ability of reconstruction. Conversely, the tree's capacity to unleash flames stems from its ability of energy conversion. Yan Huang surmised that this treeman might be the most formidable adversary he has ever encountered. There was no alternative but to evade its range of attack. However, escape was futile. The entire town and every nook and cranny had been transformed into tree men. From the very beginning, this instance had been under the control of the curator of that phantasmagorical museum. A cold sweat beaded on Yan Huang's forehead as anxiety tightened within him. This was an inescapable trap. Yet, even with the difficulty raised he. Such a dire predicament seemed excessive. Surely, there must be a weakness. It was merely that he had yet to uncover it. Yan Huang inhaled deeply, bracing himself to counter the relentless assaults of the tree roots from all directions. Although his blade of familial harmony had evidently fallen behind the tempo of the instance, proving adequate against humanoid or smaller foes, it struggled against the robust tree roots. These trees could not be entirely annihilated by fire. Rather than wielding a blade, it would be more prudent to rely on his hands. Yan Huang had no choice but to forego retaliation and instead opted for agile maneuvers to buy himself time. As the roots struck again and again, he dodged while running, realizing that escaping outdoors would only lead to his own demise. Thus, he was compelled to endure within the confines of the building. Unfortunately, the sheer number of roots was overwhelming. After several minutes of evasion, Yan Huang's stamina had significantly waned, forcing him into the cramped bathroom. Far worse than the restricted space was the fact that those roots began to envelop every corner around him, slowly constricting. The area grew increasingly confined, and the oxygen seemed to deplete rapidly, making it difficult for Yan Huang to breathe. This was the first time since entering the instance that he found himself in such peril. He forced himself to calm down and ponder the situation. The treeman was indeed fearful of fire. He vividly recalled its agonizing response. However, due to its ability to reconstruct, what should have been a fatal weakness was rendered less lethal, unless the flames could overwhelm it before it had the chance to reconstruct. Yet, under these oxygen-deficient conditions, using fire would likely result in his own demise from asphyxiation. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the urge to curse. Wait, Yan Huang suddenly had an epiphany. For the roots to locate him with such precision, there must be some form of evidence. If that is the case, feedback from sensation would be necessary. Swiftly, he retrieved the illusion simulator and promptly edited a scene. In this projection, Yan Huang walked directly through the robust tree roots towards the door. The illusion crafted by the illusion simulator was capable of deceiving numerous senses, nearly indistinguishable from reality. As long as the treeman relied on sensory perception to assess his movements, it would undoubtedly be misled. With its limited intellect, it could never easily discern the true from the false. As anticipated, the roots ensnaring him immediately lunged towards the direction of his imagined escape. When they realized their efforts were in vain, Yan Huang had stealthily slipped out of the bathroom, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Phew. Finally, he was safe. The operation of the illusion simulator required a considerable expenditure of mental energy, specifically his wisdom, and prolonged use was not particularly favorable to him. To avoid any wastage, Yan Huang turned it off after his narrow escape. However, as soon as he did, a root patted him on the shoulder. Yan Huang was taken aback. Had it reacted so swiftly? He observed that this time, the tree ant appeared furious at being deceived, preparing its sharp roots to strike from every conceivable angle. He activated the illusion simulator once more. Evidently, the entity was not easily fooled a second time. Yan Huang clenched his fists, maintaining his composure. He still had one chance left for CF protection. Thus, he procured a canister of oil, covering himself and the ground liberally. The oil spread rapidly throughout the house, and with the lighter he had previously purchased in hand, he vowed that before the trees could pierce him, he would ensure he fought them to the bitter end. If they could not be burned to death, he would instill fear in them. He would see whether their regeneration was swifter than the flames he was about to unleash. From all directions, the sharp roots surged forth. Chapter 81. The Museum of Fantasies. Daytime, Yan Huang stood poised to ignite the surroundings with his lighter. Just as the flame was about to flicker to life, the tree roots before him abruptly ceased their movement, coincidentally piercing the skin at the center of his forehead, from which beads of blood began to trickle down. Yan Huang's gaze fixated on the scene before him. In that fleeting moment of stillness, he resolutely abandoned his choice of mutual destruction. He tentatively stirred. Yet the tree roots remained unresponsive. Gripping the lighter, he cautiously pried apart the roots obstructing his path. The roots offered no resistance, yielding effortlessly to his considerable strength. As he cleared the impediments, a gentle golden light streamed in unobstructed from the eastern horizon, filtering through the gaps and illuminating Yan Huang's eyes, allowing him to behold the world once more. Sunlight? Intrigued, he grasped the knife of family harmony and began to slice through the roots blocking the entrance, crafting a narrow passage. He then crawled out of the room. The previously tumultuous treemen now lay dormant, resembling ordinary trees as they basked in the sunlight, engaging in photosynthesis to absorb the vital energy of nature. These peculiar treemen bore tender green leaves, aiding in their absorption and utilization of light. It appeared they had lost their capacity for movement, remaining still, gently swaying in the warm breeze that heralded the dawn. Even the textures of their bark had returned to normalcy, devoid of any human visage, as if the recent occurrences had been but a fleeting dream. The dawn had arrived, and the dream had dissipated. Yan Huang pressed his lips together and took a deep breath. A bold idea began to form in his mind. He approached the treeman that had previously assaulted him and touched its bark. It remained unresponsive. Could it be? He swiftly retrieved Tang Xian's new book and reread the passage concerning the treeman. Introduction. When walking on a dark road, one often feels as though someone is lurking in the surrounding thickets, watching. Is that a tree or a person? It is the shadow of a lifetime on the night road. This introduction contained a crucial piece of information. Night road. Night. The treemen were not perpetually human. They transformed into shadows of humanity only under the cover of darkness. When illuminated by sunlight, they returned to their ordinary state as mere trees. At that moment, Yan Huang suddenly comprehended something profound. He quickly lifted his gaze and noticed that every household had opened its doors, emerging from the stifling confines of their nighttime shelters. They inhaled the fresh air with gusto, engaging in their daily activities, a stark contrast to the night. It was no wonder that the streets were deserted at night. Everyone must have known that night belonged to the treemen. The patrons of the small tavern were evidently aware of this as well. Yet they had chosen not to inform him. Perhaps they assumed he was already in the know, or they intended to use the treemen to eliminate him. Yet, the former seemed unlikely. He had displayed such ignorance, daring to traverse the night alone. Surely, these cunning individuals could not have overlooked his lack of understanding. He had nearly fallen into their trap. Yan Huang inhaled deeply, then grasped the knife of family harmony and set off toward the small tavern. On the road, Yan Huang observed that the majority of the residents were ordinary individuals, though a fortunate few appeared in grotesque forms. When these fortunate beings manifested before the people, Yan Huang could perceive the colors of fear emanating from them through his eye of emotion. Yet, on the surface, everyone displayed profound respect and envy, showering praises upon them. After all, who would not be terrified upon witnessing such otherworldly appearances? Even Yan Huang felt a tinge of fear. However, survival was paramount. To endure in this place, they had to masquerade as admirers of the curator and appreciate those so-called artworks. As Yan Huang approached the tavern, some individuals he had encountered the previous day immediately recognized him, their faces paling as they hastily retreated into the establishment. Slamming the door shut and locking it with a resounding thud, Yan Huang gazed at them, a helpless smile gracing his lips. Why was this world so hostile to the virtuous? Reluctantly, he tightened his grip on the blade of family harmony and cleaved the door open. Good morning, everyone, he greeted. The patrons of the tavern stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out as they scrutinized Yan Huang. It's really you. You're still alive? Upon hearing this, Yan Huang tapped the hilt of his blade against his palm. It seems you were well aware of what transpired last night. The tavern-goers wore expressions of anguish. Pleading for mercy, we too have our reasons. What reasons? He inquired. Silence enveloped the small tavern in the early morning. Well, we simply wish to live better. To earn a bit more money, they finally admitted. Yan Huang regarded them with growing interest. Do share. Their faces grew grim, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before one finally spoke. If we could create some commendable artwork and gain the curator's approval, we wouldn't have to transform into monsters, nor would we need to fear how to survive in this town. You seem like an outsider, unaware of our circumstances. As you can see, this place is a bizarre town, especially since the curator established the Fantasy Museum, gaining fame and fortune, and then inexplicably engaging in this absurd art venture, attempting to fashion this into an international art town. Initially, it was bearable. It merely encouraged us to appreciate some artworks, to elevate our artistic sensibilities, and based on free creations, we would receive income. People discovered that they could earn money through simple crafts and casual paintings. And soon, no one was working. Consequently, with no one managing the essentials, water, electricity, or daily sustenance, everyone became engrossed in that nonsensical art. From beautiful paintings to sculptures, and then to increasingly incomprehensible creations, eventually. Even the tree people emerged. The more he spoke, the worse his complexion became, his body trembling more violently. With no one tending to basic necessities, the curator had audaciously appointed himself, allowing peculiar artworks to govern, and by the time everyone realized what was happening, the entire town had transformed into the curator's domain, with entries permitted, yet no exits. We have reported and complained, and there have been those who have criticized these so-called artworks. Yet, in no time, the curator dismissed their lack of artistic merit. Just a few days later, The individuals vanished. It was during a midnight stroll that I discovered. The tree people are alive, and all those incomprehensible, grotesque creations are indeed animated. Moreover, that face, it belongs to the very person who insulted the curator. The curator claimed that these tree beings were transformed from corpses in the hospital's morgue. But in truth, that is far from reality. He has sacrificed lives in pursuit of his art. Chapter 82. The Museum of Fantasies, an unexpected delight. As he spoke, the man's face contorted with terror, an innate fear coursed through him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Clenching his jaw, he persisted in expressing his thoughts despite the admonitions from those nearby urging him to cease. He yearned for someone to unveil the truth and dismantle the current chaotic circumstances. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, Yan Huang jested. "I assumed you were genuinely interested in these so-called works of art." The crowd responded with discontent. "I can appreciate a few beautiful paintings, but the mere act of haphazardly splattering colors or assembling grotesque imagery is beyond my comprehension. If it weren't for survival, who would willingly subject themselves to such drivel? It's revolting." As he spoke, the surrounding individuals continued to implore him to remain silent. "What if someone reports you? It could spell disaster. You would be discarded as refuse." The man recognized the gravity of the situation and, after a moment of internal conflict, chose to hold his tongue, casting a complex gaze towards Yan Huang. Yan Huang acknowledged the unspoken message conveyed in that glance with gratitude. He inquired, "What happens if one is deemed refuse?" The other, eyes cast down, gestured towards a distant point. "They will be destroyed." Yan Huang followed the direction of the gesture and beheld a chair, reminiscent of his father from this replica world. The chair was being hoisted by individuals, who shouted, "What are you doing? Let go of me. I merely need a moment to rest. What do you intend to do with me?" Soon enough, he would learn the grim fate awaiting the chair. They brandished an axe, securing the chair in place. A supporter who could no longer sustain others had effectively forfeited their purpose, destined to be discarded as refuse. At the entrance of the room's garden, several individuals restrained the chair. A man wielding a hefty axe brought it down mercilessly upon the chair's leg. Accompanied by a horrendous scream, one leg was severed, blood splattering. The dismembered leg was carelessly cast aside, and the axe was raised for a second strike. With each brutal blow, the chair ultimately ceased its cries. The destruction was complete. The remnants of the chair's legs were not discarded, but rather firmly planted in the earth. Yan Huang bore witness to the entire scene, his heart filled with shock, utterly unprepared for such a brutal method of annihilation. He pressed his lips together as a nearby individual explained, "Failed works return to nature, dust to dust, a part of the grand narrative of art. Much like fallen leaves returning to their roots, it symbolizes a form of restitution. It is the repurposing of waste." These are the curator's exact words. Listening to this discourse and gazing upon the unfolding tableau, a torrent of emotion swelled within Yan Huang's chest. Perhaps what returns is not nature, but the awakened treemen of the night, their nourishment, their energy. The entire city operated under a peculiar order, firmly controlled by the instigator of this very order. If the so-called meaning one comprehends equates to art, then, within this distorted order, humanity reverses the natural course of growth, intervening in all yet maintaining an astonishing semblance of order. Could such a societal framework be deemed a form of art? A kind of art that eludes the understanding of the ordinary? Yan Huang inhaled deeply, contemplating the notion. Indeed, it could be argued as such. Countless peculiarities coalesce into a system, representing the grandest art of this world itself. Yet, this art serves but a select few, while the dictates of nature abide by the majority. Suddenly, a man before him fell to his knees with a thud. "I recognize your formidable prowess. If you possess the capability, I implore you to alter this predicament. Truly, it has become a struggle merely to survive." Yan Huang regarded the kneeling figure, momentarily enveloped in silence. This was merely a challenging instance, requiring survival for a full day to achieve victory. Yet, the stakes had now escalated. Yan Huang assessed his situation based on his entry time into this instance in the typical timelines of others. He estimated he had an additional 6 hours compared to the average participant. Those 6 hours, he had already endured. This implied that the true challenge of the Fantasy Museum had now commenced. The individuals surrounding him seemed to resonate with the man's plea, their gazes fixed upon Yan Huang, brimming with yearning. Their emotions were fervent yet ultimately conveyed in a subdued yet passionate manner. In this world, merely existing as a human had become a luxury. At any moment, they might be transformed into art or become part of it. Yan Huang could not ascertain whether he possessed the capability to effect change. He recalled the previous night's difficulties. Even before entering the Fantasy Museum, he had struggled immensely. Taking a deep breath, he He could only respond cautiously, I am unsure. But I shall do my utmost. In an instant, all around him knelt before Yan Huang. He was momentarily bewildered. Then, beside him appeared a man in a tailcoat, surveying the crowd with wary eyes. What are you all doing here? Such a large gathering? The crowd remained silent, instead offering sincere prostration to Yan Huang. Gratitude. The man in the tailcoat, witnessing this, became exhilarated. Oh, what a beautiful sight. I must capture this moment. I must document it. The curator will surely be delighted by such imagery. He then fixed his gaze upon Yan Huang, his eyes reflecting newfound admiration. This is an exquisite performance art. You are quite remarkable. Yan Huang pieced together the truth. These must be the inhabitants of the Fantasy Museum. The sudden kneeling of the surrounding people was twofold, sincere gratitude and an act of self-preservation. At that moment, an unusual emotion surged within Yan Huang. Though it was quickly subdued, he regarded the man in the tailcoat with gentle eyes, naturally articulating, "For this piece, I have paid a considerable price to persuade them." The man in the tailcoat nodded in approval. Indeed, art is eternally priceless. Have you chosen a name for this piece? Or shall we leave that honor to the esteemed curator? Yan Huang smiled and replied, "Oh, to have the curator name this work would indeed be a privilege." The man in the tailcoat perceived Yan Huang to be quite astute. "Indeed, you are a gifted individual. And it is remarkable that our town can boast of such a performance artist as yourself. I shall certainly introduce you to the curator, who will undoubtedly take great pleasure in your work." Coincidentally, the curator is currently seeking distinguished guests, and artists emerging from our locality are exceedingly rare. He will surely welcome you as a notable exception for this exhibition. Here, I have an invitation for you. Please accept it. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a limited time item for the hidden quest. Item: Invitation to the Museum of Imagination. Chapter 83, The Museum of Fantasies, The Quest for Invitations Quality. Item description. The Museum of Fantasies extends invitations each year to only 2 exceptionally talented artists to appreciate the curator's artistic prowess at its zenith. However, your presence has become an exception. As a local performance artist, you have caught the museum's attention. Although I must admit, this seems to be an extraordinary stroke of luck for you. Yan Huang scrutinized the invitation before him, noting its lack of distinction. Yet it undeniably pertained to the mission at hand, as entry into the Museum of Fantasies was requisite. He exhibited palpable excitement, even bowing in gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." The man in the tailcoat relished this moment, standing tall and adjusting his posture. "Very well, you have earned this. I must now attend to my patrol elsewhere." With that, he strode away, exuding an air of confidence. Once he had distanced himself, the crowd gradually rose from the ground. They encircled Yan Huang, their expressions taut with anticipation. Eyes brimming with hope. "Mr. Yan, we implore you." This was a gift bestowed upon Yan Huang from the people, a token of their utmost effort. Acknowledging their goodwill with a nod, he proceeded towards the Museum of Fantasies. As Yan Huang approached the museum, he took a moment to admire its exterior. A grand fountain adorned the perimeter, various peculiar sculptures creating an eerie harmony within the water, each exhibiting a unique form. Yet, Yan Huang discerned a subtle relationship among the creatures in the fountain, one of predation. From the seagrass at the center to the small fish, then to the long-tailed mermaids and some sea monsters, the scene appeared harmonious and joyous, yet it conveyed an overwhelming tension and sense of oppression. It was as if, with the slightest misstep, one could become prey. While Yan Huang may not fully appreciate this art, he could not deny the curator's remarkable talent. At that moment, a jarring screech pierced the air, the sound of tires grinding against the pavement. Following the noise, Yan Huang spotted 2 familiar figures. Lin Qi, tall and striking, possessed a face marked by distinctiveness, perpetually adorned with a smile. He exited the vehicle, kneeling theatrically as if to welcome his princess. Much like a character from a fairy tale. However, the princess had no such intentions. Lin Na cast a disdainful glance at Lin Qi before remarking, "Greasy beyond belief." With that, she promptly exited the car. Yan Huang squinted at them, careful not to draw attention. The vehicle remained stationary. Lin Qi sighed, addressing the car. Not allowing anyone to be killed in the vehicle is one thing, but not permitting us to retrieve the invitation when we're not all present is simply outrageous." As he spoke, he ambled back toward the car. Lin Na crossed her arms, her expression revealing impatience. Before long, Lin Qi emerged from the vehicle, now holding 2 invitations tucked within his coat. He cradled a completely bound little girl in his arms. Her eyes were filled with deep sorrow, and her mouth was sealed with tape. It was her first time feeling so utterly speechless in her life. What a dreadful beginning. Soon, her large eyes caught sight of Yan Huang behind her. Yan Huang met Zhang Luo's gaze from a distance, blinking playfully. Zhang Luo quickly established a mental connection. Goodness, I can't believe you're here. I thought you were under the car. Yan Huang replied, what is going on? Zhang Luo complained, don't even start. I've never felt so lost in my life. The game begins with me stuck here with these two in the car, and I can't see you at all. I can't fight back in here. They plan to kill me outright. Thankfully, the game doesn't allow murder inside the vehicle. And the NPC confiscated their invitation letters as a threat. Otherwise, what you would see now wouldn't be this adorable little girl, but rather a lifeless one. Yan Huang. Suddenly, he felt that his own predicament wasn't so terrible after all. Zhang Luo continued to glare resentfully at Lin Qi, as if accusing him of something while she was actually conversing with Yan Huang. Lin Qi probably hasn't noticed you yet. The invitation letters are all in their possession. We need to devise a way to retrieve them. Yan Huang suggested, should we just take them? Lin Qi is quite perceptive. I can't act freely under his watchful gaze. Plus, I'm still bound, so I can't do much, she replied. Yan Huang's lips curled into a smirk. You don't need to do too much, just wait for the right moment. Zhang Luo was puzzled. But when Yan Huang produced the illusion simulator, everything became clear. Lin Qi held Zhang Luo with one hand while handing the invitation letter to Lin Na with the other. Lin Na glanced at Zhang Luo casually as she received the invitation. We can't deal with this in the car. Let us take care of it now. Her talent is troublesome. Since Lin Na had spoken, I would, of course, comply. Lin Qi's slender, fox-like eyes scrutinized Zhang Luo before he broke into a smile. Listen. It's not me who wants to kill you. It's Lin Na. If you end up becoming the boss of this scenario, you can't hold me accountable. You must seek vengeance from Lin Na instead. Though I will protect Lin Na, if you grow too strong. Perhaps you could take us both down together, and if I could die alongside Lin Na, then I would have no regrets. As he spoke, his fingers morphed shape. Lin Na listened to his words with a shiver of discomfort. Zhang Luo, held by Lin Qi, looked utterly terrified, shaking her head repeatedly as if pleading for mercy. But pleas were of no use. Lin Qi hurled her body upward, aiming precisely before swiftly slicing down. In an instant, blood splattered. Zhang Luo's flesh was perfectly severed, blooming like a blood rose. The pieces of her flesh soared higher. Lin Qi suddenly sensed something amiss. The aura was no longer above. In the next moment, he swiftly turned, and Yan Huang appeared in his line of sight. His pupils constricted, and his first instinct was not to concern himself with Yan Huang, but rather to swiftly grasp the air beside the pocket containing the invitation. What he seized was not mere air, but a warm arm. It appeared that they possessed quite the impressive props. Alas, I was still quicker. Yan Huang had just employed the illusion simulator to manipulate Lin Qi's perception, causing the precise trajectory of his bone blade to shift, thereby severing the binding ropes that constrained Zhang Luo's movements, intending for her to stealthily procure the invitation during the ensuing chaos. Yet, in an instant, Lin Qi discerned their intentions through sheer intuition. Such acute perceptiveness even left Yan Huang in awe. However, after extensive study, how could the astute Yan Huang have overlooked this possibility? In the blink of an eye, Zhang Luo flashed a cunning smile. The hand that Lin Qi had seized began to materialize, the data for the retractable blade coalescing within her grasp. Swiftly aiming to strike Lin Qi, Lin Qi's eyelids fluttered, and in the moment his skin was pierced, he unhesitatingly severed Zhang Luo's arm. To his astonishment, as the blade penetrated Zhang Luo's skin, her arm simultaneously transformed into data. Data cleared. Zhang Luo's arm and the retractable blade buried within Lin Qi suddenly disintegrated into a radiant blue grid, allowing her to escape. With her remaining hand, she deftly grasped the invitation belonging to Lin Na. All of this transpired in what seemed like an instant. Lin Na was utterly oblivious. As she finally reacted to seize Zhang Luo, the latter, due to her shorter stature, crouched down to evade, perfectly eluding capture. Crouching, however, rendered her movement cumbersome. Lin Qi and Lin Na both seized upon this opportunity. Author's note, today, while shopping with my sisters, as the May Day holiday draws to a close. Shall I indulge in another chapter? Chapter 84. The Museum of Illusions. The pursuit of the invitation. Both individuals were intent on capturing Zhang Luo, each employing their unique abilities. Lin Qi, while mending his own injuries, swiftly extended his bone blade, aiming to pierce Zhang Luo's form. Meanwhile, Lin Na utilized her power to render her body malleable, akin to rubber, in an attempt to seize Zhang Luo. In response, Zhang Luo contracted her body and utilized a device that encased her within a sphere. The duo attempted to grasp the sphere, but upon contact, their hands inexplicably slipped away. Lin Qi's bone blade, having morphed its shape, significantly increased the adhesiveness of its cellular membrane. Nonetheless, this proved futile. Instead of securing the sphere, it propelled Jiang Luo forward. The velocity was astonishing. Had it not been for the sphere, she would have been crushed. Jiang Luo found herself spinning helplessly within the sphere, disoriented to the point of nausea. Fortunately, Yan Huang procured a large net from the system's marketplace, ensnaring Jiang Luo with precision. Emerging from her sphere, Jiang Luo handed the invitation to Yan Huang. He intended to commend her, but was taken aback as she promptly retched onto the ground. Jiang Luo, I'm going to be sick. Yan Huang, I noticed. He glanced at the sphere she had vacated. Item: absolutely smooth hamster ball, quality F, attribute, defense 1. Item description: perhaps you've played the game Hamster Ball? Oh, I mean this hamster of yours. Yan Huang's lips twitched. Truly, the dungeon contained a plethora of peculiar items. Jiang Luo consumed a pill to alleviate her dizziness and joined Yan Huang's side. Lin Qi and Lin Na wore disgruntled expressions, feeling completely outmaneuvered. Particularly now, they possessed no invitations, one had been torn, and the other pilfered by Jiang Luo. Utter nonsense. Lin Na cursed under her breath, her teeth clenched tightly. Lin Qi squinted, a sly smile gracing his face. Ah, it's good to see you again. We all thought you were under the car. It seems you arrived before us? Yan Huang held the invitation tightly in his palm, stating coolly, I arrived a tad earlier. I shall keep this invitation. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Qi lunged toward him with remarkable speed. Yan Huang distinctly remembered Lin Qi's agility rating of 4.9. That terrifying velocity rendered him nearly phantom-like. Furthermore, Lin Qi's strength attribute soared to 5.2. Undoubtedly the most extraordinary attribute value Yan Huang had encountered since entering the dungeon. With one swift motion, Yan Huang reinserted Jiang Luo into the absolutely smooth hamster ball, then tossed it toward the nearby fountain. Jiang Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as she flew through the air, shouting in outrage, Is this how you treat people? Yan Huang swiftly moved toward the fountain while remarking, Lin Qi appears quite fatigued. As Yan Huang's luck attribute increased, the probability of his abilities remained at 50%, however. The likelihood of achieving the desired outcome was subtly enhanced. Yan Huang had previously ventured into the practice room of the instance to experiment, and now his result from lies indicated that the chance of attaining his desired outcome had risen to 80%. Moreover, it is said that those who smile often do not suffer from poor fortune. For a fortunate individual, 80% is merely symbolic. Lie judgment, opposing event, judgment successful. Judgment result: Lin Qi previously suffered damage from the knife of family harmony to his neck, causing the curse effect to reoccur, resulting in fatigue and a 20% decrease in ability. Lin Qi's speed had evidently diminished, although he remained swift. It was sufficiently slow for Yan Huang to reach the fountain. If his assumptions were correct, Lin Qi was still unaware of the hidden rules within the Fantasy Museum. Art is paramount. Lin Qi's fist was about to strike, yet Yan Huang did not evade. The bone dagger slowly approached his body. Lin Qi grinned at Yan Huang. Deceiver, stealing is not a commendable habit. You shall be punished. With that, he unleashed his punch with ferocity. Yan Huang's right chest was pierced. The chilling dampness splattered onto his face. Lin Qi was startled awake by the cold wetness. Damn it, another illusion. He had shattered not Yan Huang's head, but rather the sculpture in the fountain. Blood oozed from his lacerated skin as he stood awkwardly amid the collapsed fountain sculpture, drenched in water. His gaze, once cunning, now revealed its malice, fixating on Yan Huang, who was releasing Jiang Luo from the sphere. Jiang Luo lay on the ground, her small face pale as a ghost. With a despondent voice, she lamented, Yan Huang. Yan Huang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Circumstances forced my hand. Your attributes are lacking. Jiang Luo retorted, How infuriating. I will devise a way to enhance my attributes. From now on, I shall focus on agility. When it comes to fighting, I will outrun anyone. And I shall not suffer like this. Observing the scene before him, the doctor felt a slight pang of emotion, quickly replaced by disgust. He had underestimated the situation. At that moment, a knife appeared in his hand. Yan Huang recognized it as a weapon forged from the spines of individuals with combat-type talent, whom the doctor had slain within the instance. Its quality was nearly equivalent to D-, with attributes of Strength 5, Curse 1, Forbidden Healing 1. This attribute, combined with his own, had far surpassed 10, which was why Yan Huang regarded it with such apprehension. In terms of strength, equipment, and combat ability, Lin Qi stood among the elite of the newcomers. If one were to identify a weakness, it would be his utter eccentricity. His behavioral logic served as both his greatest defense and his most significant vulnerability. Should one decipher his behavioral patterns, it would reveal a fatal flaw. If not, one would find themselves ensnared in his intricate schemes. Although Lin Chi harbored a desire to kill him, his greater inclination was to inflict torment upon him. Lin Chi would deliberately spare his life, for it was only through such restraint that the utmost pleasure could be derived. In Lin Chi's eyes, he was merely a beast trapped in a cage. However, at this moment, Lin Chi's demeanor had evidently shifted. The instant he unsheathed the evil spine greatsword, Yan Huang comprehended this transformation. The Deceiver. I must now take this seriously. Yan Huang's heart raced as Lin Chi prepared to strike. In that fleeting moment, Yan Huang once again activated the illusion simulator. Frequent utilization of such mentally taxing abilities and items would typically result in a marked decline in his condition. Yet this time, he deemed it worthwhile, as it revealed to him that the illusion simulator had become ineffective against Lin Chi. Lin Chi let out a derisive laugh, enhancing his sense of smell with his powers to accurately discern Yan Huang's location. I told you, I am now serious. Are you still merely toying with me? His blade was aimed at Yan Huang's true form. A slight movement graced Yan Huang's lips as he exclaimed, "Report. Someone is damaging a precious work of art." Chapter 85, The Museum of Fantasies, utilizing the rules just as the sinister spine greatsword was about to pierce Yan Huang's body, he collapsed into the fountain. Instantly, countless merfolk leaped forth from the water. To be precise, they were fish with human faces. These peculiar creatures evaded Yan Huang and, without warning, lunged at Lin Chi, intent on tearing him apart. Lin Chi's eyes widened in alarm. He had never carried any defensive equipment. Fortunately, Lin Na swiftly stepped forward, conjuring a massive shield that shielded both her and Lin Chi. Lin Chi, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "Lin Na, you've come to my rescue. I'm so touched." Lin Na shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Get lost, don't disgust me." With that, she brazenly abandoned her ally, attempting to flee with her equipment. However, Lin Chi blocked her path with his bone dagger, pleading, "Lin Na, you can't abandon me." Lin Na let out a frustrated click of her tongue, regretting her decision to assist. The fish with human faces landed on the ground, miraculously sprouting tiny human legs, albeit in a juvenile form. Yet, they were sufficient to support their stance as they bared their sharp teeth, ready to devour those who had disrupted the fountain. Their numbers were absurdly overwhelming, and even more merfolk continued to leap from the water, leaving Lin Chi and Lin Na unable to divert their attention. Jiang Luo maintained a mental connection with Yan Huang. He relayed some rules to her, which alleviated her fears. She hurriedly pulled Yan Huang from the water, inquiring, "Is the invitation letter damaged?" Yan Huang, holding the invitation, playfully tapped Jiang Luo's face with it, assuring her, "I placed it in my backpack. Don't worry." Jiang Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. The well-being of the human was secondary, but the integrity of the invitation was paramount. In no time, upon receiving a report, two sharply dressed administrators emerged from the museum, one of whom was the man in a tailcoat who had previously given Yan Huang the invitation. Their expressions were grim as they approached with haste. They surveyed the damaged fountain, their faces turning a shade of green with indignation. What audacity! To dare destroy the curator's magnificent artwork. We shall act on behalf of the curator and punish you severely. You shall remain by this fountain, to serve as their substitute forever. The two were incensed. Suddenly, the man in the tailcoat noticed Yan Huang, exclaiming in surprise, "Teacher Yan, you have arrived. How has it come to this?" Yan Huang pointed at Lin Chi, stating, "He pushed me." Lin Chi responded with a puzzled expression. The man in the tailcoat, filled with rage, pointed at Lin Chi and berated, "You uncouth individual. Those of your ilk who fail to respect art and artists deserve to languish in a filthy vessel as a warning to others." He instructed the other suited man, "Take Teacher Yan and this young Teacher Jiang inside first. I will deal with this boorish fellow." The suited man nodded and courteously bowed to Yan Huang and Jiang Luo, saying, "Teacher Yan, young Teacher Jiang, please." Yan Huang smiled, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." The two followed the suited man to the entrance of the Museum of Fantasies, which was secured with an iris password lock. The suited man deftly unlocked the grand door. The interior of the museum was shrouded in darkness, seemingly extending into distant corridors, rendering it difficult to discern what lay within. The man in a suit smiled and said, "Please, you too." Witnessing this, Lin Chi and Lin Na were momentarily taken aback. Lin Na could not help but inquire, did they not possess only one invitation? How can two individuals be allowed entry? This defies the rules. Lin Chi, too, was intrigued, his expression settling into a calm demeanor as one hollow eye and one normal eye fixated on the man. Sweat began to bead in his palms as he squinted. sensing something amiss. The Fantasy Museum explicitly stated that only 2 artists would be invited each year to tour its hallowed halls. In this instance, the 2 invitees were Lin Na and Jiang Luo. The invitations had initially appeared in their possession, yet Lin Qi had ultimately seized them, one of which Jiang Luo had personally destroyed. According to the rules of the Fantasy Museum, a single invitation permitted entry for only 1 person. Lin Qi's curiosity deepened. Yan Huang could hear their voices, and at this juncture, there was no longer any need for concealment. He felt within his pocket and, upon inspection, revealed an invitation. With a gentle slide of his thumb, it transformed into 2. My apologies, I possess 2 invitations. His smile remained affable. Such a smile was exceedingly irksome in Lin Qi's eyes. He had been deceived. He had been played from the very beginning. The torn invitation remained in his pocket, implying that the trickster had possessed one all along. No wonder the calculator had acted with such decisiveness in destroying it. Gritting his teeth, he let out a cold chuckle, his body trembling with incredulity. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Deceiver, you are quite something. You have managed to make me suffer repeatedly. I am increasingly intrigued by you. Yan Huang, hands tucked into his pockets, regarded him with amusement. Then turned to the man in the tailcoat. Sir, may I have the honor of witnessing the entire process of you transforming him into a work of art? The man in the tailcoat appeared somewhat flabbergasted. Of course, Teacher Yin, it would be my honor. You are someone our curator has eagerly anticipated. Thus, the man in the tailcoat was eager to proceed. Jiang Luo could not resist commenting. Why do the NPCs in the 2 scenarios we played with you have such a sense of ceremony? It's rather elegant. Yan Huang chuckled ruefully. Next time, let us select one without such formality. Jiang Luo replied. All right then. The 2 awaited the moment when Lin Qi would be transformed into an art piece. Although they did not believe he would easily meet his demise, Lin Na quietly instructed, just leave the eyes. Upon receiving the command, Lin Qi's excitement surged as he stowed his sinister spine greatsword back into his backpack. The next moment, he stepped out of the range of the man-faced fish. His entire being adorned with protruding, sharp-boned blades, tightly encased by his skin, as if it were a natural formation. The man-faced fish was impaled the instant it made contact with Lin Qi. The man in the tailcoat, sensing something amiss, gripped a firearm tightly, aiming it at Lin Qi. In the next moment, he pulled the trigger, and a luminous projectile pierced Lin Qi's body. Yet, astonishingly, it seemed ineffective. The man in the tailcoat widened his eyes in terror, exclaiming, how could the curator's power be of no effect? Lin Qi smiled, the corners of his mouth curling upward, because the restoration of both body and spirit is the essence of a physician's duty. With that, he plunged a blade through the man in the tailcoat, skillfully extracting his spinal column and discarding it upon the ground. Witnessing this gruesome act, Yan Huang and Jiang Luo felt a chill run down their spines. Jiang Luo hastily hacked into the information of the firearm that lay upon the ground, only to be dragged away by Yan Huang. The man in the suit, equally terrified, fled into the confines of the Illusion Museum. Lin Qi observed as the 2 retreated and shut the museum doors, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. How cowardly. Yet, we shall pursue them shortly. Wouldn't you agree, Lin Na? His face was smeared with blood as he flashed a radiant smile at Lin Na. Overcome by fear and revulsion, she said little. Instead, approaching the corpse of the man in the tailcoat, her nails pressed against the still bleeding back. The blood, seeping along her fingertips, entered her body. Chapter 86. The Museum of Illusions, the curator upon the completion of the DNA analysis, revealing the genes responsible for external traits. Lina withdrew her fingers and leisurely approached the grand entrance of the museum. In reality, she was already a top-tier celebrity, adored by countless admirers, possessing an unparalleled beauty and grace that set her apart amongst women. With a mere closure of her lips and a few strides, her commanding presence became palpable. Her cascading curls swayed rhythmically with her movements, providing a visual delight from any angle. Her eyes, originally a light shade of brown, bore a hint of mixed heritage charm. But soon, as her pupils dilated, the hue darkened significantly. She directed her gaze toward the iris switch at the museum's entrance. Immediately, the lock emitted 2 beeping sounds. Unlocking with ease. Lina turned to Lin Qi and said, "It's ready, let us enter." Lin Qi approached slowly, marveling at Lina's prowess. He believed that one day, she would once again evoke that sense of beauty within him. After all, her ability to transform was remarkable. Prior to their entrance, Yan Huang had already deployed a low-level omnidirectional detection system at the doorway. Although he had previously familiarized himself with Lina's talent for altering her appearance and physique, witnessing the practical application of her gift left him in awe. Indeed, each individual's talent was formidable. However, what limitations did Lina's extraordinary abilities entail? Yan Huang could not ascertain, leaving him at a loss for a specific strategy to counteract it. He turned to Jiang Luo beside him and said, Xiao Luo, from this moment on, we must maintain our mental bridge without interruption. We must utilize it at all times. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. While maintaining the mental connection was not overly taxing for her, prolonged usage could become somewhat strenuous. Nevertheless, she understood Yan Huang's reasoning. We must leave this place. It would be troublesome if they caught up with us. As they conversed, the two swiftly made their way into the depths of the Museum of Illusions. Surrounding them was an impenetrable darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Fearing the loss of critical clues, Yan Huang procured a flashlight to illuminate their surroundings, only to discover nothing but wooden walls adorned with a myriad of peculiar and aesthetically pleasing symbols. Suddenly, an exquisite melody wafted through the air, enchanting and mesmerizing, as if it could sway the very minds of those who heard it, compelling them to draw nearer. Fortunately, both players possessed high intellect attributes, enabling them to resist the allure. Yet, driven by curiosity, they followed the sound. Behind them, the grand entrance had swung open. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo dashed forward. Lina and Lin Qi, too, were captivated by the siren's song. Lina, lacking the same mental fortitude, succumbed entirely, her eyes glazing over. It was Lin Qi who, without hesitation, plunged a bone knife into her flesh, the sharp sting jolting her back to reality. Lin Na, you mustn't lag behind, he admonished. If you can't keep pace, you can wait for me outside. Lina's face darkened, and she let out a cold huff. It's just an accident. Although Lin Qi was affected, he managed to maintain his composure. He modified his neural cells to prevent his excitatory neurotransmitters from being devoured, allowing for prolonged action. In this manner, he could resist the control of the enchanting song. Let us go. Lin Qi moved swiftly, showing no regard for Lina as he left her behind. Lina did not expect much from him and simply followed quietly. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo pushed open the large door at the end of the room. The massive iron door creaked as it opened. A resplendent blue-white light flooded in, akin to natural sunlight streaming into an underwater realm, causing the light to ripple over them like flowing water, with bubbles rising gradually, making one feel as if they were submerged in the depths of the sea, nearly forgetting to breathe. Though merely separated by a door, it felt as though they had transitioned into an entirely different world. Just beyond the door, a shimmering azure sea was visible. A school of fish and shrimp swam by, and the ocean dominated their view. Yet it appeared to be enveloped by something entirely concealed from the outside, shattering all laws of force that could be found in nature. Yan Huang, curious, reached out to touch the shallow sea, which felt damp. The melodious song still lingered in the air, and upon closer inspection, it emanated from a glass enclosure directly across from them. A pale gray curtain obscured the view, behind which several graceful and ethereal figures could be discerned. They had long, flowing hair akin to seaweed, concealing their human upper bodies. While their fishtails were long and beautiful, they sang in unison behind the curtain, creating a scene so stunning that both Yan Huang and Jiang Luo were taken aback. The sound of flowing water accompanied them. Even Lin Qi momentarily forgot his intent to confront Yan Huang. At that moment, a voice resounded, "Welcome, my esteemed guests. You have arrived." The voice was intricate and remarkably lively, as if uttered by a multitude in perfect harmony. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound. Before them, in front of the curtain, stood a man clad in pure white, his back to them. He slowly turned, arms outstretched. His face was exceptionally beautiful, resembling a divine creation, exquisitely crafted without a single flaw. He was enveloped in white fabric, revealing only his face. "Welcome to the Museum of Fantasies. My esteemed guests, please enter." He stood firmly in the water, with minimal bubbles surrounding him. The legendary curator of the museum had finally made an appearance. Yan Huang was taken aback by the man's appearance. He dared not let his guard down, fearing unforeseen complications. Behind him, Lin Qi scoffed, "Fraud. Are you not going in?" Yan Huang ignored him. Lin Qi, too, was not in a hurry to act against Yan Huang in front of the museum curator. He was a clever individual and dared not create a disturbance before confirming the information in the curator's presence. If he were to inadvertently attract attention, it could lead to trouble. Lin Qi continued to taunt Yan Huang, "Fraud, you're not afraid, are you? Why don't you go over?" Yan Huang spoke sincerely, "Indeed, I'm afraid." Lin Qi responded, "It's rare to see you in fear." Yan Huang replied, "Not so rare. I have numerous fears. If you're unafraid, please proceed." Lin Qi, unfazed, boldly stepped forward into the aquatic realm. Being overly cautious could lead to missed opportunities. In the next moment, his face flushed, eyes widened. and his body began to float uncontrollably. This was evidently the posture of drowning. Lin Chi struggled in anguish, yet his body remained unresponsive in the water. He soon succumbed to unconsciousness. However, almost immediately, he broke into an exaggerated laugh, proclaiming, "I am dead. Just pretending." Ha! Yan Huang and Jiang Luo gazed at him with impassive expressions. Such familiar lines. Had it not been for Lin Chi's demeanor, which lacked any semblance of panic, they might have believed him. The two averted their eyes from Lin Chi, fearing that another glance might render them mad. They silently ventured into the watery world. Lin Na also quietly followed suit, feeling embarrassed. Lin Chi clicked his tongue and fell back to the ground from the center of the water. How dull. This underwater realm was extraordinarily enchanting. Walking within it evoked an indescribable sensation. One could breathe, feel solid ground beneath their feet, leap with ease, and swim freely. It was as if one had entered a fantastical world governed entirely by their own imagination. The four approached the museum curator. His gaze was fixated on the figure of a mermaid concealed by a curtain, his eyes reflecting a yearning and reverence, as if she were a deity to him. "I am delighted that you have come here. For the time being, allow me to guide you through my museum. Behold, this is my pride and joy. The mermaid. Are they not beautiful?" The shadows of the mermaids danced vibrantly behind the curtain, their melodies resonating endlessly. Yet, Yan Huang sensed something amiss. He inquired, "Curator, why do you not unveil the curtain?" The curator paused in silence for a moment, then smiled at Yan Huang, responding patiently, "Because they are still merely unfinished products." Author's note, 2,500 words, somewhat stuck, unable to progress. I will go organize my thoughts. Chapter 87. The Museum of Illusions. Parting the curtain. Imperfect creations are insufficiently refined, for their structure fails to embody the essence of nature. They cannot truly become a part of the world, instead being cast aside. The magnificent art that elicits awe and admiration from the world itself is what deserves to be embraced. Half-finished works represent a dereliction of responsibility towards the world, towards me, and towards the audience. Thus, I drape a curtain over them, concealing their forms, awaiting the moment they can seamlessly integrate into the world, when all shall marvel at their beauty and the impact they evoke. As the curator spoke, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. A smile graced his lips, his body, shrouded in pure white fabric, resembled a moving canvas, a pristine world yet to be adorned with color. The listeners each held their own thoughts, while Yan Huang observed the curator intently, intrigued by what lay beneath the white cloth. He had just glimpsed a section of fabric clinging closely to the curator's form, exhibiting irregular movements. Soon after, the curator murmured softly, "But they will soon be completed. Tonight, they will surely be finished. Everything within this museum shall become witnesses to the birth of a beautiful world." His gentle smile enveloped all in a refreshing warmth. In this oceanic realm, he reveled in his dreams. Both Yan Huang and Jiang Luo remained largely silent, for they had seen Lin Chi tugging at the adjacent curtain. Crouching on the ground, one hand grasping the fabric, Lin Chi curiously inquired, "Curator, I am so curious about what you mentioned. What might these half-finished creations be like?" As he spoke, he swiftly tore a portion of the curtain apart, eliciting astonished gazes from those around him. With a rip, the tightly adhered curtain yielded to his efforts. Even Lin Chi, endowed with remarkable strength, could only manage to pull down a small section that barely reached his height. A brighter luminescence emanated from within, casting shimmering reflections that danced across the ground. Both the curator and Lin Na were momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Huang and Jiang Luo hurriedly glanced at the opening in the curtain, eager to discover the nature of this so-called half-finished creation. Perhaps the mermaid within was equally startled by the sudden breach, as her graceful figure swiftly approached. Simultaneously, the curator trembled with fury. The myriad overlapping voices that had already filled the air turned even more menacing. "You wretched blasphemers!" As he spoke, the surrounding oceanic realm began to swirl rapidly in a clockwise motion. Soon, a whirlpool emerged, its growing force threatening to draw them in. The four of them instinctively adopted defensive stances, yet the terrifying pull proved overwhelming. The once semi-terrestrial oceanic world turned unbearably heavy, constraining their abilities. They were inevitably swept into the water, spiraling towards the whirlpool's eye. Lin Na erupted in a tirade. "Lin Chi, must you be such a fool?" Yet Lin Chi remained unfazed, merely clicking his tongue dismissively. Lin Na was angered, and he uttered apologies profusely. Reluctantly, he resolved to conclude this chapter. With that, he opened his eyes. The world he beheld was unlike that of any other. He could perceive no colors, no forms. Instead, he saw a series of monochromatic shapes, each representing the essence of a soul. Each soul appeared as a monstrous entity, devouring one another in their chaotic interactions. In his realm, beauty was non-existent. Only the stark reality of human thoughts and the grotesque ideologies of existence remained. The curator before him emanated the most intricate thoughts he had ever witnessed. His body seemed to harbor countless ferocious beasts, each with a distinct expression. All united in their fury over the torn curtain, he swiftly maneuvered through the depths, propelling himself toward Yan Huang. Deceiver, grant me a platform, and I shall spare your life in this realm, he declared, launching himself toward Yan Huang's hands. Yan Huang instinctively raised his arms in defense, but was still sent sprawling by the force of a kick. He dared not close his eyes. Nor did he dwell on thoughts, instead focusing intently on Lin Qi, who shot forth like an arrow. Mid-flight, he conjured this sinful spinal sword and aimed it at the curator. It was said that those from tarot often vanquished the gods within the chapters, and due to their unique abilities, each kill could culminate in a TE line, sealing the chapter. Yan Huang was curious to discern the nature of this special power. Moreover, should the curator indeed fall, he would be next. Lin Qi would not allow him to leave the chapter alive, not with the title of newcomer king at stake. He braced himself for what was to come. In the midst of his concentration, he unexpectedly noticed the curator's hand resting upon the torn curtain. Delicate tendrils emerged from him, quietly stitching the rift. Tendrils? A wave of anxiety washed over Yan Huang, quickly followed by a smile. Jiang Luo's voice echoed in his mind. Yan Huang, you are about to exploit the newcomer king. Yan Huang steadied his glasses, nearly dislodged by the rush of events. It's not so simple. Curator, you want to perish easily. Jiang Luo was filled with confusion. Although the chapter's level had been elevated to E, Lin Qi wielded this sinful spinal sword, with a power attribute exceeding 10, an extraordinary feat. Slaying a boss of an E-ranked challenge should pose no significant challenge. At that moment, Lin Qi glided effortlessly across the curator's neck. As the neck fell, blood erupted forth, swiftly spreading through the underwater realm, saturating the air with a metallic sweetness. Was it about to conclude? No, he would reconstruct. Yan Huang murmured softly. At that instant, Lin Qi sensed impending danger and retreated hastily, propelled by the force of the whirlpool. However, to his astonishment, the surrounding water seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, lowering its level in the blink of an eye. Within mere seconds, the fish and shrimp were left leaping upon the dry ground. The four, buoyed by the rising water, plummeted rapidly, landing abruptly on the floor. It turns out that the water did not simply vanish. Rather, it coalesced into an infinitely dense water whip, binding him securely. The overwhelming water pressure caused Lin Qi's eyes to widen, as if he were being severed. Observing this, the crowd instinctively sought to flee the Hall of Illusions. Yet, before them lay an intricate web of countless water lines, effectively sealing off their escape routes. Yan Huang tentatively reached out with a finger. The moment it made contact with a water line, he was met with a sharp cut, drawing blood. Jiang Luo and Lin Na, witnessing this, dared not advance any further. Their steps faltered. Lin Qi's head and limbs were completely severed by the powerful torrent, the visual impact striking. The curator, who had previously lost his head, stood there. His fingers, tightly bound by bandages, raised high. Yan Huang and the others could not help but swallow hard. In the next moment, vines sprouted from the severed neck of the curator, reattaching his head. After his fury, he still retained an aura untouched by the mundane world. Rest assured, I merely wish to administer a slight reprimand. I hope you do not recklessly destroy my creations. Such a dreadful conclusion to life is a profound insult to existence. I apologize for my rudeness. Chapter 88. The Museum of Fantasies, each with their own schemes as if nothing had transpired. Lin Qi had delivered a blow that was unmistakably fatal. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that grievous wound had miraculously mended. Undoubtedly, the curator possessed formidable powers. The torn curtain had reverted to its original state, obscuring the mermaids from sight. Yan Huang and the others remained composed, refraining from any reckless actions. He had underestimated the challenge posed by the quest-type scenarios. In the next moment, Lin Qi's severed head, detached by the rushing waters, rotated once before facing the ceiling, sporting a signature grin. Ah, how painful. My neck feels twisted. The curator, somewhat taken aback, regarded him. His gaze had been meticulously observing everyone, allowing him to extend invitations to those deemed appropriate. Among those in the vehicle, Lin Na and Jiang Luo possessed qualities that attracted him. Yet, Lin Qi remained an enigma he could not decipher. Lin Qi was a complex individual. He consistently feigned interest in everything. However, in truth, he was apathetic. His emotional fluctuations profoundly peculiar. He was a person so inscrutable that even one endowed with the sharpest artistic vision could not comprehend him. Those whose inner selves remain obscured are ill-suited to become works of art. Art requires a clear inner world and expression. Thus, invitations had been extended to Lin Na and Jiang Luo. Yet now, the curator found himself intrigued by this man, who had survived the severance. Lin Na, could you help me reattach my limbs? It's quite troublesome to move. Lin Na's expression was not particularly pleasant, as this was hardly a charming sight. She strode purposefully towards Lin Qi's dismembered form, cradling his head. Lin Qi beamed happily within her grasp. Lin Na, you were truly kind to me. Lin Na refrained from responding, fearing he might become overly attached. She placed Lin Qi's head back onto his body. The unmistakable crimson seemed visibly knitting itself together at an astonishing rate. She then reassembled 2 hands and a leg for him. The remaining leg, you shall manage yourself. Lin Qi pouted slightly, finding her stingy demeanor amusing. Nevertheless, even a parsimonious Lin Na was endearing. He hobbled on 1 foot, leaping towards his leg and bending down to retrieve it, waving it at the curator in a display of pride before reconnecting it to his body. The curator observed this spectacle, his eyes lighting up. A treasure, this Lin Qi is indeed a gem. His corporeal form was the most precious of materials. The ability to control cells, the capacity to alter form at will, and the brain that could serve as a colossal control center. The curator was nearly overwhelmed by his emotions, a smile blossoming upon his face. Yan Huang keenly noted the curator's gaze sweeping over the other 3 individuals. It appeared that the curator had no intention of easily disposing of them. Yet, among them, only one was destined to survive. Such a dismal conclusion to life is indeed a grave affront to existence. What, then, does the curator deem as marvelous? Yan Huang discerned from his gaze that it was the other 3 individuals who fit that description. He himself did not. The curator would ensure that all those deemed extraordinary were granted a splendid finale, allowing their artistic blossoms to flourish. Confident in this belief, he approached the curator with a gentle smile and bowed deeply. Esteemed curator, I sincerely apologize for my inept brother's offense towards you. Please forgive him. As well as our rudeness, we were merely captivated by your astounding creations. We earnestly hope for further opportunities to appreciate your masterpieces. The curator raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling considerably more pleased. This man before him held little value, and his gaze shifted to the other 3. However, in pursuit of crafting the finest outcome, he decided to grant them a few chances. After all, art is inclusive and requires kindred spirits. A minor unpleasantness should not disrupt our shared passion. We can still embark on a delightful artistic journey. He acquiesced. Yan Huang's lips curved into a smile. Then let us venture together. He gestured towards the eastern corridor. I detected a delightful aroma emanating from that direction. May I explore it? At that moment, Jiang Luo bounded over, shaking Yan Huang's hand with a pitiful expression. Yan Huang, I wish to go that way. I just saw a glimmer of gems over there. So beautiful. No, I am older than you. You must listen to me and visit the eastern entrance first. I refuse. You must yield to me. My father instructed you to take good care of me. I want to head south. As she spoke, she dramatically flopped onto the ground, rolling from side to side in a fit of childlike stubbornness. Yan Huang scoffed. If you want to roll, then roll away. Go by yourself. Jiang Luo began to cry pitifully. Wah, you are mistreating me. I will call the police to have you arrested. Lina and Lin Qi, witnessing this spectacle, fell into silence, particularly Lina, a professional actress, who couldn't help but smirk at the pair's clumsy performance. What is this commotion about? The curator seemed to recall something, a smile shimmering in his eyes as he gently leaned towards Jiang Luo and said, If you wish to go there alone, you may. I have great trust in all those I invite. Jiang Luo immediately brightened. I have no problem with that. Yan Huang concurred. I have no objections either. I trust her completely. The curator was quite pleased with this outcome. In that case, splendid. I have been preparing an intriguing little game for each of our visiting friends. Initially, I intended to wait until nightfall to engage in this game, but given the circumstances, the time seems just right. In the museum, I have hidden 4 distinct little gifts in 4 different locations. Should you succeed in discovering these treasures, you shall truly become my friends, becoming companions of the Museum of Fantasies. This will grant you the privilege of unrestricted access to the museum, if you so wish. You may divide into 4 groups to seek out these gifts. Meanwhile, I shall remain here, completing my creation of the mermaid. I am confident that when you return with the 4 gifts, you will witness the finished masterpiece of the mermaid. I shall complete this creation before nightfall. Upon finishing his words, he gestured towards the steps, indicating a path that would allow the 4 individuals to separate. Upon hearing of the opportunity for unrestricted access to the museum, everyone took notice. They understood that this creature, impervious to death, would not succumb easily. The most prudent approach to conquer this challenge, for now, is the simplest one, surviving until the time limit. They prepared themselves for action, all the while being observed by the curator. Chapter 89, The Museum of Illusion. The appearance of the mermaid. The rules of the game were comprehended by all participants, each expressing no concerns. Particularly, Lina appeared exuberant to the point of nearly laughing in this context. Lin Chi gazed at Lina with pitiful, puppy-like eyes. Yet the absence of one eye rendered this expression more unsettling than endearing. "Lina, shall we walk together?" However, there was no way Lina would accompany him. She was eager to distance herself from Lin Chi. "No, please refrain. I would rather hasten to find the token and depart from this place." With that, she proceeded towards the northern passage. Lin Chi observed Lina's retreating figure with an eerie calmness. Perhaps feeling bored, he stifled a yawn before turning to Yan Huang. "Deceiver, shall we join forces? I am quite frightened." Yan Huang too turned towards the eastern passage. "No, I fear being with you." Thus, Lin Chi's gaze fell upon Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo felt unnerved under his scrutiny, instinctively knowing that following anyone would likely lead to adverse outcomes. She clasped her hands together and prayed to Lin Chi. "Do not accompany me. A good person is 24 years old." Lin Chi just happened to be 24. The little girl seemed to curse him, and after her incantation, she fled. Lin Chi regarded the others. "Is a good person truly 24? But I am neither good nor bad. I am merely a normal person." He turned to the curator. "Curator, should I exhibit signs of irritation at such a time?" The curator, taken aback by the question, paused momentarily, maintaining his enigmatic smile. "There is no should or should not. Each flower has its own admirer. If there are none, then it must appreciate its own beauty. This is the realm of the artist." Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, acknowledging the truth in his words. He tucked his hands into his pockets and proceeded towards the western passage. Upon reaching the entrance, he halted and fixed his gaze upon the curator. "I am not a flower. I am a human, a normal human. You must not ruin my flower, or I shall be quite upset. At the very least, you cannot deliberately damage my flower." His flower was the first vibrant hue he had encountered since birth. For the sake of his flower, he transformed from 07 to Lin Chi. Although he had not witnessed that flower bloom in a long time, he firmly believed that one day he would behold it again. It was the beauty he had glimpsed in the psychiatric hospital, seen on the silver screen. A beauty belonging to the world. The beauty he had relentlessly pursued. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, the curator remained silent for an extended period. A smile graced his hallowed visage. "I hold great admiration for you. Thus, I shall grant your flower a chance. I will not seek her out. But should she inadvertently encounter me, then—" He left the sentence unfinished, yet the outcome was clear to all. For at the moment Lin Chi tore aside the curtain, he had already glimpsed what the so-called semi-finished mermaid resembled. Lin Chi laughed joyfully. "Director, you are truly a good person." The director remained silent. Lin Chi then stepped into the passage. Upon her entry, the director lifted his gaze to the silhouette beneath the curtain. "I shall complete you this very night. I will meticulously craft a world of perfection, even if no one understands me. However, there exists an abundance of misunderstood art. I will ensure that all gradually come to comprehend it. Let our world become the mainstream." With that, his gaze turned towards the eastern passage where Yan Huang had entered. "It seems you have discovered something." He had promised Lin Chi not to actively seek out Lin Na. He was also aware that he currently lacked the means to eliminate Lin Chi, and confronting her would only induce a headache. Therefore, the closest to the northern passage is you. After all, he needed to encounter her by chance. Moreover, his eyes had already beheld her. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo were continuously engaging in mental communication. Yan Huang relayed the suspicions he had uncovered to Jiang Luo. He instructed her to assist him in distracting the four individuals, which was the purpose of their endeavor. The guests the director invited were undoubtedly individuals he required. Based on the earlier logic of the chair and tree man, this mermaid was likely not a benign entity. One thing was certain. Anything that could manifest within the museum would not be a crude creation like the reshaping gun associated with the chair. Rather, it would necessitate meticulous refinement. Initially, Yan Huang and Lin Chi had not been within the director's considerations, implying that they had not caught his attention. It was indeed unexpected for Yan Huang to receive an invitation, up until Lin Chi had recklessly revealed her abilities. The director's gaze upon the three of them allowed Yan Huang to deduce, "You will serve as the raw materials for his creations, just like the other missing individuals." Jiang Luo pondered. "So the intention behind separating us is," Yan Huang interjected, "to have him eliminate Lin Chi and Lin Na on our behalf." Jiang Luo queried, "Have you considered that I might also be eliminated?" Yan Huang replied, "Indeed." Jiang Luo was left in disbelief. What does that indeed signify? You are instilling a sense of insecurity in her. She is merely an assistant. She possesses no combat prowess. Once separated from her teammates, it becomes exceedingly difficult for her to survive in such a challenging dungeon. Yan Huang countered. There is a 1/3 probability that it won't be you. You can calculate that for yourself. Zhang Luo rolled her eyes. Yet she was not flustered. Forget it. He will likely pursue Lin Na. I am safer compared to her. Yan Huang immediately sensed something amiss. You are so certain? Zhang Luo smirked mischievously. Well, you haven't seen what the mermaid truly looks like, have you? You have seen it? I have, but not clearly, Yan Huang remarked. However, I captured a photograph. Zhang Luo possessed an extraordinary talent, aside from lacking practical combat ability. Her eyes could function like a camera, transforming scenes into images stored within her mind. However, the side effect of such an ability is that it often leads her to suffer from severe headaches. Zhang Luo once mentioned that if one day the memory in her mind were to be exhausted, her brain might very well explode. Hence, Yan Huang dared not to envy her. Zhang Luo immediately transmitted that image into Yan Huang's mind. Yan Huang swiftly received the photograph. It depicted a figure concealed within the azure depths of the ocean, a long and exquisite fishtail, smooth and beautiful. It exhibited a graceful, undulating curve in the water, reminiscent of a dancer. Her lower half was perfection itself. Yet, her upper half was a source of chilling horror. Above the hips, there was no flesh, only white bones. Uncommon internal organs were ensconced within the bones, secured by a membrane, revealing a visible pulsation of the heart. Beneath a cascade of dense hair lay a flawlessly shaped human skull. Their mouths gaped wide, revealing numerous gaps. They existed in an astonishing form, singing. Chapter 90. The Museum of Fantasies. Whimsical, they indeed possess golden tresses that gleam like sunlight, under a radiant brilliance that defies identification of its source. Resembling ethereal beings of the ocean, free, fluid, and masterfully crafted, provided one overlooks the severed human bone. Their skeletal structure is the most exquisite that Yan Huang has ever witnessed. Unparalleled, even exuding a jade-like luster that evokes admiration. The skull faces the tattered curtain, a finger delicately brushing against its lips. If they were to possess flesh, their expression would surely be one of confusion. Having always dwelled in such a realm, they harbor an insatiable curiosity for the novelty that surrounds them, even if it manifests as a gaping void in their world. Yan Huang gazes at the photograph of the mermaid, finally comprehending why it is termed a semi-finished product, and more importantly, grasping why Zhang Luo assesses Lin Na's predicament as particularly perilous. Legends speak of mermaids, enchanting in form and unparalleled in beauty, whose melodious songs lure sailors closer, only for them to become entranced by their alluring visage. The current mermaid possesses everything except for one essential element, a beautiful skin. Lin Na's beauty is flawless, the epitome of perfection. Her allure transcends her present appearance, rather. It lies in her ability to transform into any visage that captivates the hearts of others. Her skin, her bones, her voice, her very essence. If the mermaid must indeed be completed tonight, it is unequivocal that all that is required is to don Lin Na's exquisite skin. Yan Huang chuckled softly, remarking, "In that case, you are indeed safe." Zhang Luo scoffed lightly. "Otherwise, why would I foolishly indulge in this charade? Do you think I value my life so little?" This was indeed true. Although Zhang Luo may not be as adept in the handling of numerous matters, her analytical prowess and crisis awareness are on par with, if not superior to, Yan Huang's. To ensure their cooperation, they had long been aware of each other's tools. Among Zhang Luo's arsenal, 9 out of 10 items are intended for preservation of life, while 1 is designed for deception. In summary, this girl is rather cunning. The two did not engage in further conversation, intent on swiftly locating the token while the curator's attention remained fixated on Lin Na. As Yan Huang traversed the eastern corridor, she encountered numerous artworks, most of which emanated a sense of hope and beauty. Each unique artwork bore a label detailing its name, followed by the author's designation, either the curator or attributed to the Museum of Fantasies. Beneath the author's name, additional names appeared, albeit lacking significant relevance, for they merely represented components. These included both non-biological and biological elements, evolving from flora to insects, and ultimately to rabbits, layer upon layer, until they culminated in humanity. Only humans possess human names. Some hearts, visible upon the walls, continue to beat, bestowed with the title of eternity. Some bodies were found, hollowed out of all their innards, and hung from the highest ceiling by ropes that constricted their necks. Their stiffened hands naturally assumed the posture of outstretched wings, allowing blood to trickle slowly through the gaping wounds in their abdomens, dripping onto the ground, a scene bestowed with the name of ideal reality. Indeed, as those in the tavern had previously informed him, once an image is endowed with a name, it transcends into the realm of art. Yan Huang suddenly felt a sense of refinement. He could fully grasp the meanings these expressions sought to convey. Yet, it was evident that many others might not comprehend. Not that they lacked understanding, but rather, in their eyes, art would forever pale in comparison to life. Yan Huang traversed the long corridor, where the light shifted momentarily. Along the way, he encountered numerous pathways. If his guess were correct, the entire fantasy museum was interconnected, a labyrinth of sorts. With every turn, he beheld vastly different scenes. Suddenly, he spotted a door inscribed with the words boundless imagination, though the inscription bore signs of having been crossed out, as if it had been mistakenly written. Furrowing his brow slightly, Yan Huang reached out to twist the doorknob. As the door creaked open, he was captivated by the vision that lay before him. In stark contrast to the outside aesthetic, this space exuded a dreamlike quality, reminiscent of the initial entrance into the museum where one felt enveloped by the ocean. However, here, warm light bathed the surroundings, teeming with life. The sounds of flowing streams and gentle breezes surrounded him, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of paradise, inviting him to relax. Suddenly, the sound of neighing horses drew his attention. As he turned, the door behind him closed automatically, gradually vanishing from sight. In his line of vision appeared a group of pure white horses, or rather, creatures resembling horses. They possessed immaculate wings, gracefully grazing on the verdant grass. Their eyes sparkled like diamonds, while long horns pierced through their skin, radiating bright light. At that moment, the ethereal steeds noticed Yan Huang, flapping their wings as they approached him, akin to welcoming guests. The sight was almost unbelievable, and he felt an uncontrollable urge to embrace them. They lowered their heads, aligning their horns toward Yan Huang's body, intent on piercing his heart, ensnaring him in this exquisite world until his very last breath. With a sharp thrust, their horns would penetrate him, transforming him into sustenance for this realm. In that moment, Yan Huang reached out to touch their chins, wielding the knife of harmonious family to viciously stab at their jaws. The unicorns gazed at him in disbelief as he swiftly severed their horns with fluid precision. Each horn that detached from the unicorns dimmed in brilliance, causing the world to gradually lose its luster. Little by little, the room became permeated with a foul stench. Before him lay not the pristine and beautiful forms of unicorns, but rather a procession of emaciated white ponies, their bodies marred by blood, so gaunt that their skeletal structures were visible. Their scalps bore lacerations, revealing abnormal protrusions upon their grayish bones. If one were to place the horns scattered upon the ground atop these frail creatures, an astonishing alignment would be observed. Their mouths exuded neither the sweetness of grass nor the fragrance of life, but instead an overwhelming stench of blood and decay. Their vacant, soulless eyes were fixated upon Yan Huang. Yan Huang surveyed his surroundings anew, the fetid remnants of flesh, the putrid innards, and an array of biological detritus. It dawned upon him why these beings were confined behind a door. They were deemed failures. These failures, still clinging to existence, were destined solely to alter their means of sustenance, grotesquely transforming into monsters. In this dimly lit chamber, they had become monsters. Curiously, these creatures exhibited no aggression towards Yan Huang. On the contrary, they trembled in fear, their bodies quaking as they knelt upon the ground, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Chapter 91. The Museum of Fantasies, the Unicorn Supplement. Yan Huang understood that it was not he that the unicorns feared, but rather the aura he exuded. Reminiscent of the Curator-S, an essence belonging to humans. They had grown amidst heaps of putrid blood, their gaunt forms trembling as if they might shatter at any moment. Yan Huang grasped the horn he had previously severed. Unicorn horn quality, E-function, induces a state of beautiful dreams. Item description. The curator of the Museum of Fantasies is an undeniable genius, possessing the power to wither and decay, along with unparalleled craftsmanship. He has created one enchanting world after another, all constructed upon the ruins that humanity fears and scorns. This item, a lure crafted through his diligent efforts, is intended to entice individuals into a realm of dreams. However, it seems they were not the curator's final choice. Yan Huang fixated on the unicorn horn in his hand, a lingering unease washing over him. He had not anticipated nearly falling victim to the illusion, fortunately. Jiang Yi's eye of emotion allowed him to perceive the agonizing emotions of the beautiful unicorns as they approached. It was this profound sentiment that awakened his rationality, prompting him to drive the blade into the unicorn's chin. In the dim light, the once pure white steeds, now stained with blood, were devoid of eyes. They lay prostrate on the ground, the one in the center, pierced by Yan Huang's blade, continued to bleed profusely. Perhaps due to its frailness, it possessed little blood, which soon drained away. They huddled silently in the pool of blood, emitting soft, sorrowful whimpers. Lacking sight, they relied solely on their sense of smell and hearing to navigate, likely having deduced that the person before them was not the curator, rendering them more docile. They were merely a pitiful assembly of failures. Yan Huang extended his hand to stroke the white horse before him. Does it hurt? The horse nudged its head gently against Yan Huang's body, seemingly beseeching him. Furrowing his brow, Yan Huang turned to see the wall behind him marred with bloodstains, as well as marks left by sharp objects. He softly inquired, "Do you wish for me to grant you freedom? Consider it an apology for this wound." The white horses, selected to become unicorns, naturally possessed an extraordinary spirituality. They could comprehend Yan Huang's words, recognizing his desire to assist them. Yet, faced with the prospect of freedom, they merely shook their heads. Yan Huang felt a twinge of confusion. The painful hues upon them had not faded in the slightest. In a moment that left him incredulous, the white horses performed an astonishing act. Once again, they all prostrated themselves, lowering their heads even more, their necks pressed to the ground, emitting soft whimpers. They stretched their necks as if awaiting an end. A tremor coursed through Yan Huang's heart as he reached out to touch the head of the horse he had struck. "Are you asking me to end your lives?" These horses could not articulate human speech, yet they consciously emitted sounds. Yan Huang remained motionless, yet leaned forward to nuzzle against Yan Huang's body, as if inquiring why action had yet to be taken. Yan Huang felt a slight movement in his throat, followed by a profound realization. Not all beings regard their existence as the pinnacle of life. There are winged creatures that crash against walls in despair, and faithful hounds that bid farewell before their final breath. Countless lives inhabit this world, each exhibiting myriad behaviors. When a vital part of their essence is lost, so too is their yearning for life extinguished. For instance, the horse before him, stripped of freedom, instinct, and sight. Yan Huang clenched his jaw, gently resting against the horse's side, leaning closer to its ear to whisper, "May you soar freely in your next life." With that, he plunged a blade into the horse's heart, mercifully ending its suffering. The surrounding horses remained undisturbed, awaiting their own inevitable end. They no longer longed for freedom. In this confined space, amidst the stench of decay, Yan Huang bid farewell to each white horse in turn, until he reached the last one. This horse was the smallest among the group. As Yan Huang approached, it gently nuzzled his head. When he offered it his farewell, it departed this world without a sound, devoid of any anguish. A weight settled upon Yan Huang's heart. Yet amidst this heaviness, he sensed something cool exuding from the horse's head resting on his shoulder. As he reached back, he indeed discovered something peculiar, a quarter-circle pattern adorned with a pair of wings. "Congratulations, player, you have acquired an important item, the unicorn's token." Important item, unicorn's token, quality, E, function, a design created by the curator of the Fantasy Museum, representing 4 of his proudest works. When these 4 creations are deemed unworthy, they are broken as tokens of his proud failures. The curator is always prepared to reactivate them. Yan Huang never anticipated receiving a token under such circumstances. Indeed, every act of kindness reaps its own reward. "Good night," he murmured, preparing to exit the room. Yet, as his hand grasped the doorknob, a surreal radiance emanated from behind him. Turning around, he beheld the unicorn horns he had severed, glowing on the ground. His brow furrowed slightly, alert to the phenomenon. Just then, the previously chaotic light began to intertwine in an orderly fashion. "Congratulations, player. You have unlocked hidden information, Unicorn Expansion Pack." The chaotic illumination coalesced into a vivid image. In this scene, the museum curator paraded proudly through the quaint town, accompanied by his fabricated unicorn. While the townsfolk outwardly praised him with cheerful smiles, inwardly, they felt a wave of revulsion. They understood that these unicorns were entirely the creations of this extraordinary curator, not born of nature. These horses were in anguish, for they were grotesque aberrations. They possess wings of pristine white, meticulously plucked one by one from the bodies of birds. They are adorned with horns that emit an otherworldly glow, crafted from the fusion of reshaped materials and rhinoceros horn. These horns, piercing through the skulls of horses and penetrating their very brains, lay bare their gruesome essence. Indeed, these horns can induce a state of intoxicating reverie. Yet, they are uncontrollable once the people realize the horror. Their vehement denunciations reach the ears of the curator hidden within the confines of the museum. Truly grotesque, a stench of blood, utterly repulsive. The very horns are driven through the skulls. The thought alone brings pain. How could such cruelty exist? And those wings, they are entirely composed of a single feather from a fledgling. They can even evoke hallucinations. It is genuinely terrifying. Today, it is the horses that suffer this fate. What of the future? The curator, attuned to the echoes of every sound, directed his gaze upon the unicorns. Chapter 92. The Museum of Fantasies. The curator's target is you. He tenderly embraced the unicorn, feeling both despondent and lost, gently stroking its chin while murmuring, "How could they defame you so? You are my most exquisite and cherished creation. Do not be disheartened. The path to artistic achievement is fraught with misunderstanding. They are merely afraid." He continued, "Once you learn to harness your horn, everyone will adore you and extol your virtues. You are the most marvelous beings." Unbeknownst to him, the unicorn's gazes were like still waters, devoid of emotion, despite their enchanting beauty. He often took the unicorns out of the museum, tirelessly training them to master their abilities. Ultimately, he came to a realization. Indeed, beings of lesser intellect could not accomplish great endeavors. They lacked the capacity to change the world. Disappointment clouded his eyes, replacing pride and aspiration with disdain as he regarded the unicorns with a scornful sneer. "You are indeed failures. I cannot allow such creations to exist." Thus, he severed their wings, gouged out their eyes, and confined them within the walls of his domain. As he slowly closed the door, those horses, now stripped of their unicorn identity, stood silently in the room. As failed creations, they were consigned to the place reserved for discarded remnants. The last sound heard was that of the curator's voice. "I shall create the most magnificent world." Gradually, the radiance atop the unicorn's horn faded, and all images dissolved, leaving only a prompt panel behind. The Museum of Fantasies DLC unicorn has concluded. DLC synopsis: they possess limited wisdom, do not yearn for wings, do not aspire to become fairy tales, nor seek admiration or respect. Their only desire is to exist on the plains, alongside other horses, yet unbeknownst to others, they have spun a tale. They have always held the power the curator desires. Yan Huang watched the entirety of the DLC, his emotions tangled in complexity. He felt a profound curiosity about what kind of world the curator sought to create. His obsession ran deep, and his standards for his creations were exacting. He abandoned the unicorns because they failed to meet his expectations, unable to conjure the world he envisioned. Once the unicorns learned to control their horns, to wield the power of illusion, to create the world he yearned for, much like the Song of Mermaids. However, Yan Huang surmised that what the curator desired was not an illusion, but a world steeped in reality. Perhaps he was nearing completion. A sudden thought struck Yan Huang, prompting him to exit quietly. The DLC was a token of gratitude from these small horses. He accepted it. As he stepped out of the room, he was able to reconnect to Jiang Luo's mental bridge once more. He had not been present in the room before. Yan Huang initially intended to inform her about their recent encounter. However, Jiang Luo was evidently more anxious than he was. "Yan Huang, I want to dwell on the reason why I couldn't reach you earlier. What I need to convey is, I just arrived at a crossroads and saw the curator. I briefly employed my divination abilities. His target is not Lin Na, but you. Although I am uncertain of his intentions, you must be extremely cautious. Remember to avoid him. Do not let your guard down." Jiang Luo's tone was tense, and Yan Huang could even envision her expression. Alas, it seemed a bit late to be discussing this now. Jiang Luo responded, The next moment, she too caught the sounds that Yan Huang had detected. "Teacher Yan, I did not expect you to obtain the token so swiftly. Congratulations." The curator's expression was notably affable, his smile genuine. "It appears you possess considerable knowledge. Yet, I find myself intrigued by you as well, particularly your ability to create illusions. Although it is not flawless, I wish to learn more about it." He approached Yan Huang step by step, unhurried, as though Yan Huang were already his prey, utterly unable to escape. Author's note: 3,500 words. A brief interruption. Here I shall clarify. The curator dismisses Yan Huang's ability to create illusions as lacking value because Yan Huang's illusion simulator produces illusions based on his mental strength. Yan Huang is always held back in its use, resulting in poorly executed illusions that a mere tree spirit could easily see through. The curator looks down upon this. His current interest is merely a pretext to steer Yan Huang toward Lin Na, thereby absolving himself of any direct pursuit of her. He is indeed a man of his word. Chapter 93. The Museum of Illusions. Disguised Yan Huang found himself contemplating the odds of survival should he engage in combat with the curator before him. It did not take long for him to arrive at a grim conclusion. His chances were less than 10%. While he might employ his innate abilities to dissuade the curator from causing him harm, the toll of such exertion would be substantial, likely leaving him barely clinging to the threshold of safety. Should he invoke such powers against the curator, he would be left to confront the perverse Lin Qi alone. Within the confines of this museum of illusions, the curator and Lin Qi served as a formidable mutual restraint. Unable to prevail, he must flee. Yan Huang swiftly pivoted, propelling himself into a sprint. The curator remained composed, his gaze fixed upon Yan Huang. Immediately, the walls of the museum began to transform. The exquisite quartz walls morphed, sprouting twisting vines that assumed razor-sharp forms, launching themselves towards Yan Huang with alarming velocity. Startled, Yan Huang glanced at his watch. Realizing that it was already past 6 in the evening after sunset, when the trance would awaken. The trance, endowed with the ability of reformation, would reign supreme in the darkness. Yan Huang had long suspected that the Museum of Illusions was no ordinary establishment. The curator was evidently a treant with a potent sense of self-awareness, and, without doubt, all the surrounding architecture was likely composed of treants as well. The passageways around him suddenly constricted. Yan Huang dashed forward, desperately evading the onslaught of the vines. Their control was formidable, their precision impeccable. Each strike halted just before making contact with the museum-esque structures, ensuring no destruction occurred. Countless times, Yan Huang had attempted to lure the vines into attacking the artifacts, only to yield no desired results. Yet, this peculiar behavior led him to an epiphany. The curator harbored no intention of killing him. Though the path ahead continually narrowed, it did not impede Yan Huang's movements. Moreover, surrounded by treants, the curator had no need for such elaborate efforts to capture him. He was not like Lin Qi, who relished in tormenting him. To validate his hypothesis, Yan Huang deliberately altered his speed multiple times. Each time, the vines merely brushed past him, inflicting no tangible harm. They mirrored his pace, swift when he was swift, slow when he decelerated. This feedback reinforced his conviction. A smirk played upon Yan Huang's lips. Since the curator was not intent on his demise, what could be the rationale behind such actions? Perhaps it was a matter of interest. Observing the direction in which the curator guided him, Yan Huang discerned the curator's intentions. Their suspicions had not been unfounded. As for why the curator did not approach Lin Na directly, that was no longer of consequence. He quickened his pace, his steps growing steadier. After what felt like a mere few seconds, the vines trailing behind him vanished without a trace. He brushed the dust from his attire, preparing to take a moment's respite. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the air. Yan Huang, what are you doing here? As Yan Huang turned his gaze, he found before him a petite girl with twin ponytails. Dressed in her own black and purple Lolita attire, she held a lollipop in her mouth, one that promised happiness with just a single lick. Her slender brows arched playfully at Yan Huang, brimming with pride. What brings you here, little Luo? Yan Huang blinked, releasing a sigh of relief. I just entered a room, only to be ensnared by an illusion. I nearly met my demise at the hands of a unicorn inside. Fortunately, I ran swiftly, otherwise, it would have been curtains for me. Jiang Luo erupted into laughter. Mercilessly teasing, serves you right for your constant deceit. Now you've fallen for an illusion. How embarrassing. Yan Huang could only chuckle in exasperation. He stepped forward and ruffled Jiang Luo's hair. You've got some nerve, mocking me now. With a flicker of digital brilliance in her eyes, Jiang Luo declared. If I want to go, I will. I just calculated. That's likely the location of one of the tokens. Don't you want it? Yan Huang shrugged. I do, but my life takes precedence. If you don't want it, I'll go fetch it. Just tell me the location. And watch as your sister Luo takes you to new heights. Jiang Luo tucked the lollipop into her backpack. Yan Huang recounted the location and part of his encounter in detail. Be careful, don't get yourself killed. Jiang Luo huffed lightly. Don't worry, I won't die. Just don't curse me. With that, she dashed off towards the direction Yan Huang indicated, her little legs moving swiftly. However, the moment she turned, a dissonant yet mature smile graced her face, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had already secured one token, and acquiring a second would grant her two. If she performed exceptionally, the tarot would undoubtedly regard her with newfound respect. She aspired to rise higher, to a position where no one could belittle her. For that, she was willing to sacrifice everything. After the first corner, Jiang Luo's form began to shift. She grew taller and more mature, slowly transforming into a stunning beauty with cascading waves of long hair. Yet, her visage bore the marks of countless cuts, a grotesque sight that was unsettling. This disfigured appearance did not last long, as she soon reverted to her original beauty. How cheeky, doesn't it resemble you quite a bit? Yan Huang maintained a mental connection with Jiang Luo, his smile deepening. Jiang Luo protested, not in the slightest. I am not someone who revels in others' misfortunes. I am a cute and healing little angel. Yan Huang replied. Oh. Jiang Luo immediately bristled. What do you mean by oh? One must admit, The abilities of this actress were indeed remarkable. When she masqueraded as Jiang Luo before him, he failed to recognize her entirely. Every aspect, from her appearance and demeanor to her speech patterns and unique props, was flawlessly replicated. She even showcased the innate talents of a calculator before him. Fortunately, he became wary upon witnessing Lina utilize her talent through iris verification, anticipating that this actress might seize the opportunity to impersonate one of them in order to deceive the other. Thus, he ensured that Jiang Luo maintained a constant mental communication bridge. Lina's abilities, in addition to her capacity to alter her physical form, likely enable her to glean some fundamental information. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for her to imitate so convincingly. Regrettably, the dungeon would never allow Jiang Luo's innate talent for concealing information to be exposed. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly breach the established rules, resulting in a warning or backlash. Jiang Luo's talent for concealing information is twofold. One is electronic manifestation, and the other is supercomputer. Both deduction and the mental bridge fall under the category of supercomputer. However, from the very beginning, Jiang Luo has only revealed her deduction ability and electronic manifestation, never disclosing her possession of the mental bridge capability. Although this ability may seem feeble, serving solely for communication, it is, in fact, a formidable nemesis to Lina's talents. Chapter 94. The Museum of Fantasies. Devotion. Lina strolled alone at the entrance of the Museum of Fantasies, a longwood playfully twirling in her hand. Her prowess, though not particularly remarkable, was adequate. After all, those who could join the tarot were far from being mere fodder in the dungeons. However, adequacy does not equate to excellence. Lina's abilities were conventional, and her talents, in the eyes of many, were nearly deemed as wasted potential. The only reason she had managed to survive in the dungeons for so long was largely due to Lin Qi's presence. Though Lin Qi's demeanor was peculiar, there was no denying his unique regard for Lina. He might inflict harm upon her, yet he would never allow her demise, nor permit anyone to lay a hand on her face, not even himself. It was said that being associated with Lin Qi was her best sanctuary, captivating him with her visage. Yet, throughout her life, Lina harbored the deepest disdain for her own face. It was this very visage that bestowed upon her everything she possessed now, and simultaneously, it had ruined her existence. How could she allow it to dictate the trajectory of her life again? Her path must remain firmly within her own grasp. With unwavering resolve, she indeed discovered the chamber of the unicorn in the location described by Yan Huang. Aware that the illusion of the unicorn could ensnare a player of Yan Huang's exceptional intellect, rated at 2, she remained vigilant. Suddenly, her whip transformed. Barbed and tightly wound around her palm, poised to cut across her face at a moment's notice, ensuring her clarity of mind. She pushed the grand door open and pressed her palm against her face, blood trickling down her cheek. Yet, nothing transpired before her, only a nauseating stench assaulted her senses. Fortunately, she had long grown accustomed to the foul odor of filth, so this repugnant smell did not affect her greatly. She scrutinized the room carefully. Inside, several white horses lay fallen, their elegant horns scattered across the ground. Each horse bore grotesque crimson marks on their foreheads, revealing the stark fractures of their skulls. Her initial thought was of the unicorn. But had Yan Huang not just claimed to have escaped? Were they slain by others, or was it? As she observed the lower jaws of each white horse, she noted distinct knife marks. Damn it! She had been deceived. Slowly piecing everything together, she realized that the trickster had seen through her. With his abilities, he had no need to mislead her. In Lin Qi's absence, he could have easily ended her life. Killing her would yield him numerous advantages, such as eliminating a distraction. But why had he not engaged her in combat, and instead lured her here? Surely, no good would come of this. Having witnessed Yan Huang's dungeon livestream, she concluded the dire implications, and her immediate instinct was to flee this place. She took 2 steps back, but in this chaotic light, she collided with a hard, unyielding chest, cold and rigid, unlike that of a human. Her expression stiffened as she slowly turned her head, raising her gaze to behold the curator's exquisite chin. His sacred visage, illuminated by the light, wore a captivating smile. His entire being clad in white, reminiscent of a priest, with only his face revealed. Beautiful actress, how did you come to grace such a perilous place? It might tarnish your exquisite form, he inquired softly, his voice resonating as if emanating from his very soul. The once harmonious yet peculiarly tonal voice now exuded an increasingly potent sense of strangeness. So intense was this sensation that Lina could distinctly perceive the fabric of her attire, shifting in unison with the sound. Her complexion paled. Director? What are you doing here? A cold sweat broke out on her back as she could easily surmise why Yan Huang had lured her to this location. She could also sense that the director seemed inexplicably intrigued by her. Yan Huang's decision not to eliminate her stemmed from his intention to use her as a pawn. For the first time in her life, she found herself so vulnerably close to a character of boss caliber within a narrative. She was acutely aware of the director's formidable prowess, compelling her to strive to maintain her composure. The director placed a hand gently upon Lina's chin. I promised a man, much like myself, with aspirations not to seek you out. Yet, now that you have sought me, it cannot be deemed a breach of contract, can it? Look. Such a flawless exterior, so snow-white, so smooth, wherever one may touch, it evokes admiration for the creator's marvel, the favoritism of nature. How can nature be biased? It ought to treat every individual equitably. It should not allow the world to differentiate between beauty and ugliness. Nor should it permit the existence of anomalies. Yet, it often falls short, favoring many matters disproportionately. Just as volcanoes lack flora, oceans remain devoid of humanity. And forests are without flames, it is perpetually biased, unwilling to share all it possesses, rendering beauty imperfect, creating discord, making the sun oblivious to the moon, and leaving them, forever incapable of comprehending me. They deem this a contradiction. Yet the essence of contradiction possesses far greater significance. Just like you. Beautiful lady, you possess such a flawless countenance, yet time and again, you allow scars to mar your face. Is this not a narrative in itself? The director's hand caressed Lina's cheek gently, an expression of delight painting his features, as if he were cherishing a treasure of the world, evoking admiration from him. However, Lina trembled at his final words. She clenched her teeth, her entire being shuddering in unison with her dilating pupils. This director was the second person to discern the secret beneath her exterior. Gritting her teeth, she forcefully pushed the director away. Do not touch me. Yet the director had already anticipated this. With eyes filled with longing and a serene smile, he stepped back, extending his arms in a gesture of embrace. It is all right. Perhaps you struggle to accept your imperfections, but fret not. Soon, you shall become a part of perfection. Art is the reverence of every soul. I shall rectify the injustices nature has inflicted upon you. Lina sensed an ominous presence drawing near, an instinct she could not mistake. Without hesitation, she lashed her whip against the ground, the tremendous force propelling her away. She needed to escape this place. The curator intended to take her life. However, as she soared to her zenith, countless tendrils pierced through her wrists and ankles, securing her firmly against the wall. Struggling, she watched as the curator approached her step by step. What do you want? Stay away from me. Do not touch me. The curator's hands transformed into sharp roots, penetrating the white bandages and piercing Lina's brow. Yet, his face remained adorned with a gentle smile. Thank you for your glorious dedication to art, beautiful Miss Lina. My mermaid. Chapter 95, The Museum of Fantasies, the birth of an actress as Lina witnessed the skin of her beauty being meticulously peeled away. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it would be better to perish in this very moment. She observed her flesh being delicately severed by sharp, precise tendrils, gradually separating from her body, drifting further and further away. She could discern the features of her visage, with only the slightest trickle of blood escaping, falling gently downward. Her exquisite, cascading locks of hair remained untouched by the hands of fate. Beyond the physical agony, she felt an inexplicable sense of liberation, freedom from a life shackled by beauty. Her father was a wretched man, a chain smoker, a drinker, a gambler, prone to domestic violence and indulgent in substances best left untouched. He shattered their family. Her mother, once a nurturing presence who cradled her in her arms, quietly abandoned her after enduring relentless bouts of her father's fury. On the day she left, she prepared a rare feast for Lina, then vanished without a trace. Countless times did Lina search for her, but to no avail. Thus, she became the target of her father's fury. Her body was a canvas of bruises. Each day, she bore the pain while striving to lead a semblance of normal life. Her beauty and gentle disposition earned her the adoration of those around her. She was treated like a princess, surrounded by friends who showered her with affection and treats. She still recalls the taste of those snacks, sweet and delightful, more satisfying than anything else, evoking a sense of joy. She believed that such happiness would sustain her until the day she could escape her confines. Until, one fateful day, upon opening the door to her home, she found several unfamiliar men occupying the space. The demeanor of her father in their presence starkly contrasted with how he behaved around her and her mother. He appeared both eager and timid, dutifully serving the men with water and deference. She vividly remembered the moment their eyes lit up upon seeing her. "Your daughter is exquisite," they exclaimed. Her father approached her and, for the first time, enveloped her in a warm embrace that enveloped her entirely, offering a sense of security. He whispered to her, "Nana, from now on, We shall live a life filled with meat and new clothes every day, shall we? It was the first time he had ever spoken such words. Surprised, her eyes sparkled with hope. Will Mother come back to be with us too? After a brief silence, he replied, yes, when we have money. She will return. All right. She agreed eagerly. He then gently pushed her into the room. I'll be counting on you all to take care of her, he said, closing the door behind them. The light from outside gradually faded. Along with the promise of her future, she was left with no father. She would never escape that room again. Like a beautiful canary, innocent yet confined within a small cage, she awaited the whims of those who would feed her. They deemed her guilty. The sin she bore was her beauty. Thus, she resolved to make a profound decision. She wielded the knife left by them, slicing her own face with each deliberate cut. At that moment, she felt no pain. A beam of light illuminated her visage. She returned her beauty to the heavens, praying for rebirth. However, when people returned, they were horrified, cursing and beating her. She had rendered this group of worthless men powerless. We will restore you. As long as we live, you shall have no chance to escape. She listened intently, etching every word into her memory. Soon, they mended her appearance, transforming her into an object, displayed upon a stage bathed in dazzling light. That light felt remarkably warm, accompanied by the greedy gazes of countless spectators. No one anticipated that upon the stage, she would produce a knife and gradually carve into her flesh, allowing a beautiful flower to bloom amidst the murky stage. They no longer cast her with gazes that caused her discomfort. Instead, they looked upon her in terror, branding her a monster. She reveled in this sensation, naming it vengeance, yearning to preserve this feeling eternally. Thus, as the spotlight shifted, she annihilated everyone. She allowed bullets to pierce her body, listening to the anguished cries of the crowd. It turned out, she could receive expressions beyond mere admiration. She was about to die, alongside those who had tormented her for half a lifetime. Reluctant to surrender, she crawled toward the light that seeped across the floor, longing to escape. She yearned to retrieve all that she had lost, to live as an ordinary person devoid of sin. Thus, the actress was born. She was reborn, becoming the center of attention, the object of countless affections. Yet, her wish remained unfulfilled. She had never truly escaped. The scars beneath her skin constantly reminded her. She was still caged. Therefore, she resolved to climb higher, to a position that none could ignore, to a place where even the largest, most formidable cage could not confine her. Thank you for your skin. She finally witnessed the complete stripping away of her perfect exterior. She lost her beauty forever, relinquishing her sins. Yet, her wish had not come to fruition. She was unwilling to die just yet. The curator departed, leaving her this skinless corpse. Once the blood dried, she would surely perish. How unjust it felt. At that moment, an unexpected man appeared before her. He bore a gentle smile, seemingly untouched by the chaos surrounding him. Beside him stood a young girl, the object of her envy. Both were castaways. Why did she deserve the life she now had? The man and the girl approached her at a leisurely pace. She managed a feeble smile. How did you see through my facade? Aside from Lin Qi, no one could discern her flaw. Yan Huang said little more, instead conveying a message to Zhang Luo with his gaze. Zhang Luo and Lin Na forged a spiritual connection. Lin Na finally comprehended where she had stumbled. After a brief silence, she let out a derisive laugh, resolutely refusing to reveal her inherent fragility at any moment. How lamentable it is to think I might perish in such a manner. There remain so many things yet to be accomplished. Yan Huang gazed at her, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all facades. He inquired, so, do you still wish to live? Chapter 96. The Museum of Illusions. Surviving in Lena's eyes, there was a color akin to ashes. She fixed her gaze upon Yan Huang. Well, if you possess such abilities. She was acutely aware that the only person capable of saving her at this moment was Lin Qi. Yet, the more dire the situation, the less she wished to encounter that perverse being. He had never denied her disdain and fear of him. He incessantly professed his love for her, declared his affection, and vowed to protect her. Yet, she found herself ensnared within a second cage in her life. From the moment he debuted, he had caught the attention of Taro. And due to the uniqueness of his abilities, he became a quasi-high priest. Taro fervently supported him. Meanwhile, she was singled out by him, becoming his teammate. With the most endearing smile, he declared, Lena, I like you so much. For you, I even changed my name to Lin Qi. Initially, she believed him to be a charming boy, an admirer of hers. Only later did she realize he sought something from her, a feeling. Thus, he cruelly dissected her countless times, transforming her into various forms, in pursuit of that elusive sensation. Yet, he could not find it. unable to locate it. He temporarily relinquished his quest, acting as if nothing had transpired, continuing to profess his love and fondness for her. However, she felt none of his emotions. In comparison to her, he was the true monster. He was her second prison. She would rather face death than perish within that cage. At that moment, Yan Huang slowly rose onto his tiptoes, leaning close to her ear. She could hear every word he uttered. Those few brief phrases shook the very foundation of her understanding. Her eyes widened, yearning to speak. Yan Huang mysteriously stepped back, his eyes narrowing, his right index finger pressed against his lips in a shushing gesture. Let us keep our secret safe. Then, Yan Huang vanished from her sight. Jiang Luo stepped forward, silently retrieving her token. Lena could hardly believe. Yet she had truly survived. Not far around the corner, Yan Huang's face turned pallid. Jiang Luo, anticipating this, rose onto her tiptoes and caught him. They both collapsed onto the ground. Yan Huang remarked, "You are too short." Jiang Luo replied, "I cannot be angry." "I must not be angry." She glared at Yan Huang. "Your side effects are far more severe than mine. How can your ability be so grotesque?" Yan Huang chuckled. Who could argue with that? "But your ability merely allows you to see, while mine is to alter." Jiang Luo raised an eyebrow. "So, together we are an unstoppable duo." Yan Huang, half amused, said, "You should quickly procure something to replenish my mental strength." Jiang Luo hesitated for a moment, then silently produced her a lollipop that brings happiness with a single lick and offered it to Yan Huang. "This is all I have." Yan Huang wrinkled his nose in disdain. "It has saliva on it." Jiang Luo retorted, "I didn't complain about you. Whether you eat it or not is up to you." As she spoke, she withdrew her lollipop. Yan Huang felt fortunate that he hadn't lost any attributes this time. Although it was previously noted that during the event in the hatching capital, his talent was utilized on thousands simultaneously, resulting in a pronounced feedback. This time, the transformation he underwent is truly remarkable. He is almost certain that in the tagged society, he would have been incapable of such feats. Now that he has accomplished it, it serves as evidence that his talent possesses substantial potential for growth. Yan Huang took a deep breath, reminding himself that rest is sufficient. All preparations are in place, awaiting the right moment. Jiang Luo pursed her lips and let out a frustrated huff, yet she still purchased some potions to restore Yan Huang's mental energy from the marketplace. These potions were exorbitantly priced, their efficacy lacking, and they were single-use. Jiang Luo felt a pinch in her heart. "If you mess this up, I will haunt you even in death." Yan Huang, both amused and exasperated, consumed Jiang Luo's potion. Whether the awaited moment would unfold as Jiang Luo had calculated remained uncertain. However, her predictions had consistently yielded this outcome, making it highly likely they would indeed come to pass. To ensure this phase proceeded without error, Yan Huang resolved to remain at his current position. He understood clearly that during the time the tree people regained their vitality at night, the curator was invincible throughout the museum and the entire town. It made little difference where they stayed. The curator could end their lives with merely a thought. Yet, such a demise lacked significance. As a man of grand ritualistic sentiment, the curator orchestrated Lin Na's death to be one of complete skinning, allowing her to bleed out gradually, a poignant experience. Moreover, it was likely that the curator was currently preoccupied and oblivious to their presence. However, when the song of the mermaid began to echo, they would have reason to fear. Until then, they were safe. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo waited quietly for the person they anticipated. Fearful of counter-surveillance, they dared not employ the all-seeing detection. After what seemed like a mere 10 minutes, the awaited individual finally appeared. Lin Qi had encountered Lin Na, who was suspended upon the wall, barely clinging to life. A flicker of light crossed Lin Na's eyes upon seeing Lin Qi. "Lin Qi, hasten the regeneration of my skin cells. You should be capable of that now, right?" Lin Qi gazed at Lin Na intently for a prolonged moment before raising his finger to point at her face. "Ha ha, Lin Na, how have you come to look like this? It's utterly amusing. I warned you not to separate from me. I even begged the curator not to seek you out, yet you were so foolish. Don't you understand? A beauty like you is perilous?" Lin Na, as ever, expressed her disdain, gritting her teeth. "Enough already. Just let me down and regenerate my cells." Lin Qi remained silent for a considerable time before employing a bone knife to sever every vine that bound Lin Na's body. Without the protection of her skin, Lin Na collapsed to the ground, resembling a mass of blood. The cold floor struck her flesh with a force that elicited a cry of pain from her lips. She lifted her head to gaze at Lin Qi. "All right, let's not dawdle any longer. We still need to find the token. This time, I have truly been deceived by those fraudsters. They took away the token I had acquired." Lin Qi lowered his head to listen to her grievances. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped her chin. His eyes shimmered with excitement. He felt his heart racing uncontrollably, and a smile crept upon his lips. Lin Na, I have found you. You are remarkable. You have finally allowed me to discover you. I always knew you would not disappoint me. Author's note: although Lin Na is a participant in tarot, she is merely an intermediate player and not particularly exceptional. Her background and experiences reveal that she is, in fact, not very clever, or rather, she lacks the potential to become an astute girl. Chapter 97. The Museum of Illusions in the Eyes of Dr. Lin Qi. The notions of beauty and ugliness, as dictated by physical appearance, held no significance. Instead, he perceived a pervasive crimson haze and the fetid stench of despair. A relentless parade of writhing monsters and grotesque scenes. He gazed upward, unable to discern the so-called azure sky or the celestial bodies of sun and moon. All he could see was distortion. In a moment of despair, he had once removed his left eye, hoping to witness a transformed world. Yet, nothing had changed. He found himself unbound by any rules, for all who stood before him could not conceal their true selves. He lived flamboyantly, recklessly. At a tender age, his parents had consigned him to a psychiatric hospital, promising to return for him after a while. Yet, from the very beginning, he had known they would not come back. 3/4 of his life had unfolded within those sterile walls. He was free to inflict harm upon anything and anyone, including himself. He vividly recalled sitting before the television 4 years prior, when he beheld a figure on screen. This individual, portrayed as a victim, was ruthlessly struck down by a wealthy patron, leaving half of their face swollen and bruised. Yet, in that moment, her expression transformed. No longer a fearsome beast. She became something utterly distinct, radiant and blossoming, her every glance and smile reminiscent of the true beauty described in the books he had read. It was then that he first comprehended the essence of beauty, that stirring sensation that ignited a desire to seize it, the feeling of truly living within the world. He yearned to possess her. He learned her name, Lin Na. As for himself, he bore no name, only a designation, one assigned to every patient in the asylum. His being number 07. Number 07 Lin Qi. From that moment forth, he would refer to himself as Lin Qi. He frequently devised means to escape the confines of the institution, undetected and unknown. He longed to behold that beauty with his remaining eye. Yet, upon finally encountering her, she had transformed into a mere reflection of others, tainted, grotesque, and exuding the stench of decay. Surely, she must not cherish her beauty. But that was of little consequence. He would help her reclaim it. For he too wished to genuinely experience what it meant to be human. The very goal that had sustained his existence. He envisioned a sky of cerulean blue as depicted in literature, a world where he could embody the myriad attributes, tall, short, handsome, or ugly, that others so often described. He sought to validate his existence as anything but an anomaly. He would heal all that was twisted and unseemly. The divine had granted him a glimpse of a different world, undoubtedly hoping he would rectify this warped reality. Thus, he became a doctor, a healer endowed with the power to alter the very essence of life. For years, a full 4 years, and at last, I have found you again, Lin Na. You are truly magnificent. He rarely opened his eyes fully, but now he gazed upon the world with clarity. In his vision, she emerged untainted from the mire, a beauty beyond compare. Lina was utterly terrified by his state, her hands pressed behind her, her bloodied and mangled body devoid of any emotional expression. You mustn't come closer. She recalled the misfortune she had suffered at Lin Qi's hands. Lin Qi desired not her body, nor her possessions, but only her beauty, the beauty she herself was unaware of. Yet now, Lin Qi proclaimed that her beauty had returned as she lost her faade, enveloping her in an eerie atmosphere that rendered her breathless. Foreboding that no good would come of it, Lin Qi extended his arms, countless bone blades piercing through his own flesh beneath his white coat, slowly wrapping around Lina, leaving her with no escape. His hand caressed Lina's cheek, and he spoke tenderly, "Do not struggle. Do not change any further. Just remain as you are. For this lifetime." Lina, in a frenzy, felt her heart racing. She had finally grasped a chance for life, only for Lin Qi to suddenly alter his demeanor. What in the world was that damned beauty? Was it her current appearance? Yet she had never presented herself in such a disheveled state before any lens. At last, the terror within her caused her to shatter. She shook her head repeatedly, tears cascading down, mingling with her blood upon the ground, staining it anew. "Lin Qi, please let me go. I do not wish for your skin anymore. Can you step away for a moment to let me collect myself? I beg you." She felt as though she might explode. Lin Qi's expression darkened. "Do you wish to return to how things once were?" "No. I shall not grant you that opportunity. You are best as you are now. You are the sole color in this world. I will heal you. I will heal you forever. A chill ran down Lena's spine, an overwhelming sense of impending crisis engulfing her. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Lin Chi's bone spikes pierced through her back, drawing forth her blood, which appeared within her line of sight. She descended slowly, finally grasping her fate. When the outcome is irrevocable, all fear dissipates, for she had truly lost all avenues of retreat and would lose everything completely. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chi, you have indeed turned against me. Her eyes brimmed with heated tears as she gazed at the man before her. In those final moments before death, she felt an unprecedented boldness and fearlessness, reaching out to touch Lin Chi's face, her lips barely moving. Lin Chi, I do not comprehend the beauty you seek. But I know this. You shall never possess it in this lifetime. A person such as you is utterly unworthy of it. Silence. Lin Chi's emotions spiraled out of control as he fully penetrated Lena's body. He could visibly witness the once vibrant colors swiftly fading, consumed by the surrounding blood mist and overwhelming stench. His pupils constricted in panic. No. No. Do not change. Do not change. Why? If she is already dead, why must she still alter? I shall not allow you to change. Lena, rest assured, I am the doctor of this world. And I will heal you. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly directed the bony protrusions towards his own form. With a swift motion, he severed the flesh from his back, a considerable expanse of tender meat cascading to the ground. Instantly, he partitioned Lena's essence, cleaving her upper body asunder. Lena, here I have mastered an entirely novel procedure, though I am not yet capable of truly becoming the Pope of healing others. All I need is for you to become a part of my being. I shall restore you completely. I will ensure that your beauty endures eternally alongside mine. His cells endeavored to amalgamate their forms. Lena's body was affixed to his back, her palms joined in a pose of supplication. There, upon his back, the curved elbow resembled the wings of an angel. Lena, this is the authentic you. I shall love you forever. Chapter 98, The Museum of Fantasies. He is the world at the corner, witnessing everything. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo were left astounded by Lin Chi's so-called love, their scalps tingling in shock. They remained silent, communicating through a mental bridge. Jiang Luo, I have always known the doctor was deranged, but I never imagined he could be so twisted. I underestimated him. Yan Huang, you are correct. Although the scene before us was one of the outcomes that had been deduced from the very beginning, witnessing it in reality still sends a chill down my spine. In Jiang Luo's several predictions, Lin Na always met this fate. Only once did Lin Na almost escape Lin Chi's grasp. That was when she truly wished to die, pleading with Lin Chi to end her life. Lin Chi did not grant her wish. Instead, he bestowed upon her a new vessel, intending for her to continue living. Yet at that moment, Lin Chi turned away, inexplicably beginning to speak of Lin Na's beauty. Lin Na, in her terror, attempted to resist, but within seconds, she was subdued and killed. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo speculated that Lin Chi's notion of beauty did not pertain to Lin Na's physical form, but perhaps to a kind of beauty stemming from the psyche. This was underscored by Lin Chi's medical records, which indicated a diagnosis of delusional disorder. Such patients are notoriously troublesome, as no one can discern their thoughts. The nature of his world remains a mystery. The only insight comes from Yan Huang's observations through the eye of emotion, revealing that after assimilating Lin Na, Lin Chi was filled with immense joy. He secured Lin Na's beauty, ensuring it was not eroded. Everything was part of the plan. Jiang Luo, what shall we do next? If I am not mistaken, Lin Chi has already acquired the final token. Even if we were to kill him as you suggested, it seems far too risky. Are you truly confident in your abilities? Yan Huang nodded. Naturally, you need not worry. With that, Jiang Luo refrained from further inquiries. Very well, I shall not ask any more. If we must face death, let us do so together, for you cannot survive alone. Yan Huang chuckled wryly, ruffling her hair. Come now, time is of the essence. The beautiful skin should be prepared for implantation. The new world they desire is on the horizon. Jiang Luo softly acknowledged, then handed her token to Yan Huang. Her token was an angel, angels residing in purgatory. Purgatory could not entirely destroy the angels. They danced within its confines, having adapted to their environment. Yan Huang combined the three tokens, leaving only the final quarter. Lin Na's token was a creature with a human head and serpent body, symbolizing the realm of myth. Unfortunately, even mythology could not satisfy the curator. Suddenly, a melodious song wafted through the air. The song was enchanting and ethereal, soaring higher than any they had heard before, as if it could transport one into a dreamlike state. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo simultaneously perceived the world transforming around them. All the bizarre artworks before them began to shift. The figure, suspended with its entrails exposed, transforms into a magnificent music box. The rhythmic drip of blood metamorphosing into notes that swirl around them. In the dead of night, branches slowly emerge throughout the museum, gradually enveloping everything in their vicinity. Two branches are poised to entwine around the feet of Yan Huang and Jiang Luo, their forms winding around the two, whether slender or stout, lifting them from the embrace of their melodic enchantment, ascending gently, sprouting, flourishing. The two resemble mere nutrients within this enchanting and comforting world. They perceive impossible visions unfolding before them. Surrounded by the deep sea, they encounter colossal trees, each adorned with faces of joy, and in the very center lies the visage of the curator. Suddenly, a scent of dandelion emanates from Yan Huang's being. A colossal figure envelopes him. The fragrance of dandelion shatters the illusions, rousing Yan Huang from his stupor. He turns to regard the ethereal form of Xie Fengmu, who offers a faint smile before vanishing. Yan Huang concentrates, striving to resist the invasion of this terrifying apparition. Only then does he discern the true nature of his surroundings. In stark contrast to the previous dreamlike state, the museum is now ensnared by the sprawling branches of enormous trees. All walls have ceased to be mere barriers. They have transformed into the trunks of these giants. Everywhere, faces of blissful individuals smile and giggle. Yan Huang observes that all the artworks within the museum appear to be growing upon the trees. Glancing sideways, he notices Jiang Luo's body petrifying at an alarming rate, slowly merging with the surroundings. Lowering his gaze, he finds himself in the same predicament. Beside him, Lin Qi faces a similar fate. Yan Huang's nerves tighten, and without hesitation, he plunges the blade of familial harmony into the roots binding him. Yet, the roots resist his thrust entirely. Narrowing his eyes, he drives the blade of familial harmony into Lin Qi's side, awakening him from his pain-induced stupor. Lin Qi gazes slowly at Yan Huang. A deceiver? Yan Huang speaks plainly. The final phase has commenced. The mermaid has been implanted within a cocoon, and the song ensnares all in a dreamlike trance, silently entering the curator's realm. The curator is a treeman, and we shall all become his sustenance. To escape. Save me. Only I can lead us to freedom. Lin Qi scoffs, summoning the sword of sinister spine, wielding it with finesse as he severs the trunk binding him. Immediately, he nimbly leaps onto the branch, constraining Yan Huang. The sword of sinister spine rests against Yan Huang's throat. He can still see Lin Na in prayer behind him. His spirits lift. Deceiver, what gives you the confidence to believe that I would save you? I would rather see you perish to kill you now. Would merely transform you into one of its faces, becoming part of it. Your soul eternally imprisoned within this town. The reason the curator reveals only a face is precisely due to this. His voice is never that of a solitary individual, but rather a chorus of countless souls. Each utterance he makes resonates with the visages of every person present. In this moment, he returns to the primordial form of the tree man. Within the depths of night, his roots and leaves envelop the entire city. What constitutes the most exquisite realm? From a biological perspective, it has never existed. Manifesting solely within idealized models, a world where environmental adaptation prevails, sustenance is abundant, and adversaries are non-existent. It adapts to its surroundings, thereby engendering reconstruction and energy transformation. Simultaneously, it alters the world, inviting all, himself included, to enter a splendid dream, becoming an integral part of it. Do others fail to comprehend him? It matters not. When all crumbles, he shall be the sole decree. This is the ultimate artwork pursued by the curator of the world. He embodies the world, he embodies the rule, he embodies everything. Author's note, yesterday, an ailment of the stomach prevented an update. Furthermore, in pursuit of a more immersive storytelling experience untainted by external influences, I will likely refrain from perusing the comments henceforth. My desire is solely to craft the stories that resonate within me. Regarding the world, interpretations may vary. The tree man symbolizes the eye, a fragment of the curator's being. On the surface, there are merely numerous trees, yet beneath the city lies a vast network of roots. The philosophy of the tree man is one flower, one tree, one world. For the cellular entities, a cell represents a world, and for cells, an individual constitutes a world. Thus, the concept of world is relative rather than absolute. As for the curator's use of illusions, it is because he is not one individual, but rather all individuals within the world. Each person is unique. And to unify the world and its rules, one must employ illusions to obscure the reality for every inhabitant. Rest assured, Lin Chi's arrangement will inevitably lead to his demise within this narrative. Chapter 99. The Museum of Fantasies. The little world tree. Lin Chi's great sword grazed Yan Huang's neck, sharp enough to break the skin, blood trickling down the blade. Lin Chi crouched down, a radiant smile blooming on his face. You know, I should actually thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have witnessed Lin Na return to her rightful form. Wouldn't you agree? But gratitude aside, I still wish for your demise. Yan Huang's heart jolted, his eyes narrowing in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Chi was aware of his orchestration behind Lin Na's current condition. Curious as to how I came to know this? Lin Chi discerned Yan Huang's thoughts and leisurely elaborated. Well, to be honest, I don't quite understand either. However, the curator had promised me he wouldn't actively seek Lin Na. Yet now, she has been flayed by him. I can only surmise. The curator must covet Lin Na's grotesque husk, aiming to render his own hideous mermaid even more repulsive. Lin Na headed north, with only you and me in between. The curator has fought me before. He should be well aware that I do not fear him. Hence, as bait, you are the most suitable choice. As for the others, the outcome is now laid bare before us. Somewhat unexpected, yet truly perfect. I initially intended to rescue Lin Na, but she is such a naive and adorable fool, falling for it so quickly, leaving me no choice. After all, I finally beheld her true form once more. Lin Chi articulated all his conjectures, his expression enraptured, as he used a bone spur at his side to trace Lin Na's face. The already blurred visage evoked a sense of dread. To be frank, Yan Huang was somewhat taken aback by Lin Chi's astute deductions. Far more meticulous than his previous modus operandi. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, Lin Chi's intellect was no trifling matter, and as a psychopath, who could truly fathom his thoughts? Lin Chi gently caressed Yan Huang's face. Deceiver, you have done so much for me. I am genuinely touched. Would you kindly choose your method of demise? Very well. A gentle smile graced Yan Huang's face. At that moment, half of his visage had transformed into the texture of bark, yet that half-smile appeared particularly sinister. Lin Chi lowered his head, one hand cupping his ear as he leaned closer to Yan Huang's mouth, eager to discern what manner of death he desired. Yan Huang's lips moved slightly, his voice barely a whisper. Lin Chi will save me and Jiang Luo. Lie detection, oppositional incident, determination successful. Result, the subject Lin Chi will save Yan Huang and Jiang Luo. In an instant, Lin Chi's eyes widened, his body acting on its own accord as he lunged towards the branches ensnaring Yan Huang and Jiang Luo. The moment the branches snapped, the assimilation effect on Yan Huang halted, rapidly dissipating. He fell from the ancient celestial tree, agilely kicking towards the branches before him, soaring towards Jiang Luo, cradling her in his arms, and delivering a cut to her arm with the blade of domestic harmony. Immediately, Jiang Luo awakened. She found herself unexpectedly plummeting. What on earth is happening? In the next moment, she swiftly activated her ability of manifestation. On the ground, intricate codes materialized, swiftly forming a soft bed. With a thud, the plush mattress caught both of them, ensuring their complete safety. Yan Huang barely had time to explain to Jiang Luo, "Take out your hamster ball and hide inside." Jiang Luo was bewildered, but as she caught sight of Lin Chi and the surrounding environment, she realized it was time for her to take cover. Without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved her hamster ball and tucked herself inside. Yan Huang, without a word, kicked the hamster ball towards Jiang Luo. Whack! The ball soared high into the air. Jiang Luo felt nauseated. What the heck? Can't you just roll with the ball? She had already been kicked out of this scenario several times. Was she merely a ball? Yan Huang, undeterred, dashed in the direction Jiang Luo had rolled. As Lin Chi felt the effects of the lie diminish, he angrily chased after Yan Huang and the others. As he descended, bone spikes erupted from his body, allowing him to use the chaotic branches around him as leverage, propelling him forward at great speed. What a troublesome ability. But I recall, your ability seems to have considerable side effects. How much longer can you keep using it? Lin Chi was in no hurry. He relished the thrill of the hunt. Watching his prey struggle for survival filled him with exhilaration. Only this extreme thrill could sustain him, even as the side effects ravaged his cells, stripping away his human functions, while still allowing him to experience fleeting moments of excitement. It made him feel more like a normal person. Now he could see beauty and feel excitement. He was increasingly qualified to become the world's healer. To save this world, one must first save oneself. The surrounding trees continued to grow at a terrifying pace. Meanwhile, Yan Huang maintained a leisurely speed, skillfully steering Jiang Luo's trajectory within the ball as he ran towards the Hall of Illusions. Jiang Luo could no longer endure it and began to run with her short legs inside the ball, determined to evade Yan Huang. Yan Huang pulled out Tang Xian's new book, which now contained two brand new pieces of information. Illusions Museum, Little World Tree, Power, 10, Agility, 0, Wisdom, 4, Skills, Assimilation, Reshaping, Energy Conversion. Monster description: within every individual in the great world resides a little world. Some conform to the great world, while others defy it. Some worlds take root and flourish, only to be trampled upon, broken countless times. Ultimately, as people trample upon this little sapling, it pierces through their feet. If it cannot be accepted by the great world, then let my inner world of illusions become the new great world. Assimilation: when personal will does not reject the little world, it will be assimilated by the little world tree, becoming a part of the new world. Fantasy Museum, Mermaid Power, 1 Agility, 2 Wisdom, 2 Skill, Voice of Fantasy. Monster description: a masterpiece of the Fantasy Museum, embodying the world's most exquisite beauty and charm. When the mermaid's song resonates, every listener is transported to their own gentle haven, remaining there until the end of their days. Voice of Fantasy, capable of conveying melodies across a 20-mile radius. Those who hear the song enter a state of bewilderment. The higher the wisdom, the lesser the effect. The birth of the mermaid symbolizes the surrender of countless small worlds to the allure of the voice of fantasy, embracing a new realm. Chapter 100, The Museum of Fantasies. Farewell to the curator. The museum had fallen into disarray, once a product of the Little World Tree's reconstruction. Only a fraction remained intact. Now that the Little World Tree had reverted to its arboreal form, the Museum of Fantasies lay in ruins, with glimpses of the outside world visible through the fissures in the wood. The tree people outside were all products of assimilation, likely the unfortunate outcomes of the previous 4 tokens. They absorbed fresh energy from the ground, growing ever upward, enveloping the entire city. Yan Huang could even see the small tavern from before, pierced by a massive tree root. Sturdy trees twisted in every direction, their faces adorned with satisfaction as they emitted laughter. They bent their bodies, casting shadows that obscured the sun, wrapping the entire town in their embrace. In every direction, people were being assimilated, some quickly, some slowly, becoming new faces upon the Little World Tree. Through his eye of emotion, he perceived the emotions of these individuals. They were as thin as dissipating mist, yet visible. A profound sadness emanated from their depths, neither contentment nor joy, but rather sorrow. This world was unraveling. Yan Huang sensed a divine presence within this scenario. The deity of this instance was every individual struggling against their fate. Their collective wishes formed the fabric of this reality. Soon, Lin Qi caught up with him. Yet, Yan Huang was not entirely at a loss against Lin Qi. He called out loudly, "Report. There are individuals vandalizing a magnificent artwork." Lin Qi, taken aback, responded, "Artwork? This place is in ruins. What artwork remains?" To his astonishment, upon Yan Huang's utterance, the faces of the surrounding tree people contorted in terror. Countless human faces stared at Lin Qi, causing him to collide with a suddenly shifting branch. Roots from all around surged toward him. Yan Huang smirked. To this curator, he himself was the greatest work of art. Lin Qi, still somewhat naïve, faced the situation with remarkable courage. Time and again, he was torn apart by the encircling trees, only to swiftly regain control over his cells, moving forward and reassembling. However, the frequency of such occurrences was exceedingly high, compounded by his need to protect Lin Na's severed body. This strain weighed heavily upon him. His cells became increasingly difficult to control, growing weaker by the moment. With each restoration, his physical condition and capabilities noticeably declined, even his hair beginning to turn gray. The cell cycle had accelerated to an unsustainable pace. Yet, as long as he could maintain control and endure this scenario, he would soon recover. Frustration consumed him, and his resentment towards Yan Huang intensified. Cursed Deceiver! Yan Huang and Jiang Luo had already entered the original museum hall, the very core of the Little World Tree. At the center of the trunk, the curator's face was prominently displayed, almost as if he feared being unrecognized. Still in a flesh tone. In truth, it bore little difference from its previous blackened state. His gaze fell upon Yan Huang. His eyes glimmered with mirth. "Welcome back to the hall, my esteemed guest. The mermaids have been completed, dear patrons. What do you think?" As he spoke, a sturdy branch emerged. Pierced upon it, like skewered meat, were several mermaids. They indeed possessed the most exquisite beauty and elegance. However, at that moment, their eyes were devoid of life. Their lower bodies nearly petrified, ensnared by the world tree, and their mouths continuously emitted enchanting melodies. They no longer required water, for the roots provided them with an endless supply of energy. Yan Huang bowed politely to the curator before him. Esteemed curator, this is nothing short of a miracle. You are the epitome of artistry. Yet, in my eyes, your very essence is the greatest masterpiece, the most magnificent miracle. As a seasoned salesman, Yan Huang delivered his flattery effortlessly, without a hint of embarrassment. The curator was delighted by his words. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon Yan Huang. Would you like to observe them up close? Yan Huang replied, if I may. Of course. It is rare to have such a discerning guest. I believe we could become very good friends. Yan Huang, taken aback, responded, it would be my honor. The curator then extended a branch, binding Yan Huang's waist, and transported him before the mermaids. They were breathtakingly beautiful, and Yan Huang offered his compliments without reservation. The curator felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Just then, Yan Huang employed the knife of domestic harmony, tossing it towards the heads of the mermaids. Their heads fell away entirely. In that instant, the curator's face contorted with rage and loathing, his eyes suddenly brightening as if awakening in an instant. However, this clarity was fleeting. In the next moment, the enchanting melodies resumed. The mermaids' heads regrew under the branch's reconstruction. Their songs remained melodious and captivating. Almost instantaneously, Yan Huang felt entranced visions dance in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he utilized the lie to impose a state upon himself, striving to maintain relative clarity. His gaze never wavered from the curator's face. The curator's expression lingered in a brief state of confusion and fascination for 2 or 3 seconds. Yan Huang seized upon this fleeting micro-expression. A smile graced his face, and he dared to assert his perfect world was neither upon the tree nor beyond it, but rather, like everyone else, within the dreamscape crafted by the mermaids. He had yet to fulfill his grand ambitions, and still relied on this dream to attain satisfaction. Truly, he was a mad artist, a fervent dreamer. Following that brief moment of confusion, the curator mocked Yan Huang. Oh, my guest, you have truly disappointed me. But my creations have long since become a part of me. They are indestructible. How could my perfect work be so easily shattered? From the moment they completed this task, the conclusion became irreversible. Become a part of me, at this very moment. Yan Huang's face blossomed with a gentle smile, and his broken glasses suddenly fell away. His lips moved, and I understood. As your confidant, I have always been aware of everything. Do you truly believe that your confidant would be a fool? My esteemed curator friend. In that instant, a grayish-white shadow swooped in. Yan Huang tilted his head. The sinister spine greatsword pierced through the necks of the mermaids. Oh, how delightful, grilled fish skewers. The curator's expression momentarily faltered. Is this your method? Merely a repetition of past mistakes, my confidant. Yet in the next moment, his countenance shifted dramatically.